Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, The Starry Sky Era begins. The battle in the Western Devil Sea shook the world. After Shi Yu and Dragon God and Shen and Xuan reported their safety, he entered Susu's body. At this time, in the infinite devouring space, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog had fainted and were imprisoned in a huge water cage formed by the spirit of the pure sea, receiving a baptism of purification. Ning, Shi Yu came in with 11. At this time, it was also injured, and the injuries were similar to those suffered by Emperor Wu and others, and they were incurable injuries. After a big battle, it was still inevitable that it was attacked many times. Although it could use the yin-yang grinding wheel to annihilate the negative rules later, it was obviously easier for Susu with infinite energy to purify it. Ying, thank you Susu, 11 bowed. Susu was condensing a shower arm, and the water was washing the radiation to 11. Ning, is the temperature okay? Ying, I want boiling hot water. Shi Yu stared at the meteorite and the abyss magic frog. What a pity. The elemental core of the meteorite is a good thing, equivalent to the best meteorite fragments. With a light god level metal resource, it must be a very good 11 strengthening material, but without this, there will be no renewable resources. Forget it. It's not a shortage of a core. When you want it, go to the parallel universe to get it. In short, now there is another evil god's eye, which is totally worth it. Woo 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 the demigods are worthy of being demigods. They fainted for a few seconds and woke up again under the strong will. However, their evil will has been baptized by Susu for more than half at this time. Next, it should be easy to communicate. Susu, Warcraft, be good. The dark power that erodes your sanity has been purified, and you will become stupid from me. At this moment, the meteorite and the abyss magic frog opened their eyes, feeling the restraint of the spirit of the pure sea around them, and panicked. Now their energy has been completely drained, and under the suppression of the devouring space, they are powerless to resist such a semigod level sea purifying spirit. Zizi. What do you want? Shi Yu said. The evil abyss forces cannot exist and should be purified. Yeah. Shi Yu's summoning array emerged, and the sea purifying duck appeared. After appearing, it immediately looked at the abyss frog with red eyes. Yeah, yo. You look good. I am the 7th combat force of Shi Yu's guards, the overlord of the ocean. Hello. First meeting, Yo said to the abyss frog, and then the power of the abyss lingered all over its body. Frog. Feeling the abyss power that had been purified from its body and compared with a huge abyss power on the duck in front of it, the frog looked at the indifferent sea elf. It struggled hard. You are so double standard. You have a companion who is a descendant of the abyss, but you want to kill all other abyss inheritances. Don't play with it. Yeah, his heart pounded, and the quasi-divine skill of the heart of the abyss was activated. With Susu's permission, it shuttled through the water cage in an instant, and inserted a water knife in its hand into one of the eyes of the abyss demon frog. With a flash of light, it appeared behind the abyss demon frog. At the same time, accompanied by the scream of the demon frog, a black eyeball like a black pearl appeared in Yaya's hand. Super god level resources, the eye of the evil god. Rumor has it that it is the eye of the abyss evil god, the boss of the abyss clan who invaded Blue Star. It is the culprit that has been passed down from the abyss sea to this day and has created countless abyss demigods. The Kanghae elves of all generations have tried to purify and seal it many times but failed. It cannot be destroyed, and it is more difficult to purify than the power of the meteorite. It will only recognize its master in the hands of the abyss leader who controls the heart of the abyss, otherwise it will slowly dissipate and be reborn somewhere else. If the abyss demon frog is killed directly, the eye of the evil god will probably dissipate along with it, so Shi Yu and his team need to let you receive this super god level resource. Give me back my eyes, the demon frog roared, and its eyeballs were still dripping with water, which was black. Yeah, looking at this eyeball containing the special power of the abyss, drooled, and did not feel that the other party was rejecting him. Good yeah, with this as equipment, it can easily defeat the overlord of the land. Even. This thing is too dangerous, it can't be left outside, and you can't just carry it with you, Shi Yu said to Yuya. It won't be too late to give it to you when you can completely control it in the future, For now, this is a research prop, cack. Lin has developed a tool to preserve and seal the eye of the evil god and prevent it from disappearing. Now we only need one material to simulate the environment it needs, that is the elemental crystal of the Abyss Demon Frog, or the Heart of the Abyss, Abyss Demon Frog, duck. Wait a minute, the Abyss Demon Frog was shocked, and next to it, Yunnan was silent the whole time. Listen to me, your name is Shiyu, right? It is the Kanghae elf, right? Since you have contracted a certain generation of Abyss Demigod, and since you are willing to become companions with the Abyss Demigod, then it means that you are not pedantic at all. The Kanghae elf is more reasonable than I thought. Listen to me, there is no need for us to be enemies. We can have a bigger stage. The Abyss clan is a very powerful force in the universe, and the Abyss evil god is a super godlike creature whose strength is even above the god level. It is far more powerful than the gods of Blue Star. If it weren't for the away game, the Abyss evil god would not have lost alone against the gods of the entire Blue Star. We have the inheritance of the Abyss evil god. Why not inherit the ambition of the Abyss evil god, take control of Blue Star, and then join the Abyss forces in the starry sky? According to my investigation, the civilization of the Abyss forces is far higher than that of Blue Star, and they still exist. Meteorite is the advanced soldier they sent, the Abyss Demon Frog shouted. I am also willing to accept the contract and recognize you as my master like the duck, Su, angry. It seems that the purification is not thorough. Although it has become stupid, it is still bad. Meteorite, no ambition. Ye looked at the demon frog with contempt. Duck, garbage abyss. My goal is to assist the big sister of the Kanghae elves to purify all filth, especially the abyss. Abyss demon frog? Shiyuhi summoned the sword spirit Chitong in his hand. Turned into red-eyed and red-haired, exuding endless murderous intent. Wait a minute. No, I am willing to join the Sylves, the garbage abyss, and I also hope to purify all filth. Let me start with myself. I have long been tired of this power that erodes my reason. I want to be myself again, the magic frog roared. Sorry, I don't like fence-sitters. After Shiyu finished speaking, the Zeux in sword formation condensed and trapped the abyss magic frog in the middle. The sharp sword light instantly wiped out all traces of its existence except for its elemental core. The body was annihilated, the elemental core was stripped off, and the elemental soul was imprisoned. Until the death, the abyss magic frog still opened its eyes and looked at Chia, dying with its eyes open, and its mouth opened, as if it wanted to say something in the end. But looking at its expression, it didn't look like a good word. Gulu. The abyss magic frog was killed, which scared the meteorite next to it. Its heart also pounded, making Shiyu think that it had also learned the heart of the abyss. The meteorite looked at Shiyu and the others in horror, fearing that Shiyu would also kill it with a sword. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Shiyu looked at Yunnan, which made Yunnan overjoyed. It said, the toad is right. Blue Star is too small. It is far from your limit. Human, you are the strongest beast master I have ever seen. I am willing to assist you. I am a starry sky life. In the future, I can take you to the starry sky and dominate the universe. Everything it knows is just learned from me, Shiyu said disdainfully. As for you, your tribe was destroyed by the army of the universe overlord. You are a refugee kid. What can you use to lead me to dominate the universe? Yunnan's eyes widened. How do you know? It said incredulously. Then, it shouted, it's different. The universe overlord is the strongest individual in the universe. Its army is naturally invincible. It is far from being comparable to the abyss evil god. That is not the goal that normal life should have. Believe me, as long as you contract me, I can help you surpass the god level. The universe is far more vast than the blue star, Shiyu said. It's not that I don't have star life. I won't kill you, Su, continue to purify. From today on, Yunnan, you will become a renewable food for the Donghuang iron-eating beast to atone for your sins. Yunnan was stunned and shouted angrily, woo-ah, damn, you don't kill me, you want me to be a renewable resource? How can there be such a person as you? I can't forgive you, I will kill you, Yunnan roared. Shiyu turned a deaf ear to it. After a series of operations, Shiyu and his men arranged Yunnan, the abyss magic frog, and the evil god's eye. After completing all this, Shiyu reappeared in the outside world. He reunited with Shin'en Legend, Gem Cat Girl, and Dragon God Society. At present, they are all on the air battleship, returning to Donghuang. Is it completely solved? On the battleship, Shiyu legend saw Shiyu coming out and asked immediately. It has been solved, Shiyu said. The abyss demon frog has been killed, the eye of the evil god has been controlled, and the meteorite has completed the seal, and will become a renewable evolutionary resource for the iron-eating beast. Ha ha ha. Good, good, Shiyu legend laughed. Good boy. Shiyu's appearance can be said to have completely solved the knot in Shiyu legend's heart about Lin Feng's disappearance. This guy is even better than that little pervert Lin Feng. He is focused on improving his combat power and is not disturbed by other things at all. With a legendary combat power in his early 20s, Dong Huang has completely developed. Senior Shiyu, what you said in the live broadcast just now, is it true? President Lin was sitting in Dong Huang at this time, but he was connected to Shiyu legend throughout the whole process, watching the live broadcast. He was also dumbfounded the whole time, completely dumbfounded, and felt that the fighting power displayed by Shiyu was even more terrifying than what he described. President Lin really found it hard to believe that a person could be so perverted, until Shiyu legend said, "It's time to give up the throne." President Lin woke up. Give up the throne? What throne can he give up? Shiyu legend has long retreated behind the scenes, not caring about state affairs. The highest position is only for him, the president of the Donghuang Association. Could it be that Shiyu legend designated to give the position of president of the Donghuang Association to Shiyu? Although President Lin doubted Shiyu's ability to govern, if he could give up the throne, he would be the first to agree, because after being kicked into the position of president of Donghuang by Shiyu legend, he has been busy with state affairs and has no time to practice. Now that the myth has revived, although he is old, he may not have no hope of impacting the legend, or even the god level. If he still cares about state affairs, it will inevitably delay the speed of practice. Although power is good, strength is better. Even if it is a high position, after staying for 100 years, he should be tired. I'm just saying it casually. With Shiyu's personality, he probably won't like it. Shiyu Chuanqi is very insightful. Shiyu said, indeed, of course, he just doesn't like it now. If he had been asked to be the president of the Donghuang Beast Taming Association when he was an apprentice beastmaster, Shiyu would have been happy. After this battle, even if Shiyu wants to be the first president of the Blue Star Alliance, no one will question it. Next, if nothing unexpected happens, the Blue Star Alliance can develop very smoothly, and it will be led by Donghuang. This matter, Kid Lin, is completely up to you, Shiyu Chuanqi said. President Lin. So the president of the Donghuang Association is still me? President Donghuang, it sounds very interesting. President Lin, if you don't want to be the president, I can act as the president for a few years. Beside her, the gem cat girl licked her lips. Since she became stronger, she has become bolder in her words. What President Lin, no matter how strong President Lin is, can he beat a demigod? Anyway, she looks like a human now, so it should be no problem for her to be the president of the Donghuang Ancient Kingdom Beast Taming Association. According to the popular vote, President Lin may not be able to defeat her. Ah, you want to be the president? Then I can be a think tank. The owl who participated in the Demigod Crusade was also floating at this time, willing to assist a gem cat girl to become the president of the Donghuang Association. President Lin, legend of the source of God? Dragon God. President Lin. Forget it, I'll do it myself, but it is indeed time to train a successor. He thought about it and thought that Lu Chengyu might be good. She is young and powerful. Mainly because she has a close relationship with Shiyu. She will definitely get Shiyu's full help. By the way, at this time, the war was over. Shiyu looked at Legend of the Source of God, Dragon God and others and said, there is one more thing, I forgot to share with everyone. What is it? The gem cat girl said. Shiyu looked at the gem cat girl with an energy value of 2.3333 billion. Meteorite is not the vanguard sent by the Abyss clan that invaded Blue Star in the mythological era, Shiyu said. However, it is true that it is the same race as the Abyss clan led by the Abyss evil god. The Meteor clan and the Abyss clan are all members of a large race, just like tigers, lions, leopards, and gem cats are all cats. Gem cat? So, the relationship between the Meteor and the Abyss is not as deep as we thought. It is not an invader from the Abyss clan to test a blue planet, but the truth, it is actually a cosmic life that has fled. Escape. The dragon gods couldn't help but say that it was difficult to associate the word escape with a meteor, who had grown rapidly to demigod and dominated the east. Well, escape. Shiyu looked at the dragon god, whose energy value was over 3 billion. The meteorites are also an indigenous race on a certain planet. They fled from that planet because a stronger cosmic force invaded the planet. At that time, the meteorites in egg form turned into a meteorite and began to wander in the starry sky. Finally, they landed on the blue planet and evolved into a meteorite life form, becoming the meteorites. The meteorites call the life that invaded the planet the overlord of the universe. However, it was not the overlord of the universe who invaded the planet personally. It was only the cosmic army under the overlord of the universe who invaded. What? Legend of the Divine Source, President Lin, Jewel Cat Girl, Precognitive Al and others were all surprised. This is completely different from what they and Shiyu had guessed before. They originally thought that the meteorites were survey soldiers sent by the former invading force, the Abyss, but the truth is like this? Cosmic Overlord, what is that? Precognitive Al was surprised. Shiyu shrugged and said, I guess it's probably a very powerful life form in the universe. It can be called the overlord of the universe. It is probably stronger than the alien insect queen, the Abyss evil god, and the cosmic beast that invaded Blue Star, stronger than them. President Lin was very solemn. How could it be possible? The alien insect queen and the Abyss evil god were the leaders of the star forces that invaded Blue Star in the mythological era. As for the cosmic beast, it was just a single individual without other tribesmen, but it was the strongest among the three. It was also the biggest threat to Blue Star. The alien insects coveted the nutrients of Blue Star, the Abyss evil god took a fancy to the environment of Blue Star, and the cosmic beast simply wanted to grow by devouring the planet. The rules of Blue Star were incomplete, and it contributed the most. The strength of these three lives was stronger than a single top-level god, and it was suspected to be above the god level. Because of this, even though the leaders of the 5 major gods of Blue Star, the dragon, phoenix, unicorn, angel, and demon, were all top-level gods, there were many other top-level gods in addition. This battle still lasted for a long time. They are terrifying enough. Even the tribesmen they created have caused great suffering to the creatures in the mythological era. With god-level combat power, President Lin can hardly imagine what kind of life the universe overlord who is stronger than them is. It shouldn't be false, Shiyu said. The concept of universe overlord is deeply rooted in the blood memory of the meteorite. That kind of fear is like engraved in the depths of the blood. This also shows that the universe overlord has at least been rampant in the universe for countless years. It has long been notorious and feared by many starry sky creatures. Hey, if the gods who left Blue Star for the starry sky can return, perhaps they can bring more information, Shiyu said. Maybe, after leaving for so long, the best among them have surpassed the god level and reached a higher realm. However, I am more worried that after leaving Blue Star, they no longer think that Blue Star is their hometown or home. This situation is also very likely. Shiyu substituted those humans who went from remote places to big cities to fight. Legend of the Divine Source looked at Shiyu and fell silent. What do you think Donghuang should do next? Shiyu said. I say, continue to develop technology, develop rule technology, develop star technology, and mainly develop star technology. The civilizations in the universe may be more vast and numerous than we imagined. Opening the starry sky era may be the future. If the goal is just to reproduce the prosperity of the mythology era, Blue Star will still repeat the same mistakes and become the target of invasion. Only by understanding the universe can we become stronger. Of course, we may also die faster. Shiyu smiled and said, speaking of which, do you think there are such things as cosmic relics? The history of the great universe era should be more magnificent, everyone. It's ridiculous. It's already the starry sky era, and you are still thinking about archaeology? Do you still want to test the origin of the universe? Starry sky? The gem cat girl was also curious. The gem it got was still from the sky. I don't know if it was left by some super god level existence. I hope it can grow smoothly to the god level. It seems that the future is full of fog. Super god level and universe overlord sound very challenging. The dragon god had a calm expression. Senior dragon god, after a while, we will explore the dragon veins of time and space together. Shiyu telepathically transmitted to the dragon god. The dragon god looked at Shiyu. She was quite surprised that this little guy Shiyu was so strong and still remembered her. Okay, we're at Donghuang. Shiyu smiled as he looked at the continent ahead. At that time, he planned to claim that he had cracked the time and space ruins, and then directly take the dragon god through. But the truth is that the owner of the time dragon vein, The time spirit has been contracted by him. At the moment, Shiyu, who has completely eliminated the threat of the meteorite and even the abyss sea, also felt a big stone falling from his heart. Cultivating 11 provoked the meteorite clan, and cultivating Susu provoked the abyss sea, but they have all been resolved. Next, the only thing left is to clean up Qitong's s. Cultivating Qitong has provoked the big trouble of the undead dark phoenix, which has not been resolved. If you have to say it, cultivating Chong seems to have also provoked the Dragon Empire. After all, the two sides are in a competitive relationship of the Azure Dragon faith. Shiyu is considering whether to find a time to say hello. Finally back, at the same time, the gem cat looked towards Dong Huang with a little expectation. Speaking of it, Shiyu was the first to know that it had broken through to the demigod level. Now that she had participated in the demigod war and had defeated the meteorite and the abyss frog, she had to brag to her acquaintances after returning to the ancient capital. She had to let the world know that she, the guardian overlord of the ancient capital university, had become a demigod. It was a pity that she had lost the position of president. But she had already thought about becoming the largest merchant cat in the entire Blue Star, making money from all over the world and saving it for Krypton gold. Shiyu, after returning to Donghuang, go to the ancient capital university when you have time. I'll give you a surprise, the gem cat said. What surprise? Shiyu was strange. The ancient capital, of course, had to be visited. Although the level of Qitong's Yang Yan had not reached the superb level that the undead phoenix said was enough to unlock and purify its curse, it was not difficult to make Qitong's Yang Yan play a superb effect with the help of the time fruit and the 9-color divine light and other strengthening buffs. Plus Susu's pure sea spirit, which is enough to purify the demigods. Shiyu can now finally cut the seal of the undying dark phoenix with a sword without worrying about risks. No matter whether the undying dark phoenix is the enemy or army, we can learn more about the secrets of the Empress through it. However, cutting the seal of the undying dark phoenix with a sword. Shiyu looked at the owl grandma who was blowing the sea breeze with a strange expression. This guy, is he also the reincarnation of an ancient demigod? Otherwise, how can he predict the future so powerfully? Should I try to give the owl a reincarnation fruit? Chapter 502, Conquering the Cat. The alliance has been in existence for 180 years, and this year is destined to be remembered. After the news that Shiyu killed 2 demigods swept the world, dozens of totem countries responded to the Blue Star Alliance again. A force with 1 demigod is considered a top force on Blue Star, and Donghuang has 5. What is the concept? Whoever you want to kill, you can kill. The most terrifying thing is that 3 of these 5 demigods were cultivated by Shiyu. If the various tribes didn't know why the World Tree preferred humans with beast control space before, now they all understand. Any force with a little intelligence ability can know that Shiyu's iron-eating beast is only 4 years old. The 4-year-old iron-eating beast crushed the demon god that had been rampant in the east for 5,000 years. What the hell is 4 years old? After seeing the record of Shiyu's iron-eating beast, no one doubted Shiyu's cultivation ability. Now many demigod forces hope to send their offspring to Shiyu, and maybe they can also quickly achieve demigods. Of course, when he comes back, it is not certain whether Shiyu wants it or not. The 4 sacred beasts haven't gathered yet. His mind is now all on the Emperor of Time, the Empress, and the Dragon Emperor. Next, he can slowly get the wool from these emperors. Shiyu, who had a lot of grease in the mouth of the martial emperor, has fallen in love with this feeling. Senior Dragon God, goodbye. In the Donghuang Sea, after Lin arrived here, the Dragon God left and returned to Dragon Palace City. Shiyu, President Lin and others said goodbye to the Dragon God. I'll wait for you in Dragon Palace City, the Dragon God said to Shiyu before leaving. Next, I'll leave too. After the Dragon God left, the legend of Shinitun also said goodbye to Shiyu. I've been awake for too long this time, I have to go back to sleep. During this time of sleep, Donghuang depends on you, the legend of Shinitun said to Shiyu, the gem cat, Lin Xiao, and the precognitive owl. Although the rules have been revived once now, the legend of Shinitun feels that it is not enough. He has to sleep until 7 years later, when the mythological era returns completely, and then use his last strength to sprint to the god level. It's too early now. I understand, Shiyu nodded. It's okay. As long as there are no god level enemies on Blue Star, he feels that he should be able to take good care of Donghuang. I'll be busy next. I also have to deal with the aftermath of this incident. President Lin also said. After everyone said goodbye to each other, only Shiyu, Gemcat, and Owl were left at the scene. Next, Gemcat said, "Go home and rest. You must have a lot of burdens." Shiyu said, "I'm tired too. I'll go back and sleep first." Precognitive Owl, "I'll go to the ancient capital as a guest." Shiyu, "When are you going to the ancient capital to split the Nether Phoenix? I remember I have this prophecy, right? The undead Nether Phoenix is a risk in the ancient capital after all. With your current strength, you should be able to easily solve the hidden dangers." It rubbed its hands with a flattering face. Shiyu's mouth twitched. "Well, you didn't forget it. The success of these two prophecies has made you unsatisfied. I'm also going to Gudu University to rest. I'm not going to Pingcheng. Teacher Cat, what about the surprise you mentioned? Let's not wait for another day. I'm going back with you now." Gemcat, I'm fine. 11 and Susu are sleeping in the beast control space. They're fine too." Shiyu took out a bag of tonic beans. "Okay then," Gemcat shrugged. Shiyu said, "Also, hey, when Teacher Ying has rested, you have to help me. Cooperate with Susu, Lin, and Chong Chong to transform the legendary ruins that sealed the Black Meteorite Yak into the ruins that sealed the Meteorite Yak. Then, it will be handed over to the country and become a strategic renewable resource for cultivating the iron-eating beast army." Gemcat? "I knew that you would be in trouble if you follow Gudu so early." She rolled her eyes, turned into a Gemcat again, and lazily lay on the chair of the battleship, saying, "Let me rest first. In this case, you can send me back." Shiyu laughed. "So many resources have been given to you, who else should I exploit if not you?" Precognitive Owl, Gudu, go. Gudu University. An air battleship flew over. Right now, Duanghuang is peaceful. Shiyu's battle of demigods in the Western Devil Sea area has not affected this side. His live broadcast is only for the Alliance, the top leaders of the 7 countries, and the strong above the title level. There are few legendary level people who are qualified to see it. In addition, although the battle of demigods has caused a great shock to the whole world, and the aftermath of power has been felt by countless powerful lives, it is limited to powerful totems and human countries in the West. For countries like Donghuang, which are far away and have done a good job in land protection, the aftermath of power has only caused a slight impact on this side, and there have been some changes in the coastal areas. Inland areas like Gudu are basically the same as before. Peace is great, Shiyu sighed while chewing the magic beans grown by Shenbao as a snack. Wow, the Gemcat couldn't stand the sound of Shiyu eating beans, so he ran to share the beans. The precognitive owl wanted to share, but after just eating a few beans, he felt a little tipsy. "What's the surprise you're talking about?" Shiyu said when he finally reached the top of the ancient capital university. "Crack," the Gemcat said while chewing beans, "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye out for a pet with good talent that is suitable for training into the 4 sacred beasts? White tiger, I found it for you, but I'm not sure if you'll like it." "Finding a pet? I'm good at this, why don't you ask me?" "I predicted the Kanghae spirit at the beginning." The owl put on a mask to take credit. Shiyu was helpless. "These 2 cats. Then Teacher Owl, can you help predict where I can contract the cosmic beast cub?" "Thank you for your hard work. I didn't ask." The precognitive owl's expression stopped abruptly. "What the hell is the cosmic beast?" "The cosmic beast that chases and bites the blue star. Isn't it more fierce than the iron-eating beast that chases and bites the meteorite?" Shiyu looked at the Gemcat again. "Good talent and potential? Gold type," the Gemcat said. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether you want it or not," Shiyu said. "What race is it?" Gemcat, cat, Shiyu? "The extraordinary life that you said can be cultivated into the 4 spirits of heaven. It can't be you," the Gemcat said angrily. "I am a free cat, don't target me, it's someone else," the precognitive owl said, although I didn't quite understand. "But what you mean is that you want to cultivate a cat into a tiger," Shiyu said. "There's not much difference. Anyway, they are all felines and can evolve," the Gemcat said. "That's right. You know, Gudu University has many wild cats, of all races. You asked me to help find a pet suitable for cultivating into a white tiger. Originally, I was going to go to a few girlfriends to have a look, but I didn't expect to find a suitable one in Gudu University." "Tell me more," Shiyu said with interest. The Gemcat said, "It's a mixed blood cat, a new mutated species. It was supposed to be a super race, but it suddenly mutated to a monarch race. and it has mastered the deterrent race skill at the awakening level. From the perspective of the species, it should be the first in the world. I think it should be very valuable to cultivate. By the way, its super level skill is metal control. If it's a mixed blood, what races are its parents? Shiyu said. The mother is a treasure hunting cat, and the father is a gem cat that evolved from a gold type gem, so it is born with a gold type. Shiyu said. Did it inherit the attributes of the father? Then what did it inherit from the mother? The treasure hunting cat is another super race of cats. Although they are both cats, they are still different. Generally speaking, there will be no breeding problems between these two creatures, but in most cases, the kittens born will only inherit the race of one side. For example, if a treasure hunting cat kitten is born, or a gem cat kitten is born, it will not inherit the characteristics of both parents. But everything is not absolute. There is still a very small probability that the next generation can inherit the characteristics of both parents. At this time, it is a great fortune, which is basically equivalent to breeding a new generation of extraordinary races. It is a rare opportunity. Generally speaking, only powerful totems like the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King can ensure that the next generation will inherit the advantages of both sides. Extraordinary races like treasure hunting cats and gem cats are left to fate. It inherited the racial form and energy talent of its mother, the treasure hunting cat, and inherited the gem eyes of its father as the basic racial skills and attributes. The appearance of a treasure hunting cat? Shiyu recalled. If the gem cat is like the earth ragdoll cat, then the treasure hunting cat is more like the earth's dwarf cat, with very short legs, and likes to take not very smart steps to find resources containing energy fluctuations. The racial talent is good energy perception. Wild treasure hunting cats can often find good things by themselves, and the name comes from this. If Shiyu remembers correctly, the dwarf treasure hunting cat is not good at fighting, even worse than the gem cat. The gem cat at least has great evolutionary potential, but the treasure hunting cat has nothing. It can also mutate into a king race like this. It is really lucky. Well, if it was just this, a king race kitten, I wouldn't be so anxious to recommend it to you. Mainly because this one is a little special, the gem cat said. Because both parents died, the personality is a little twisted. I feel it will be very suitable for you. Shiyu's face was full of black lines. Why is a twisted personality suitable for him? What's the matter with both parents died? Shiyu still chose to ask the key points. Because the offspring is a mutant species, the mother is old and died of dystocia, and the father saw his partner died and died of depression. The protagonist template? Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and said, but such a talented kitten should be carefully taken care of by Gudo University, and care should be indispensable. How could the personality be twisted? The gem cat said embarrassedly. The one who is responsible for taking care of wild cats at Gudo University is my clone. Maybe there is something wrong with the care method. In addition, this mutant has good talent and is relatively precocious. Shiyu's mouth twitched. He almost forgot that in addition to being the administrator of the Gudo University Resource Library, Teacher Ying also has such an identity. How twisted is your personality? I don't want someone with too many problems. This is not a shelter for problem children. At this time, they had almost arrived above Gudo University. The gem cat used its telekinesis to search for a while and signaled Shiyu to follow its telekinesis to look over. Here, take a look for yourself. Shiyu was startled, and his telekinesis also scanned over, covering the wildcat area of Gudo University, where there was a luxurious cat bed of dozens of square meters at every distance. It can be said that the cats of Gudo University live more comfortably than ordinary working-class people in second-tier cities. Even some cats of high-ranking breeds have air conditioners and refrigerators in their beds. There is no way. Who let this be the tradition of Gudo University, especially since Gudo University has Shiyu, and after becoming rich, everything has become more luxurious. Like the cat that Teacher Ying said, it is treated better. After all, it is a king race. Although it is a wild cat, it is very likely to be contracted in the future, so it is worth investing. Fuck. At this time, Shiyu looked at the cat bed, and he was stunned as soon as he saw it. He was completely dumbfounded. The cat bed was covered with photos of him, 11, Chong Chong, and Shenbao in competitions and interviews. Inside, a white dwarf cat was lying on a pillow printed with Shen, sleeping with its legs up in the air. Meow, she was smiling and drooling. As you can see, this cat seems to have heard something from Gudo University. It's a bit of a star chaser and a crazy fan of yours. I guess it doesn't like other beast masters, but it feels like it's destined for you. If it's suitable for training into a white tiger, take it away. If not, just leave it there. Gudo University can afford it anyway. The gem cat girl was tired of talking, and took out a coconut from her pocket in the four-dimensional space and drank the juice. Shiyu? No, although, you explain why it is a twisted personality to chase after me, gem cat. This is normal. Precognitive owl also stared blankly, saying, it's not normal. Why don't you worship the powerful guardian overlord of the ancient capital university, but chase after a human? Ying, is your charm so low, gem cat? If you can't speak, you don't have to speak. Crawl, I'll twist your head off for you. Forget it, Shiyu said. Since you said so, I'll take it to train for a few days to see if it can hold on. If it can adapt, I'll tame it and sign a contract. If it can't adapt, I'll send it back to you. He just took a few glances, and the will level was extremely low. It should not be the reincarnation of a big boss. There was no reaction to the myth revival. It felt like what the gem cat said, a genius mixed blood cat with a mutated race. To be honest, Shiyu didn't decide to take it back for a few days of training because of the other party's talent and the recommendation of the gem cat. It's just that I feel that this cat has a good vision. This kind of pattern is very unusual. Maybe it will achieve great things. This is not something that a young cat of the king race can do. That's great, the gem cat girl breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you look so happy? Shiyu looked at the gem cat suspiciously. No way, the gem cat immediately became serious. The main reason is that this kitten is very annoying. Every day, it chases its clone and says that it wants to see Shiyu, causing the clone to complain all the time. Now that Shiyu is willing to take it back and train it for 2 days, it should make this cat give up completely. It has seen the degree of involution in Shiyu's team. Even it can't bear to look directly at it. It doesn't think that this cat can persist at all. Suddenly, the predictive owl was startled and scared the gem cat. What are you doing? The owl said. I just did a fortune-telling for that short-legged cat, and I predicted that the other party's strength will soon surpass you. Gem cat girl, are you polite? If you can't predict, can you not make blind predictions? Don't talk. Thanks to Sonata Kingsu, Guanfu, Yuka and Momo and other big guys for being the leaders. Chapter 503, Sword Slashing the Undying Dark Phoenix. It was unknown whether the species name should be called a treasure hunting cat or a gem cat. At this time, it was still sleeping in the cat bed. Out of respect for teacher Ying, Shiyu called it a treasure hunting cat. After all, it is being cultivated towards the white tiger of the four spirits of heaven. If successful, it does have the potential to surpass me, but it will be too much in a short period of time, the gem cat lady said. The foreknowledge owl said, but that azure dragon is younger than the iron-eating beast, only 3 years old. The wind Kirin is less than 2 years old. At this rate, the gem cat lady, but I still doubt whether this thing can really evolve into a white tiger. The foreknowledge owl looked at the dwarf treasure hunting cat. At that time, the dwarf white tiger? It made up its mind and had no deterrent power at all. While the two of them were still fighting each other, Shiyu had already gone down and landed outside the cat bed of the treasure hunting cat. This is a little female cat, less than 1 year old, but her level has reached the extraordinary level. When Shiyu approached, the cat was still awake until he knocked on the wall of the cat bed next to him. Dong, dong, dong. The short-legged cat's forelegs shuddered, opened its black gemstone-like eyes, turned its head and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, it saw Shiyu. Meow, it blinked first, then turned its head again, closed it again, lay down, and continued to sleep. Shiyu? About 2 seconds after falling asleep again, the short-legged white cat suddenly opened its eyes again and felt something was wrong. Although it was very weak, it sensed a clear energy fluctuation, which was not sensed in a dream. Meow, it immediately rolled down from the pillow, stood on its 4 short legs on the ground, looked at Shiyu, and its cute face gradually became dull. The next second, it ran quickly. Although its limbs were short, it seemed that it did not affect its running speed at all. In an instant, this medium-sized, slightly long fat guy bumped into Shiyu's thigh and hugged him tightly without letting go. Cat hugs thigh JPG meow, meow, meow. Shiyu's face was full of black lines. He is now at level 7 body control and level 8 telepathy. The former allows him to restrain his power close to the totem and reduce consumption. His control over his body is better than that of the overlord life. The latter has long allowed him to sense the emotional fluctuations of other life forms. The emotional fluctuations of this extraordinary cat could not be hidden from Shiyu. Shiyu immediately felt its excitement. This emotional fluctuation was far beyond the excitement of the owl's breakthrough before. This made Shiyu feel that maybe what Teacher Cat said was right. This little cat is indeed a bit fanatical about chasing stars, and it is far from as simple as it seems. At this time, the cat looked up at Shiyu eagerly, as if he couldn't bear to let go. It's quite cute. Shiyu bent down, grabbed the back of its neck, lifted it up, and said, I heard about you. Teacher Ying told me that you really want to be my contracted pet. The dwarf cat was startled, and its head immediately nodded like a sewing machine, with a look of expectation, but then it was afraid that Shiyu would refuse, and immediately shook its head like a rattle. Meow, meow, it stared eagerly, meaning that it would be good to be with Shiyu. It knows everything, and it doesn't matter whether it has a contract or not. It regards Shiyu and others as idols. For its own standard of becoming stronger, it follows the legend of the self-disciplined iron-eating beast circulated in Gudo University. For its own knowledge standard, it follows the legend of the university participant circulated in Gudo University. If it really can't be with you, it can take a photo with all the members, which is also okay. The dwarf cat keeps humbly lowering its requirements. This is licking the cat, said the foreknowledge owl in the battleship. The gem cat said, you don't know the influence of Shiyu and his friends in the ancient capital university. Fortunately, Shiyu doesn't live on campus now, otherwise his dormitory door must be surrounded by the Shiyu fan club every day. The peripherals of Shiyu's team in my resource library are selling very well. As a gift, it completely drives the sales of other resources. Precognitive owl? Damn, it seems that the peripherals of this cat's nest were obtained from you? What kind of shady business are you doing all day long? Precognitive owl seemed to understand a little bit why he was the pet of the first president of the Imperial Capital University, but he was always at the same level as a gem cat. This guy's business mind seemed to be a little better than his own? Wait a minute. Precognitive owl suddenly put his eyes back to the cat's nest. At this time, Shiyu had already sat on the sofa, and the dwarf cat had already lay on Shiyu's thigh, allowing Shiyu to stroke his fur, with a face full of enjoyment, and Shiyu was also stroked happily. No way, how come the relationship is so good so quickly, said the gem cat lady. No one can resist the temptation of petting cats. Shiyu finally exposed his habit. Since he attacked me last time, I saw through his wolfish ambitions. This guy must like cats too. It's better to tame a cat, so that he won't plot against me in the future. Precognitive owl, tell me more, Billow. Shiyu has reached a consensus with a treasure-hunting short-legged cat. You can stay with me, but it's very dangerous around me. If you want to become my contracted pet, you have to go through certain tests. Meow. The short-legged white cat happily enjoyed being petted, and felt that Shiyu was gentler than he imagined. If you don't pass the test, it will be dangerous to stay with me, and I will send you back then. There are 2 more newcomers who have to undergo the test like you. One is a turtle and the other is a snake. Meow. The short-legged cat has nothing else to ask for. It doesn't matter, the test or something, come more fiercely. In order to buy Shiyu's peripherals, it has been frugal for several months. It has survived all this and feels that nothing can stump it. Shiyu smiled and continued to stroke the cat. It felt good, and the fur was very smooth, much smoother than the fur of a panda. I just don't know if the other party can rely on this fanaticism of chasing stars to survive the basic will training. If it succeeds, the 4 sacred beasts have been found. At this time, the gem cat and the foresight owl also got off the battleship and came to the cat's nest. Teacher Ying, in this case, I will take this little guy away first. At this time, the treasure-hunting cat also found the gem cat, and his eyes immediately lit up. Meow. Well, take it away, take it away. The gem cat said indifferently, I'm going back to sleep. Also, little one, be mentally prepared. It reminded the treasure-hunting cat. The opportunity to become stronger is already in hand. Whether you can persist depends on your love for Shiyu and the others. The cat looked confused. Shiyu laughed and said, go quickly, wake up and work better. The gem cat? Are you still a human being? I just got home. The predictive owl also spread its wings and said, I'll ask Principal Fen to hold a banquet to celebrate Shiyu's triumphant return. Shiyu's mouth twitched and said, you are hungry yourself, don't take me with you, I'm going to sleep first. Okay. Shiyu stood up, picked up the little white cat and said, "Anyway, welcome to the team. I'll take you to the dormitory first, so you can meet the university ginseng you've been thinking about." Short-legged cat, Mew. Shiyu returned to the university dormitory after a long absence. After returning, he fell asleep and threw the short-legged cat to Lin, Chong Chong, and Shenbao to take care of. He planned to let this cat be happy for a few days first. Sleeping like Shiyu, there are 11, Susu and others. Susu is fine next, but after 11 wakes up, the rhythm of life may have to change drastically. The previous training intensity is no longer possible. Even though this blue star has been revived once, 11 must also reduce the intensity of training. No, it cannot be trained, otherwise the whole team will have to feed it. At present, the graduation level of Shiyu's team is the demigod level. At this level, even if they want to toss again, they will be stopped by Shiyu. At least they have to wait until the blue star opens a higher level. The next goal, all demigods. Shiyu hugged the pillow and fell asleep. Although the touchy field was only open for a while, it was opened by Shiyu under the load of the cross-level contract. After fighting the meteorite, he was very tired now. Even if he took a lot of supplements, the body can't digest it so quickly. It needs the body to control and adjust the state with deep sleep. On the other hand, Principal Feng went to rest after knowing that Shiyu was back and didn't disturb him. It is estimated that it is not easy for Shiyu and others to recover from the Battle of Demigod. In fact, it was also true. About a week later, Shiyu showed signs of waking up. As for 11, it was the same. He slept more soundly than Shiyu. If the pets hadn't confirmed that Shiyu was still alive, it would be hard not to think that they had fallen asleep. A week later, Shiyu stretched his body energetically. Secretary Lin quickly flew over and looked at Shiyu, who was rubbing his eyes. 7 days and 7 hours, Lin said. Very good answer, don't rush to answer next time. Shiyu shook his head and said, I slept for a long time, I can't help it. 11 is resting in the beast control space, which will also consume your physical strength. It is now demigod level and has just experienced a war. It has only recovered for a week thanks to the ginseng baby, so I slept so long, mostly because 11 was draining my physical strength. Let's fight less next time, Shiyu said depressedly. By the way, Lin, have you calculated the strength of my physique when it reaches the limit of the current level? By then, how many totems can it support? Lin said with a headache. There are too many unpredictable variables. If you don't consider the attribute reaction of the contracted new pet feedback, breakthrough feedback of the contracted pets, and feedback on the upgrade of the second space, master, you have trained your physique to the current limit, and then there will be no problem in letting the two pets break through to the totem demigod level. After eating 3 god level resources, your advantage will be very obvious before the god level, 2 demigods. This is just a conservative estimate. Xiao Zi's breakthrough, Chong Chong's evolution and breakthrough, the second space and body control talent upgrade, all of these bring about huge variables. Understood, Shiyu said. The most urgent task is to rely on adding points and nutritional supplements to quickly train up the physique. How is the cat? Shiyu asked. As for Teacher Ying, he is still sleeping. As for the dwarf cat, he has gone to train with Gigan Xiaobing. The instructor is Chong Chong. Lin discussed in categories. Is it starting so soon? It said it wanted to adapt to life here as soon as possible, Shiyu said. So how is the adaptation going? Lin said, at the beginning, my body couldn't bear it and I was exhausted after a while. But when Chong Chong presented a reward mechanism, which provided that it could get the whole team's fine figures as long as it passed a test of will, it immediately broke through its limit and its will level went from extremely low to low. Judging from the current situation, it may have a chance to withstand the test with the help of the reward mechanism. Shiyu, Chong Chong has become so skilled at making the dragon god phantom figure that he has switched to making his own figures. That's good, Shiyu rubbed his temple and said, I'll go see how they're doing with their training later. Are Qitong and Susu in good condition? Not bad, Shiyu touched his chin and said, then let Shen Bao wake up Teacher Ying when he's free. I see that she's taken a lot of supplements. A week of sleep is long enough. Wake her up. It's time to go to work. Oh no, before going to work, let her accompany me to the battlefield of the dead to meet the immortal phoenix. Before going to bed, Shiyu was thinking about the immortal phoenix, and now he can go to meet it. Half a day later, the gem cat, who was awakened by Shiyu and the others, followed Shiyu to the battlefield of the dead, cursing. Originally, Shiyu also wanted to call the owl, but this guy was a rare time-based and predictive totem, and was temporarily summoned to the alliance by President Lin, as if he was going to be a high-ranking official. After hearing this, the predictive owl went there decisively. Shiyu found out and supported his forehead. He didn't know if it was reliable or not, but this kind of totem that could predict time was indeed worth worshipping. At this time, the team that went to the Undead Phoenix together was very powerful. Shiyu was not to be mentioned. Next to him, there was the 1-meter-tall Panda King 11, Qitong in the form of a lolly sword girl, Qinglong in the form of a cat worm, Shen Bao in the form of a baby ginseng, Su in the form of a water slime, Lin in the form of a magic cube, and the gem cat in the form of a cat girl. The lineup was the strongest on Blue Star. There were 2 demigods in the open. In addition, Shen Bao could use the time fruit to temporarily turn himself and his teammates into demigods for a while. It can be said that it was good that the Undead Phoenix was not an enemy. If it was really an enemy, it would be difficult to fly even with wings. At this time, after the gem cat's morning mood disappeared, he began to look forward to it. There were too many secrets on this Undead Phoenix, and curiosity was also exclusive to cats. I hope the rescue goes well, Shiyu said. At least 1 mythical resource and 2 legendary resources. He looked at the other party like a good person. Qitong frowned, not knowing how to deal with it. At its level, it recalled that it did have the same bloodline as the Undead Phoenix. At this time, the army arrived at the battlefield of the dead, and Shiyu began to recall what the Undead Phoenix said at that time. More than 2,000 years ago, the Phoenix clan gave rise to the Mixed Blood faction and the Pure Blood faction. The Mixed Blood faction pursued reform and hoped to make the Phoenix clan stronger with the help of mixed blood. It mainly gave blood to humans who were close to the Phoenix and had great potential. However, the Pure Blood faction pursued pure blood and was unwilling to let humans share the resources of the Phoenix clan, so the 2 sides had conflicts. The Undead Phoenix was a strong supporter of the Mixed Blood faction. Muhuan was the first daughter created by the Undead Phoenix, but at this time the Pure Blood faction was so powerful that it had to send her away for the sake of her daughter's safety. Until the Mixed Blood faction gained the upper hand, it created a second daughter and supported her to become the Empress of Donghuang, and also helped humans solve the Totem War after the Wu Emperor dynasty. Unfortunately, the Pure Blood faction has come back again at this time, colluding with foreign tribes, not only killing it and putting it into a cursed state, but also causing the Empress dynasty to fall into war. And the Empress is missing, outside the ancient capital, the battlefield of the dead. At the bottom of the deep and dark cave, a creature shaped like a dark phoenix, with black feathers on its back and black and red flames wrapped around its wings and tail feathers, is still sleeping. Since the last time the Undead Phoenix ran away, it has fallen into deep sleep, probably because of serious power consumption. Even if it was a demigod in life, it should be weak after being sealed for so long. Outside, above the seal, Shiyu and the others shouted for a long time, but there was no response. Chong tried to enter the dream of the Undead Phoenix first, but he couldn't penetrate the seal. I just realized now that the seal is so strong. Although the power of the demigod can be forcibly broken, it should accidentally hurt the Undead Phoenix, the gem cat girl said. I just studied it, and the other party may not have lied before. The core of the seal is similar to the sun, and it may also require Yangayan power to unlock it. I still want to talk to the Undead Phoenix before unlocking it. In this case, let's do it directly. Chong, Lin, you guys get ready, I will let Chidan try to break the ruins directly, Shiyu said. Chong and Lin nodded, and ran to create the second seal to prevent the Undead Phoenix from running away after it came out. At the same time, Lolly Sword Princess glanced at Shiyu. After Shiyu nodded, it returned to normal and looked at the underground seal with a serious expression, slightly closed its eyes, and sensed inside. In order to make Chidan's cracking effect better, the gem cat gave it a 9-color divine light, which comprehensively strengthened Chidan. Boom! In an instant, Chidan's power increased. It opened its eyes, took a deep breath, and chopped down the sword in its hand. The Yangayan sword light directly rumbled and fell to the center of the ruins array, and the earth space was broken. Buzz! The next moment, the orange-red power of Yangayan rose from the ruins. It worked. Yangayan can really unlock this relic with a minimum power. At the same time, deep in the ruins, the undead dark phoenix bathed in black and red flames suddenly opened its eyes and chirped. A terrifying creature gradually revived with the sound of the phoenix and the dark flame. Suddenly awakened at this time, the undead dark phoenix was still confused, but after a moment, it was overjoyed. Unsealed. Someone began to unseal it through Yang Yan. It immediately sensed the familiar blood fluctuations. I didn't expect that my good daughter would grow to this level in such a short time. Such a powerful blood power, the undead dark phoenix was extremely excited. This was actually the second time it had awakened during this period. The first time it awakened was when the rules were revived. At that time, it was awakened once. Unfortunately, it still couldn't break the seal with the help of changes in the environment, and fell asleep again soon after. This time, it was awakened in the true sense. It was very excited. It seemed that the investment in the undying fruit and the Yangayan flower was not a mistake. After the other party mastered the ability to unlock the ruins, they immediately came to rescue it, and the speed was faster than it had imagined. Because, although the resources it left behind could quickly upgrade Qitong to the totem level, the Beastmaster would most likely be a burden, but now it seems that it is not. But in such a short time, there is no reason for that young man to reach the legendary level. Could it be that after the resurrection of the rules, it is easier for humans to upgrade their levels? Forget it, no matter what, the contract is 100% terminated. The ruins were unsealed, and the undying dark phoenix directly dragged its body, bathed in the cursed flames and Yangayan, and flew out to the outside world. The next second, the undead phoenix flew in the outside world. Its huge evil flame body, nearly 100 meters high, made it look majestic. After flying in the outside world, its pupils flickered with a faint light, and it looked at Shiyu and Qitong in the form of a sword girl. Ha 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 ha! A huge laugh resounded throughout the battlefield of the undead. Good daughter, thank you, I am really touched, but it is better to do a good thing to the end. It looked at Qitong and said, I am so hungry, so hungry. Your power is so strong, please give me some. After absorbing your power, I should be able to return to the peak again. The undead phoenix's reason gradually disappeared, and it was overwhelmed by hunger and weakness. Demigod level, and not inferior to the powerful demigod of the Dragon Clan. Chi, the next moment, it chirped again, as if it had activated some special skills. On the opposite side, Qitong's expression suddenly changed. She felt that the power of the phoenix bloodline in her body was out of control and was about to be drawn out. Qitong could feel that the undead phoenix on the other side was not strong, not at the demigod level, but it had a very strong restraining effect on itself, making it difficult for it to resist with a power inherited from Mu Huan. It was as if the other party had used some skills that specifically restrained the descendants of its own bloodline. What are you doing? Qitong's eyes were full of anger, and he looked at the undead phoenix. However, although it could not resist with a bloodline power inherited from Mu Huan, as the sword intent lingered in Qitong's eyes, amazing sword energy burst out from the body. In an instant, the Zhuxin sword formation broke through all restrictions, and the shocking rule sword chant burst out, instantly cutting off the bloodline connection between the undead phoenix and Qitong. Boom! The four swords lingered, the rule sword chant resounded through the world, shattering all the flames, and the sword energy lingered, causing the undead phoenix on the other side to open its eyes suddenly. Quasi-god skills, how is this possible? Hey, are you kidding? At this time, not only Qitong, but also Shiyu and the others all looked unfriendly. Boom! Demigod 11 suddenly grew to a size of 100 meters, entered the Chaos Panda form, and looked at the undead phoenix violently. The gem cat girl showed an expression of as expected, flicked her cat tail, and her breath rose steadily. The power of the demigod was undoubtedly revealed, and the jewel eyes were full of luster, looking at the undead phoenix in shock. This guy, isn't he a little too impatient? He just came out and didn't understand the situation, but he dared to attack? So what the other party said must be all false. Then what is the truth? The gem cat felt that after completing the purification, he should know it. Boom! The full-level deterrents from Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Su Su, Lin and other directions rose up and suppressed. At this moment, the undead phoenix, who was about to absorb the power of the red-eye bloodline, was suddenly startled, and his pupils widened more and more, almost feeling that he could hardly breathe. Two demigods, it looked at the panda in shock, and felt that it looked familiar. Then it looked at the cat girl, and felt that the other's life fluctuations were familiar. Aren't these two guys the panda and cat that followed as human beastmaster when it first woke up? It remembered that at that time, one of them was only at the commander level, and the other was only at the overlord level. How could it be possible that they both reached the demigod level in such a short time? It's absolutely impossible. It can understand that the level of the red pupil it gave resources to has increased so quickly. No, it can't understand it at all. At this time, the immortal Dark Phoenix can't understand why only 2 Yangayan flowers and 1 immortal fruit can make the red pupil master the quasi-god skills. It has completely gotten rid of the top bloodline constraints and cultivated the sword-type quasi-god skills that transcend race. Shiyu said, "Come on, I forgot that your curse and plague have not been purified yet. It seems that your sanity has been eroded. It's not too late to purify it now." "Impossible," the immortal Dark Phoenix shouted, almost sweating profusely. "I always feel that the script after it comes out is a little different from what I expected. I recommend a book. Start Operation Batman. The ancient existence awakens in the abyss, the devil whispers in people's ears, the unknown terror erodes the spirit, and madness breeds in the darkness of people's hearts. But it's not only darkness that has descended on this world. There are fully armed dark knights walking in the darkness to judge sin. There are chatterbox extraordinary people in tights wandering between buildings playing friendly neighbors. There is a playboy in high-tech armor who is committed to putting armor on the world. There is also an omnipotent god on earth, and the S symbolizing hope shines like the sun on his chest. No one can imagine that behind all of them, there is just a player sitting in front of the computer screen, holding the keyboard and punching hard." Chapter 504 The Truth About the Empress Dynasty. The Battlefield of the Dead. The undead Dark Phoenix was extremely frightened and didn't understand why such a plot would happen. Wait, seeing that Shiyu and the others were about to take action, the undead Dark Phoenix repeatedly stopped them. I was just because I was sealed for too long and was too hungry, which led to some hallucinations." As it spoke, it suddenly made a sharp phoenix cry, and the dark flames on its body surged, and it wanted to fly away. Under Shiyu's gaze, the energy value instantly increased from 1 billion to more than 10 billion, and quickly approached 2 billion. This is because the dead spirits in various parts of the battlefield of the dead have begun to break the seal of the undead Dark Phoenix and become its nutrients. Seeing this scene, Shiyu couldn't help but stare at it. Fortunately, he didn't come to rescue the undead Dark Phoenix too early. This guy not only has a connection with all the dead spirits born from plague and curse in the battlefield of the dead, and can decide their life and death in an instant, but also has a very special connection with the red pupil. If it was the red pupil before evolution, I'm afraid it would also become its bloodline nutrients in an instant. However, even though the undead Phoenix had many cards, when it saw Shiyu and the others, its first thought was to escape. The undead Phoenix suspected that it was still dreaming. It just felt too bizarre. It just took a nap. When did the demigod level and quasi-god skills become so common? In its current state, it was absolutely unwilling to fight the demigods head-on. However, the undead Phoenix wanted to leave and continue to absorb the undead in the battlefield of the undead, but it also had to ask Shiyu and the others if they agreed. Before leaving far, the undead Phoenix's face changed and found that the space here was completely blocked. Then, the young man opposite turned into red hair and red eyes, and the amazing Yangayan sword formation locked it around. There was even a black and white millstone that crossed the space and appeared above its head. In addition, another sound of rules shook, and the undead Phoenix looked at the phantom of the Holy Maiden of the Sea behind Shiyu in shock. "The third demigod, aren't you a sea elf? Why are you here too?" It had seen the sea elves at their peak 3,000 years ago, but it was precisely because of this that it could not understand why the sea elves appeared here. Yang Yan, Yin Yang grinding wheel, and spirit of the pure sea, 3 purification skills. "Do you like them?" Shiyu said. The pupils of the undead Dark Phoenix shrank. Under the sympathetic expressions of the insects, gem cats, and Lin who blocked the space, a shrill scream came from the space barrier. Emperor Shenron covered his ears and sighed, "Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful." Even the meteorite was not so miserable. But what made Shen Bao depressed was that it was the auxiliary nurse and team doctor for this operation. The screams of the undead Dark Phoenix were extremely penetrating, just like a woman giving birth, and Shiyu's face was a little tense when he heard it. "Su, swallow it and seal it for secondary purification." In the infinite swallowing space, this is the 3rd time a guest has come during this period. Previously, it was the Abyss demigod and the Meteorite demigod. This time, the undead Dark Phoenix is the weakest. At present, the Meteorite is still accepting purification. Its spiritual will has not been completely purified. Susu's purifying sea spirit is very powerful when it is purified to the maximum effect. It can really make a bad person change his mind. In history, many of the abyss demigods who were lucky enough not to be killed by Susu were completely purified of the power of the abyss by Susu and became the guardians of the sea. If the meteorite is purified to this extent, even if it is released, it will not pose a threat to Donghuang, and it will even become Donghuang's environmental ambassador. However, the reality is that it must not be purified to this extent. After all, if it is completely purified, what will happen if its meteorite fragments have no evolutionary effect? So at present, it is only a targeted local purification, at least when it atones for its sins. Its rebellious emotions should not be too strong. The undead Dark Phoenix, just after being imprisoned, has also continued to accept the baptism of the purifying sea spirit. Susu did not hold back on this guy, and directly performed the maximum power purification, not only to cleanse its mind and will, but also to purify its power. After all, this guy was full of plague and curse, and there was no other use for keeping him except to create uncontrollable evil spirits. Since this guy's power was not enough for a demigod, at most he was a quasi-demigod like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it was not difficult to purify him. After a long time, the undead phoenix woke up from a coma, and its power had been weakened by various purification methods. It opened its eyes with difficulty, and then saw Shiyu and his group standing neatly in front of it, with dead eyes. "Kill me, congratulations, now the plague and curse on your body have been purified. In theory, you should have regained your self-awareness and reason," Shiyu congratulated. "Why are you in such a hurry to die? Otherwise, why would we go to such great lengths to find someone to rescue you and purify you? Or, what did you say before?" All of them were lies. The undead phoenix opened its mouth slightly, and finally looked at the sword Princess Qitong standing beside Shiyu in silence, and closed its eyes again, not wanting to explain too much. "It seems that it is indeed more awake, but it is still not enough," the gem cat girl asked curiously. "So what is the situation? Are you going to say something? Is there anything you can't say?" Shiyu asked. "If you don't want to say it, we will extract your memory, which may cause some harm to you. Of course, even if you say it, we may do the same in the end, but it will be gentler, since the undead phoenix really has a blood connection with Qitong. Shiyu and the others are not in a hurry to take action. After all, the other party is still fundamentally different from the meteorites." After Shiyu finished speaking, the undead phoenix did not open his eyes, but spoke weakly. Without the tyranny when the seal was just broken, the mind was purified by Susu and became quiet, and the mental force field also changed. "Looking at your attitude now, the two internal conflicts of the Phoenix clan due to the dispute between half-bloods and purebloods that you told us before should be fabricated stories. What is your identity?" The undead Phoenix opened his eyes again, looked at Shiyu and said, "That story is true. From the perspective of the Phoenix clan, I am indeed the mother of Muhuian and the Empress, but from the perspective of humans, I was wrong about this matter. I ended up like this, and it was my own fault. I think it through. Maybe the best destination for me now is to die. I will tell you everything I know, and then please let it end me." The undead phoenix looked at Qitong and said weakly. "Speak." Shiyu felt that the history behind it might not be simple, so he asked. The immortal Dark Phoenix said, "The origin of everything can be traced back to the mythological era. According to the records of the Phoenix clan, the mythological era ended because of the war, and the blue star was shattered. After that, the powerful gods in the Phoenix clan left a blue star one after another. Only a small part of the Phoenix clan who had not yet become gods stayed and evolved into the Phoenix clan of later generations. After a long time, the Phoenix clan slowly forgot about the mythological era, and history was lost in time. However, one day, a demigod of the Phoenix clan went to the starry sky in order to break through to the god level. However, it did not break through to the god level on this journey, and was forced to return because it could not withstand the environment of the starry sky. At this time, its time is up. Just wanted to die in his hometown. However, on the way back, it mistakenly entered a phoenix ruins in the starry sky. That was a secret realm created by a phoenix god who left a blue star in the mythological era. In it, there was a secret treasure it brought back from the deeper part of the starry sky. That secret treasure, in terms of resource level, is still above the god level. The phoenix ancestor who brought it back at that time called it a resource beyond the god level. The phoenix ancestor was very happy to harvest the secret treasure, thinking that this was his hope to break through the god level. But soon, he regretted it. This super god-level secret treasure was sealed in the ruins, and it had no ability to take it away. After the immortal Dark Phoenix finished speaking, Shiyu and the others' expressions changed slightly. It brought the ruins back to Blue Star, brought back the Phoenix clan, and then died. Later, after research by the Phoenix clan, they found that they would need god-level power to take away the resources. Demigod level alone is not enough, but in an era of incomplete rules, god-level power is simply impossible. At that time, the Phoenix clan had consumed a lot of resources to study the ruins, which caused the Phoenix clan to weaken a lot and was directly surpassed by the Dragon clan. After discussions within the clan, in order to prevent the Phoenix clan from continuing to invest endlessly and declining because of this relic, they decided to seal the ruins, leave behind the ancestral teachings, and wait for the myth to revive before opening it. Since then, this relic has become a forbidden area for the Phoenix clan, and it is also the most important place, until, in our generation, the Phoenix clan gave birth to two demigods. One is me, and the other is my sister. The immortal Dark Phoenix looked at Shiyu and the others. My sister has been more talented than me since she was young. She has always been better than me, and it was she who eventually became the leader of the Phoenix clan. We are both of the bloodline of the Sun Phoenix, but she is more outstanding and has gone a step further. She has mastered the power of the starry sky and successfully evolved towards the vermilion bird, one of the four spirits of heaven. At that time, she was hailed as the phoenix creature closest to the vermilion bird. She even established a huge country and was worshipped as a god. Her people came from all races, with humans being the largest in number. At the time, I was very unwilling. I wanted to surpass her, but I had no way, until I had a prophetic dream. The prophetic dream told me that humans are the key to unlocking the remains of the Starry Sky Phoenix clan. As long as I can unlock this remains, I can become the strongest of the Phoenix clan and lead the Phoenix clan to a more prosperous peak, surpassing my sister. I was inexplicably led to believe in this prophetic dream. No, or rather, this dream only provided me with an excuse. I had this idea a long time ago. In the end, I chose a path that was not allowed. The Phoenix clan pursues pure blood, but I opened it in order to become stronger. I began to transform my own bloodline, and I valued the potential of humans. I tried to transform human beast masters into Phoenix hybrids, hoping to use hybrid humans as nutrients to make me stronger. If I can even break through to the god level with the help of humans, I can lead the Phoenix tribe to a new chapter. During this period, because of my hybrid experiments, tens of thousands of humans died, some of whom were captured from outside the Phoenix Kingdom, but their talents were not very good. In the end, I targeted those in the Phoenix Kingdom who had been baptized by the Phoenix Secret Realm and whose blood was but. Truth cannot be hidden. My sister found out about me and was very angry. She immediately forbade me to continue transforming my bloodline and stop this nonsense. She also wanted to judge me. According to the clan rules, she wanted to imprison me for 1,000 years to reflect on myself. I naturally refused, so I led my clan members to have a big fight with it. During this period, I secretly sent one of my most proud daughters, who had my bloodline, out of the Phoenix Kingdom in advance, fearing that she would be harmed. The undead Phoenix looked at Chi-Tong. The civil strife lasted for a long time. We were defeated miserably in this battle, but my sister remembered our old friendship, so we luckily managed to escape. I led a group of Phoenix people, left the Phoenix country, and came to Donghuang to look for the perfect hybrid. Unfortunately, we couldn't find her now. In addition, our vitality was seriously damaged, so we opened up a secret realm again and fell into deep sleep to recuperate. This sleep lasted for 1,000 years. After waking up again, I resumed my plan and continued to create a large number of Phoenix hybrids, and established a new force in the East, the Phoenix Empire. Because there were no totem demigods in the East at that time, we soon became the leading force. A large number of Phoenix hybrid beast masters also became the most talented in the East at that time. There are a group of good human beast masters, among which Wang Zai, the Donghuang Empress you mentioned, is one of them. At the beginning, her talent and potential were not good among the many Phoenix hybrids. She was a late bloomer, and no one expected that she would eventually become a legendary beast master who could fight against demigods. In fact, when we woke up and re-established the Phoenix Empire, my sister had already noticed us. Seeing that we did not repent and continued to challenge the clan rules of the Phoenix clan, it was completely angry this time. The Phoenix clan would never allow blood to flow to other races, nor would it allow the blood of its own race to be tainted. So, the Phoenix Kingdom, which was far away on the overseas island at that time, became the Phoenix Empire. The biggest enemy, the two sides once again launched a totem war, reclaiming our own homeland, proving that we are the orthodox, and taking away the super god level resources left by the ancestors of the Phoenix clan have also become the primary goals of the Phoenix Empire I lead. This time, because of the existence of the mixed blood Beastmaster, we did not fall into disadvantage, even as Wangzai exceeded everyone's expectations and became a legendary Beastmaster. Our strength has surpassed that of the Phoenix Kingdom, forcing my sisters and others to retreat step by step. At this moment, I realized that the time is ripe. We have done something to each mixed blood Beastmaster, so that we can use them as sacrifices and turn them into nutrients for our own growth. I judge that if I absorb Wangzai, my strength will be greatly improved. I'm sure she can become a peak demigod that's not inferior to the Kanghae elf, or even surpass the demigod and become a god. So, I took action, but I didn't expect that I underestimated her. Her strength had long been out of my control. Although the backhand I left behind worked, I was still killed by her. However, because I had eaten the undead fruit, I successfully resurrected and became a dead spirit. Perhaps it was also because of family affection that she didn't kill me completely after that, but just sealed me up. This is all the experience of being sealed here. The undead Phoenix sighed. Wangzai's a good child, you look alike. I'm sorry for you. I actually wanted to use this method to become stronger. The undead Phoenix looked at Qitong and confessed. Shiyu and others also fell into deep contemplation. Qitong, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. After completely confirming that she and the undead Phoenix did not have a deep mother-daughter relationship, it was relieved. Muhuan did not recognize her bloodline, and it was the same for it. It only needed Shiyu. This bloodline brought too much suffering to Muhuan, and even caused Muhuan to remove it on her own initiative. After hearing about the origin of the bloodline, Xiaochen would have wanted to give it up if it had not brought him strength and allowed him to better protect Shiyu. Sure enough, it felt that it liked the sword skills left by Muhuan more than the power of the Phoenix, and there was a reason for that. What happened next? Shiyu asked. How did the Empress dynasty perish, and how did you become what you are now? The undead Phoenix said. In the end, after I was sealed, Wangzai changed the name of the Phoenix Empire to Donghuang. Compared to her identity as a phoenix, she recognized her identity as a human being more. The Phoenix Totem Kingdom eventually became a human kingdom. She ended the Totem War in the East in one fell swoop, and with the strength of a legendary Beastmaster, she brought the East into an era of peace again. However, many years later, my sister made a breakthrough and went to war with Donghuang again. Years of war have made the contradictions between the two sides irreversible. My sister is much stronger than me, but after Wangzai grew to the peak, she became even stronger. Not only am I not her opponent, but even after my sister's breakthrough, she is no longer her opponent. She led the Phoenix army alone and blocked my sister and the others from entering the country. After gaining the advantage, Wangzai wanted to go one step further and take away the rumored super god level resources left in the Phoenix clan. She has been strong since she was young. Legends are not the end she wants. This resource may allow her to go one step further. However, my sister, seeing that Wangzai had set her sights on the super god level resources, fought back desperately. In the end, as far as I know, my sister in the final battle, they both died together. Wangzai wanted to take the super god level resource from the Phoenix clan, but encountered a trap set by her sister in advance. The entire ruins collapsed because of this battle, causing them and the entire ruins to fall into the turbulence of time and space. I was in the seal and learned about their situation. I began to want to break the seal and regain my life. I studied the seal, absorbed the dead air that permeated this place, and continued to transform my own blood. As a result, I transformed myself into this ghost appearance. Not only did I fail to break the seal, but I also turned the surrounding area into a dead place. The so-called curse and plague. The plague is also my own fault. After the immortal Dark Phoenix finished speaking, he said, I have told you everything I know. Because of me, the entire Phoenix clan was almost exterminated. My daughter, who was originally close to me, left me, and my sister lost her life. The sins on me no longer allow me to live in this world. The immortal Dark Phoenix really regretted it now. If it had not betrayed the Phoenix clan would not have weakened to such an extent. If it had reflected on itself in time and not attacked the Empress and did not let the Empress and the Phoenix clan become enemies, perhaps the Empress would have been the one with the greatest hope of leading the Phoenix clan to the peak. Unfortunately, The difference in one thought each time has caused so many bad consequences. Now that it has finally been rescued from the seal by a daughter, it still made the wrong choice. The immortal Dark Phoenix feels that it has failed in life. Shiyu and others were silent. It is not known whether it was Susu's pure sea spirit that took effect, but they could feel that the undead Dark Phoenix was indeed sincerely repenting. However, what Shiyu, Gemcat and others did not expect was that so many twists and turns happened during the reign of the Empress. Where is the location of that starry sky ruins? Shiyu asked. The undead Dark Phoenix looked at Shiyu and shook his head. On a huge island called Phoenix Island, it was the original base camp of the Phoenix clan. However, if you are also thinking about that super god level resource, I advise you to give up. The entire starry sky ruins were involved in the time and space turbulence because of the battle between Wangzai and her sister, and Phoenix Island also sank because of the war. It is impossible to find it again, the undead Dark Phoenix said. Can you kill me now? The Gem Cat said. What a pity, super god level resources are not at the same level as the Eye of the Evil God, Cat lamented. The Phoenix clan is really rich. Qitong. Shiyu looked at Qitong in the form of the Sword Princess, and Qitong shook her head, indicating that the undead Dark Phoenix had nothing to do with her, and it was up to Shiyu to decide. Finally, Shiyu was silent, and he left the devouring space with the Gemcat. He planned to think about it before deciding how to deal with the undead Phoenix. It can't die now. At least he needs to let Chong enter his dream, Susu remember the water droplets, and then verify its words to get more details. The Empress died together with the undead Phoenix's sister, a demigod who evolved towards Suzaku. The undead Phoenix was really a demigod when she was alive. In the Phoenix clan, there are super god level resources, the predecessor of the Empress dynasty, the Phoenix Empire of the Totem Country. Shiyu and his friends, who received countless information at once, felt itchy in their hearts. It turned out that the Phoenix clan was almost exterminated. Among them, Shiyu was the one who missed it the most. He wanted Qi to take them back to the Empress dynasty to have a look. It was a pity that Qitong's little sister, the Empress, died just like that. Emperor Wu had seen her, and he also wanted to see the Empress. So what was the super god level resource that the Phoenix clan's ancestors brought back from the starry sky? Did the gods of Blue Star really make a name for themselves in the starry sky? He also wanted to ask the undying Dark Phoenix, the genius sister who is evolving towards the vermilion bird, how strong was she? Everyone, I want to go back to the time and space of the Empress era. What about you? Shiyu asked his contracted pets, and immediately received a cheering response from all of them. Only Qi, banging his head, said, you all broke through? I will be exhausted to death, unless Shiyu, you help me add some quasi-divine skills to make my time and space shuttle proficiency higher. You broke through, you should be able to add some quasi-divine skills. Shiyu's face turned pale, I will die too. Chapter 505, Traveling Through the Era of the Empress. Gudu University. Shiyu and Gemcat solved the hidden danger of Gudu, the battlefield of the dead, without anyone noticing. He hid his merits and fame and returned to school. It's just a pity that from now on, the battlefield of the dead will be useless and there will be fewer and fewer dead spirits. But it's not a big problem. This kind of training place is too dangerous, so it's better not to have it. Shiyu can create a better training place for Gudu at that time. The battlefield of the dead, to put it bluntly, is a dangerous place caused by the influence of a top totem that fell from a demigod. Which pet in Shiyu's team is worse than it? Shiyu can think of 10 training places that can be created that are not inferior to the battlefield of the dead. Next, Shiyu and Gemcat returned to Gudu University. He found Principal Feng. Shiyu, are you awake? Principal Feng, who is watering the flowers and plants and entering the retirement life, was very surprised to see Shiyu and Gemcat appear. He, an old man, can be said to have nothing else to ask for now. The school has produced the strongest legend and the weakest demigod. What else can we work hard for? Just lie down. His name will surely go down in history along with the names of Shiyu and Gemcat. After a few days of fermentation, although the world still doesn't know what level Shiyu has broken through to, that battle directly changed Shiyu's title from World Legend to Strongest Legend. Principal Feng was numb for a few days, but gradually accepted it. After all, even his granddaughter was given the title of Legend. It's no big deal for Shiyu and Gemcat to become a legendary force and a demigod force respectively. You look like you just woke up, Principal Feng said, looking at Shiyu and the others who were full of energy and had an unsatisfied expression. 11, who was following Shiyu, touched his stomach and asked if the university still provided food. Just now, a yin-yang millstone came. Although the power was controlled, he was still hungry. Principal Feng's face darkened and he said, I can't provide it. Shiyu, the panda, is already at the demigod level. It can eat up the ancient capital university alone. Shiyu's entire team can eat up the ancient capital. Principal Feng saw that Shiyu was no longer a human after sleeping for 7 days after he came back. Let Shiyu and the others figure it out themselves. 11 lowered his head in grievance. Principal Feng, you have changed. You used to let me eat as much as I wanted. It's true that I didn't just wake up. After I woke up, I dragged Teacher Ying to the battlefield of the undead for a stroll, Shiyu said. Principal Feng walked around the battlefield of the undead. He suddenly had a bad feeling. What did you do? I released the undead phoenix, the gem cat lady said. Principal Feng rolled his eyes and almost fainted. How could you act on your own? But soon, he realized that it wasn't a big problem. He instantly imagined the scene of the undead phoenix breaking the seal and then seeing 3 or 4 demigods surrounding him. That's sour and refreshing. So what the undead phoenix said before, is it true or false? Principal Feng asked immediately. Shiyu and the gem cat looked at each other and said to Principal Feng, it is now a neighbor of the meteorite. Principal Feng understood. A villain, right? He knew that this phoenix was not a good thing. But the undead phoenix is indeed the mother of the empress? Principal Feng widened his eyes, and his expression was extremely hungry. He said, quick, tell me, who is not an archaeologist? Wait, message, Shiyu said embarrassedly, President Lin. After a moment, Shiyu replied to the message. Principal Feng asked, what's the matter? Shiyu said, nothing, he just brought a precognitive owl to a meeting at the Alliance. The owl teacher suddenly broke through a little during the meeting and asked me what was going on. Don't worry about them, let's continue, Principal Feng. Gemcat, damn it. Next, Shiyu told Principal Feng the secrets of the Empress dynasty. Principal Feng sighed again and again. Principal Feng, after satisfying his curiosity, fell into sighing mode. I really want to witness it in person. It can be said that not only Shiyu, but every archaeological beastmaster, after learning about a lost history, has a feeling of wanting to participate in it personally. But unfortunately, they did not pray. Well, so the matter of the undead battlefield will be left to you to handle the follow-up, Shiyu said. Principal Feng, he knew that the purpose of Shiyu's coming to inform him of this matter must be to pass on something. I understand, leave the rest to me. Are you going back to the ice field? Principal Feng asked. No, I will stay here for a while, Shiyu said. Shiyu has no plans to leave Gudo University for the time being. After all, he still has to work with the gem cat to seal the meteorite. Let the gem cat do more work, and the bugs can do less work. The premise is that the gem cat does not let him feed him. Okay, I'll see if I can call Qingyi back, Principal Feng said. She must want to know about the Empress's affairs, and you can tell her when the time comes. No problem, Shiyu nodded. About a week later, the meteorite was sealed in the legendary ruins by Shiyu and others and sent to Wuling City. Senior Ji Mengzhu almost trembled as she took the relic that she had personally given to Shiyu. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, the heirloom returned to her hands, and it was changed from a tool for sealing a top-level totem to a tool for sealing the demigod meteorite. Ji Mengzhu was reminded of the past by the side of the relic, and felt that the spirits of Emperor Wu and her father in heaven could also be comforted. Your progress is still too slow. After Shiyu and the others left, Ji Mengzhu said to Lin Xiaozu, Shiyu. When I met him, he was only a 6th-level beastmaster, but now he is the strongest legend. If you want to catch up with him, it is not enough to follow the normal training method. Senior Panda smiled bitterly. Then what should I do? It's okay. I won't chase him. I will train the Iron-Eating Beast Legion for him, Ji Mengzhu sighed. Yes, what should I do? Shiyu is like the Emperor of the Time Emperor era, the Emperor of the Martial Emperor era. No, he is stronger than them. In this situation, how can people of the same age catch up? Even if they have the qualifications to become legends, they are not good enough. After all, Shiyu is now the most recognized legend on Blue Star. On Shiyu's side, there is no legendary ruins, and Turtle, Xiaobing, and Dwarf Cat have also changed their training environment. It is not the Kanghe ruins, but the portable secret realm created by Chong Chong himself. In this way, it is easier to transform the training environment and more convenient to temper the will of the four saints. After finishing the things here, Shi Yu can finally do his own things. His current goal is to make all members demigods, and it is best to wait until the myth is completely revived, and once it breaks through, it will be directly invincible at the god level. Shi Yu's primary goal is to add points to Xiaoji and Ye, and pull their super level skills to the current limit. Use this, combined with the supplements of Shen Bao Bao, to improve his physical fitness. As for Key's time and space shuttle, the current teaching success rate is extremely low. Shi Yu really dare not teach, and decisively throw Key to Chong Chong to continue special training on will, at least to have the will of the Overlord. If you want to add some, you can, to exercise your will. As for the quasi-god skills of the ducks who already have the will of the Overlord, Shi Yu actually dared to teach them, because with his breakthrough, the success rate of teaching those quasi-god skills has reached a low. With multiple assists, although the consumption is extremely high, it may not be without a success rate. In addition, because of this breakthrough, a bunch of superclass skills that are difficult to merge and have a success rate of 0 also have a success rate, but unfortunately it is also extremely low. Like 11's Demon Body and Thunder God Armor, they can actually be merged. Although the success rate is extremely low, Shi Yu is also very curious about what kind of skills can be merged. Judging from the difficulty, 80% of them are quasi-god skills. Quasi-god skills and physical skills. I feel, if they are merged, they will definitely be able to completely beat the physical quasi-god skills of the Taurus ancient god. Of course, this is extremely low, and Shi Yu does not want to try it easily at present. He plans to go from frugality to luxury. After the Devil Sea demigod war that shocked the world, the strongest legend Shi Yu suddenly disappeared from people's sight again. Shi Yu returned to the ice field and began to practice hard again. First of all, Ye's demon subduing pestle, abyss liberation, death whirlpool, and dark sky wave rain were all selected by Shi Yu, perfect plus 47. Low-level skills can be fused, but because there are too few moves, Shi Yu has not moved for the time being. He plans to copy more skills like Team 1 in the future and give it exclusive customized fusion skills. At this time, Ye's combat power, combined with the Heart of the Abyss, can be said to be very fierce. Its combat power is close to Team 1. What it lacks is to copy the best skills and cultivate it exclusively. Of course, Ye has become stronger, and Xiaoji must also become stronger. The same super-level skills have all been selected, perfect plus 47. Among them, because the Earth Domain and Earthquake are too compatible, Shi Yu conveniently merged them into Earth Control. It can be said that except for basic intelligence, the others are already the limit of what can be selected. At this time, in Shi Yu's team, the pets that have been contracted, except Xiaozi and Qi, have all become the will of the Overlord. Shi Yu did not stop adding points, and continued to add points crazily, outputting to Xiaozi. Although Xiaozi's willpower is not good enough, he can still increase his superclass skills by enduring some hardships. However, although the superclass skills of 11 and Su Su can continue to increase points from superb skills to skills that are close to the Tao, Shi Yu does not want to. On 11's side, the stronger it is, the bigger its appetite is, and the greater the burden on the Beastmaster. The physique that Shi Yu gets as feedback is completely incomparable to the burden. It is better to add Xiaozi instead of adding points to it. After Xiaozi becomes stronger, not only will it not be burdened, but it can also strengthen the beast control space and continue to reduce the burden. It is easy to tell who will be more comfortable for the Beastmaster. As for Su Su, it does not need to increase points at all. It can use infinite devouring to digest the inheritance of the Kanghe ruins. When it reaches the totem level, it can accept the inheritance faster. Shi Yu does not need to worry about the two inherited skills from superb skills to skills that are close to the Tao. Even for Shi Yu's state, he has to take it easy. Just like that, 2 months later, Shi Yu's physique finally had a small breakthrough, and Lin believed that he could cross the level to contract the next totem demigod. Theoretically, for this totem, Xiaozi, Shen Bao Bao, and Chong Chong are the best choices. Among them, Xiaozi breaks through to the totem level, and its feedback to the beast control space will definitely be the greatest. However, Xiao Z is currently only at the middle level of willpower and has just reached the Overlord. Continuing to add points to the totem will consume too much energy. Shen Baobao's breakthrough can be done immediately. At that time, it can strengthen Shiyu's recovery ability, and the supplements it makes will be more effective. The same is true for Chong Chong. After the breakthrough, its fantasy dragon can be upgraded to the superb level, allowing it to evolve again. At that time, Shiyu estimates that Chong Chong will also be a mythical race. As a space system, its feedback to Shiyu's beast control space will be second only to Xiao Z. In addition, there is a more comprehensive attribute feedback. But in the end, Shiyu did not choose any of the three. He chose Chi Tong as the first alternative, which was the first extra reward in the previous team. In addition, there was another reason, that is, Shiyu and the others were tired of staying there and planned to go to the Empress era to play. The current situation of Shiyu and the others is that because the breakthrough has become too strong, Qi will be much more stressed than before. But limited by Qi's will, it is too early to add points. Although Qi later said that he didn't mind and could take Shiyu and the others through with a higher consumption, Shiyu couldn't bear it. So, after 2 months of running in, Shiyu also successfully did another thing. Shiyu transferred Qi's contract from the second beast control space to the first beast control space, allowing Qi to be officially promoted to the first team. Qi, who came to the first team, was immediately strengthened after enjoying the nourishment of the 8th level space. At this time, taking Shiyu and the others through, the consumption would be much less. Unfortunately, Shiyu only trained his body in the past 2 months and ignored the upgrade of the second space, otherwise there would be no need to make Qi move so troublesome. Since he was going to the Empress era next, leaving the breakthrough opportunity for Chi Tong was definitely the only choice. Because the Empress dynasty was the era of the Phoenix. At that time, Phoenix opportunities were everywhere. If Chi Tong was not allowed to share a wave of breakthrough evolution, it would be a waste of the opportunity to travel through time. He also wanted to see the super god level resources of the Phoenix clan. It is said that only god level power can take them away. If Chi Tong is not even a demigod, Shiyu will definitely find it difficult to take them away. If Chi Tong reaches the level of demigod, can possess him, eat the time fruit, and sacrifice more than a dozen totem level scapegoats, instantly reach the god level combat power, Shiyu feels that there is hope. In the past 2 months, Chi Tong has not done anything else. It has stripped its bird spirit and phoenix spirit forms, that is, the bloodline from the undead phoenix, and formed a clone. In this way, it can get rid of the influence of the undead phoenix, and it can only inherit Mu Huan's talent and be itself again. As for the phoenix clone, Shiyu and his team were going to cultivate it towards the vermilion bird to see if they could succeed. In addition to the existing cultivation methods, Shiyu was about to go back to learn from the sister of the undead dark phoenix. Isn't the other party the sun god phoenix who claims to have mastered the power of the starry sky vermilion bird, the demigod closest to the vermilion bird? So now, Chi Tong's image has become a human sword spirit, standing on the phoenix clone, holding a sword. Phoenix Sword Princess. The next stage of evolution is the vermilion bird sword princess holding this hukes and sword formation. Let's go. After 2 months of hard training, Shiyu was extremely excited. He could finally travel through time and space again. They chose an auspicious day and set off quickly. Shiyu flew through telekinesis, not riding on the pet, and enjoyed the vastness of the sky. However, Shiyu just passed through the demon city and suddenly braked and stopped flying towards the time and space island. He looked at his phone with a surprised expression. Someone sent a message to the 11th Bureau group. The sender, Gu Yun. The only person who is absent from the last meeting of the 11th Bureau. He is the veteran of the 11th Bureau, the former strongest archaeologist of Donghuang who can be called the director of the 11th Bureau. This senior, through the ruins, has helped the ancient Donghuang kingdom harvest 2 mythical resources and more than 10 legendary resources. He is a legendary figure. But unfortunately, he is said to be exploring a mythical ruins and has not come out for 5 years. At the same time, no one is allowed to disturb him or look for him, otherwise, not only will it not help him, but it will also do bad things with good intentions. Experts like him are indeed qualified not to let others point fingers. At this time, he sent a group message, which means, he successfully cracked the mythical ruins and came out of it. The message was just sent a few seconds ago. It is rare that the mobile phone still has power after being in the ruins for several years. It should be a mechanical life. Guyun, I'm out. I'm outside the ruins now. My pet and I haven't eaten for a long time. We've lost our ability to move. We're very hungry now. Anyone is fine. Please send some food over here." In the group, Lu Qingyi, Senior Gu, Li Lianping, who is near the Demon City, K Yingzong, Senior Gu, "Don't worry. I'm contacting the president of the Demon City Association. However, the food for the 7 overlords may take a while to prepare." Feng Lan looked at the chat and the newbie trembled. Shi Yu looked at the coordinates, was silent for a while, and said, "I'm just near the Demon City. The distance is very close. I'll go and send some food to Senior Gu first." Lu Qingyi, "Shi Yu, are you there? Please." Shi Yu didn't expect that he would meet Senior 11 on the way to break the ruins. Staying in the mythical ruins for 6 years. "I'm afraid that the resources brought at the beginning are no longer enough to support the other party's activities. This time he finally came out, he must be starving." Shi Yu's whole team can understand that feeling of hunger. After looking at the coordinates, Shi Yu quickly ran to the location of the Yeodu mythical ruins recorded in the 11th Bureau's illustrations. It didn't take long for Shi Yu to arrive at the location. At this time, Senior Gu Yun and his 7 overlord-level pets were lying on the ground weakly, surrounded by a primitive jungle-like environment. The elderly Senior Gu was now skin and bones, and his overlord pets were also weak. It seemed that he had used up his last strength to send the message. Shi Yu saw that the other party's overlord mechanical pet, which looked like an illustration, had been completely shut down and fell into a dormant state. Seeing Senior Gu like this, Shi Yu immediately took out a sachet to dispel the fragrance. The next moment, the white-haired Senior Gu Yun and his pets looked better and slowly opened their eyes. "Senior Gu, eat." Shi Yu took out some spiritual food that was relatively mild in nutrition that the team usually ate, and used telekinesis to control it to float in front of Senior Gu and others. Smelling the fragrance, they took it and ate it like starving ghosts. After swallowing the food in big mouthfuls, Senior Gu Yun, who was pale, became ruddy in an instant. At this moment, Gu Yun was very surprised. He only drank a few sips of milk tea and ate a few dried fruits, but his body immediately became warm and recovered rapidly towards a healthy state. What kind of food is this? Gu Yun knew very well how bad his condition was. What kind of food could make him recover so quickly and gently? Roar. At the same time, he could also feel that his overlord pets, who had only eaten a small amount of food, immediately became energetic. It was incredible. "You are." At this time, after recovering a little, Senior Gu Yun, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against a tree, finally noticed Shi Yu in front of him. A young man in his early 20s. He stood up with the help of Shi Yu. "Senior Gu, my name is Shi Yu, a newcomer to the 11th Bureau. Lu Qingyi invited me to join the Bureau. I happen to be near the Demon City." After seeing the message, "I was the first to rush over," Shi Yu said. Senior Gu Yun looked at Shi Yu. "Newcomer, yes, it's been 6 years, Shi Yu, the food you gave us just now must be very precious, thank you." He was really grateful. Shi Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are all ordinary food, which is very mild in nutrition and suitable for weak people to absorb." Qingyi invited an incredible genius, Senior Gu Yun said kindly. "How could those be ordinary food? To be able to carry these things with him. This newcomer in the 11th Bureau must be incredible. He must be an archaeologist with a legendary appearance, who is being trained by the association. By the way, I don't know if Lu Qingyi has broken through to the legendary level in 6 years." "Senior Gu, are you feeling better?" Shi Yu asked. "I still have food here." Old Gu Yun waved his hand and said, "No need, it's enough. I say, kid, do you know where this place is?" "Haha, mythical ruins," he suddenly laughed. "I have cracked it, and I got a mythical resource from it. Haha, 6 years and a mythical resource, it's worth it." Senior Gu Yun looked at Shi Yu and said, "But this relic is really dangerous. I almost couldn't come back. This time I was lucky enough to bring this mythical resource back. You young people, don't take such risks in the future." Gu Yun had already anticipated Shi Yu's surprised expression. After all, mythical resources, this kind of archaeological harvest is enough to shock the archaeological world. Mythical resources, however, what Gu Yun didn't expect was that this newcomer Shi Yu was very determined and was just slightly surprised. Gu Yun was stunned. Not bad, good psychological quality. This newcomer in the 11th Bureau is quite good. At this time when the 11th Bureau is in a period of transition, It is rare and precious. Gu Yun sighed that after this time, he was ready to retire. He really didn't have the energy to mess around with the relics. It would be better to invest his energy in these new generations of the 11th Bureau and train them. This Shiyu who sent him food at the first time looked good to him. Senior Gu, at this moment, the sound of a helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, a loudspeaker like a broadcast sounded, and a helicopter-like mechanical life suddenly landed here. The helicopter landed not far away. A slightly fat middle-aged man in a gray suit immediately ran over here with a group of medical staff. Senior Gu. Are you okay, Xiao Ho? When Senior Gu saw the middle-aged fat man, he immediately smiled and said, I'm fine, you are a step too late. The old man has been rescued. Thanks to Shiyu, he happened to be nearby. The middle-aged man in front of him was the president of the Monster City Association, the legendary Beastmaster, Hodi. Sorry, Senior Gu, we are late. At this time, President Hodi's attention suddenly shifted and looked at Shiyu who nodded to him. President Ho, Senior Gu sent a message in the 11th Bureau. I happened to be nearby, so I rushed here first, but his physical condition still needs a comprehensive examination. I'll leave it to you, Shiyu said. President Ho's eyes widened. Legend of Shiyu, shit. The 11th Bureau, it turned out that this great guy came. He almost suffocated. As a legendary, he was already qualified to know some things, and understood how terrifying the young man in front of him was. Killed 2 demigods alone. The most powerful legendary Beastmaster recognized by the Blue Star Alliance. Speaking of which, the first time he heard of Shiyu was at the breeding conference. Who would have thought that in such a short time, this young man who was first discovered by the 11th Bureau has grown to such an outrageous level. The strongest on Blue Star. This title, in Donghuang, I'm afraid not every legend knows it, and he happens to have a channel to know some inside information. It can be said that this is recognized worldwide, that even the legend of the God Source is not as strong as the young man in front of him. President Ho didn't expect that the first person to rush to Senior Gu's side was Shiyu. Legend of Shiyu, I know, I will take Senior Gu to undergo a comprehensive examination immediately. After President Ho finished speaking, Senior Gu next to him was confused. What? Legend of Shiyu, what kind of weird title is this? He didn't understand why Hodi was so strange. The medical staff around him were also confused. They also knew Shiyu. World legend Shiyu. But why did President Ho call him the legend of Shiyu? Senior Gu, your body should be fine, but it's better to go for a comprehensive check, Shiyu said. The first level city has a professional medical mechanical overlord. From a professional point of view, it is a combination of Shen Bao and Lin. Although Shiyu is sure that the other party is fine, it is better to check it professionally according to the process. It will let the other party know his physical condition more clearly and save himself from worrying. Okay, Senior Gu nodded while talking to Hodi, a junior who he was more familiar with. Xiao Ho, why did you call Shiyu the legend just now? What kind of weird name is this? He was confused. President Ho smiled bitterly and suddenly realized that Gu Lao had been exploring the ruins for 6 years. He probably knew nothing about the changes in the outside world. He gathered his thoughts and let Gu Lao feel. Gu, Shiyu legend, although he is a newcomer to the 11th Bureau, he has taken over your title and become the strongest archaeologist in Donghuang, no, Blue Star. In addition, in the past 2 months, he personally led 3 totem demigods to kill the totem demigod Yun, who destroyed the Wu Emperor dynasty, as well as the ancient Abyss Sea demigod. He is currently recognized as the strongest legend on Blue Star, and even the legend of the Source of Gods has decided to give way to him. Gu, times have changed. The young man in front of you is now the strongest human on Blue Star, Gu Yun? The old man suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Shiyu. He had just been rescued, but now he suddenly had a heart disease. Shiyu. Thanks to you, Gu Lao looks more energetic than expected. Shiyu smiled and said, I'm preparing to travel overseas. Oh, where? Senior Sister Lu said. I told you before that the Phoenix Island, the enemy of the Empress dynasty, although the undead phoenix is said to have sunk, I still want to go and look for it. How about going together? Shiyu smiled. Lu Chengyi shook her head and said, forget it, wait until you find it and then invite me to go with you. I still have a lot of things to do here. Okay, great, Shiyu said. Senior sister, when Gu Lao finishes his treatment, please say hello to him for me. I won't stay here any longer, Lu Qingyi, Sergeant, Archaeology. Shiyu went to the Dragon Vein today for a reason. Today is the most active stage of the Dragon Vein. Qi used the power of the Dragon Vein to cross, and the consumption would be minimized. If it is later, it will take a long time, otherwise it will not be called an auspicious day. Location: the Dragon Vein of time and space. After Shiyu and his companions finally arrived here, as Qi exerted his strength, a pink-white light that enveloped all of Shiyu and his companions flickered at first, and then calmed down. Past time and space. In the year 955 of the Eastern Wang calendar, it was the time when the totem was in chaos after the fall of the Wu Emperor dynasty. In the Eastern land, the Phoenix Empire located in the Central Plains was known as the strongest totem kingdom and occupied the richest area. Surrounding it, hundreds of countries, large and small totem kingdoms, and human cities were dotted in the east. It can be said that at this time in the east, hundreds of tribes stood side by side, heroes were divided, and Xianjiao continued to emerge. Among them, the reputation of the Phoenix clan's mixed blood beast master was the highest. The most representative one was the daughter of a demigod, Princess Huangxi of the Phoenix Empire. Above a chaotic and dead sea, one after another, accompanied by the pink-white time and space light, appeared out of thin air on this desolate island under the cloudy sky. Here we go, Qi. Is there another time deviation? Woo-woo. This time it seems to be a little earlier than expected. Forget it, it's better to be early than late. Anyway, let's go to Donghuang first. Shiyu and his team rushed to Donghuang like wolves, intending to see what the current situation in the east is like. This time, Shiyu and his team have several goals. One of them is to take away the super god resources and plunder the 7 island treasure houses of the Undead Phoenix again. In addition, I want to give the Empress a spoiler of the Undead Phoenix's crooked thoughts. I want to see the ancient version of a loving mother and a filial daughter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Get Promoted, Get Rich, and Marry the Empress. Over the boundless sea, a cloud was flying at super high speed, aiming directly at Donghuang. Lin, control of wind element, somersault cloud. Shiyu sat on the cloud, and the fat man slumped. At one end of the cloud, there was a listless little giant panda lying. After crossing over, Qi immediately went to the beast taming space to sleep and rest. After all, there was still a task to send Shiyu and others back to the original time and space, and fatigue driving was not allowed. Only Shiyu and his friends were left to conquer the time and space by themselves and head to Donghuang. 11 was strictly forbidden to train by Shiyu because it was the highest level at present. In order to prevent it from being bored, Shiyu brought it with him to watch. As for the other pets, they were still growing in the beast taming space, leaving only a somersault cloud pinched by Lin as a means of transportation. The main reason was that this consumption was relatively small. If you use a bug, it would eat too much. At present, Shiyu is becoming more and more cost-conscious, and means of transportation like bugs that lose money are rarely used. After all, now the ginseng baby can only ensure that the whole team is not hungry. If you want to eat well, Shiyu still has to find an extra way. 11 suggested that when they reach land, they should first find a famous mountain. It wants to thank nature for its gift by turning stones into gold plus attracting lightning rods. Shiyu said that one is not full and destroys the ecological environment. Let's go hunting, there's a big gold bird behind. Did you notice it? Although it is a little weak, it can be roasted and eaten. 11 felt bad. After all, there was no grudge. I saw that Shiyu took out a gold fruit that 11 usually eats, and the tempting aroma spread out immediately. 11 drooled and looked at it with black eyes. Unfortunately, this is tomorrow's share of food and it can no longer be eaten. It wiped its saliva and realized that the bad beast master was going to fish for law enforcement again. Chew. At the same time, in the distant sky, in the clouds, a black spot kept getting bigger. Then, under the brilliant golden light, a birdman wrinkled his nose, looked happy, and began to accelerate. Boom. The golden light shuttled, and soon, a figure appeared above Shiyu and his companions. Stop. It looked down at the pair of lives below from the sky. The two looked very weak, and the energy fluctuations were pitifully weak. It was obvious that they had no nutrition. However, the cloud they rode on contained a lot of wind essence, which looked like a good dessert. In addition, the golden spiritual fruit in the human's hand made the golden winged bird difficult to control its saliva. Even in the palace, it had never seen such a tempting spiritual fruit. "Hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life," it made a sound, and the golden claws shone dazzlingly, directly grabbing the golden spiritual fruit in Shiyu's hand, and at the same time, the claws became larger, and it seemed that it would also grab the somersault cloud. Shiyu and Shiai raised their heads and looked at the golden-winged giant bird. Damn it, Shiyu was very disappointed with the other party's appearance. After observing closely, Shiyu was very dissatisfied with the other party's appearance. It turned out to be a bird-faced human body with wings. It felt like it came from Minghui. If it was a pure bird, Shiyu would not have any psychological pressure to roast it and eat it, but this guy, how did he cultivate a human-like body? How can he eat this cat? He couldn't get over the psychological barrier. 11. Shiyu greeted the listless 11 listlessly. The black and white bear looked at the golden-winged bird in the sky with boredom and stretched out his finger. At this time, the golden-winged big bird could be said to be determined to get the spiritual fruit in front of it. Seeing that the other party still wanted to resist, it couldn't help but sneer. But the next moment, with a flash of white lightning below, the light of the golden claws was instantly annihilated, and the terrifying lightning arc instantly made the golden-winged big bird's pupils shrink, and it couldn't believe it. "Totem," it shouted in shock. From the arc, it felt the fluctuation of death. "Don't kill me. My father is Zilla." The next moment, lightning flashed, and the golden-winged rock in the air instantly became charred and smoky, with smoke lingering in its mouth and eyes, and it was in a state of serious injury. It still had a trace of strength. The golden-winged rock turned around and fled with difficulty, knowing that it had provoked a guy who was not easy to mess with. But in a blink of an eye, the human youth and the bear tribe who had just ridden on the cloud blocked the escape route. "Stop." This time, it was Shiyu and the others who said stop. "You want to run after the attack?" Shiyu stood up and said, "What's the reason?" "It's a misunderstanding." The golden-winged rock's face tightened, and he looked at the black and white bear in disbelief. He didn't expect that this was actually a totem. It hit the wall. What kind of identity is the person and bear in front of him? "Sir, my father is the golden-winged rock god. This time I made a mistake. Why don't we just pretend that nothing happened and give my father a face?" It looked at 11 and said. "What level is your father?" Shiyu asked. "My father is a demigod, the king of the Garuda Empire," said the golden-winged pengbird. Energy value: 90.1 million. The golden-winged pengbird in front of Shiyu is still an invincible overlord, which is not bad. In modern times, it is at least the air level of the demigod power. If not, Shiyu would have killed it directly. Even if he doesn't eat it, it would be good to burn it in trashes and use it as fertilizer. But if it is the son of a demigod, this wave is not a loss. A demigod is nothing. What face does it have? Shiyu said. "Robbery. Take out a mythical resource, otherwise, die." Golden-winged pengbird? The golden-winged giant bird was immediately furious, looking at 11 and said, "Do you really want to be my enemy, 11? What does it have to do with me?" You look at him and say it. "It's not my decision. I am the prince of the Garuda Empire. My father is a demigod. You have to think it through," Shiyu said. "If you don't have it, ask your father to come and redeem you with resources. You have the ability to clone yourself, right? Leave your original body as a hostage, and ask the clone to go back and call for help." Ouch! 11 pointed at the other party again, with lightning flashing in his hand. "You?" The golden-winged pengbird was shocked and unbelievable. Who is the guy in front of him? How dare he threaten a demigod? Are you going to die? What it doesn't know is that Shiyu, who traveled here, has no taboos at all and doesn't have to worry about anything. If it were in Blue Star, Shiyu might still care about the impact and be afraid of causing trouble for Donghuang. However, in ancient time and space, isn't it possible to do whatever you want? This big bird bumped into it by itself, and it didn't look delicious. If it didn't blackmail it, it would be a shame for the electricity 11 had just released. Sizzle! Another arc of electricity made the golden-winged pengbird scream. Yes, I'll do as you say, madman." The golden-winged pengbird realized that the bear in front of him was completely crazy, so it would be better not to reason with it. It would be great if it was done earlier. Shiyu smiled. "A god-level resource, get it. Isn't this faster than Senior Gu-Yun spending 6 years exploring the mythical ruins? As for the golden-winged pengod not wanting to give it, that's even easier to say. When Shi Tong breaks through, at least 3 demigods will come to visit, and they can give it or not. It's too much for his own son to make the first move and refuse to compensate even though he is in the wrong. You don't have no resources at all now, do you? Shi Yu looked at the scorched golden-winged pengbird again. Zzz. 11's fingertips were filled with electric circles, making the golden-winged pengbird look sad. He said, yes, I happen to have a gold legendary resource with me, and I am willing to give it to you, sir, spare my life, don't electrocute me. After saying that, the golden-winged pengbird panicked and took out a legendary resource from the relics with it. It was a golden flower, which was particularly beautiful and bloomed like a peacock feather. Seeing this, 11 was overjoyed and directly sucked it over with electromagnetic force, held it in his hand, and then looked at Shi Yu. Eat it, Shi Yu said. Ying. 11 happily stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it down with a big mouthful of the golden-winged pengbird. Before it could react, the feather of the relic it was carrying was directly taken away by telekinesis, which shocked the golden-winged pengbird again. My relics, hey, there's really only one legendary resource. You, the son of a demigod, are so poor. Shi Yu, who was holding the feather of the relic, couldn't help but say with disdain. In addition to one legendary resource, there were only a bunch of resources of level 8 and below. Hearing this, the golden-winged pengbird cursed. However, at this time, it was a little confused about the way the human and the totem get along. Who is the master? At first, it thought that the totem was the master and the human was the servant, but now it seems that it is not the case. What's going on? Forget it, I'll give it back to you. Shi Yu threw the feather of the relic back directly, and the golden-winged pengbird looked surprised. My lord, hurry up and restore your physical strength through the resources inside, then condense your clone and go back to get the resources, Shi Yu said. You are in this state now, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to move, golden-winged pengbird? The golden-winged pengbird cursed again. Then, under Shi Yu's supervision, it tearfully treated its injuries, recovered its physical strength, condensed its clone, and went home to report the news. As for its original body, it was directly detained by Shi Yu. Okay, Shi Yu was satisfied and said, as long as we cooperate happily, I won't hurt your life. I only seek wealth, not killing, cursing X3. Sir, the golden-winged rock cursed in his heart, but in order not to be electrocuted, he smiled flatteringly. Although it felt that the father would not use god-level resources to redeem it, after all, it was not favored, but for such a slap in the face, it dared to be sure that the father would definitely come to take the life of the person in front of it. Damn it, it endured it. I won't control you, but don't try to run away. I know where your home is. You don't want the Garuda Empire to be in turmoil, do you? Shi Yu said. Golden-winged bird? Why can't it understand what this person is saying? The other party is really floating. Then, sir, where are we going next? The golden-winged rock looked sad. How could it be caught by such a madman? Even if it were other demigods, if they knew that it was the prince of the Garuda Empire, they would not bother with it for the sake of its demigod father. It should be called the Phoenix Empire now. Shi Yu was not sure, and said, anyway, it's the continent in front, you just follow it. He said it too early, so now, whether the Empress is legendary or not is still a question. Shi Yu feels that the Empress dynasty has not been established yet, but he is not very sure. Phoenix Empire. You want to go to the Phoenix Empire too? Could it be? The golden-winged rock was stunned. Shi Yu looked at it and said, you too, where are you going? The golden-winged pengbird had a sad face and said, propose. Shi Yu, propose. The golden-winged pengbird said, don't you know that the Phoenix Empire has a specific phoenix-seeking Phoenix festival every year? The demigods of the Phoenix Empire like humans very much, and often recruit human geniuses as sons-in-law. It is on this festival, you know, the Phoenix clan has always pursued pure blood. This situation is extremely rare, it's rare to have such an open Phoenix clan force. My father asked me to propose to see if I can get a marriage with a Phoenix clan. The golden-winged pengbird continued to cry. However, I don't think the hope is particularly great. After all, I've only heard that the demigods of the Phoenix clan like humans, but I've never heard of liking mixed races with other races. Besides, the gift I brought for the proposal was just eaten. 11. What a sin, sob. Shi Yu said, who do you want to propose to, Princess Wangzai of the Phoenix Empire? I heard that she became an 8th-level beastmaster at a young age. Not only does she have the blood of a demigod, she is also the most beloved daughter of the demigod of the Phoenix Empire. She is also a legendary creature. If I can win her favor and sign a marriage contract with her, the golden-winged peng suddenly smiled foolishly. Its father will definitely pay attention to it at that time. Although the other party is dominated by human blood, it also has phoenix blood. It is also a bird, so it can do it. Sizzle. An arc of electricity flew by. Ah, the golden-winged peng made a miserable cry. Why did you electrocute me again? Shi Yu said, I see you are daydreaming and I am unhappy. Why don't you look in the mirror? Princess Wangzai has already crossed the level of the contract totem at the 8th level. Even if it is her overlord level pet, it is as easy to defeat you as breathing. You are not even worthy of the phoenix she contracted, and you still want to propose to her. Why do you say I electrocuted you, golden-winged peng? It cursed in its heart, and said with a black line, my lord, you are going to the Phoenix Empire. You are not going to participate in the Phoenix Seeking Festival, are you? Could it be that your target is also Princess Wangzai? Sizzle. Before the arc flew out, the golden-winged rock was frightened and flew out of its soul. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that Princess Wangzai was so strong. I am a toad who wants to eat swan meat. It's all my father's fault. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way, Shi Yu said. Go to the Phoenix Empire. At this moment, Shi Yu roughly knew the time point. The Empress really hasn't become a legendary beastmaster yet. Is she only at level 8? Moreover, the Phoenix Seeking Festival. Shi Yu also learned a little about it in the incomplete memory of the undead Dark Phoenix. The Phoenix Empire established by the undead Dark Phoenix has been studying hybrids, so naturally it needs many talented human geniuses. This Phoenix Seeking Festival is actually an alternative martial arts competition to recruit a bride. The Phoenix Empire has always used this method to attract human geniuses to join the Phoenix Empire, and combine with those hybrid beastmasters with phoenix blood for a second time, and then give birth to the second generation of hybrids. Not to mention, there are indeed quite a few human geniuses who are attracted. In the incomplete memory of the undead phoenix, when the Empress had not become a legend, there were always too many suitors. The phoenix has always been a lucky totem believed by the human race, so those major human forces are not very repulsive to the Phoenix Empire. In this chaotic world, if they can join the Phoenix Empire, it is undoubtedly a good choice. It can be said that at present, the human race occupies 99.9999% of the Phoenix Empire, which is completely the prototype of the Empress dynasty in the future. Among the many princesses of the Phoenix Empire, Princess Wangzai, who is the strongest and most talented, is obviously the target of all geniuses. Not only human geniuses, but even the second generation of alien races such as the golden-winged Depin are tempted. It can be said that whoever can get the favor of the young Empress is completely attached to a super white leg. Unfortunately, the Empress at level 8 is already invincible and one of the strongest in the Phoenix Empire. Her strength is estimated to be second only to the immortal Phoenix before her death. No one can defeat her in the Phoenix Seeking Festival. They are not even as strong as her, let alone gain her favor. Chapter 507 Proposal to the Empress. Phoenix Empire, the capital, Phoenix City, is actually the ancient capital, but it has a different name for each dynasty. After the destination was determined to be the Phoenix Empire, Shi Yu and Shi pulled the bird-like golden-winged rock and came here directly. At this time, after arriving in Phoenix City, the golden-winged rock no longer had the idea of proposing. After all, as soon as the idea came up, it was electrocuted. Now it just wanted to wait for its father to come and save it. Under Shi Yu's suppression, the son of the demigod restrained his aura and turned into a 2-meter-tall birdman, looking ordinary. Since the Phoenix Empire is essentially a totem country, not a human country, it gathers many mixed-race aliens. Under restraint, its characteristics are not particularly conspicuous. It can be said that mixed-race humans have become the objects of human acceptance since the reign of the Empress, and are completely different from being excluded and treated as aliens during the reigns of Emperor Shi and Emperor Wu. At least, I will no longer be surprised or panicked when I see them. Damn it, Phoenix City, it should have been a stage for me to show my skills. Why can't I think it through and bump into such a madman? The son of demigod, the golden-winged rock, was very resentful. He looked at Shi Yu in front of him and the black and white bear that followed him and looked around curiously. MMP, a totem level. Why is he pretending to be cute? The ancient capital has different styles in every dynasty. Before and after the Empress's dynasty, the emblem of the Phoenix clan was very obvious. The ancient phoenix trees were planted on both sides of the street, which were gorgeous. Hundreds of birds roosted on them, chirping and echoing with a busy city. On the streets as wide as the square, there were a lot of cars and people. Looking around, it was pitch black. If he didn't say it, Shiyu would definitely think that this was an ancient human country. The most critical point to prove that this is a totem country is that from time to time, phoenixes of various colors fly by in the sky. The human beast masters here seem to be very accustomed to this situation. As expected of the Phoenix clan, the human-shaped golden-winged pengbird could not help but look at the two overlord-level phoenixes that had just flown by. It felt that their power fluctuations were far more powerful than the overlords of their own country. The golden-winged pengbird respected the Phoenix clan, which was at the same level as the dragon clan. When it was young, it was used to eating dragons because it used to eat sub-dragons as food, and thought that the dragon clan was just like that. As a result, one day when it was traveling, it encountered a pure-blooded dragon of the same level as the Dragon Palace city. The two sides fought a big battle. If it had not run fast, it would probably have died. This guy is more terrifying than a dragon, the golden-winged pengbird thought of Shiyu, the unlucky thing, and wanted to cry but had no tears. My lord, we are now in Phoenix City. What's next? The golden-winged pengbird asked. Shiyu said, I'm going to find Princess Wangzai. You can play by yourself, but don't try to run away. Shiyu found 11, and 11 immediately came over and patted the golden-winged pengbird, making it shiver all over. We have branded you with the mark of thunder. If you leave the Phoenix City, the mark will trigger the thunder to kill you. Golden-winged pengbird. This guy is even more useless than Xiao Bailong. Shiyu thought to himself. After that, Shiyu went directly to the Empress's mansion, and Xiao 11 followed him. One of Shiyu's purposes this time was to meet the Empress and discuss with her about swallowing the Phoenix Empire that could not kill the Nether Phoenix. Then he started the cross-time and space trade. Since this was the predecessor of Donghuang, Shiyu was not good at doing it directly for the sake of stability in the East. It was the best choice for him to join hands with the Empress to incorporate the Phoenix Empire and even the Phoenix clan. In this way, Shiyu could make a comfortable profit, and the Empress's dynasty could be successfully established at the lowest cost, and the Phoenix clan would not be exterminated. Then, with the Empress in power and in charge of Donghuang, Donghuang could also develop relatively stably and peacefully, and it could have a more profound foundation than the official history. My lord, wait for me. When Shiyu left, the golden-winged pengbird wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't go, it's afraid. It was afraid that once Shiyu and his group left and were far away, the thunder mark on its body would go off. It didn't dare to gamble. Princess Wangzai of the Phoenix Empire, not long ago, destroyed a totem country alone, making her famous and becoming the most famous genius in the East. Her name, which was already famous overseas, resounded again. This time, except for the guy who didn't know his own strength, the golden-winged bird, basically no one came for her. After all, most people knew how to force her. Now Princess Wangzai, who is a rare-titled powerhouse in the Phoenix Empire, has moved to live alone outside the Phoenix Palace secret realm. The name of the secret mansion is Jinxing Palace. It means Jinxing Phoenix. From the outside, it looks like a magnificent palace complex, but inside, it is a different world. It belongs to the legendary secret realm and is a mansion awarded by the demigod of the Phoenix Empire. When Shiyu came to the outside of this magnificent palace, there were many young talents outside. Many human geniuses gathered here and talked happily. A space ripple flashed on the main gate. A young man in a red robe and a star flame bird walked out with wounds all over their bodies. Brother Zhou, how was the result of the battle? After he came out, someone shouted and asked. The young man weakly took back the star flame bird and said, I am not a match for the star servant either. Zhou Qing from Nanhai City, he was defeated too. Laugh. I didn't expect that a bunch of geniuses couldn't even beat Princess Wangzai's maid. It turns out that I'm not the only trash. Brother, what's going on here? Are you proposing? After Shiyu, 11, and the peacock pengbird came here, the pengbird grabbed a young man and asked. Its face full of bird feathers scared the other party instantly. Propose? Propose what? Marriage? Princess Wangzai is not worthy of us ordinary people. It's just that Princess Wang's Eye recruited talented people from all over the world and set up tests in her mansion. Anyone who passes the test can work under Princess Wang's Eye. When the peacock peng bird heard it, it curled its lips and felt bored. Shi Yu looked at this secret realm and fell into deep thought. It is said that the secret realm, it seems that it can only be entered from the main gate. Is Princess Wang's Eye in there? Shi Yu asked. I don't know. But one of Princess Wang's Eye's contracted phoenixes is there, and her 12-star attendants are all there. Princess Wang's Eye is probably in the palace, but you must pass the test to see her. Passers-by looked at the strange combination of Shi Yu, the peacock rock, and the black and white bear, and felt strange. This group of guys is so weird. Let's go. After understanding, Shi Yu followed 11 and walked directly to the secret mansion. According to the undead phoenix's guess, the Empress should have known about its ambitions a long time ago, so she has always been wary of it. As early as when she had a little strength, the Empress was preparing for rebellion. When young talents gathered in Phoenix City during the Phoenix-Seeking Phoenix Festival, she recruited talented people from all over the world to work for her. It is estimated that the Empress was preparing in advance. At this moment, the young man in the red robe was beaten out, and Shi Yu walked in immediately, attracting the attention of many people. Who is this person? I don't know him, I've never heard of him. His pet. How come I haven't seen it? What kind of bear is that? It looks harmless, haha. 11 listened to the discussion and snorted. The Woody dynasty in this time and space perished normally. The Iron-Eating Beast clan was exterminated by the Meteor clan and kept their identities. 500 years later, it was normal for young people to know pandas. Damn, at this time, as Shi Yu walked directly into the Jinxing mansion, the golden-winged weapon was dumbfounded. It didn't know whether it should follow him. It fell into deep thought on the spot. At the same time, in Jinxing Palace, in a Phoenix Wood tea house, 5 young talents drank tea and talked. On the huge ancient phoenix tree opposite, a statue of Ice Phoenix Feather was perched, and below it were 12 mixed-race waitresses with extraordinary looks. The 5 people in the tea house were all genius beast masters who passed a test and were left to entertain. Among them, a legendary genius and 4 top masters with superb beast-controlling talents were able to stay, which shows that their strength and potential are much stronger than those outside. I wonder if there will be a 6th person today. Zhang Yan, the legendary genius of the hidden beast-controlling family, drank a sip of tea and said, Princess Wang's Eye. Alice, it seems that there is no hope of seeing her today, he said regretfully. When he first came, he thought that his legendary strength would be valued by Princess Wang's Eye, but now, he didn't even see her. Of course, he also knew that he was too weak and was killed in the second test. He was not qualified to see the princess herself. There is not much hope. With the Ice Phoenix Overlord here, it should be fully responsible to it. However, if you can work seriously under Princess Wang's Eye, sooner or later you will be able to see her. There should be no one who is stronger than you, Master Zhang, another young man laughed. A group of people knew that it was impossible to pursue Princess Wang's Eye, the female lord, and silently chose to be licking dogs, hoping that there would be a day when they would have good luck. As everyone talked, ripples flashed in the space, and someone else entered the huge entrance of the martial arts field. He was a black-haired young man wearing a black and gray ancient combat uniform. Beside him, there was a black and white bear full of energy. After robbing a piece of legendary resources and eating it, 11 could maintain this introverted and shrunken state for a long time. After Shi Yu came in, one of the 12 female guards guarding the martial arts field, a mixed blood beast master with red hair, came forward, looked at Shi Yu with ruby-like eyes and said, Princess Wang's Eye is recruiting talented people from all over the world. Those who want to join in need to report their names, ages, ranks, and identities. By then, if you defeat one of the 12 star guards, you will pass the first test and can stay. If you get the recognition of the Ice Phoenix Overlord, you will pass the second test and can see Princess Wang's Eye. I don't know where you are from. Many young talents who passed the test looked at Shi Yu, and the Ice Phoenix Overlord on the Phoenix tree also glanced at him. Shi Yu first looked around. Energy value: 121.22 million. Good fellow, the Queen's Overlord level Ice Phoenix. The energy value is definitely among the best among the Overlord level pets that Shi Yu has seen. Not inferior to or even surpassing the trump pets of the presidents of the 7 major modern countries associations. But this one is definitely not the Queen's trump card. After all, The queen also contracted a totem at a higher level when she was at level 8 because of her mixed blood. The rubbish peng bird is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, I don't know if I can pass the first test and go directly to the second test. I want to see Princess Wang's eye as soon as possible. Boom. When Shiyu finished speaking, the queen's 12-star servants were all startled and looked at Shiyu in unison. The young talents on the tea house also said huh? And looked at this guy of unknown origin in surprise. It's okay not to follow the rules, but you are so eager to see Princess Wang's eye as soon as possible? Are you a legend? The red-haired star attendant looked at Shiyu. All 12 of them were level 6 Beastmasters. If this young man wanted to pass the first test, wouldn't it mean he was a legend? I'm Shiyu, an 8th level Beastmaster, Shiyu said. At the same time, the surrounding space rippled and flickered, and a huge red summoning diagram appeared under Shiyu's feet. The strong space fluctuations made the 12-star attendants present and the 5 young geniuses in the tea house stunned. Title level, including the ice phoenix on the phoenix tree, they were also slightly startled and looked at Shiyu in disbelief. Wait a minute, this guy who looks younger than Wang's eye is actually a title level Beastmaster? How is it possible? What is his origin? Why have they never heard of such a guy? Who is this person? The 5 young talents in the tea house stood up together, very shocked. Looking at Shiyu's early 20s, their faces were full of confusion. Where did this monster come from? Who are you? Your purpose should not be as simple as joining Jinxing Palace. On the phoenix tree, Bing Huang stood up slightly, raised her head, stared at Shiyu, and asked about Shiyu's origin and purpose. The 12 maids of the Empress all looked at Shiyu, and instantly understood that this person was probably not here to join Princess Huangxi's army. This age and this level are definitely rare in the whole world. From the situation of Princess Huangxi, we can see how rare it is to be an 8th level Beastmaster in her 20s. How could such a person join a genius of the same level? Then, there is only one possibility. The young man in front of him must have come here because of the Phoenix Festival and really wanted to propose to Princess Huangxi. Compared with the geniuses around him, his talent is fully qualified. This possibility was instantly thought of by the young talents around him, with a look of unwillingness on their faces. Damn, how could there really be a monster with the same talent as Princess Huangxi? Indeed, I want to talk to Princess Wang's eye about other things. I think I should not fight. Shiyu now does not fight if he can avoid it. He does not fight meaningless battles because it is a pure waste of energy. Of course, if the opponent is the pet of the Empress, Shiyu does not mind. It would be a pity if he did not fight with a contemporary legend after traveling through time. It is just that this one is a little weak. It is better to change to totem level 1. The Ice Phoenix was silent. The Ice Phoenix immediately communicated with a Beastmaster who is not here through blood connection. At the same time, in another secret realm of Donghuang, a woman with a long skirt fluttering, black hair fluttering, a figure of peerless beauty, and an extraordinary temperament, opened her mouth slightly. Her voice was ethereal and fairy-like, and there was a sound realm of soaring momentum. What happened, Ice Phoenix? Wang's eye, it's bad. An 8th level Beastmaster younger than you came to propose to you. He is not friendly? Princess Wang's eyes flickered. An 8th level Beastmaster younger than her? It was also because of her Phoenix bloodline that she was able to improve her contracted Phoenix pet so quickly. It was hard to imagine that someone could surpass her in this aspect. Sure enough, there were many talented people in the world. I know. You can help me test its ability first. I will come back to meet it in person, Wang's eye said. I will keep an eye on you. If she can subdue a young 8th level Beastmaster, she will definitely be a general in her future expansion. Jinxing Palace. After a moment of silence, Bing Wang looked at Shiyu and said, it's a pity that Princess Wang's eye is not here. Even if you are an 8th level Beastmaster, you still need my approval if you want to see her. According to the rules, you must defeat me in a single duel. Shiyu shrugged and said, then come on, but even if you are Princess Wang's eye's pet, I will not show mercy. Bing Wang flew up and laughed. Arrogant, even if Shiyu is an 8th level Beastmaster and his pet is a hegemon, it doesn't matter. It is a pure-blooded phoenix. It can be said to be the closest creature to the mythical race. The current situation was completely beyond the expectations of the 12-star attendants and the 5 young talents who stayed here. This mysterious level 8 Beastmaster is going to fight the Ice Phoenix. Mr. Zhang, what do you think the result will be? A young man asked in the tea house. Zhang Chuanqi was silent. Princess Huangxi's contracted phoenix is ridiculously strong, and its combat power is close to that of a totem. My overlord pet, with the blessing of the Beastmaster talent, was also instantly frozen and killed. Although this mysterious man is level 8, his pet should also be overlord level, but his level is higher than mine. Maybe there's hope to fight against the Ice Phoenix Overlord. It's hard to say who will win or lose. After all, I don't know what his Beastmaster talent is, but if we only talk about the battle of pets, his pet is definitely not the opponent of the Ice Phoenix Overlord. Indeed, but at this level, the Beastmaster talent is definitely not weak. Everyone was silent. The Ice Phoenix hovered in the air opposite the martial arts arena. The 12-star attendants took a deep breath and retreated together. 11 was full of vitality and was about to go out, but was stopped by Shi Yu. Because the team voice room was noisy. Shen Bao Bao, Shen Bao Bao, hasn't fought for a long time. It has been a supporting role for a long time. Let it fight with the Empress's pet this time. A demigod, you want to snatch the opponent of the Overlord level? 11, come on. As the leader, 11 retreated very politely. At the same time, Shi Yu's red summoning diagram reappeared. On the martial arts field, under the silent expressions of the 5 geniuses, Bing Huang, the Empress's star servant, a large white radish less than half a meter appeared. This is Shen Bao Bao. Although there are some subtle differences, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded when they saw this pet for the first time. Shen Bao Bao stood on the ground, looking at Bing Huang with burning eyes, ignoring the gazes of mortals. However, Bing Huang was also a little stunned at this time. It was fine that it didn't recognize the black and white bear beside Shi Yu, but what about this tonic pet? Of course, the most important thing was that Shi Yu's pets had very good aura and energy, and even the Ice Phoenix couldn't tell the strength of the ginseng baby. Are you serious? The Ice Phoenix raised her eyebrows, and of course she didn't dare to be careless. Just attack, Shi Yu said. Upon hearing this, the Ice Phoenix's eyes flashed, and if that's the case, chew, it let out a long phoenix cry, and the sky and the earth suddenly became extremely cold, and the white clouds turned into ice clouds in an instant. In the tea house, the Beastmaster shivered suddenly and saw a layer of frost on the hot tea. Snap! 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 The huge martial arts arena also froze instantly. In an instant, the entire ginseng secret realm became countless degrees colder. Ice! Century! In the sky, the Ice Phoenix condensed a superclass ultimate move to attack the baby ginseng. It was almost unexpected that the baby ginseng, who was very lively just now, was directly frozen in the ice and snow. The cold wind was howling, and the martial arts field became a land of ice and snow. A white ice sculpture stood on it. It was the baby ginseng. Is it only this degree? The Ice Phoenix was stunned in disbelief, and everyone swallowed their saliva, sighing at the power of the Ice Phoenix. But the resonance of blood made Bing Wang stunned. Don't be careless, Princess Wang's voice came, making Bing Wang startled suddenly. The next moment, she saw Shi Yu standing in the ice and snow, smiling. Shen Bao Bao, thousand-handed Guanyin. Shi Yu crossed his arms across his chest, causing the feathers of the opposite Bing Wang to explode. Suddenly, she had a bad premonition. The next moment, with a boom, the ice and snow in the sky collapsed, and the wood-type Shen Bao Bao walked out of the frozen body unscathed, and crossed his arms like Shi Yu. The ground behind it directly cracked, and a huge wooden Buddha statue with 1,000 giant arms grew out. The huge wooden Buddha statue, 10,000 meters high, instantly surpassed Bing Yun. But the cold temperature left no trace on it. Dark sky and earth. 10,000 meters Guanyin. 1,000 hands covering the sky. What is this? In an instant, Xingxi and the 5 Beastmasters were extremely shocked. What kind of move is this? Feeling the deterrence wrapped around the 1,000-handed Guanyin, Bing Wang was dumbfounded. Boom. The next moment, countless giant hands covered the Ice Phoenix, and the space almost shattered, causing the Ice Phoenix's pupils to shrink. Chi, it blew out the wind and snow, and the giant hand that covered the sky in front of it was instantly frozen into frost, but under the swing of the giant hand, the frost also shattered instantly. Impossible, the Ice Phoenix was shocked, and countless giant hands covered it directly and slapped it to the snow. Bang! The earth and space shook, and the moves controlled and condensed by the plants behind the baby Shen dissipated, leaving only the messy and broken field and the Ice Phoenix on the ground. The baby Shen looked up at the sky. It was worthy of it. The main force of the Empress, easily controlled. Everyone present was completely stunned. At the same time, "Who are you?" In the distant direction, the young Empress who was rushing towards her mansion trembled slightly, and her eyes burst into an incredible light. "Who is this guy, and what is his purpose? How could the attack just now be made by a hegemon? Did the other party really come to propose marriage?" Chapter 508, Large-Scale Recognition Scene. Jinxing Palace was in uproar. No one expected that Princess Huangxi's invincible ice phoenix would be suppressed by the harmless tonic ginseng treasure in front of them in an instant. The towering Buddha statue was extremely shocking, even more terrifying than the full-strength attack of the totem. It was hard to believe that it was just a ginseng treasure less than half a meter long that condensed in an instant, which really shattered the three views. Lord Ice Phoenix, the 12-star servants of the future Empress, looked at the Ice Phoenix lying on the ground in disbelief. This attack almost made the Ice Phoenix faint, and its consciousness was blurred. It was a one-hit kill. It was no wonder that Princess Huangxi was so shocked in the distance. Even if it was an ordinary totem, it would never be possible to deal with her Ice Phoenix so easily. What kind of monster is this person? The Overlord-level Ice Phoenix is considered a core force in the Phoenix clan, not to mention Princess Huangxi's contracted Phoenix. Seeing that the Ice Phoenix Overlord was defeated without even the ability to resist, the 5 beast taming geniuses who came to apply for the job were horrified. Ice Phoenix Overlord, so miserable. Is this really a ginseng treasure? At first, everyone was still in doubt, but soon, the last bit of doubt disappeared. Baby Shen, at Shiyu's command, Baby Shen lowered one of the 2 white arms that were wrapped around his chest, and aimed the other at the Ice Phoenix. The next moment, the Kingmu divine body revealed a strong life wave. In an instant, the waves alone made the flowers in Jinxing Palace bloom, and there were also white and green waves that wrapped around the Ice Phoenix. In an instant, the injuries on the body of the crushed Ice Phoenix were visibly healed. Boom! In less than a second, the Ice Phoenix's aura rose steadily. Judging from the life wave, it was even more vigorous than when it just attacked. With a cry of chi, the Ice Phoenix, who had just walked out of the gate of hell, flew up in shock, sweating profusely and confronting Shiyu and others nervously. "I almost died just now. Why did I recover to my peak state in an instant, even better than before I attacked?" The Ice Phoenix in midair couldn't understand it, so he looked at the human youth and the baby ginseng opposite him in even greater shock. He felt that everything about him was controlled. This feeling was even more powerless than facing the top totem combat power. The baby ginseng put down his arms in an unfathomable manner. "Hey, who made its main occupation a nurse? For it, recovering a seriously injured overlord is easier than dealing with a heyday overlord." 11 applauded the baby ginseng, created 2 lightning fluorescent metal rods, and cheered for the baby ginseng. The Emperor Ginseng was powerful, it admired him so much, and it defeated the main force of the Empress so easily. The baby ginseng's face darkened. Why was he being so attentive for no reason? It understood that 11 would definitely go and ask it for extra food tonight. As the teams cook, with the increasing demand for food, Shen Baobao's position as the emperor is self-evident. Among the 3 brothers of the inner volume, 11 and Chong Chong have to give Shen Baobao some face, otherwise he will only eat a fixed amount of food. Although he will not starve to death, he will not be happy. If he wants to eat more food, Shen Baobao has to work overtime, which depends on his mood. Now I am qualified to see the female. Princess Huangxi, Shiyuai almost said the word empress without paying attention. I know, you wait a moment, Princess Huangxi will be back soon." The expression of the Ice Phoenix was extremely solemn, and he felt that what happened today was very fantastic. Shen Baobao, who was comparable to a totem, the black and white bear with strange behavior, and this ridiculously young 8th-level Beastmaster, it was very puzzled. Especially, the opponent did not use his talent of controlling beasts when fighting with him, which made Bing Huang afraid of Shiyu. This was normal. After all, the attacks of Shiyu's pets were all wrapped in full-level deterrence. It was inevitable that he would be afraid of Shiyu after being defeated once. If he used all his strength, he could make his descendants have a shadow on his image. He felt that this time he was really unfriendly, but he also knew that Huangxi had no interest in love. How would Huangxi face this mysterious young man this time? Okay, then I'll wait. 11, let's go to the tea house and wait. Shen Baobao, you help them repair the venue, Shiyu said. 11, Shen Baobao, ye, Shiyu slightly signaled to Bing Huang and the 12 star servants, and then walked towards the tea house where 5 young men were sitting. The tea house opposite was calm and looked very leisurely. Abba. The 5 young men opposite were fidgeting, not knowing what was going on at this time. The Ice Phoenix looked at Shiyu and the others in silence, and then looked at the 5 geniuses who had passed the first test in silence, saying, "That's all for today. Please leave first. Someone will contact you in 3 days. Please keep the matter confidential." The Ice Phoenix directly blasted them and warned them not to spread the news that it had lost. The 5 young men were at a loss. They wanted to stay here very much and also wanted to see Princess Wang's eye. It was obvious that the Ice Phoenix blasted them, so they had to follow it. They clasped their fists stiffly, and then were blasted out of the secret realm of the mansion. Today's assessment ends here. Please come back another day if you are interested. In the outside world, a star servant sent the 5 people out and made a statement, which immediately made the beast masters in the outside world sigh, and then looked at the 5 geniuses who could stay with envy. But what puzzled them was why the faces of these 5 proud sons of heaven who passed the test were so strange. Wait a minute, why is the last young man who entered missing? Did he pass the test? Zhang Xuanqi and others have all come out. Why is he missing? Someone found something strange. Don't ask. A young man who came out of the mansion stopped the acquaintance who came to ask, and remained silent. In the crowd, the golden-winged peng pursed its beak, not knowing where to go. Shiyu must have stayed to find the princess to make out. Damn it, what about it? Now the golden-winged peng is so angry that it feels that his father is too slow. It doesn't want to wait any longer in the Phoenix Empire. The son of the demigod, as the crowd dispersed, sat sadly on a roadside stone, looking at the sky. At the same time, in Jinxing Palace, Shiyu drank the hot tea brought by the beautiful star attendant and waited quietly. The Ice Phoenix turned into a small phoenix of 2 or 3 meters. After dispersing the star attendants, it landed beside the tea house, looking at Shiyu, Panda, and Shen Baobao with burning eyes. "How long will it take for your beast master to arrive?" Shiyu asked while drinking tea. Ice Phoenix said, "Half an incense stick of time. Before that, can you tell me your origins? I don't believe that you are an 8th level beast master in your 20s and you are unknown, but I have never heard of the name Shiyu. If you want to propose to a Princess Wang's eye, you should." 11. Shen Baobao, puff. The 2 of them almost spit out hot tea, looking at Shiyu, with a puzzled look on their faces. Propose marriage? They looked serious, just feeling that the generations were a bit confusing. Qitong was hatched by Shiyu. Shiyu is equivalent to father, Qitong is equivalent to daughter, and the female emperor is Qitong's sister in terms of blood, this generation. What propose marriage? Shiyu also said with a black line on his face. Ice Phoenix, you didn't come here to propose marriage to Wang's eye. How could it not believe it, and specially chose the Phoenix-seeking Phoenix Festival to come? The age and strength are similar, and there was no intersection before. It was not because of hearing the good name of Wang's eye that it came to propose marriage. Could it really be to surrender? Let alone making friends, it doesn't believe in such nonsense. What man doesn't want to make friends when he sees a beautiful woman? Shiyu put down the hot tea and said, "I just have a business to discuss with Princess Wang's eye. When it comes, I will tell her in person." Bing Wang, it's more reliable than admiring for a long time to make friends. It wants to see what business it can discuss at that time. Wait, your name, can't it be the descendant of Emperor Shi? Bing Wang suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Shiyu abruptly. I'm afraid that only the descendants of the legendary emperor can have such potential. Shiyu was speechless and said, "Don't guess randomly, Emperor Shi's surname is not Shi." Seeing Shiyu's denial, Bing Wang also sighed. Although Emperor Shi's surname is not Shi, it is possible that his descendants changed their surnames to avoid enemies after the demise of the Emperor Shi's dynasty. I have nothing to do with Emperor Shi, Shiyu said. Now is not the time to py Emperor Shi. This Emperor of Time is a more important trading partner. Why is the old president of Imperial Capital University, who is also a time-related talent, so miserable that he can't even find a few time-related pets and time-related resources? One reason is that most of the rare time-related resources were almost used up by the Emperor of Time when he rose to power, resulting in a lack of resources for subsequent time-related creatures to grow up. Over time, the time system has become increasingly rare and difficult to cultivate. Therefore, if Shiyu can go to the era of the Emperor of Time, he must ask the Emperor of Time for more resources before leaving, After a while, a space ripple in Jinxing Palace attracted the attention of Shi Yu and others, and made them look up at the sky. Is it finally here? Shi Yu took a deep breath and looked at the Donghuang Empress, who left a strong mark in the history of Donghuang, with a little expectation. In the air, the space ripples flickered, as if opening a portal across space. With the light of the neon phoenix, a figure descended into the Jinxing Palace. Her skin was as white as cream and her pupils were as bright as stars. When she landed on the tea house and looked at Shi Yu, her white clothes fluttered, and her white-gray long skirt embroidered with the language of phoenix flowers spread out. Her every move exuded the ultimate beauty, but it was not a simple beauty. She had a temperament and momentum similar to the dragon god of Longgong City, who wanted to stand in the sky. She is worthy of being the future empress. Ying, Yi, 11 and Shen Bao were holding teacups, a little stunned, because the other party was very similar to Qi Tong's sword princess form, indeed like sisters, except for the huge difference in temperament. Your Excellency is Mr. Shi Yu, right? Princess Wang Zai's voice was very nice and her eyes were very beautiful. Compared with Mu Huaiyan, she had fewer mixed blood characteristics, but Shi Yu could be sure that her powerful strength would be much stronger than Mu Huaiyan, who was also at the 8th level. I am Princess Wang Zai. I have long heard of your name. Shi Yu smiled. Iron-eating beast, what is your relationship with Emperor Wu and Ji Yunzhong? Wang Zai's eyes fell on the iron-eating beast, and unlike the others, she recognized Shii's race at a glance. Shi Yu was not surprised. After all, the Emperor Wu dynasty and the Empress dynasty were only separated by a few hundred years. The Phoenix Empire occupied the ancient capital, so it was normal for it to know some history that ordinary beastmasters did not know. What, is it related to Emperor Wu? Bing Wang did not expect that she had guessed wrong. The surname Shi was not related to Emperor Shi, but to Emperor Wu? Shi Yu smiled and said, as for General Ji Yunzhong, I have a good relationship with his descendants. As for Emperor Wu, I was fortunate to fight with Emperor Wu and was lucky to win him by one move, although it is not the same time and space, it is the truth. Little friend, do you have a lot of questions? Princess Wang Zai? Bing Wang? Princess Wang Zai has already paid 12 points of attention to Shi Yu, but as Shi Yu spoke, she still had a strange feeling, and felt that it was ridiculous. Emperor Wu is moving, but that was an ancient man hundreds of years ago. Human lifespan is short, how could they live that long, and they are not extraordinary creatures. Shi Yu smiled at the future empress, and felt that it was very refreshing to communicate with the ancients across channels. Sir, stop joking, who are you and what is your purpose? Princess Wang Zai said. Emperor Wu is a legendary ruthless man who has beaten 2 demigods. It would be a pity for Wang Zai to believe Shi Yu, an 8th level beastmaster. She instantly felt that Shi Yu was out of tune. Transaction, Shi Yu said, I have already said that I am here to make a deal with you. Princess Wang Zai was silent and said, please speak. Shi Yu smiled and said, before that, why don't we recognize each other first, so that there may be less estrangement. After that, Shi Yu opened the summoning diagram again. The red summoning diagram, accompanied by the red flame aura, gradually outlined a figure. Her red hair was loose, smooth as silk, her red eyes were lively, and she was wearing a silver-white standard battle armor. The black protective gear wrapped around her beautiful figure, outlining the perfect curves. And the flame aura lingering all over her body, with a peerless temperament. Impossible, Bing Wang was shocked when she saw Qi Tong, because the spirit in front of her was very similar to Princess Wang Zai, as if it was a younger Princess Wang Zai. Spirit, Princess Wang Zai was also slightly startled when she saw this spirit that looked similar to herself, but she didn't react yet. But as a mini phoenix formed by orange-red flames landed on the shoulder of Sword Princess Qi Tong, Princess Wang Zai suddenly felt incredible. She instantly felt the blood power boiling in her body. This strong feeling was only felt when she saw her mother. At this time, Qi Tong also curiously observed the Empress, showing a happy smile, which was 10,000 times more beautiful than the Empress in the movie. Qi Tong, who has been following TV dramas for many years, loves to watch movies about the Empress dynasty the most. After all, the Empress is her sister. Qi Tong has no feelings about the immortal phoenix, but she has a different attitude towards the Empress. First, the Empress is like Mu Huaiyan, whose fate is not controlled by herself. She was born because of the ambition of the immortal phoenix. Second, the Empress's experience of resisting fate alone and succeeding makes Qi Tong admire her very much. Sister Wang Zai, Chi Tong telepathically said. It's my sister, Shi Yu said. Forget it, although Chi Tong's bloodline was born first, it was hatched in the later generations after all, so it seems that both the sister and the younger sister can be fine. Princess Wang's I couldn't help it and said, who are you? She was completely puzzled. Shi Yu said, you have studied the history of the Emperor Wu era, so you must know the history of the Phoenix clan. You should know why the Phoenix Empire broke away from Phoenix Island. Your Queen Mother violated clan rules by studying hybrids, and started a war with the pure-blood faction of the Phoenix clan. As a result, she was expelled from Phoenix Island, and after sleeping for 1,000 years, she established a Phoenix Empire in Donghuang. The one in front of you is indeed your sister in terms of the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. She was the first hybrid life created by your Queen Mother at that time that could be said to have perfectly inherited its bloodline. Unfortunately, it was separated from your Queen Mother because of the civil war in the Phoenix clan, then because of some coincidences, we signed a contract. Its existence is also the most important reason why I came to you, Princess Wang's. I took a deep breath and looked at Chi Tong in disbelief. She immediately believed most of what Shi Yu said. Because she did know that she had a lost sister whose talent was second only to hers. She had learned from the Queen Mother that she had felt sorry for this lost sister for a long time. Another point was that blood affinity would not lie. However, what really shocked her was that this sister who had been lost for 1,000 years would one day be contracted by humans in the form of a dead spirit and appear in front of her. Beside her, Bing Wang was already sluggish. Sister, Princess Wang's I was not willing to accept this title at this time. She said, in this case, why are you looking for me? You should go to the Queen Mother. She will definitely be very happy. Chi Tong was wronged. Shi Yu smiled and said, are you really willing to push your sister into the fire pit? You should have known the purpose of the establishment of the Phoenix Empire and the intention of your Queen Mother to lead the tribesmen who support mixed blood to train a large number of mixed blood beast masters. How long have you been preparing for rebellion? Princess Wang's eyes pupils shrank. How bold. As Shi Yu finished speaking, Bing Wang was also stunned for a moment. However, the auras of 11 and Shen Bao Bao locked onto it together, making it feel like it was falling into an ice cave again. Its brain buzzed and it calmed down. Shi Yu said, don't get excited. We are one family. It can be said that you and my Chi Tong are both victims of its ambition. No matter whether it is you or her, once you grow to a certain level and it finds out, you will definitely become the nutrients for it to break through. I, an outsider, know it so clearly. The famous and extremely intelligent Princess Wang's I must have known her situation a long time ago. Shi Yu giggled and said, you must be feeling a sense of crisis now, so, can we talk about the deal now? Princess Wang's I stretched out her arm, motioning to the shocked Bing Wang to stay calm. She looked at Shi Yu and Chi Tong, and said, so that's the case. It's because you are worried that your bloodline will be controlled by the Queen Mother that you separated your bloodline and created it into an avatar. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations and understand it very clearly, but you are still not sure about fighting against the hidden danger of demigod threat, so you come to me for cooperation. 11 and Shen Bao Bao were silent. That's not the case. It is estimated that Shi Yu just wanted to tell you in advance so that you can clean up this time and space after he leaves. Shi Yu smiled and said, you can understand it that way, but our strength is stronger than you think. Maybe we can solve everything ourselves without you having to do anything. Wang's I looked at Shi Yu and said, what do you want to do? Shi Yu asked, how far are you from the legendary level? How long do you think it will take to break through? Wang's I said calmly, you can break through at any time. Shi Yu was surprised. Shit. Damn, he understood it instantly. The Empress was probably suppressing the level. Because she was not sure about facing the undead Phoenix, she planned to make a breakthrough after she was fully prepared. After all, after the breakthrough, even if she did not take action, the undead Phoenix would take the initiative to take action. Women are really vicious. Wang's I saw Shi Yu's expression change from calm to surprised for the first time, and couldn't help but smile in her heart. It turned out that this mysterious man was not omniscient and omnipotent. Okay, I underestimated you, Shi Yu said, then, maybe we can cooperate more happily. My goal is actually very simple. Let's join hands to overthrow the Phoenix Empire demigod and the Phoenix Island demigod, and recruit the entire Phoenix clan. Shi Yu smiled slightly. At that time, you will lead the Phoenix clan, and I will only want a part of the resources of the Phoenix Empire and the Phoenix clan. How about that? Princess Wangzai saw that Shiyu's intentions were revealed, and she was speechless. It turned out that he wanted the resources of the Phoenix Empire and the Phoenix clan. However, this is also the most realistic deal. I think your appetite is a bit too big, Princess Wangzai said. The mother of the Phoenix Empire alone is a huge mountain, pressing on her head. Even if she breaks through the legend now, she is not sure to fight against a mother. After all, her bloodline is suppressed. If she learns from Qitong in front of her and strips her bloodline, she will not be able to exert the power of beast control, so it is very unsolvable. It is difficult to solve the current dilemma, not to mention that in the Phoenix clan, the strength is enough to rank among the top and the top position of the Phoenix Suzaku demigod. Even if she looks at Blue Star. People always have dreams. We can definitely achieve it if we join forces, Shiyu said. When the time comes, you can establish a new generation of unified Donghuang dynasty dominated by humans after the Shidi dynasty and the Wudi dynasty, which will be a successor to the Shidi dynasty and the Wudi dynasty. Would that make everyone happy? I won't fight with you for the throne of the Empress and the Emperor. This should be your dream. Princess Wangzai's eyes were stern again, and she felt that Shiyu saw through her whole body. If she could understand the previous things, Shiyu even knew the dream hidden deep in her heart, which really made Princess Wangzai feel incredible. Sister Wangzai, we are not bad people, we just want to help you. Qitong looked at the Empress with a sincere heart. She also wanted to watch the drama with the Empress, and then let the Empress scold the screenwriter herself. Princess Wangzai looked at Qitong in silence. Just now you called me sister. But, feeling Qitong's sincere heart fluctuations, Princess Wangzai was slightly touched. We can cooperate, but you have to listen to me and don't act on your own, Princess Wangzai said. Although you are very powerful, I feel that your behavior is very unreliable. Shiyu laughed and said, don't talk nonsense, I'm an honest man and won't cause trouble, Princess Wangzai said. By the way, is that powerful birdman outside the secret mansion your friend? I see it has been paying attention to this place, Shiyu said. It is the descendant of the golden-winged demigod of the Garuda Empire, the son of a demigod. Wangzai was slightly surprised and said, it seems that you have made many friends. Shiyu said, when I was on my way here, I met it and wanted to rob me, so I suppressed it and left it as a hostage. I have notified its demigod father to use god-level resources to redeem people. I don't know how long it will take to deliver the resources. Princess Wangzai's eyes went dark and she almost fainted. This book I Save the World Alone is probably about the story of the protagonist Lin Ren who alone gets help from the past through live broadcast and reverses the end of the world. Small people also have great feelings and work hard for salvation. Chapter 509 Grilled Demigod Birdwings. At this moment, Wangzai wanted to chop the man in front of her with a sword. Her feeling was indeed correct. Shiyu in front of her was very unreliable. He first said that he had fought with Emperor Wu and won, and then said that he held the son of demigod hostage and waited for ransom? Whether it was true or not, it showed that the man in front of him was really out of tune. Is it really the son of demigod? I know the golden-winged demigod, the new demigod of Minghu land. Princess Wangzai couldn't help but said, are you sure it was held hostage by you? You should be friends. Do you want to cooperate? At this moment, can you be more serious? Bing Huang looked at Princess Wangzai and felt that Princess Wangzai, who was usually very calm, gradually became unstable in front of this mysterious young man. Shiyu said happily, we are really not friends. If you don't believe me, go ask it. It's just that I put a death ban on it, so it doesn't dare to run. 11 said that it put it. Yi, Shen Bao praised it. In fact, it can do it, but it is definitely not as threatening as 11's lightning mark. Princess Wangzai opened her mouth slightly, and seeing Shiyu's serious look, her beautiful face showed a hint of annoyance. She naturally did not doubt that Shiyu had the strength to defeat the Birdman. Although he was the son of a demigod, the golden-winged bird was obviously a bit weak. But, are you here to help me or to cause trouble for me? A demigod queen mother who was eyeing her covetously was enough to make her breathless. As a result, the partner who had just formed an alliance brought another demigod threat? If Shiyu brought a demigod ally, she would undoubtedly be very grateful to Shiyu, but bringing a demigod enemy. For a moment, Princess Wangzai really wanted to give Shiyu 2 punches and then break off the relationship, although it didn't matter. At the same time, the totem countries and human cities of the entire eastern land looked at the sky in fear. Boom! A huge golden-winged divine bird with a wingspan of 100 meters, burst out with all its positive momentum, and moved in one direction at high speed. Chi, at the same time, an angry cry came out of its mouth. The demigod of the Garuda Empire, the Golden Winged Demigod, the Golden Peng Demigod. Demigod level, which region's totem king is it? In the Eastern Land, many totems and top overlords looked at the figure in the sky shock. In that direction, the Phoenix Empire, is it going to go to war? As we all know, in a large area, under normal circumstances, there is only one totem demigod is the absolute ruler. At present, the totem demigod of the Donghuang land is the sun god Phoenix demigod of the Phoenix Empire. At this moment, this Golden Peng demigod came from nowhere, with a fierce momentum, and flew towards the territory of the Phoenix Empire with strong anger, awakening many lives at once. The speed of the Golden Winged Zia Peng bird calling for help was very fast. The speed of the Golden Peng demigod's arrival was also very fast. As a newly promoted demigod in the Minghu land, it was provoked not many years after being promoted to a demigod. This is undoubtedly a challenge to its authority. No matter who the other party is, it swears that it must make the other party pay a heavy price, a miserable price known to the world. In just a short moment, the Golden Rock demigod crossed the sea and land and approached the border of the Phoenix Empire. Its approach also instantly made the Phoenix Guardians in the Phoenix Empire feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. However, a demigod is a demigod after all, and the Golden Rock demigod is famous for its speed. I am afraid that there are not many people in the East who can stop it. Deep in the Phoenix Palace, at this time, as it sensed the demigod invader, a phoenix wrapped in the sun god fire also slowly opened its eyes from its slumber. Useless thing, as soon as it approached the Phoenix Empire, the Golden Rock demigod sensed the blood of the golden winged little rock. The Golden Rock demigod gnashed his teeth at this useless offspring. But after all, it was his own child, and it was impossible for him to really ignore the other party being captured. At this time, in fact, Princess Wangzai still couldn't believe that Shi Yu was so bold that he dared to provoke a demigod. Because this was indeed a bit unbelievable. But, by chance, the Golden Rock demigod came very quickly. As the future empress and the second strongest person in the Phoenix Empire, Princess Wangzai naturally had spies all over the country. Therefore, as the Golden Rock demigod descended on the Phoenix Empire, she was almost the first to know about it. Then, she looked at Shi Yu in even more disbelief. "You, are you really crazy?" She didn't expect that what Shi Yu said would come true so soon. The enemy of the demigod really came. "What's wrong?" Shi Yu was stunned. Princess Wangzai gritted her teeth and said, "If what you just said is true, that demigod really came to the Phoenix Empire." "What?" The ice phoenix next to her was shocked. 11. Shen Bao and the others were stunned, and then they were eager to try. So soon, Shi Yu was also stunned. Then he immediately stood up, looked at the empty teacup, and said, "It seems that the little golden rock is particularly valued. It's getting late, and you're just in time, after all. I don't have much time, so I'll solve it as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will deal with the Golden Winged demigod, and I won't let the forces behind it become a problem for you. I will solve this matter myself, and you don't need to get involved too much." After saying that, Shi Yu directly called 11 and the others and left Jinxing Palace. Only Princess Wangzai was left, standing there in silence. "Little sister, leave it to us. After everything is dealt with, we will." Before Qitong left, she did not forget to say hello to the Empress, but before she finished speaking, Shi Yu and the baby ginseng took her back to the space. "What are you talking about? Let's go fight first. Wangzai, the demigod Garuda is really here?" He didn't lie. At this time, the Ice Phoenix Overlord bird face was confused and didn't dare to believe it. "That's right, at this moment, I'm afraid that the totem guardians of the entire Phoenix Empire have already sensed it. The Queen Mother may also be awakened. This guy, I don't understand him at all." Princess Wangzai continued to grit her teeth. "Is he really crazy? No, this group of people has a very mysterious origin. We can't trust them completely." Bing Wang looked at his own beastmaster and said seriously, "Even if that spirit is your blood relative, blood is still unreliable. Moreover, he actually offended the demigod. If he could be trusted, the demigod of the current Phoenix Empire should be the closest person to the Empress, but in fact, it is the Empress's biggest enemy." "But I really feel that they are not enemies," Wangzai said. "This is not based on any blood perception, but purely from the intuition of a quasi-legendary beastmaster." The future Empress was silent. "No matter what, let's go and see first." I want to see if they are crazy or have any trump cards. Outside, the golden-winged pengbird has been waiting for a long time. The moment the golden peng demigod entered the Phoenix Empire, it also sensed the blood power from its father and sensed the aura rising from the distance. It couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. Father, you are finally here, my child. I have been waiting for so long. It just turned back to its original form, revealing its huge aura. It wanted to fly into the air to greet its father, but the action stopped abruptly. Because at this time, Shiyu just came out of the secret realm of the mansion. Where are you going? Shiyu, who came out, followed by 11, looked at the golden-winged little pengbird in the air and said. The golden-winged little pengbird looked at Shiyu with a sad face and said, My lord, have you seen Princess Wangzai? Shiyu said, Yes, she is really beautiful. The golden-winged big pengbird was startled and said, How beautiful is it? What color is the wings? Forget it. It doesn't matter, my lord, my father seems to be here. He came to redeem me with a ransom. Don't hurt me. We agreed. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Shiyu laughed and said, I already know, but this is not a good place for trading. Come with me and we will go to greet your father. The golden-winged big pengbird looked bitter. It felt that this time, no matter what the result was, it would definitely be beaten up by its father when it returned. At this time, because of the arrival of Jin Peng demigod, several Phoenix Guardians in the Phoenix Empire woke up from all over the place and flew into the sky. In an instant, the entire Phoenix Empire was shrouded in a dark cloud. Get out of the way. However, Jin Peng demigod ignored these guys and flew straight. Facing the powerful aura of Jin Peng demigod, these Phoenix Guardians did not dare to forcibly stop him. Similarly, because the goal was not the Phoenix Empire, Jin Peng demigod was unwilling to make enemies with the Phoenix clan, but just wanted to find Shiyu. It knew that there were also demigods in the Phoenix Empire. But as long as this matter was made clear, it believed that the demigods of the Phoenix Empire would definitely help. After all, demigods rarely make enemies easily, especially demigods with their own power. The price is unbearable for both parties. Stop. At this moment, in the Phoenix Empire, except for Shiyu and Princess Wangzai, I am afraid that only the Sun God Phoenix demigod can stop the footsteps of Jin Peng demigod. In Phoenix City, all lives were trembling, and the scorching sun in the sky was even hotter. Under the interplay of golden light and a blazing sun, in the sunlight, an enormous orange-red phoenix god swept the sun flames, emitting a monstrous aura, spreading fire patterns all over the sky, and blocked the Phoenix City. Boom! The golden Peng demigod approaching the Phoenix City also stopped for the first time, with sharp eyes, staring at the city. It's His Majesty the Phoenix God. At this moment, the huge phantom of the future Dark Phoenix, who was still the Sun Phoenix God, lingered over the Phoenix City. The lives in the city, sensing the interweaving of the two huge auras, trembled, not knowing what was happening. Is there an enemy? Who is the other terrifying aura? In the panic of countless people, the golden Peng demigod also confronted the Sun Phoenix God. Your Majesty, I am the ruler of the Garuda Empire. Please forgive me for disturbing you. A villain has kidnapped my son and is extorting resources from me at the cost of his life. He is in the city. Can you please let me take him away? The Sun Phoenix was very angry and nervous when a demigod broke into its territory. It thought it was its sister. But when it saw that it was just the golden Peng demigod who came from nowhere and was not targeting the Phoenix Empire, it was relieved. The Phoenix Empire is currently in a stage of prosperity and development and cannot afford to be disturbed. It turned out to be the ruler of the Garuda Empire. I wonder who is so bold as to hold your son hostage. The Sun Phoenix felt incredible. Who dared to provoke a demigod and threaten him to use resources to ransom him? This person must not be from the Phoenix Empire. There is no such madman in its country. It's okay to take him, but please don't fight in the Phoenix Empire. Okay, I will cut him into pieces. The golden Peng demigod looked in one direction angrily. There was a ray of light in that direction, rushing towards this side. It was Shiyu, who was flying in the air with telekinesis, with a mini panda sitting on his shoulder, and behind them, a golden winged rock with a human body and a bird's face. Father, at this time, getting closer and closer to the golden rock demigod, the golden winged rock was aggrieved like a 20,000-pound fat man, and let out a shrill scream, flying towards the golden rock demigod. With such a cry, it naturally became the focus. Shiyu did not intercept it and flew towards the golden rock demigod. He was happy all the way. As the golden winged rock flew over, The golden rock demigod was very angry. "Useless guy, get out of the way," it spoke, which immediately startled the golden winged rock, and flew around and didn't dare to say a word. But at this time, the little rock looked at Shiyu arrogantly. "You want it, my father is here, you want resources." Not only it, but also the sun god Phoenix and Princess Wangzai in the distant mansion looked at Shiyu with black lines on their faces. Princess Wangzai was fine, she already knew the whole story, but she was still the immortal Phoenix of the sun god Phoenix. When she saw Shiyu for the first time, she was stunned. Don't tell her that it was this young human who kidnapped the descendant of the golden Peng demigod and threatened him. This is too outrageous. They're all here, that's good. At this time, Shiyu was flying in the air, looking at the gathered golden Peng demigod in the sun god Phoenix, and he felt emotional. Great, there will be another fierce battle, he likes it. Garuda Empire demigod, have you brought the god-level resources? I have returned your son to you unscathed. Next, give me the resources. Shiyu stood in the sky and said. Princess Wangzai. Sun god Phoenix. The little golden-winged Peng bird looked at Shiyu, the hopeless madman, in shock. This guy, did he recognize the current situation? The golden Peng demigod was also furious, looking at Shiyu as if he was a dead person. How brave. Okay, resources, right. I want to see if you have the life to take them. Chew, it howled to the sky, completely forgetting the warning from the sun god Phoenix just now, telling it not to take action in the Phoenix Empire. Its golden claws shone brightly, and it grabbed Shiyu directly. At the same time, its claws became larger, and the shadows spread, lingering with the demigod's deterrence, as if it could crush a city. In the eyes of the Jin Peng demigod, teaching such an ignorant guy a lesson is not a battle at all. Even if the opponent is a top-level totem combat force, it can suppress it in an instant and will not affect the Phoenix Empire. I have been pissed off. Seeing this, the sun god Phoenix turned a blind eye. It thought that if its carefully cultivated daughter was captured and threatened itself with her, it would also go berserk. The sun god Phoenix looked at Shiyu and the others who were at the core of the giant claw shadow attack, and felt it was outrageous. Where did this young man come from? He actually had the strength to defeat the son of a demigod, and he was so bold to threaten a demigod. He is simply a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. He is looking for death. Not good. The golden Peng demigod launched an attack. Princess Wangzai, who was watching from a distance, could not help but change her expression slightly. This bastard. Is this what you said, that you are an honest person and will not cause trouble? Ahohohoho. The golden-winged little Peng bird laughed wildly at this time. After enduring humiliation for so long, it will definitely enslave Shiyu and the others for 100 years to relieve its hatred. Eating them directly will not relieve its hatred. At this time, the demigod attacked angrily. Although it was not a quasi-divine skill, it was also a trick with a belief of a sure kill. However, facing such an attack, Shiyu just sighed slightly. He knew that the golden Peng demigod would not take out the god-level resources so easily. He must fight. It's okay to fight. But at that time, it will not be solved by a god-level resource. In addition to the god-level resources, they must also replenish their consumption in the battle. The demigod's attack attracted the attention of the whole city, and countless totem phoenixes who came were also shocked by the attack. But the next moment, a more shocking scene appeared. On Shiyu's shoulder, the little black and white bear, whose speed was unknown whether it was fast or slow, felt very fast, but in the eyes of everyone, it was very slow. Just like that, black and white arcs lingered all over its body, blocking the claws that were enough to tear the totem dragon apart. There was no aftershock, no vibration, no sound. Time seemed to stop. The sun god Phoenix, Princess Wangzai, the golden-winged little Peng bird, and the golden Peng demigod looked at the scene in disbelief. I saw that the giant claw phantom covering dozens of meters was directly blocked in the air by the little black and white bear, with only a finger lingering with black and white lightning. One finger blocked the angry blow of the demigod. This scene was extremely shocking, and it simply shattered the three views of countless strong people. Take it away, you just ate the legendary resources, you deal with this opponent. After Shiyu finished speaking, an even more shocking scene appeared. With a lingering black and white lightning, a click sounded, and the giant claw phantom seemed to be penetrated and shattered in an instant. At the same time, the energy fluctuations of the little black and white bear surged, and its figure blurred. Black and white lightning intertwined, as if it was wearing lightning armor. With a boom, It turned into a black and white beam of light, and hid it under the incomprehensible shock of the golden rock demigod. Bang! With a loud noise that resounded throughout Phoenix City, the huge golden rock demigod was directly pushed out by this beam of light, and was knocked out of the Phoenix Empire in a graceful arc, accompanied by a shrill scream under the lightning strike. Shiyu certainly couldn't fight the golden rock demigod here in Phoenix City. After all, if there was a conflict, it would be bad to destroy this place. If the dragon vein of Phoenix City was destroyed, it would be a small matter to ask for resources from the Empress at that time. There were many ordinary people living here, and it would be a sin to affect them. Therefore, Shiyu directly asked 11 to push the golden rock demigod out of the Phoenix Empire and planned to talk to it in the wasteland. The Tauran Mountains are also called the Lingdu Mountains. At the border of the Phoenix Empire, there is a relatively desolate mountain range. During the founding of the Phoenix Empire, it was a totem battlefield. Because of the battles that had taken place there, this place was like a dead mountain, lifeless and without any vitality. Not to mention life, even the dead were few and far between. At this moment, accompanied by black and white lightning in the sky, a huge golden figure, supported by the beam, smashed into a mountain. Boom! A mountain was flattened directly. Everything around was instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Chew! The screams of the golden peng demigod continued. It hurts too much? The combination of superb and restrained edge, thunder god armor, demon god body, super alloy and other multiple top-grade super-level skills brought about a super burst, which was no less powerful than the low-quality quasi-god skills. At this moment, the golden peng demigod was completely dumbfounded, a little confused, and didn't understand what was happening. On the other side, Shiyu was still above Phoenix City, under the shocked expressions of the sun god Phoenix and the future empress. I'm leaving. Shiyu made a sound. And a door to another dimension appeared in front of him. It was made by insects, and opened a space passage leading to the battlefield. Shiyu stepped in. Who are you? Before he stepped in, he heard the shocked voice of the Sun Phoenix. But at this moment, Shiyu had no time to care about these things. He pinched the frightened golden-winged pengbird with his telekinesis and left here directly. The golden-winged pengbird went completely crazy. No, father. Don't tease me, Lingdu Mountains. Shiyu came across the void. At this moment, the golden-winged penggod also roared angrily, flapped his wings, and repelled 11. Or rather, 11 took a step back on his own initiative. Although this golden-winged rock god is very weak, with a normal energy value only 100 million higher than that of the cat, it is far inferior to the demigod like 11 who has more than 10 superclass skills, all-round and no dead angles, and mastered the top quasi-divine skills, but each demigod has its own unique features. Shiyu does not want to force the other party unless it is necessary. Father, the golden-winged rock was caught and looked at the miserable golden rock demigod with a broken expression. Wow, what's going on? Now, do I have the life to get that resource? Shiyu said in midair. What a joke. Die, the golden rock demigod roared to tear the sky space, his fire eyes flashed like the sun and the moon, and his mouth as strong as a divine iron was like an iron hook. It was like the sound of rolls of steel knocking and wind interweaving, which resounded directly in all directions. Although this place is far away from human habitation, it still makes the extraordinary life that is relatively close to it crawl in fear, and also makes the Sun Phoenix demigods in the farther direction look shocked, and they speed up to see the situation here. Quasi-divine skills. The Golden Rock demigod directly used the quasi-divine skill containing the tearing and penetrating rules to attack Shiyu and the others. Seeing that the opponent was so stubborn, 11 blocked him again. His divine power burst out, and 10 phantoms of chaos pandas appeared behind his body. Including the original body, there were 11 chaos pandas. The Jiuli army. A legion skill that integrates many skills such as Dao Dao Bear, Solid as a Rock, Clone, and 4 Elephant Star Formation. Not only did it inherit the property of beings to form soldiers that can be condensed in advance, but the effect is even stronger. At this moment, these 10 Chaos Dao Dao Bear clones were obviously condensed by 11 a long time in advance. At this moment, the 11 Chaos Pandas worked together to block it, forming a Legion Resonance. It was another time that a non-quasi-divine skill was used to fight against a quasi-divine skill. Boom! The powerful blow of the Golden Rock demigod penetrated a huge golden light curtain that 11 had pushed up with one palm in front of him. Only a few cracks appeared, and it was completely unable to penetrate. Then, these cracks were repaired quickly, which shocked the Golden Rock demigod. "Who are you?" At this moment, Jinpeng demigod finally panicked. Quasi-god skills were blocked by ordinary skills. The powerful people such as Sun God Phoenix who rushed over were also looking at this scene with shock on their faces. Is that an iron-eating beast? The trump card of the legendary martial emperor. Like Wangzai, Sun God Phoenix finally realized what race 11 was. But still couldn't understand. Why? Who are they? God-level resources, will you give them to me? Shi Yu asked again. This is too much, Jinpeng demigod roared angrily again, and his energy value began to rise steadily. Seeing this, Shi Yu was helpless. He blocked Jinpeng demigod 11 with one hand, and without saying a word, he raised his other hand. At the palm of his hand, a round metal was formed. The metal was black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, and filled with two-color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other, mysterious. Everything around seemed to have turned into chaos, and the balance was broken and wiped out. He hadn't even touched the Golden Peng demigod yet, and hadn't even fully formed yet, but he had already triggered the sound of rules that annihilated everything. Just a wave swept by, and in an instant, the Golden Peng demigod's blood trembled, and his quasi-god skills seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and were instantly suppressed and annihilated. The pupils of the Golden Peng demigod shrank sharply, revealing a shocked expression. Father, the golden-winged little peng bird was also frightened by this skill, not to mention it, the sun god Phoenix felt this skill that was more terrifying than its own quasi-god skills, and was also stunned for a moment. From waking up to now, I don't know what happened. Princess Wangzai was also shocked to see Shi Yu so brave and suppressing the demigod. This guy, isn't he only an 8th level beastmaster? How could you be so strong? Even a legendary beastmaster can't suppress a demigod with a single pet. Even the martial emperor can suppress a demigod with 9 pets combined into one. Is this the confidence that Shi Yu calmly blackmailed the demigod, Wu Emperor? I once fought him and won half a move by luck. Suddenly, Princess Wangzai thought of what Shi Yu said to her, and her eyes almost went dark again. But at this time, she was even more confused about the purpose of this guy cooperating with her. Slow down. At the moment, the most horrified was the Golden Peng demigod. This move hit it. It was definitely a huge blow. It looked at the sun god Phoenix frantically and shouted, "Your Majesty, the sun god Phoenix, help me, sun god Phoenix." What a joke. Who are you, Golden Peng demigod? It looked at the top-level quasi-god skill that was gradually taking shape but never took shape in panic. Although it didn't take shape, it could most accurately feel the terrifying power of this skill. The last chance, Shi Yu said. The Golden Peng demigod was about to cry, and angrily cursed the golden-winged little peng bird in his heart, saying, "Sir, we have no grudges, there is no need to fight to the death." 3, 2, Shi Yu counted down. I don't have god-level resources, legendary resources, 3 legendary resources, Shi Yu frowned. Seeing this, what made the Sun Phoenix and the others incredible was that the Golden Peng demigod opposite Shi Yu suddenly cut off his wings with a change of expression. Boom! The huge demigod wings fell, and strong energy fluctuations lingered on them. The Golden Peng demigod said, "Although I don't have god-level resources, my wings can also be regarded as a god-level resource. Your Excellency, this time, I admit defeat. Let's take a step back and the world will be bright. Otherwise, even if I explode myself, I will not let your Excellency have an easy time." Not to mention the Sun Phoenix and the others, even Shi Yu was shocked and said in his heart, he didn't expect the Golden Peng demigod to be so decisive and cruel. Although he was not afraid of the demigod's self-explosion, he had studied it thoroughly, but for a moment, he was speechless. The reason why he didn't attack immediately was that he really didn't want to fight to the death and let the 11 waste too much energy. After all, there were a lot of tough battles to come, and he didn't have much time to stay, so it was not easy to recover. But at this moment, seeing the Golden Peng demigod fold his wings, Shi Yu was really impressed for a moment. This was the most decisive enemy he had ever seen. Father, the golden-winged little peng was completely dumbfounded. Shi Yu looked at the wings of the demigod, calculated the value, and sighed slightly, saying, forget it, you go, take your son, go now." Chi, the golden-winged great peng looked at the unfilial son, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Hearing what Shiyu said, he turned his energy wings without saying a word, swept the golden wind and took the golden-winged little Peng away. It had a hunch that this was the best result. This human youth was very strange. He must be a beastmaster. He actually contracted a top-level demigod as a pet. It didn't dare to guarantee that if the fight continued, the other party would take out other pets. If the wings are gone, they can be recuperated and grow again. If the life is gone, everything is gone. Boom. The golden Peng demigod took away his offspring directly, leaving only 2 pairs of huge demigod wings. Shiyu saw this and suddenly remembered something and shouted over there, "Wait, don't forget the 3 legendary resources." The golden light disappeared faster. The sun god Phoenix and other phoenixes were horrified. What kind of person is this? At this time, Shiyu was happy and looked at the wings with great joy. He said to 11, "Good stuff, let's roast it first. I haven't eaten demigod level wings yet. I can have a big meal. This wave is not a loss. I have the recovery items later. As for the wings, I can barely eat them." 11 dispersed the yin-yang grinding wheel and touched his stomach again. Can this thing really be eaten? Probably. It should be no worse than the phoenix wings. Although, we haven't eaten the phoenix wings yet, Shiyu said. At this time, Shiyu also looked at the sun god Phoenix and the future empress who had been watching just now. Following Shiyu's gaze, the sun Phoenix was startled. In his eyes, he unconsciously revealed panic and fear. What's the situation with this person? What's the situation? He can actually suppress a demigod, making him unwilling to continue fighting even at the cost of his own wings. How come I have never heard of such a monster in the Eastern land? And, they also want to eat phoenix wings and demigod wings. What the hell? Who are you? The sun Phoenix couldn't help asking, his heart pounding. I just hope that the other party is not an enemy. Shiyu said cheerfully, just a member of the Hunter Mom group. The sun Phoenix was at a loss. What do you mean? Zir. Have you ever heard of this force? This force, why does it sound a bit fierce and evil? Chapter 510, Mom Hunter Group. The Mother Hunting Group. The Phoenix demigod may not know what it means, but the future empress next to him, how could she not know? Zir, have you ever heard of the Mother Hunting Group? Faced with the question of the Phoenix demigod, Princess Wang's eye felt mixed emotions. I have never heard of it, she just didn't know whether Shiyu had included herself in it. At this time, it didn't take much effort to force the golden Peng demigod back, and Shiyu still had plenty of energy left. He saw that the sun Phoenix also came to this wilderness, and he couldn't help but want to save trouble. Now, only the sun Phoenix and Princess Wang's eye came. The rest of the totem phoenixes were ordered by the sun Phoenix to stay in the Phoenix Empire to guard. At this time, they were all alone, so when would they take action if they didn't do it now? Your Majesty the Phoenix, Shiyu smiled slightly and waved his hand. He put the huge wings of the golden Peng demigod into the relic space. Your Excellency, what do you have to say? The voice of the sun Phoenix was like that of the queen who was high above, and it was still quite majestic at this time. However, it also felt that 11 was extraordinary, so it was very polite. Energy value. 2.98 billion peak Phoenix Mother, not strong, not weak either, but Shiyu and his team have participated in too many demigod battles, and can be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. Let me introduce myself in more detail. My name is Shiyu, a Beastmaster, and this is Iron-Eating Beast 11, my pet. Shiyu introduced himself to the sun god Phoenix. Shiyu, what a nice name. By the way, you came to visit the Phoenix Empire, but I let that golden bird disturb your elegance. It was my fault. The sun god Phoenix apologized. Please don't blame me, I didn't know before. It was the son of the golden bird who provoked you first. If I knew, I would definitely do you justice. I have always admired strong human beings like you. Why don't we let the Phoenix tribe entertain you well? My daughter, Wangzai, is about the same age as you. There must be countless topics to talk about. In addition, I don't know if you are interested in the Phoenix tribe. Of course, I don't mean eating. There are countless talented Phoenix birds in the Empire. If you can follow you and sign a contract, I believe they will definitely become your reliable partners. After seeing Shiyu's strength, the sun god Phoenix immediately showed goodwill. The situation in the Phoenix Empire is still stable now, but the sun god Phoenix knows that they still have a big threat, that is, the Orthodox Phoenix tribe of Phoenix Island, so the Phoenix Empire now needs more allies. In short, no more enemies can be added. Phoenix? Of course I like it, But forget about the contract. I already have a contract object with the blood of the Phoenix clan. Shiyu smiled slightly. This sun god Phoenix was shocked and said, really, the blood of the Phoenix clan is only found in Phoenix Island and Phoenix Empire. Yes, that's her. Shiyu summoned the array without saying anything. The next moment, Sword Princess Chitong, with a mini Phoenix clone on her shoulder, walked out of the red array. Her red hair fluttered, and her red eyes looked around calmly, looking at the sun god Phoenix. Huh? The previous second, sun god Phoenix was still silent, worried that Shiyu had something to do with Phoenix Island. But the next second, it was stunned twice. First, it was stunned by Shiyu's beast control space level. Level 8. How did an 8th level beast master contract a demigod level combat power? Even if Shiyu was a 9th level legend, it was actually a bit outrageous, because according to Sun God Phoenix's understanding, there was no legendary beast master who had trained a demigod pet. Perhaps, Shidi and Woody had hope, but unfortunately, they died due to various accidents before they reached the limit of their lifespan. Therefore, a young beast master like Shiyu who had contracted a demigod was particularly incredible in the eyes of the Sun Phoenix. At this time, what made it even more incredible was that Shiyu was not even a legendary level, but only an 8th level beast master, just like its daughter. Although its daughter Wangzai could also contract a totem of a higher level, that was because of the mixed blood, and the beast master and the pet had similar bloodlines. Moreover, even if it succeeded, it would only be a contract of an ordinary totem of a higher level. In the eyes of the Sun Phoenix, a Phoenix expert who had studied beast masters very thoroughly, contracting a totem of a higher level was very outrageous. Of course, these were only short-lived surprises. Then, what surprised it even more was the contract object summoned by Shiyu. Almost instantly, the Phoenix demigod felt a blood connection between itself and it. It looked at the calm spirit sword lady in front of it in shock, and looked at the mini Phoenix clone on its shoulder, and suddenly said in disbelief, wait a minute, what's going on, your bloodline? Are you Zir? This is the name it gave to Mu Huan. The Phoenix demigod instantly determined that the person in front of him was the daughter Wangzai, who inherited his bloodline the most perfectly among the countless experimental subjects he created 1,000 years ago. When it went to look for the other party's bloodline or had obviously disappeared completely, but it didn't expect to see it again here. Although it has become a spirit body at this moment, it can't feel the power of the bloodline wrong. Zir, the Sun Phoenix saw Chitong's state and instantly knew that the other party must have had a very tortuous experience. It was understandable that he couldn't find the other party at that time. Do you know each other? At this time, Shiyu was also very surprised. Seeing the Phoenix demigod so excited, he couldn't help asking. The Phoenix demigod was more than excited. It was extremely excited when it sensed Chitong's blood power, which was only slightly inferior to Wangzai. If it took Zir and Zir as nutrients, wouldn't it be 100% godlike? Unfortunately, Zir had been contracted by a human beast master, and this human was ridiculously strong, which was difficult for the Phoenix demigod to accept and a headache. It's my daughter, the Sun Phoenix didn't care about that. With this relationship, even if it didn't devour this daughter, it would not be a loss if it could establish an alliance with this human strong man. Daughter, are you sure? Shiyu asked emphatically. The Sun Phoenix said, it should be able to sense it. The power of blood will not lie. My dear daughter, do you remember me? It's me, the Queen Mother. Chitong was calm throughout the whole process and didn't react at all. After all, it already knew the real purpose of the immortal Nether Phoenix creating them. In other words, you are its mother, Shiyu said. The Phoenix demigod, surrounded by the orange-red sun god fire, nodded excitedly and said, she is my daughter who was lost thousands of years ago. My daughter, my mother has been looking for you so hard, spirit, you have turned into a dead spirit. What have you been through in these years? It's my fault. The Sun Phoenix was excited to recognize her, but suddenly, it felt something was wrong. From the time it met Shiyu to this moment, every word Shiyu said quickly flashed through its mind. Daughter, mother. Shiyu, the Hunter Mom Group. The Phoenix demigod stopped talking, looked at Shiyu and the others, and blinked. What group did you just say you were? Shiyu was silent. Then, he said something that almost made the Sun Phoenix's heart explode. Shiyu grinned and said, so you are its mother. When I contracted it, I discovered a trick in its blood power. This is a kind of nutritional blood that can be suppressed and absorbed by the superior blood. So at that time, I felt that its parents must not be good people. That's why the mother hunting group was established. The purpose is to help it solve the hidden dangers one day. It seems that the guy is you. After Shiyu finished speaking, Chi-Tong took a deep breath, his red hair fluttered, and a red sword spirit condensed in his hand. Little Chi-Tong is very emotional now. Shiyu, finally not a guy who looks for his mother everywhere. From looking for his mother to hunting his mother, this period represents the growth of their strength. Buzz, Chi-Tong summoned this Huxin sword formation and locked the Phoenix demigod. The sound of the rule sword vibrated. At this moment, the sun god Phoenix was completely dumbfounded, and his whole body felt like falling into an ice cave. Accurate, quasi-divine skills? Another one? What made it even more dumbfounded was that Shiyu suddenly shouted, "Princess Wangzai, we just formed an alliance, and you are also a member of the Hunter Mom team. If we don't get rid of the hidden danger together now, when will we?" In the distance, Princess Wangzai was also quite shocked that her sister actually mastered quasi-divine skills. Is he another demigod? Her expression was stern and she gritted her teeth. This abominable guy. I told you not to let him mess around. Everything depends on your actions. As a result, what is going on? How come they just formed an alliance and then took action immediately? How could it be so fast? At this moment, she can be said to be completely unprepared, not prepared at all. Of course, the one who is the least prepared, the most shocked and stunned, and the most shocked is the Phoenix demigod. Its brain did not react for a while. It felt a little nervous. The Hunter Mom team. Not only is the mother it is hunting, but also the members of the team, and its current daughter? It looked at Shiyu and his friends in shock, as well as its daughter Wangzai, whose face suddenly changed in the distance. For a moment, what Shiyu had just said was repeated endlessly in its mind. It had never expected that its plan would be exposed, and even its two daughters had already met in advance. What are you talking about? Zir, you wouldn't believe his lies. The sun god Phoenix panicked all of a sudden. But what made it even more panic was that many summoning arrays suddenly appeared from all directions. Roar, a huge blue dragon worm flew out of the array, hovering in the sky, with its dragon eyes containing supreme majesty. The super battleship, which was like a city in the sky, also slowly revealed its figure. The water slime condensed in the air became infinitely huge, turning into a swallowing demon king with a huge mouth. There was also a ginseng baby that walked out of the summoning array and stood on the ground, gradually turning into the world tree. Buzz, Lin's wind of blessing, Susu's contract of clean sea, Shen Baobao's world grace, Chi-Tong's sword formation of Zuxian, plus Shiai's yin-yang grinding wheel, and Qinglong Chongchong's 4 sacred domains, 4 quasi-god skills, and 2 faith skills suddenly gave off a sense of oppression. It made the sun god Phoenix sluggish again, feeling like she was dreaming. What the hell is going on? This guy summoned a bunch of what? Impossible, impossible, impossible. As the sound of multiple rules resounded and the power of faith spread, the sun god Phoenix didn't even have time to judge that Shen Baobao, Chi-Tong, and Lin were not demigods at all, and was suddenly shocked by this pile of rule sounds. In the stereotype, mastering quasi-god skills is demigod. Shiyu summoned 4 demigods at once. Who could resist this? What kind of monster is this guy? The future empress was also shocked by this shocking lineup. Seeing that Shen Baobao, who defeated the Ice Phoenix, turned into another world tree and bloomed the sound of rules, and seeing the equally terrifying companions around it, she almost stopped thinking. Zir. Help me. At this moment, the Sun Phoenix was completely scared. It regretted a little. Why didn't it help Jinpeng demigod to deal with Shiyu just now? If it was at that time, at least it could get a demigod ally, but now, it only has a daughter left. Even this daughter is not sure whether she can stand on its side. However, it can only give it a try now. Zir. Do you believe me or an outsider? At this time, Princess Wangzai's expression kept changing, and finally, her aura began to rise steadily. Boom. 8 huge golden summoning diagrams, representing the legendary level, appeared around her. As Wangzai said, she can break through at any time, but she has not made up her mind to tear her face with the Sun Phoenix. At this time, seeing Shiyu's strong lineup, she knew that she had to show her strength. Chu, in addition to the future Empress, many of its overlord-level phoenixes also broke through to the totem level at the moment of their arrival, achieving the achievement of all members being totems. The Phoenix demigod was shocked. Legendary level? What a joke. Who are you? However, Facing the request for help from the Sun Phoenix, the Breakthrough Empress said this. This almost made the Phoenix demigod's eyes go black and die of a heart attack. From the day I knew your ambition, you are no longer my mother. Moreover, when I was weak, you never fulfilled your obligations as a mother. In the final analysis, we, the mixed blood beast masters, are just human experiments that you injected with the blood of the Phoenix demigod? Unfilial daughter. At this moment, the Phoenix demigod's mentality completely collapsed, his eyes widened, and his momentum burst out. I understand what this so-called mother-hunting combination is. On the other side, it just wanted to call for domestic totems to help, but suddenly found that it had been trapped in a completely closed barrier. The entire Tauren Mountains were shrouded in a huge barrier. The phantoms of the four sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, guarded the barrier on all sides, which was extremely shocking. Happy cooperation, Shiyu retreated to the side of the Empress, stood shoulder to shoulder with her, and smiled slightly. The Empress was speechless at this time, feeling that she was completely pushed by this guy. I hope this guy is really a good person. In the past time and space, in the Empress dynasty, Shiyu joined hands with the future Empress and directly launched a mother-hunting war in the Tauren Mountains. One day later, the entire Phoenix Empire was shaken to the ground. The divine Phoenix demigod passed away, accidentally died, and Princess Wangzai, who had the most orthodox bloodline of the divine Phoenix demigod, succeeded to the throne, was named the Empress, and took over the Phoenix Empire. For a time, the entire Phoenix Empire was plunged into bad news. Countless members of the Phoenix clan could not believe it, and many Phoenix clan totems could not accept Princess Wangzai's direct succession, because the death of the divine Phoenix demigod was too bizarre, but was suppressed by the Empress's 8 totem-level Phoenixes. The Empress directly demonstrated the strongest combat power of the Phoenix Empire. In addition, over the years, the Empress has also secretly cultivated her own confidants, including the Phoenix pets around her, which she raised since childhood. Their subsequent tribes also directly helped her ascend the throne. At this time, the culprit who directly changed the Phoenix Empire has come to the treasury of the Phoenix Empire. Hey, it was very fierce when fighting, but in the end, I still couldn't bear to be cruel. When entering the secret realm of the country, Shiyu couldn't help but complain about the Empress. After a battle, they only killed the Shenhuang demigod once. After it was resurrected through the immortal fruit, the Empress chose to seal its undead soul in a legendary relic as in history. As for the demigod's body, it was also taken away by the Empress. As for Shiyu, according to the agreement, he could freely take all the resources in the Phoenix Empire. After seeing Shiyu's strength, the Empress could not regret it. After all, she was able to win this battle with her bloodline suppressed, and the main contributors were Shiyu and his people. This also means that she has no strength to regret in front of Shiyu. Forced to ascend the throne throughout the whole process. It even made the Empress feel that she was a puppet empress. I don't know how the Phoenix Mother the teacher cat is watching is doing. If she knew that I in another time and space was hunted by the joint forces before I made a move, what would her expression be? When entering the country, Shiyu sighed. Before crossing, he sealed the undead phoenix of the original time and space and threw it to the gem cat to watch. After all, carrying more totems through crossing means more consumption, so he tried not to bring any burden. However, the undead phoenix of the original time and space is a burden, but its memory is a good thing. According to the memory of the undead phoenix, during this period of time, the Phoenix Empire had not been involved in wars for many years. Most of the resources of the Phoenix Empire were still stored in a secret realm of the country in the ancient capital Phoenix City, and were not transferred by the undead phoenix. Things like the undead fruit and Yangayan flower are still here. Normally, the treasury of the Phoenix Empire can only be opened by the undead phoenix and its authorized confidants, but Shiyu and his friends got a way to open it from the undead phoenix himself. Okay, we're in. Rumble. The space vibrates. Shiyu and his companions enter the secret realm of the Empire together. With the efforts of Shiyu and his companions, they sneaked into the treasury of the Phoenix Empire when the Phoenix Empire was in the most chaotic time. Shiyu was followed by a group of hungry pets. Especially 11, who had just finished eating a legendary resource, but was still hungry after fighting with 2 demigods as the main force. He wanted to see how many good things there were in the treasury of the Phoenix Empire. After entering the huge treasury, Shi Yu directly used his telekinesis to sweep across the entire map, and then he was pleasantly surprised. 6 legendary resources, 3 Yangayan flowers containing the power of the sun, and the other 3 are the heart crystals of the totem-level Phoenix clan, which are wind, light, and ice. 1 god-level resource is the immortal fruit. Fortunately, although there are not many high-level resources, the resources of level 8 and below involve various attributes and types. Now, even if we only take a small part, you can all have a full meal in the short term, mainly this immortal fruit. After Shi Yu came in this secret realm that looked like the Phoenix Mountains, he looked at an immortal fruit sealed on a mountain peak. It was the one he ate. Shi Yu looked at the pets around him. I have already eaten one. Who'll eat this one? Many pets suddenly looked at the ginseng baby. The ginseng baby was stunned and pointed at himself with a white finger. The pets nodded. The fruit that can play the greatest role only after dying once. It must be the ginseng baby who can easily resurrect after death, who came to test the waters. In exchange, I just need to cook more meals on weekdays. I just don't know what the ginseng baby will become after eating the immortal fruit pie. Why did my husband run away? My name is Lin Bei. Because the fortune teller said that I have a pure yang body, excellent spiritual roots, and a calamity in my life. I am likely to be remembered by female monks and die an unnatural death. So I disguised myself for 18 years, and everyone thought I was a beauty. But when I was 18 years old, the leader of the demon cult took me into the demon cult and married me. Rumor has it that the leader of the demon cult is a big devil who does all kinds of evil, bloody and cruel. That day, I broke the demon cult leader's female body. She turned out to be a female devil. The world didn't even know it. If my husband looks at me again, I will dig out your eyes. The woman smiled like a flower. There are many female mainstream authors. Newcomers and new books, please protect me. Chapter 511 When the baby ate the immortal fruit. Lin, take everyone to move resources first. Remember, only take what is useful to us. It's not that useful. Leave it for the Empress. After all, we are not robbers. In the Phoenix Empire's treasury, Shi Yu waved his hand and asked the pets to move. However, Shi Yu's words made everyone very embarrassed. The team members involved various attributes, and there were more than one rare time-related pets, which could basically use any resources. In this case, wouldn't they all move away? Take it as I say, Lin sighed. This job was obviously given to it by Shi Yu. This involves a question of utilization and cost-effectiveness. Shi Yu probably didn't bother to look at them one by one, and didn't bother to think about them, so he had to let it do it. The immortal fruit, take it first. 3 Yangayan flowers, take 2. 3 phoenix crystals, take a wind-related one. 4 resources below the legendary level, mainly take the edible ones. The huge treasury was ruined by Shi Yu and his team. After a while, everything Shi Yu and his team needed was packed up and taken away. Shi Yu smiled and walked out of the country with a group of bandits. Outside, the sky was in mid-air. The Empress, wearing green clothes and flying in the air, saw Shi Yu coming out and said nothing. After Shi Yu and his companions came out, they looked up at the Empress. Shi Yu scratched his cheek and said, "You are so worried about us that you came to supervise us in your busy schedule. Look, I really only took a part of it. Is this enough?" The Empress said, "You can take more. If you only take this little, I will not feel at ease inheriting this country." Before Shi Yu went to the treasury, the Empress Wangzi had already prepared for a big loss. She had already convinced herself that if Shi Yu did not help, she would change the dynasty by herself, and the resource loss of the Phoenix Empire would only be greater. It can be said that she had prepared herself for Shi Yu to take away all the god-level and legendary resources. However, what the Empress did not expect was that Shi Yu still kept 3 legendary resources, and took less than 1/5 of the resources below the legendary level. Although, from the perspective of an empire, these are already very huge resources, but Shi Yu actually has the strength to take them all, and she is powerless to resist. It is beyond the Empress's expectation that he only takes this little. After all, Shi Yu started to shout that he only wants resources, and he came here for the resources. Don't think we are so bad, these are enough, and you will need these resources for the development of the Donghuang dynasty in the future. Shi Yu laughed and said, "And, if you take these resources, we will not let you suffer any loss. Next, you will appoint me as the diplomatic ambassador of the Donghuang dynasty, and I will help you solve the hidden danger of the Phoenix clan of Phoenix Island. How about these resources? These resources will be regarded as rewards. I will try to persuade the pure-blooded Phoenix clan to become an ally of Dong Huang. At that time, we can avoid a war and save a lot of resources. 11 of them said that they were good people. Taking these resources is purely a helpless act, because the family is really unable to make ends meet. These are all life-saving meals. Except for high-level resources, the low-level resources are absolutely not taken in needle or thread, only what can be eaten. Shi Yu also calculated that in the Orthodox history, when the Empress and the Undead Phoenix tore their faces, the Undead Phoenix did not leave many resources for the Empress's Dong Huang dynasty. Things like the Undead Fruit and Yangayan Flower had been transferred away by the Undead Phoenix in advance. Most of the low-level resources were also consumed in the battle between the Phoenix Empire and Phoenix Island. So the things that Shi Yu left behind were already very luxurious, and they would definitely make the Empress dynasty live more comfortably than in the original history. In addition, he happened to be going to Phoenix Island. If everything went well, it would also allow the Empress dynasty to avoid a war, so that the luck would not be exhausted so quickly and the country would not be destroyed. It can be said that this Empress time and space is about to go out of a completely different history. Impossible. At this time, Empress Wangzai had already trusted and liked Shi Yu a little more. She landed beside Shi Yu and said, even if she was his own sister, the Phoenix Suzaku demigod showed no mercy and exiled her from the island. The current Phoenix Empire will definitely be a thorn in the eyes of the Phoenix Suzaku demigod, if it weren't for the special geographical location of the Phoenix Empire, which is in the center of many totem countries. Phoenix Island would have already gone to war with this side. Even if the war has not yet started, there have always been small-scale frictions. This war is inevitable. The conflict between purebloods and mixed bloods is impossible to mediate in the Phoenix clan. Shi Yu said, don't worry, Shi Yu, you stay, let's strengthen the Dong Huang dynasty together. With you here, even if there is a war, Dong Huang will not be afraid of Phoenix Island. Wangzai looked at Shi Yu and invited him, except for this country, I can give you everything else you want, as long as this country can develop according to my wishes. Shi Yu was stunned, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I said before that I won't stay here for too long, but I believe you can manage Dong Huang well by yourself. Empress Huangxi was silent. Is it still not possible? We will help Dong Huang deal with the hidden danger of Phoenix Island. Chiden also wanted to help her sister, but unfortunately, they didn't have much time to stay in this time and space. Don't worry, there is no conflict that cannot be reconciled. As long as the trick is in place, Shi Yu said. Empress, as long as the feelings are sincere and the attitude is sincere, everything is possible. In fact, your majesty is right, Shi Yu said. The Empress had a black line on her face. How come you call her mother more smoothly than me? Is this the Hunter-Mother Beast Master? Do you know why the mythological era ended? Shi Yu smiled. Do you know what the origin of mankind is and what mission they shoulder? Shi Yu smiled slightly, and right here, he explained to the Empress the reason for the end of the mythological era, told her that the purpose of the goddess Nu was bringing back the seeds of mankind and asking the world tree to cultivate mankind, and also told her the time of the future myth revival. One after another shocking secrets made the Queen Phoenix open her mouth slightly, in disbelief, forgetting the original purpose of her coming here. So, humans are indeed a special race. By studying the hybrids with humans, maybe we can really study a way to become a god, or even a way to surpass the god level. After all, we humans are a special race recognized by the Supreme God, Shi Yu said. It is very likely that it originated from a deeper and higher civilization in the universe. The Queen wanted to ask who Shi Yu was and why he knew so many unimaginable things. But the next moment, he was interrupted by Shi Yu. Shi Yu continued, so, the Phoenix Island Suzaku demigod may not give face to his sister in your face, but it must give face to the world. Well, to put it bluntly, the clan rules were only set by the ancestors of the Phoenix clan, but even the ancestors of the Phoenix clan were only lives bred by Blue Star. In the grand scheme of things, Blue Star Mother is the greatest. It's not too much to change the clan rules of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix is dead, and the clan rules are alive. Queen? She looked dazed, always feeling something was wrong. But why did Shi Yu call Lanzing mom? You two seem to know each other well, and, is it really okay for you to call her by the name of that group? She raised her head slightly. In ancient times, the will of Lanzing was called the heaven. She was very afraid now that a heavenly calamity would strike down and kill Shi Yu. Don't look at it, the will of Lanzing is sleeping, let's go. I can go to Phoenix Island by myself, you stay here and deal with the mess here first, Shiyu said. After saying that, Shiyu slipped away, mainly because he couldn't wait to feed the immortal fruit to the ginseng baby to see the effect. Of course, although Shiyu left, Qitong stayed to see if there was anything he could do to help. Seeing that Shiyu left without any reluctance, leaving only Qitong, the Empress was speechless for a while, and looked at the sister. So, why did you help me? The Empress looked at the sword Princess Qitong and felt a headache. Call sister, Qitong said. The Empress was startled, and said with great difficulty, okay, sister, can you tell me now? Qitong, guess it yourself, Empress? Qitong raised her chin. The Emperor Wu could see it, but you couldn't. No, stupid sister, guess it yourself. Inside the Kanghe ruins, Shiyu and his friends trotted back. At this time, they got a bunch of resources. For Shiyu, cultivating pets was the top priority. For 11 and his friends, they had just finished fighting and had a big meal. The divine phoenix demigod was simply too difficult to beat. It was even more difficult to beat than the meteorite. Not only did he eat the undying fruit, but he also had the superb level of rebirth from the ashes. 11 and his friends spent a lot of effort. Ah bang 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 bang, 11 ran to chew on the metal. Ah ka ka ka, Chong Chong chewed on the spiritual fruit. Ning, Susu looked at them speechlessly, turned into a quiet beautiful girl, and continued to swallow the ocean power in big mouthfuls, which was very saving for Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu weighed the immortal fruit, looked at the baby ginseng, and asked Xiang Lin, after giving it this thing, it won't break through immediately, right? Lin said, no, the immortal fruit is not a strength and god-level resource. However, the baby ginseng is on the verge of a breakthrough after all. When eating, it still needs it to suppress the surge in soul power and convert it into potential. Fortunately, its soul power is not outstanding. So it doesn't matter if it is used now. Baby ginseng, did you hear that? Shiyu said. Ying, baby ginseng nodded. It's a piece of cake. Its King Mu divine body has a mutant effect, and it is a superclass mutant physique. With a control of plants, it is no problem to perfectly absorb a god-level fruit. Akak, come on, Shiyu threw the immortal fruit to the baby ginseng. The baby ginseng said nothing, and his mouth became huge, and he ate the immortal fruit in one bite. The next second, in order to better absorb the power of the immortal fruit, the ginseng baby returned to normal, changing from a large white radish to a towering tree. The huge cream-colored trunk, emerald green leaves, moon-like golden branches, sun-like fiery red flowers, and ginseng-shaped fruits embellished this complete sacred tree. The gray soul halo lingered on the entire sacred tree, and the entire giant tree began to slowly change. In addition to the property of resurrecting dead life into undead spirits, the immortal fruit also has the property of enhancing soul power. Both processes are transformations of the body. In Shiyu's team, except for Qitong and Shiyu, other life forms are not majoring in soul power, and the same is true for the ginseng baby. Eating the immortal fruit at this time is undoubtedly an epic enhancement of its soul power. Ina, the world tree ginseng yelled, trying to digest the power of the undead fruit. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a while, under the surprised eyes of Shiyu and Lin, the baby ginseng actually completed a small evolution directly, just like the Jiuli war beast engraved an ordinary inscription, awakening a new racial skill, but the form did not change significantly. If you insist, there is also a bunch of fruits that a baby ginseng can make, the time fruit, the world tree fruit. At this moment, there is one more, a gray soul fruit that looks like a cantaloupe. Name, soul fruit, attribute, wood, undead, level, superclass, introduction, a fruit that can increase the soul power of the eater and repair the soul damage of the eater. If developed to the extreme, it can allow the eater to live a second life in the form of soul. Rin, do you sense it? Shiyu excitedly pulled Rin, who was looking disgusted next to him. He actually awakened the tonic skill related to soul power. As the team nurse, the most powerful thing about Shenbeo is actually healing and replenishing blood, that is, replenishing life energy, physical strength and so on. This also leads to the fact that it has the best effect on healing and restoring 11 and Chong, but the effect of restoring Chitan, Lin, Susu and others is not as good. Shiyu did not think about copying some supplements specifically for soul power, but they are too rare. In addition, Shenbeo is not incapable of healing the soul, but is not as proficient as repairing life, and Chitin also has the skills of soul repair, so Shiyu thought it was troublesome and did not look for it seriously. At present, Shinbei has eaten the immortal fruit and obtained the soul fruit skills through the transformation of King Mushienti and plant control. It has made up for the shortcomings of Shiyu's team in this regard. No, it is not a short board, but now it has been strengthened. Moreover, the most important point is that Shinbei soul fruit has inherited the ultimate nature of the immortal fruit, and it is expected to mass-produce immortal fruit. A god-level resource, in the future. Shinbei was excited, worthy of it. In this way, the name of its previous evolution of immortal ginseng is truly worthy of its name. As long as this skill is thoroughly studied, it can have multiple modes. Normal, just attack directly. If it can't defeat the enemy, then self-destruct. However, Shinbei also understands that even if it is a demigod-level self-destruction, it is difficult to blow up those monster demigods. For example, 11. Its superb-level immortal golden body, Jiuli Legion, and a bunch of physical skills are not exaggerated. Now let 11 face the self-destruction head-on. It is not weak, even if Shinbei breaks through to become a demigod, it is the same. Shinbei can be said to have no confidence in blowing 11 into serious injury. However, this is not just a one-time self-destruction. After the self-destruction, resurrection, dead spirit ginseng, a second self-destruction targeting the soul. Then, the time mark, resurrection, Shinbei is a hero again. This is not over yet. At present, the perfect time mark can only condense one time mark. However, the superb time mark can already condense the second mark. In other words, when Shinbei reaches the demigod level, and the soul fruit is full, the time mark is upgraded, it can self-destruct 4 times in a row. 4 consecutive explosions. Even if one self-explosion doesn't kill a demigod of the same level, what about 4 times? Not to mention a demigod, Shinbei thinks it's possible to kill even a primary god by jumping levels. If moon explosion, time mark, and soul fruit are all trained into quasi-divine skills, with 3 quasi-divine skills, Shinbei thinks that the position of the strongest demigod of the Kanghei elves should change. What is the strongest skill combination? Shinbei is the first god-level kill in the team. The Overlord and Totem first kills in the team are all in Shinbei's hands. At the moment, Shinbei grinned, feeling that the god level is also his. He has already given this combination a name. It's called the Death Quartet. Shinbei gave Shiyu and the others a thumbs up. It was a clear choice to give it the immortal fruit. Indeed, Shiyu also looked excited, and said, this way, we don't have to bother Ki to travel through time and space to other parallel time and space to get the immortal fruit. In the future, we can just let you produce it in batches. 11. Chong, and even Yuya, teacher Jewelcat. By then, we will all have one, and there will even be more and more types of gifts for the new year. Shinbei said and was completely stunned. Wait, damn, it just reacted. The soul fruit is another tonic skill that the whole team can eat. Its eyes went dark, and it felt that Shenzi was a little weak. Chapter 512. I almost believed it myself. Shiyu and his companions rested in the Phoenix Empire for a day. They ate and drank the resources they had obtained, and tried to recover to peak state as soon as possible. When the time was almost up, Shiyu and his companions did not delay and went directly to Phoenix Island as envoys of the Phoenix Empire. Phoenix Island is located in the southern waters of Donghuan continent, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Unfortunately, it has completely disappeared since the end of the Empress dynasty, and was sunk by the battle between the Empress and the Phoenix clan leader. This time, Shiyu was able to investigate the sunken civilization on the spot. In the sky, a huge air battleship was flying. Shiyu and the energy-saving form of 11, Chong, Shinbei, Chitin, Su, Zyadaji, Ye and others enjoyed the beauty of the sky all the way. After almost arriving above Phoenix Island, Shiyu and 11 looked at each other, thinking about how to call out the Phoenix Suzaku demigod next. Ying, 11 sensed that the natural energy here was abundant, and took the initiative to volunteer, climbed up the railing, and stood here. 11? Okay, Shiyu gestured, and 11 nodded immediately, roaring down. Boom. A deafening sound immediately spread throughout the Phoenix Island, causing many creatures to look up at the sky shock. Above the island, dark clouds appeared in an instant. The sky was pitch black, Black thunder was flashing, and the thunder was deafening. Then, another white lightning streaked across the sky, and the degree of condensation turned the thunder clouds into a thunder pool. The thunder continued, and the sky turned from dark to bright, with black and white thunder interweaving, as if the end of the world was coming. The huge sound of thunder, wrapped in the power of the demigod, was like a heavenly calamity, making all the lives on Phoenix Island look at the strange phenomenon condensed in the sky in horror. Where is the Phoenix Clan patriarch? The thunder sound turned into a spiritual wave, resounding in the hearts of high-level lives. Who is it? In the Phoenix Clan, the half-sleeping Phoenix Suzaku demigod was awakened and sensed an extremely terrifying power of the demigod. Strength, maybe not inferior to it. It cried out, broke through the air, and flew into the sky. The phoenixes at the totem level on the island also flew into the sky together to find the source of the anomaly. This thunder force was too terrifying, enough to carpet bomb Phoenix Island. By then, all lives below the totem level would probably die from thunder. The source must be found out. When a totem demigod, plus 11 ordinary and top-level totem phoenixes came to the sky, they were directly shocked by the scene in front of them. A black and white bear, just over 1 meter tall, was bathing in a sea of thunder. It seemed that it was the one who released the thunder and lightning, but it mobilized the thunder and lightning to induce stronger thunder and lightning from heaven and earth, as if it had another purpose. It was eating. Many phoenixes saw that the black and white bear was swallowing the natural power of lightning and thunder that gathered from all around. Among the 11 totem phoenixes, a phoenix of the thunder system was horrified and said, "Stop it. Stop it. If it continues like this, all the natural lightning and thunder on Phoenix Island will be eaten up. By then, Phoenix Island will become a country without lightning and thunder." On the opposite side, 11's deterrence shook the heavens and the earth, like Thor. It heard the shouting on the opposite side, showed a disgusted expression, and immediately stopped eating. "Stingy, what's wrong with eating some of your lightning and thunder? This Phoenix Island is indeed a treasure land. The quality of the natural energy around it is very high, far exceeding any country that Shiyu has been to." 11 came and immediately didn't want to leave. It felt that here, just eating natural lightning and thunder could fill you up for a long time. The current patriarch of the Phoenix Clan, 11, returned to Shiyu's side, and Shiyu shouted. At this time, many phoenixes, and the current patriarch of the Phoenix Clan, that is, the sister of the undead Dark Phoenix, all looked at Shiyu and his group solemnly, just because the power displayed by 11 was too strong. However, it seems that human is the leader. Shiyu slowly spoke in front of many phoenixes. "I am entrusted by the Blue Star Will World Tree, the mythical gods of the era, the Pig God, Zuanming, the Holy Deer, the Lishan Lord, the Demon King Dragon, the Eternal God Tree, and the Taurus Ancient God, to mediate the conflict between your race and the human race and take away your race's super god resources." Shiyu stood on the battleship, with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at the totem demigod in front of him, the Phoenix Tribe leader. 3.8 billion energy value. This is the guy with the highest normal energy value that Shiyu has ever seen, higher than 11. He is worthy of being the leader of the Phoenix Tribe, who has lived for thousands of years and has been steadily suppressing the undead Phoenix, and at the same time mastering quasi-god skills and faith skills. It is estimated that he has eaten a lot of god-level resources. The undead Phoenix has a lot, and the other party must have more. However, no matter how powerful the other party is, Shiyu's momentum is also very strong this time. Hearing Shiyu's words, this red divine bird was obviously stunned, and then showed an extremely ridiculous expression. Not only it, all the Phoenix tribes were dumbfounded. To mediate the conflict between the Phoenix Clan and the Human Clan? What a joke. There is no conflict between the Phoenix Clan and the Human Clan. In Phoenix Island, the Human Clan lives and works in peace and contentment, is healthy and long-lived, and is the happiest group of people among the Blue Star Human Clan. The Phoenix Clan has always been known as the auspicious totem and is loved by all races, including the Human Clan. Shiyu's talk is nonsense. Also, take away the super god resources of the Phoenix Clan? What a joke. The things left by the ancestors when they explored the starry sky, how can Shiyu, a human being, take them away just by saying so? It is also entrusted by the Blue Star Will World Tree and the 7 gods of the mythological era. Who are you fooling? Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha. After hearing this, the contemporary patriarch of the Phoenix Clan, the Phoenix Suzaku demigod, laughed up to the sky. He was shocked by this funny joke and laughed and cursed. "Your Excellency, you are not coming to my Phoenix clan to tell jokes, right?" If they hadn't seen that the black and white bear was a demigod, they would have taken action collectively. "You don't believe it?" Shiyu's expression was still very calm. He closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them. Boom. As Shiyu opened his eyes, at this moment, his pupils turned directly to emerald green. The air around him began to vibrate hummingly, and the nearly materialized spiritual fluctuations formed green ripples around him. The next moment, Shiyu's spiritual pupils rotated, and a strong aura bloomed from him. With him as the center, a field covering the heaven and earth was quickly formed. In the field, a huge tree with a boundless height, emitting a faint golden glow, stood behind Shiyu, revealing a miracle. Spiritual field, Jianmu field, modified, world tree form. After receiving the blessing of the enhanced version of the world tree, Shiyu, because of his spiritual field and having eaten the fruit of the world tree, has another ability that other blessers do not have, which is to reveal the will of the world tree. Although it also consumes a lot of physical energy and has no combat bonus effect, Shiyu feels that sometimes this ability is not bad, equivalent to an identity authentication. As the messenger of the world tree, the meteorites and the abyss demon frogs may not care about him, but you, a native life form of Blue Star, can't ignore it, right? The shadow of the giant world tree that is as high as the sky is filled with golden light, which makes Shiyu more dazzling with the reflection of the sky, and exudes an aura that is not inferior to the totem, as if he is the master of the world. Endless light fell like a meteor shower, falling on Shiyu's body, and also on the bodies of the pets next to Shiyu. The world power from all directions surrendered to Shiyu, and a great affinity was generated. Shiyu seemed to be favored by Blue Star with every glance and every move. Many totem phoenixes, at their level, can see with their own eyes that the infinite world power is like seeing their father, acting like a spoiled child beside Shiyu. Shiyu, a human, seems to be able to touch the rules of this world at will. How could it be? Many phoenixes were startled. What is this? Boom. Under the shocked expressions of the phoenixes, the ginseng baby at Shiyu's feet yawned and opened its emerald green eyes. A fruit of the world tree condensed on the tip of its finger. It first activated the quasi-divine skill of the world's grace, and then activated the fruit of the world tree. The power that also represents the will of the world tree permeated it. Quasi-divine skill, Phoenix Suzaku demigod, and the phoenixes were shocked. Isn't that a ginseng baby? It's a rubbish supplement that the phoenixes are too lazy to eat. But how can a ginseng baby master a quasi-divine skill, and this quasi-divine skill can actually mobilize the power of the entire world? Isn't that the fruit of the world tree? Phoenix Suzaku demigod was shocked and saw the fruit made by the ginseng baby. Other races may not know it, but the Phoenix clan, because it originated from the mythological era like the Dragon clan, has a long history, and has records of some rare resources, among which the fruit of the world tree is one of them. Is this enough to verify your identity? Under the blessing of the world tree, Shiyu said, this is the identity verification given to me by the world tree. Seeing me is like seeing her. In addition, I, the ginseng baby, have also received the blessing of the world tree. It can be regarded as an evolution completed under the favor of the world tree and inherited the power of the world tree. If these are not enough and you still can't trust me, Shiyu knocked on his forehead helplessly. Beside it, 11 took a step forward, the power of the demigod was revealed, and the quasi-god skills entered the ready state, triggering the sound of rules. Buzz. Black and white, lingering around it for a moment, two sounds of rules vibrated, resounding through the sky, shocking, making the 11 totem phoenixes feel the extremely strong blood suppression and widen their eyes. In addition, this is not over yet. Rin, who turned into a battleship, was surrounded by the wind of luck, and the sound of rules was triggered again, 3 sounds of rules. Chi Tong, in the form of the energy-saving lolly sword girl, stretched out her fingers slightly, 4 small swords lingered on her fingertips, and 4 sounds of rules were triggered. Roar, duck, energy-saving Xiaoji and Yaya took a step forward, and the great disaster in the heart of the abyss were directly released. The sound of rules, like an earthquake in a heartbeat, was activated. 5, 6. The sound of rules rose wildly and intertwined, almost shaking the void, making the sky and the earth dark, filled with the whispers of gods and demons, making the Phoenix tribe leader sweat and be terrified. The other totem phoenixes did not even fight, but were already weak and unable to move under the collective momentum of Shiyu, and were completely shocked. How is this possible? They suspected that they were dreaming. Collect, then. It was such a terrifying scene. With Shiyu's command, the pets were collectively retracted. Shiyu said, "In this way, can you believe my identity? You don't think that, except for the messenger of the world tree and the humans chosen by the gods, there are other humans who can cultivate so many terrifying pets and get the certification of the world's will." "Okay, my patience has reached its limit," Shiyu said. "I couldn't confirm your identity just now. It wasn't polite. Please forgive me." Opposite Shiyu, the Phoenix tribe leader directly restrained his momentum, breathing rapidly, and said in shock. At this moment, it completely believed it. After all, this outrageous lineup really made it difficult for it not to believe. This, the other totem phoenixes were also shocked. The messenger of the world tree came to the door. What happened to their Phoenix tribe? Such a terrifying lineup, at least 6 quasi-divine skills, is enough to easily destroy the Phoenix tribe. What's more, there are several pets that look harmless to humans and animals, and they don't show their power at all. It's okay. It's normal not to believe it easily. The world tree shared her power with me because of the special identity of this person, Shiyu said. Now that you believe it, you can sit down and have a good talk. I came here for 2 things this time. The Phoenix tribe leader was silent, looked at Shiyu and said, "Sir Messenger, we are powerless to fulfill your request. There are indeed super divine resources in the Phoenix tribe, but they cannot be taken out at all, and I don't know what the use of this resource is, sir," Shiyu said. "I know, but this resource is of great importance. It is an item that Lord World Tree designated to obtain, in the mythological era. The 3 major star races invaded the blue sky. At that time, the blue star was no longer suitable for the gods to live in, so they went to the starry sky to seek a new home under the advice of the blue star. In addition, they also had a mission to go deep into the universe and investigate those invaders. The super god resources brought back by your tribe are likely to be a vital item, some kind of news, so this thing is very likely to affect the future and life and death of the blue star, which is why the world tree asked me to take it away." The Phoenix clan chief and a bunch of totem phoenixes listened to Shiyu's words dully. Shiyu hadn't finished speaking yet. The future of Blue Star is full of ill-fated events. The god-level phoenix that returned from the starry sky and brought back super god resources was actually not the first god to bring outside resources back to Blue Star. Long before it, the goddess Nuwa, who is a top-level god and supreme god like Zulong and Yuanfeng, brought back another resource. It's called human beings. Human beings, a large tribe in the universe and the starry sky, are not native life forms of Blue Star. However, later, they were transformed by the World Tree and became a member of Blue Star. Human beast masters are jointly considered by many gods and even the World Tree to be the hope of Blue Star life forms to break through and surpass the god level. This is also the reason why she chose me as a messenger. Another mission of my birth this time is to convey this news to the leaders of the human race and the leaders of large tribes like the Phoenix clan. This will also be convenient and help us better meet the future catastrophe of Blue Star. I know that the Phoenix clan has always treated the human race well. This may also be because your ancestors first. I have received the instructions from the World Tree. Don't worry, I have made preparations. I heard that the super god resources brought back by the Phoenix god Senior are in ruins, and restrictions have been set. Only those with Phoenix blood can explore. Besides, it is difficult to take away the resources with the power of a demigod alone. It is indeed not easy. So, after receiving the order from the World Tree, I have made targeted preparations. I have already contracted a pet with Phoenix blood in the outside world. We can work together to try to crack the ruins. If it cannot be cracked, then forget it. Maybe the time has not come yet. We have to wait until the mythological era comes again before there is hope to break through the god level. If the crack is successful, it can be regarded as knowing what information the senior brought back earlier, and making targeted preparations. Please help me, especially you, the current patriarch of the Phoenix clan. At this time, the Phoenix clan, who learned many secrets from Shiyu, was completely dumbfounded. Even the Suzaku demigod had never learned so much explosive intelligence at one time. However, Shiyu's pets were very silent throughout the whole process. Is this the power of traveling back in time and attacking someone with poor intelligence? They almost believed it. Even Lin, who is a top-level intelligence, couldn't analyze the problem for a while. The Phoenix clan was also fooled by Shiyu's complete and incomparable statement. Pet with Phoenix bloodline, the Phoenix clan leader, the sister of the undead Dark Phoenix, looked surprised. Yes. Shiyu looked at Qitong. At this time, the lolly Qitong dispersed the 4 swords of Zuxian, and the phoenix clone slowly condensed at the fingertips. The power of bloodline exploded. The powerful phoenix bloodline from the demigod directly made all the phoenixes present widen their eyes. Among them, the Phoenix clan leader, the sister of the undead Dark Phoenix, was even more stunned. She looked at the spirit Qitong in disbelief and said, "This bloodline, the Phoenix bloodline entrusted to humans," then, it almost went berserk. "Calm down," Shiyu shouted loudly, "have you forgotten what I said just now? I have another purpose, which is to mediate the conflict between you and the human race. This conflict also includes the conflict between the pure-blooded Phoenix and the human Phoenix hybrids. Human hybrids were also a possible path discussed by all races in the World Tree. It's just that this path is very difficult. The Phoenix clan did not try it first, but it was implemented by the Dragon clan with more domineering blood. Human Phoenix hybrids have never been the object of exclusion by the Phoenix clan. Your clan rules should have been updated long ago." The Phoenix clan leader and a group of totem phoenixes were unbelievable. "The reason why I contracted it is because it is a hybrid of human and phoenix. It was Lord World Tree who told me its location and believed that it has the potential to surpass the god level. This is the advantage brought by hybrids. Of course, hybrids are dangerous and the chance of success is less than 1 in 100. It is right for the Phoenix clan not to try it easily. However, there is no need to regard successful cases as heresy and kill them all. Unfortunately, Lord World Tree has been sleeping all year round, and it will take the revival of mythology to fully awaken. Otherwise, with its guidance, the rules of the various races on Blue Star would not be so chaotic." Shiyu sighed. "Impossible." At this time, hearing Shiyu say that the ancestors of the Phoenix clan supported hybrids, the Phoenix Suzaku demigod was incredulous. "Impossible? Could it be that my sister?" Shiyu said. "Your sister is indeed wrong. She has gone astray, and you are completely right to stop her. Her purpose in cultivating hybrid humans is to use them as nutrients, which is a form of fratricide. Her methods are against nature and it is easy to go astray. The most harmonious path is for human beastmasters and the Phoenix clan to sign an equal contract, grow together, and help each other. Hybridization is just another extreme path, and your sister is even more extreme. However, when her crazy approach was only half implemented, it did cultivate 2 hybrids with outstanding talents. One is the spirit in front of you, and the other is Princess Wangzai of the Phoenix Empire. Have you seen my sister?" The Phoenix clan leader was stunned. "Not only have I seen it, I also assisted its daughter, the mixed-blood beastmaster Princess Wangzai, to overthrow it. Its path is not recognized by the World Tree, and it is easy to lead the Phoenix clan and humans to destruction. On the contrary, you, the Patriarch, are highly trusted by the World Tree. This time, I came here just to hope that you can join hands with the Phoenix clan and the human kingdom that Princess Wangzai is about to establish, and develop harmoniously together and form an alliance," Shiyu said. "Humanity will sooner or later cooperate with all races. This is the general trend, and Princess Wangzai, as a human with Phoenix blood, I think she is a good support object for the Phoenix clan." The Phoenix clan leader's expression changed, feeling incredible, and felt that what he learned today was very dreamy. If these were said by others, he would definitely not believe it, but Shiyu, this World Tree messenger, he couldn't help but believe it. In the end, the Phoenix clan leader was silent for a long time and looked at Shiyu and Qitong. Qitong in front of him was indeed gifted with terrifying talents. He actually mastered quasi-divine skills. You know, for thousands of years, only he and his sister have cultivated quasi-divine skills in the Phoenix clan, and both sides have used it for a long time. This mixed-blood child doesn't look very old. Could it be that being mixed-blooded really has such a big advantage? "How can I help you?" said the Phoenix clan leader. Shiyu said, "It's very simple. Don't think that it has mastered quasi-god skills, but it is actually only at the Overlord level. The mythical race, Overlord level, still has very strong potential. It is currently on the verge of a breakthrough and can break through at any time. Breaking through means becoming a demigod. I plan to let it combine the strengths of you, the clan leader, and your sister to complete the breakthrough. Then, with my assistance, there will be great hope of opening the super god ruins." The Phoenix clan leader was again incredulous. The Overlord level can master quasi-god skills? Is this the strength of the World Tree messenger? If it weren't for the gift of the world will, it couldn't imagine how a life could touch the rules of the planet at the Overlord level. "Okay. I can help you," The Phoenix clan leader thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. At the same time, Shiyu felt strange. This is it. I didn't expect that I was quite talented. With just a few tricks, I made the Phoenix tribe leader offer super god resources and help cultivate Qitong. Not bad. He felt that he could also trick other tribes with resources by relying on a fixed template. Fighting and killing is not good. Using intelligence to exchange resources is good for both parties. It's just that it may be easy to be beaten by the world tree after it finds out. I don't know if my current strength can beat the world tree. Shiyu fell into deep thought. It still felt difficult. As the true strongest demigod, he felt that the world tree had at least dozens of quasi-god skills. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Semi-God Level Suzaku Sword Princess. We can assist you and let you try to crack the Super God Ruins, however, how to do it specifically, the Phoenix tribe leader stared at Shiyu and his men on the battleship in silence. This Super God Ruins has already cost the Phoenix tribe a lot of power, and it is better to throw it away than to throw it away. It now believes Shiyu's watertight rhetoric. It also believes to a certain extent that it is more valuable to let Shiyu and his men crack the ruins and get the key information that affects the survival of Blue Star. As the messenger of the World Tree, there must be something unique that can crack the ruins that others cannot crack. Specific methods. Before cracking the ruins, I want to let it evolve and break through to its strongest state. At present, it has not only perfectly inherited the power of the Sun Phoenix, but also walked its own way and mastered the quasi-divine sword skills. For the sake of success rate, I also want its clone to walk the same path as you, the clan leader, and become a quasi-Suzaku. In this way, the power of the Phoenix, the power of sword skills, the power of faith, and the power of human beings will definitely have the fighting power of the gods. According to the deduction results of the Phoenix clan, if you have the fighting power of the gods, you can crack the ruins, Shiyu said. What? Many Phoenix totems were shocked. It turned out that Shiyu asked the clan leader to help him practice, and he had this idea. The method of Suzaku evolution. The Phoenix clan leader heard this, his red pupils flashed, and he said, I see, but it's a pity that I can't help you with this alone. I evolved into a quasi-Suzaku because of many coincidences, and there is no systematic evolution plan. Huh? The Phoenix clan leader said that after Shiyu and the others heard it, although they felt it was a pity, they also felt it was normal. It's also within my expectations, Shiyu said. Well, however, there are always more solutions than problems. Shiyu said, don't worry about this, I am the messenger of the World Tree and I hold the fruit of the World Tree. You should know the function of the fruit of the World Tree. It can improve your understanding and learning ability. Chief, you only need to show the Suzaku faith skills you have mastered, and then give me a legendary feather that contains your own spiritual power and the power of Suzaku faith. We can deduce the Suzaku road by ourselves. The Phoenix clan chief was stunned and said, are you sure? What a joke. It's not so easy to evolve into Suzaku. It feels that Shiyu and the others may fail at this step. You can help, and I will think of a solution, Shiyu said. The Phoenix clan chief's expression calmed down, thought about it again and again, and finally nodded. In this case, it wants to see how the other party can evolve into Suzaku by observing the faith skills and the Suzaku feather. Okay, the red divine bird that the Phoenix worshipped immediately offered a feather. The next moment, the Suzaku divine fire ignited on the red feathers. Name, Suzaku divine fire, attribute, fire, level, super, introduction, faith skill. The divine fire formed by burning the power of faith can even burn the rules of the planet. Boom. The divine fire ignited, and in an instant, it seemed as if the sun fell above Shiyu and his men's heads. The season changed from winter to midsummer in an instant. And the temperature changed greatly. The blue sky and white clouds instantly turned into red sky and red clouds because of the appearance of this palm-sized bird-shaped divine fire. This small bird-shaped flame was extremely powerful. According to Shiyu's perception, the threat level was even better than some quasi-divine skills. The Phoenix clan leader in front of him mastered both quasi-divine skills and faith skills at the same time. It can be said that he was indeed ridiculously strong. No wonder the undead Phoenix could not beat it, and no wonder the Empress could only perish with it. Shiyu sighed. The enemies faced by these legendary emperors of Donghuang were really not simple. The meteorite is a starry sky life form with quasi-divine skills, and the Phoenix tribe leader has mastered the Suzaku faith skills and quasi-divine skills. They are not comparable to ordinary demigods. How is it? At this time, the Phoenix tribe leader used the Suzaku divine fire, and the majestic queen's voice of the Phoenix tribe leader sounded. Shiyu in front of him was indeed powerful, and he had contracted a bunch of pets that mastered quasi-divine skills. If he fought with Shiyu, he would also have a headache. However, the Phoenix tribe leader was sure that he was invincible in a one-on-one fight. Because he was the Suzaku faith god. With the support of the entire Phoenix kingdom. With the blessing of countless faith powers, his Suzaku divine fire can even burn the rules of divine skills. Not bad, Shiyu showed a satisfied expression, but unfortunately, the Phoenix tribe leader only mastered the Suzaku divine fire, a faith skill. Unlike Chong, he had two faith skills as soon as he evolved, and one of them was fused by himself into a top-grade faith skill, such as the Azure Dragon Immortal Body. 11. Shiyu gave an order, and 11 flew out electromagnetically. When the Phoenix tribe leader was stunned, he directly pinched a bird-shaped Suzaku divine fire in his hand. Boom. Under the blazing heat, 11 was excited. Such a strong flame, even with a superb level Legion battle body, the indestructible golden body, the molten gold skill, and the extremely high fire resistance, it felt the damage. Such a strong flame used to forge the body must be very effective. I hope that Sister Chiden can learn it quickly. By then, Chong's Dragon Star Meteorite Boxing and Chiden's Suzaku Divine Fire Body training will be perfect. Impossible. After seeing 11 holding the Suzaku Divine Fire, the Phoenix clan chief said in disbelief. The other totem phoenixes were also shocked. They could feel that the iron-eating beast in front of them was a gold creature. However, a gold creature that was restrained by the fire system could actually hold the flame faith skill? The Phoenix clan chief couldn't understand it. Even if this Suzaku Divine Fire, in order to avoid wasting the power of faith, only integrated a trace of faith power, but even the most basic unit of Suzaku Divine Fire could easily kill a totem in seconds. At this moment, it was actually being played with by a gold creature? It has loved playing with fire since it was young, and it has good fire resistance, Shiyu said. Accompanied by Chitong, Shiyu took a few steps forward, turned into a red-haired red-eyed one, and took over the Suzaku feather whose fire of faith was extinguished. Successful collection. Shiyu directly copied the Suzaku Divine Fire skill with his backhand. No matter what coincidence you succeeded in practicing, it will be mine in the next second. Many phoenixes looked at Shiyu holding the Suzaku feather in disbelief. Then, we will try to break through the evolution first. It won't take long for us to return, please wait patiently. Shiyu with red hair and red eyes smiled slightly, and then the whole sky went dark. As a green cotton worm on the battleship jumped up and jumped into the air, with a boom, the starlight was shining. Roar, the huge body was revealed in the dragon roar in the blue gold light. Under the starry sky, the Azure Dragon God of Faith, who was shaped like a dragon, with golden horns on his head, green scales on his body, and eyes and tail, seemed to be burning with golden spiritual faith fire, descended directly. A bunch of Phoenix clan members were shocked again. Just now, Shiyu and a bunch of pets showed quasi-divine skills, which was spectacular, but among them, the blue cotton worm and the water slime were just watching. They were originally curious about who these two were. At this moment, as the Phoenix clan leader spoke in disbelief, all the phoenixes were stunned and understood its identity. Azure Dragon, the Phoenix clan leader said in disbelief. From the worm, he felt a vast power of faith of the four saints evolvers. The other party may have evolved further than himself in terms of faith in God. The phoenixes saw that Shiyu and a bunch of pets ascended the body of Azure Dragon from the battleship, and the huge battleship also turned into a magic cube and fell on Shiyu. Their goal is the starry sky. They want to evolve and break through in the starry sky. Boom. The dragon body swayed. Chong looked at the starry sky, and the whole body was quickly wrapped in golden light, rushing out of the blue star. Patriarch. Many Phoenix clan members looked at the Suzaku demigod. The Phoenix clan leader was silent, and once again felt the horror of Shiyu. This world tree messenger was simply a monster, and every contracted creature under his command was outrageous. Is it true that humans are the supreme race brought back from the starry sky by the top gods? It looked at the starry sky, and finally, the wings of the Phoenix Suzaku spread, and with a long cry, it also flew into the starry sky. I'll go and see. While Chang Chong was flying to the starry sky, Shi Yu planned the next breakthrough evolution. At present, although Shi Yu copied the Suzaku divine fire, he could not teach it to Chi Tong, because the skill fit was not enough. At the moment, Chi Tong is not a starry sky faith god, and can't learn faith skills at all. However, Shi Yu believes that it will be soon. Wait, after arriving in the starry sky, let Chi Tong use the spiritual solution skill to transform some of the undead imprisoned in the dead space into breakthrough growth nutrients, and it can easily break through to the totem level. Then, after reaching the totem level, Chi Tong has the ability to self-optimize bloodline race. At that time, even without the evolution skill, totem creatures can improve their race and evolve themselves. Of course, for ordinary totems, this process is extremely long. If the totem-level life is regarded as a student and evolution is regarded as a subject, then there is only one student in a million who can study this subject thoroughly. There is a gap in the learning ability of each life, just like when given a knowledge field. Some people can't get started no matter how hard they study, and some people can easily study a field to the extreme and create a new field. The gap between geniuses and ordinary spirits will be widened after the totem level. Chi Tong's qualifications are obviously already a little genius. With a cheat of the world tree fruit, it should be able to proceed very smoothly on the road to self-optimization of the totem level. Although it is more difficult to evolve into Suzaku, Shi Yu has more than one cheating device that can assist it. There are also the 4 saint clones of Chong Chong, which can help it mobilize the power of Suzaku's faith and improve its own race. There is also the blessing wind of Lin, which can enhance Chi Tong's luck and let it find the shortcut of evolution as soon as possible. So many helpers ensure that Chi Tong can complete the evolution like the Phoenix Patriarch. Could it be that these things are not as good as the opportunity of the Phoenix Patriarch? Moreover, there is no need to evolve perfectly. After slightly optimizing the bloodline, Chi Tong will be able to increase the compatibility with Suzaku Divine Fire. At that time, through Shi Yu's added power, it will absorb the skill experience of Suzaku Divine Fire. It should be no problem for its clone to evolve into Suzaku. Maybe, it can stand on the shoulders of the Phoenix Patriarch and go further than it. In the vast starry sky, in the vast universe where the sun can be seen at a glance, King Long carried Shi Yu and his party up and left the shackles of the blue star. Roar, King Long roared in the starry sky. As soon as they entered the starry sky, except for Chong Chong, Shi Yu and his group all felt some suppression to a greater or lesser extent. This suppression would become stronger and stronger as they moved away from the planet and went deeper into the starry sky. Generally speaking, only starry sky life can move freely outside the star body. If it were other races, it would be like a fish out of water and would be very uncomfortable. This suppression was also the reason why some gods on Blue Star were unable to sail far away at that time. Unless they could optimize their blood and transform themselves into starry sky races, but there was still the same problem. Not every life had the qualifications to complete its evolution. However, although they could not survive in the universe for a long time, it was still okay for them to stay for a few hours at Shi Yu's level. This period of time was enough. Chi Tong, after flying into the starry sky, Shi Yu called out, and Chi Tong, who was in the energy-saving form next to him, nodded and returned to the growth form. The sword girl Chi Tong, wearing silver-white armor and with red hair, directly summoned the Sun Phoenix clone. Then I'll go. Chi Tong turned around and looked at Shi Yu with her red eyes. Shi Yu nodded. Chew. Then, the orange-red Sun Phoenix clone flew out under the sun, and Chi Tong was surrounded by Flame Spirit. She directly switched from Chong Chong to the Phoenix clone. Ying Ying, roar, Yi, Ning, come on, the 11 and the others cheered Chi Tong up. Chi Tong nodded heavily and rode the Phoenix clone away from Shi Yu and the others. During this process, the flame power on her body became stronger. The power of the Phoenix clone is Yangayan, the sun god fire, which is the power that Chi Tong has stripped away, but she can still control it, and her own flame is the fire of life, which belongs to her. Under the lingering of the double flames, in Chi Tong's dead soul space, the totem dead souls of the meteorite tribe imprisoned by it burned one after another, turning into spiritual nutrients to help Chi Tong break through, leaving only the demigod puppet of the abyss demon frog. The soul aura in the sky emerged, lingering around Chi Tong and the Phoenix clone, making their common aura rise steadily. In addition, Chi Tong also used the world tree fruit prepared by Shen Bao Bao in advance and the Yangayan flower looted from the Phoenix Empire treasury. With a blessing of many resources, its original normal energy value of more than 300 million began to have a qualitative leap. Begin to break through. Power turns into the source of life. 1 billion, 2 billion, 2.5 billion, 3 billion. Soon, Qi-Tong's normal energy value also broke through the 3 billion mark. There is no doubt that once it breaks through, it will be a demigod level. This time, Qi-Tong's breakthrough, Shiyu is most concerned about the change of its spiritual solution skill. The skilled, mastery, and perfect spiritual solutions allow Qi-Tong to have the bird spirit form, the phoenix spirit form, and the sword princess form. So what about the spiritual solution of this superb level? Shiyu and Qi-Tong didn't know, but soon, they knew. They saw the red breakthrough light getting stronger and stronger. The flames dancing in the sky seemed to wrap them up in a huge fireball, reflecting the starry sky. This is, when the Phoenix clan leader also flew into the starry sky, he immediately saw the scene in front of him. Qi-Tong, who had broken through to the totem demigod, seemed to have turned into the sun. In the starry sky, there were two suns shining in the dark universe. Blue star. At this time, the life that looked up could also find that there seemed to be two suns in the sky. This special phenomenon directly puzzled and surprised many lives. Shiyu and others on Qinglong were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately reacted. The supernatural spiritual solution directly allowed Qi-Tong's bloodline form to return to the essential power of the Sun Phoenix, the power of the sun. At this time, Qi-Tong seemed to have obtained the true body of the sun and could freely transform into the form of the sun. However, this is not a skill. Like the previous flame of regeneration and flame of recovery, it is just a derivative form of the spiritual solution to improve proficiency. In this state, it will be easier for Qi-Tong to mobilize the power of the sun. Boom! In an instant, the sun's brilliance swept all around. In the dazzling sun, a figure with a sword intent surging and aura piercing the starry sky walked out. It was the sword girl Qi-Tong. She was still beautiful, and her figure was even more dazzling in the sun. At this time, Qi-Tong had completed the breakthrough, but had not yet completed the evolution. She looked at Shiyu and the others across the starry sky, and made Shiyu and Chong smile. Chong, the next step is up to you, roar. Chong roared and directly activated the Four Saints clone skills. A round of the Four Saints Suzaku clone, which was originally based on Qi-Tong, mobilized the Suzaku faith power on the Suzaku faith objects collected by Shiyu and the others to help Qi-Tong with the awakening baptism. Qi-Tong is also using the power of Suzaku's faith as much as possible to optimize the blood of his own Phoenix clone. This is, the Phoenix clan leader who followed was stunned when he saw the huge Suzaku phantom flying behind Qi-Tong, mobilizing the power of faith to help him transform his blood. He suddenly looked at the 10,000-meter blue dragon. Why can this blue dragon even mobilize the power of Suzaku's faith? This is unreasonable. Moreover, my Suzaku feather, the Phoenix clan leader also suddenly discovered that Qi-Tong was already decomposing a Suzaku feather at this moment, and it seemed that they were really simulating the evolution of Suzaku through deduction as Shiyu said. How is it? Asked the mechanical Lin next to Shiyu. On the Azure Dragon, Shiyu, who was still possessed by the Sword Spirit clone, smiled and said, "It's going better than what you deduced. It only took a moment for the Suzaku sacred fire to be in a teachable state. Rin, great. In this way, maybe we can take a more perfect evolutionary route than the Phoenix Patriarch." Yes, Shiyu stretched out his palm and faced Qi-Tong through the air, entering a state of mind resonance. He closed his eyes slightly, and then seemed to have entered a dark world, in which only he and Qi-Tong were back to back, tightly attached. Because he was in the state of clone possession and mind resonance, Shiyu directly added points through the air, and passed on the skills and experience of the Suzaku Sacred Fire to Qi-Tong in the optimized race. The next moment, a red light lingered on Shiyu's body, and in the distance, the fire of spiritual belief was ignited in Qi-Tong's mind. With a boom, a stronger light bloomed from her body, and the shadow of the sun became larger and more dazzling, covering everything about them. During this process, the Phoenix leader was confused as he felt the growing power of his sister's mixed-blood daughter. He felt that she was getting closer and closer to the orthodox Suzaku. Even, she would soon surpass him. Chu, the Suzaku divine fire filled the sky, lingering in the shadow of the sun. A Suzaku seemed to be slowly born in it, which shocked the Phoenix leader. Is that, it's Suzaku divine fire? Why? It had only been a few minutes since they flew into the starry sky. However, in these few minutes, A life had directly completed the evolution to Suzaku, and completed the path it had successfully walked after countless opportunities. This, it couldn't accept it. Finally, the power of faith and the gathering of the Suzaku divine fire perfected the final body of the Suzaku constellation. With a bird cry that resounded through the starry sky, its body was completely formed under the red evolutionary light. The power of the Suzaku was derived from the phoenix, and the red starlight in the sky turned into a phoenix tree. The Suzaku, which emerged from the morning sun, spread its wings and flew from its perched state. Its body was covered with the Suzaku divine fire, which would never burn out. Its vigorous vitality was as vast as the sun. The divine bird form, composed entirely of flames, wearing golden flame feathers, was like an elemental life, like the incarnation of flames. It flew out from the scorching sun, and on its body stood a woman with red hair, red eyes, and also wearing flame feathers. It was Qitong. At this time, Shiyu was very excited. It was done. The main body remained in the form of the Sword Princess, holding the 4 swords of Zhirksen, and transformed into the evolved Suzaku form, forming the super god mode of the Suzaku Sword Princess. This wave, invincible. Rin, collect the analysis skills. Although Shiyu was immersed in the evolution of Qitong at this time, he did not forget to share information with Lin. In this evolution, Qitong learned a total of 3 skills. Shiyu felt that it was simply outrageous. You know, Chong evolved through the Azure Dragon realm and only awakened to faith skills. Of course, Qitong's here is a copy. The first one is the Suzaku Divine Fire, which was successfully transformed into racial skill during the evolution of Qitong. The second one is a skill of the Dead Spirit system, name, Soul Guidance, Attribute, Dead Spirit, Level, Superclass, Introduction. Consuming the power of faith can make the soul of the believer immortal after death and reincarnate. Shiyu didn't know how to evaluate this skill. In fact, there are very few lives with the ability to reincarnate, and Qitong's outrageousness is that its faith skill can allow believers to reincarnate. Chong's Azure Dragon immortal body is just reincarnated and resurrected with the help of the power of faith. In the Precon period, the vermilion bird was believed to be able to lead the souls of the dead to ascend to the sky and was related to the soul. Could it be that Qitong's spiritual form just fits some of the demands? The third skill, name, Sun True Body, Attribute, Fire, Level, Superclass, Introduction. It can burn the power of faith, turn itself into the sun, burn everything, illuminate the starry sky, and burn the stars. The skill that Shiyu felt was the most outrageous, or the third one. This should be the vermilion bird faith skill awakened by Qitong combining his own race and the power of faith. It should be regarded as the upper level faith skill of the vermilion bird divine fire. The vermilion bird divine fire is just a combination of ordinary flames and the power of faith, but the sun true body is a combination of the sun divine fire and the power of faith, and it is more powerful. It is a faith skill that has been trained to the extreme, like the Dragon Star group, which can destroy stars and can directly devour a planet into the sun. At this moment, Qitong's attributes are quite perfect. Not only does the original body master the quasi-divine sword skills, but the clone also masters the 3 major faith skills. The combination of the two makes its energy value finally climb to the 3.53 billion mark. It has surpassed the 11 that just broke through, but the current 11, after subsequent training, swallowing the meteorite, and eating a lot of resources, the normal energy value has long been more outrageous. And Qitong has not yet completely caught up. Qitong, in the starry sky, Shiyu gathered his spiritual power and shouted loudly. The opposite Qitong directly absorbed the Suzaku clone into his body, like a 9-day goddess descending from the starry sky, leaning towards Shiyu and his team. She smiled. Qitong felt that she might be able to defend the team championship for consecutive times. Susu and Lin would definitely not be able to beat her. 11 and the others, sensing Qitong's current state, were indeed amazed and felt that Qitong at this time, even if she did not possess Shiyu, could still pose a strong threat to them. Roar, seeing Qitong in such a perfect state, Chong couldn't help but want to break through. After it broke through, the fantasy dragon would allow it to evolve again. This time, Qitong had a quasi-god skill that evolved into a faith skill, and Chong hoped that he would have a faith skill and evolve into a quasi-god skill, so that he would not lag behind his teammates too much. It cried to death, and it said that those who evolved first must be behind the version. It was so glorious when it evolved into the Azure Dragon, but now, Qitong has evolved twice in a row, one God evolution and one faith evolution, and it is still waiting in line here. Meow. When the sword girl Qitong flew over, she gradually transformed into a sword spirit form, turned into a fiery red long sword, and fell into Shiyu's hand. Then, both sides entered a state of complete possession, and the momentum was even more terrifying. Shiyu was like a fire god walking out of the starry sky, looking at the Phoenix Patriarch who followed him from outside the blue star. Under the fiery arrogance, Shiyu's red pupils were as bright as the sun. Patriarch, can you take us to crack the ruins now? This power should be enough, right? The demigod-level red eyes possessed Shiyu, who ate the world, immortality, and eternal resources. At this moment, Shiyu felt that he could defeat the Phoenix Patriarch, who had to fight hard to defeat the Peak Empress with a single fight. Absolutely no problem. The Phoenix Patriarch was shocked and felt great depression from Shiyu and the others. How could it be? Could they really become gods? Phoenix Tribe, Super God Ruins. Phoenix Patriarch, Shiyu, returned from the starry sky. Under the leadership of the Phoenix Patriarch, Shiyu entered the starry sky ruins that looked like a red universe meteorite. Seeing the ruins, Shiyu suddenly remembered that although the demigod of the Phoenix tribe could not crack the ruins, he moved the entire ruins back from the universe. The ruins are dead things. If there are no living things in them, then even if he can't crack them, maybe he can move the ruins back to the original time and space first. There's still a long way to go. This is it. After leading Shiyu into the super god ruins, Shiyu and his party seemed to have entered a petrified world. The whole world was gray, with petrified earth and petrified sky. There was nothing but a stone pillar in the center of the ruins. On the stone pillar, a spherical gem was quietly placed. It was like a glass bead, with a transparent appearance and a green crescent-shaped pattern inlaid inside. Although it has not been approached, anyone can feel its powerful energy fluctuations that surpass the god level. On the stone pillar is the super god level resource. The purpose is currently unknown and it cannot be taken away, but as long as you get close, the ruined space will produce a strong repulsive force, which cannot be stopped even by the demigod level. In addition, the Phoenix clan has also confirmed that only creatures with the blood of the Phoenix clan can approach the stone pillar, otherwise it will produce a stronger repulsion. The Phoenix clan leader, who turned into several meters in size, looked at the World Tree Messenger next to him in the combined state. Because of the possession, Shiyu at this time shared the Phoenix bloodline with Qitong. Among them, the Phoenix clan has tried to let the undead Phoenix possess humans to take away resources, but it has always ended in failure. However, this is the first time that a demigod-level undead Phoenix has possessed a human. In the history of the Phoenix clan, although demigod-level undead Phoenixes have been born, no human has ever been found who can withstand the power of its possession, let alone a human who has signed a contract with both parties. So, the Phoenix clan leader felt at this time, it might really succeed. The power of Shiyu and his men is definitely overwhelming that of ordinary demigods. It is already considered a strong man among demigods. But facing Shiyu in this state, he is still unsure. I'll give it a try, Shiyu nodded, and then approached the stone pillar under the gaze of the Phoenix clan leader. The Phoenix clan leader looked solemnly. According to past experience, the entire relic space should repel Shiyu and his men. According to the speculation of demigods of all generations, at least god-level power is required to withstand this kind of special repulsion. However, the next scene made the Phoenix clan leader somewhat confused. He saw Shiyu and his men approaching the stone pillar step by step, but the so-called special repulsion never appeared. This situation made the Phoenix clan leader stunned. Seeing Shiyu getting closer and closer to the stone pillar, he began to doubt whether there was a malfunction in the ruins. How is it possible? It also tried to approach, but the next moment, the special repulsion force that was like divine power directly acted on the demigod, causing its face to change. Boom! It retreated slightly. The huge movement made the red-haired Shiyu in front of him couldn't help but look back and said, "Are you okay? Why doesn't the ruins repel you?" The Phoenix clan leader couldn't understand. What kind of situation is this? Shiyu was also very puzzled. He sensed the surroundings and did not feel any repulsive force. Could it be that this ruins had heard of his great name over time? Just as Shiyu was wondering, suddenly, something strange happened, and the glass beads on the stone pillar suddenly filled with a stronger light. The light continued to grow, and finally, in the air above the ruins, it condensed into a white phoenix phantom, emitting divine pressure. The Phoenix clan leader was still in shock and had not reacted. The super god resources had appeared? Shiyu and Qitong, who possessed him, also showed a blank expression. What was going on? Clan leader, this should be a normal reaction, right? Part of the rejection? Do we need to fight and test it? Well, a test. The Phoenix clan leader was shocked. This was the first time that the ruins had such a reaction after the ancestor brought it back. At this time, the light and shadow phoenix in the air was like a god. The Phoenix clan leader judged that it was most likely the ancestor who left Blue Star in the mythological era and brought back the super god resources. At this moment, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan seemed to have just woken up and was very tired. Shiyu and the others could feel that this phantom was no longer a real body, but a fixed program similar to an illusion, a mind body, and a spirit of the ruins. Even because of the long time, even the consciousness of independent thinking had disappeared, just like a command. Finally, I see you again, Lord Blue Star, the Phoenix clan god said, and the Phoenix clan leader was shocked as soon as he spoke. You may not be Lord Blue Star, but you should be a member of the Phoenix clan who has a close relationship with Lord Blue Star. No matter who you are, after you get the resource, please be sure to hand it over to Lord Blue Star. Next, please listen to me. After leaving Blue Star, Lord Yuan Feng led us to the depths of the starry sky. During the voyage, many gods sacrificed, but in the end, we still successfully arrived at another civilization. Shiyu and the others were startled and listened to what the other party said very seriously. Then, what made Shiyu and the others change color was that this phantom, like a stutter, had a fuzzy voice and could not make normal sounds. After a bunch of characters that Shiyu and the others could not understand, the thought body left by the Phoenix god finally spoke clearly again. This stone is the key for Blue Star to connect with a cosmic civilization. Lord Blue Star, please decide whether to activate it after careful consideration. Opening it may bring new life to Blue Star, but it may also lead to the complete destruction of Blue Star. Its function is equivalent to a relic key, which allows the user to open a door and directly enter another super planet, no matter where they are. It can be regarded as an interstellar teleportation prop, which can not only teleport there, but also teleport back. This super planet is a very special neutral planet in the universe. In terms of level, it has surpassed your growth level, Lord Blue Star, by 2 levels. It is inhabited by the myriad races of the starry sky. Whether it is the cosmic behemoths, the alien insects of the starry sky, or the human race, they are only one of the myriad races of the starry sky. Their level of civilization has, to a certain extent, surpassed that of Blue Star, which is located in a remote star field. In short, through this keystone, the Blue Star civilization and the starry sky civilization can intersect. Before the two sides come into contact, we will try our best to enhance the status of the Blue Star race in the universe. The method to open it, 2% at %%. Bang! This phantom, like an old and scrap machine, broke into pieces while it was talking. Shiyu, Phoenix Clan Chief? Fuck you, Shiyu said, why don't you finish talking before you scrap it? The Phoenix Phantom was completely scrapped, but the suppression of the ruined space did not completely disappear. The Phoenix Clan Chief was still in the rejection of the ruins, but Shiyu was still able to move forward easily until he picked up the so-called keystone in a daze. After the few words just now, Shiyu was confused. The Phoenix Clan said that it takes god-level combat power to crack this ruins, so he asked Qitong to break through before entering. In the end, what was needed was not some god-level combat power, but the identity of the direct descendant of Lansing? This thing is indeed as you said, it is extremely important to Blue Star. At this moment, hearing that the Phoenix Spirit had confirmed Shiyu's identity, the Phoenix Clan leader, who originally had 99% trust in Shiyu, could say that his trust had reached 100%. It was a blessing in disguise. All of Shiyu's lies were verified. Shiyu held the keystone in silence. A teleporter to another super planet in the universe? Are you serious? Chapter 514, Sky Emperor and the Legend of Evolution. In the Phoenix Ruins, Shiyu, holding the keystone, looked at the Phoenix Clan leader. Meaning, look, I said, I am in an official capacity. Moreover, this keystone is extremely important. It is what the Phoenix Clan ancestors left to the Blue Star Great Will. The lie was made up, and it was all covered up. Could it be that Lin was assisting again? Shiyu felt that this archaeological excavation had yielded an incredible discovery. In the original time and space, This keystone was undoubtedly snatched away by the Phoenix clan leader and the Empress, the two unlucky things. Fortunately, he could travel back to the ancient parallel time and space. Otherwise, it would really be an unjust account. Mr. Envoy, the Phoenix clan leader was in a complicated mood at the moment. What a pity, Shiyu said, the most critical information is lost, it's too old, but I will take it back to the Blue Star Will to repair it, and maybe there's a possibility of rescue. Phoenix clan leader, understood, although the high and mighty Phoenix clan leader also wanted to obtain the right to own the keystone and go to the higher starry sky world to take a look, he also knew that this thing was not something he could grasp. However, it believes that as long as it follows the pace of Blue Star, it and the Phoenix clan will definitely benefit the most in the future. After all, this thing was brought back by the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan gods are fighting in the universe, and the will of Blue Star can't treat the descendants of the Phoenix clan here unfairly. At this moment, the Phoenix clan leader has made up his mind to follow the will of the world and Shiyu well, and develop steadily. Next, I will take this keystone away. In addition, you should prepare to go to Donghuang and form an alliance with Princess Wangzai. I feel that the key to opening the interstellar channel may be in the human race, otherwise, why would the goddess Nuwa bring back the human race? Shiyu continued to deceive. I see. The Phoenix clan leader also became clearer and clearer, his eyes lit up, and then his expression dimmed. It's a pity that her stupid sister had grasped the right direction, but ended up going astray. The Phoenix clan must not go astray from now on. They must follow the will of the world and get along with the human race in a friendly way. One more thing, Shiyu returned to the starting point and exited the energy-consuming possession form. The sword spirit Chitong floated beside Shiyu in the form of a sword. Shiyu said to the Phoenix clan leader with a weak face, just now, in order to make you believe in our identity, we consumed a lot. We came out in a hurry and didn't bring much food. Meow. Chitong also cried out for hunger. Is this the power of a demigod? Too hungry. It now has a little understanding of foodie 11. The Phoenix clan leader was startled. Excuse me, I actually forgot to entertain the envoy. I will order the tribe members to prepare food now, and I will make sure that you return with a full meal. Shiyu showed a satisfied smile, and the Phoenix can be taught. The Phoenix clan leader's heart was bleeding during the next meal. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Phoenix clan of Phoenix Island is a giant force that can rival the Dragon Palace City. Such a force naturally has a huge amount of internal resources, including god-level resources and legendary resources. However, the Phoenix tribe leader discovered that even so, they still couldn't afford to entertain Shiyu, a great god. Chief, they have finished eating the new legendary food again. The Phoenix tribe prepared gifts to establish diplomatic relations with the Empress while serving food to Shiyu. In a short time, the resource reserves dropped rapidly. What? They have finished eating again? The Phoenix tribe leader was shocked. A wood-type totem Phoenix said in a sad voice, Chief, there are at least 6 creatures who have mastered quasi-divine skills, all of which can be regarded as demigods. Their appetite, let alone us, I am afraid that no force can afford it. Fortunately, it's just this meal today. Next time, we can't entertain them, otherwise Phoenix Island will be eaten up. The Phoenix tribe leader was silent and said, I know, but this time, try to let them eat well. The messenger of the world tree, according to reason, has the gift of Blue Star, so he shouldn't come to the Phoenix tribe to eat and drink. No, it's not eating and drinking, it may be purely because the Phoenix tribe is too weak now and can't afford to entertain the other party. The Phoenix tribe leader was depressed. At the same time, Shiyu and his companions, who ate and drank for free, completed this time travel perfectly. Not only did they get the resources, but the red-eyed clone completed the evolution of the vermilion bird, and also changed the history of the Phoenix clan and the Empress dynasty perishing together in the future. It can be said that they can return successfully. However, the archaeological results this time made Shiyu very entangled. The keystone connecting to another superplanet. If the superplanet is regarded as a large relic space, then this is a login device like a relic prop. But, it is different from ordinary relic props, and conventional methods cannot be activated at all. The method of use is lost. Forget it, even if it is not lost, Shiyu dare not try it easily. What if this thing breaks down after a long time? What if I can't come back after teleporting there? Even if the Phoenix said that it can be teleported back and forth, it is still a big pit for those who don't know how to use it. Shiyu decided to take it back and study it. Phoenix Empire. After the Empress Wangzai ascended to the throne, she has been using thundering means to seize the power of the empire. However, it is still unlikely to change the name of the Phoenix Empire to the Donghuang dynasty and become a human empire in a short period of time. After all, the empire is now facing internal and external troubles and has many issues to deal with. Even if the Empress wants to incorporate the Eastern human race, it will take a long time to work hard. Now, a well-known enemy of the Phoenix Empire is the Phoenix clan of Phoenix Island. Although ordinary people are not aware of the small-scale friction between the Phoenix Empire and Phoenix Island, the Eastern human race strongmen and totem creatures are very clear. Before the Empress showed the strength comparable to the Phoenix clan, not many people were willing to join a country with huge war risks. In the Phoenix Palace, the Empress Wangzai looked into the distance silently. She has always been worried about Shiyu's going to Phoenix Island. Before the double sun phenomenon appeared in the sky, she suspected that something went wrong on Phoenix Island. Sister Empress, when the Empress was thinking, a voice came into her ears, which made her face black, but at the same time she was happy. She looked up at the sky, and this voice appeared in her mind, which was telepathy. After a while, the Empress ascended into the sky, and looked at Shiyu and his companions who were sitting on the clouds, as well as a bunch of Shiyu's pets that had become rounder, and said, "You?" She looked stunned. "Wait a minute, what's going on with you guys?" She looked at Shiyu, 11, Big Meat Worm, and others who had gained weight, and suspected that Shiyu had roasted and eaten all the phoenixes of the Phoenix clan. "Here you go." Shiyu threw out a bottle with a drop of water in it, and said, "I have already negotiated with the Phoenix clan. From today onwards, the Phoenix clan will be an ally of the Donghuang human race. This is the whole process of my conversation with them. Just digest it and wait for the Phoenix clan to visit you. As for me, I may have to leave, maybe I will come back, maybe I won't." What? After Shiyu finished speaking, the Empress was incredulous. The Phoenix clan was solved just like that? At the same time, another sentence from Shiyu instantly made the Empress very concerned. "Leave? Not coming back, what does that mean?" "Literally, you should be able to understand it after digesting these memories. If you don't come back, it means we are going to explore a higher realm." Shiyu smiled slightly. Shiyu believed that without the threat of the Phoenix clan, it was not impossible for the Empress, as a mixed-blood legend, to live for 1,000 years and revive the myth. With the Empress in charge of Donghuang in this time and space, he was relieved. The next moment, the Empress received Shiyu's fabricated or not fabricated memories of being the messenger of the world tree, as well as the memories of the Phoenix clan's super god ruins, and learned about Shiyu's identity and what the Phoenix clan's super god resources were. She was as shocked as the Phoenix clan's patriarch. Shiyu also left this place and began to digest the gains in this time and space. After a long time, the Empress looked at the disappearing backs of Shiyu and the others, and finally returned to the Phoenix Palace in silence, waiting for the arrival of the Phoenix clan. After a period of time, Shiyu secretly followed the whole process of the successful establishment of diplomatic relations between the Empress dynasty and the Phoenix clan. When waiting for the time-space repulsion to reach its maximum limit, Qi, who had awakened, teleported them back to their original time and space. However, after leaving, Shiyu always felt that he had forgotten something. It was not until he saw the pair of golden-winged rock wings in the ruins that Shiyu remembered that there were still 3 legendary resources that he had not asked the Garuda Empire for. Another blood loss of billions. Above the ocean, Shiyu, who was rushing back to Donghuang, let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Rin, why didn't you remind me? Rin, I've eaten so many legendary resources in the Phoenix clan, haven't I eaten enough? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Rin, it was indeed my mistake. It seems that there are still bugs in my intelligence. I may have to improve it to perfection before I can plan everything. The next person who breaks through to the demigod level can consider me." Shiyu waved his hand and said with a black line on his face, "Don't trick me. Next, let Chong Chong come. If there is no special situation like the Phoenix clan ruins, our breakthrough order will be based on the order of joining the team. Don't argue, for fairness. Chi Tuong was an accident this time, and it was definitely not because of the treatment of her own daughter." Chi, after Shiyu finished speaking, Chong Chong cried on the cloud and drilled out of the cotton cloud. "Look, what did it hear? This is the most human-like sentence it has heard from Shiyu this year." Chi, Chong Chong suddenly pounced on Shiyu, tears streaming down his face. "Beastmaster. Love you. Okay, Lin said helplessly. That's good. We can strengthen the space strength in advance. Okay, I'll take a look at the information first, Shiyu said. Shiyu and his friends traveled through time for several days again, and there were a lot of various messages. Among them, there was a lot of junk information. For example, Teacher Owl met several beautiful dragons, beautiful butterflies, and beautiful moths, and wanted to introduce them to Chong Chong. It was obvious that he was thinking of something wrong and wanted to manually promote the success of the prophecy. Shiyu decisively deleted it with one click. Chong Chong doesn't need love. A bunch of prophecies, you have to let Owl predict one wrong. The prophecies were all correct, and Shiyu was afraid that it would drift away. However, seeing the owl, Shiyu suddenly wanted to change direction and said, let's go to the imperial capital first. Rin, call Teacher Ying and let it come too. We use the method of dual divine skills to assist in prediction, so that Teacher Owl can predict the relevant information of the super divine resources brought back. If there is a physical medium, its prediction accuracy can be higher. Okay, Lin nodded. Before studying the teleportation keystone, Shiyu thought of letting the gem cat use the wishing skill and Lin use the luck skill to assist the owl prophecy to look at its information. Any clues can save a lot of their research energy. Above the imperial capital. When Shiyu and his friends came to the Imperial Capital University, they happened to meet the gem cat that Lin had shaken over. Cat Jill rubbed her temples, looked at Shiyu and his friends, and said, why do you just come back and want to use my skills again? I'm busy. What's the matter this time? Shiyu looked at the cat Jill who changed into a suit on the cloud, and said happily, Teacher Ying, you are dressed quite formally. The suit cat Jill said calmly, that's right, I am now the head cat of the gem consortium. My super multinational company will be officially put into operation soon. When I make a lot of money, you won't have to worry about food and drink. Shiyu's face was dark. You really did it. You are going to steal business from the Blue Star Alliance. Gemcat, hey, what's that expression on your face? Mine is also under the Blue Star Alliance, so it's legal, Shiyu said. That's good. Did I go to the sunken Phoenix Island to conduct archaeological excavations according to the memory of the undead Phoenix? Gemcat nodded, so. Then I got some small things, but there is too little relevant information, so I need to rely on my foresight to provide some clues. Shiyu also decided to copy the owl teacher's foresight this time. It's too troublesome to always ask it for predictions. However, Shiyu always feels that the owl teacher's foresight is more accurate than the normal foresight. Other predictive pets are not as powerful as it. The overlord level can predict the things of the demigod. Predicting it yourself may not have this effect. Unfortunately, the gem cat fed the owl the reincarnation fruit, but there was no reaction at all, so Shiyu, who thought it was the reincarnation of some great god, gave up this guess. Maybe it's really just that the owl teacher is gifted and has become enlightened later? Otherwise, it is possible that it hides a higher level secret. You really have something to gain. The gem cat was slightly startled at this moment. She felt surprised, but not so surprised. She sighed. Forget it. She should have thought of it earlier. The ruins that Shiyu had set his eyes on must have something to test before he could give up. Yes, let's go. Shiyu smiled. The territory of the predictive owl is still the imperial capital, but at this time, with the upgrade of its status, it has moved away from the Imperial Capital University. With its current totem level status, it has become the national patron saint. It would be a bit of a waste of power to predict this and that for students. It was directly assigned a secret realm under the arrangement of the association. When Shiyu and his friends arrived, the owl teacher had already come out to greet them enthusiastically. Shiyu, are you here to have a blind date with your brother King Long Chong Chong? The sharp voice of the owl grandmother was full of joy. She was particularly happy to see Shiyu and his friends arrive. Don't even think about it. Chong Chong doesn't need to fall in love. Falling in love will only affect its speed of becoming stronger, Shiyu said. Come, help predict an item. The owl's face turned bitter, and he said, oh. Speaking of Shiyu, your team will not be single for life, right? You are also, Shiyu, aren't you too? Owl, Gem Cat Lady said, quick, old witch, predict first. Hurry up, time is money. Got it, come on, what do you want to predict this time? Said the predictive owl. Shiyu and his friends followed into the secret realm, first giving the predictive owl a bunch of buffs, and then Shiyu threw out the keystone he brought from the parallel universe. At this time, as Shiyu took out the special super god gem, Gem Cat Lady's eyes suddenly became straight. "This is a piece of garbage stone, don't mind, Shiyu." "Gem Cat Girl, you're talking nonsense. You went to dig gems on your own without telling me again. This can't be the super god resource that the Undead Phoenix said. Wasn't it lost with the Empress and the others? How did you find it? You're too outrageous. This thing." The precognitive owl looked solemn, seeing the extraordinary nature of this resource and the complex traces of time flowing on it. It took a deep breath, not knowing whether it could predict the relevant information successfully. Shiyu said, "I want to know how to use it. Can you help predict where we will get the opportunity to use it in the future? If not, any relevant information will be fine." "I'll try," said the precognitive owl. The hexagram of time on its chest glowed slightly, and it looked at the keystone in front of it, then closed its eyes. Then, it spoke. This thing of yours, why does it feel weird to predict super god resources? Damn it, the Owl Overlord, can predict demigods, and now I have reached the totem level, +2 divine skills buff. I can definitely predict super gods. If God doesn't give me an owl." The predictive owl cheered itself up while predicting. Shiyu and the others looked at the owl solemnly, and then, the owl's expression suddenly froze. It was stunned, and then shouted impossible. In the dark predictive screen, the predictive owl was like a drag racer, with its perspective shuttled wildly, as if it had shuttled through the universe and came to another planet. At the same time, its energy was also consumed wildly. In the end, it saw two figures. The two figures were sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. The precognitive owl saw a pile of the same stones placed in front of them. The precognitive owl believed that he would not be wrong about these two figures. Emperor Kong, Legend Lin Feng. How could it be them? It was the legendary Emperor Kong, who only had his portrait passed down and had disappeared in the universe, and the legendary Beastmaster Lin Feng, who also suddenly disappeared. Moreover, the vast divine power on them made the precognitive owl feel that it was far beyond the legends, demigods, and even the reincarnated gods of the demigod level that he had seen. These two figures were not the Emperor Kong and Lin Feng of the past, but the Emperor Kong and Lin Feng of the present or future. The precognitive owl was very sure. It screamed in disbelief. At the same time, its feathers quickly withered and its breath weakened, as if it had aged by dozens of years. Its life force was fading very quickly, faster than any previous prediction. Kongdi and Lin Feng are both still alive, and may have broken through to the god level. They are on another planet, and they also have stones like you. Chapter 515 in the universe. The owl's prediction this time was completely beyond Shiyu's expectations. The legend of Kongdi and Lin Feng is still alive? And they have broken through to the god level? And they also have a bunch of similar stones in their hands? Shiyu was not surprised that Kongdi and Lin Feng, who were not missing in battle and were relatively close to modern times, were still alive somewhere. However, if the owl said that they were on another planet and also held a teleportation keystone, Shiyu would think too much. Hey, what are you talking about? The gem cat girl was also startled. She asked you to predict how to use it, but how did she predict Kongdi and Lin Feng? Is the Beastmaster of the Void Mantis really still alive? And that legendary Feng? Ahem, the owl interrupted them and lay on the ground dying. Before he could say the word help, a ginseng baby had already started to rescue him. Teacher Owl, hold on, Shiyu. Owl, I'm dying. Don't worry, with my rich experience of overconsumption, this level of consumption can be recovered in less than half a month with the supplements of the ginseng baby. The owl's eyes went dark. After a while, it was lifted up by the ginseng baby and sat on the ground, panting and staring with big eyes, feeling scared. Damn it, it looked at the teleportation keystone in horror and decided not to predict this thing anymore. The ginseng baby let the owl believe in its technology. Shiyu was beside him, lost in thought, recalling what the owl had just said in his mind. Could it be that after Kongdi and Lin Feng disappeared, they went to the superplanet that this teleportation keystone led to? They also have teleportation keystones in their hands. Does it mean that the gods not only brought back one keystone, but a bunch of them? Many lost legends and demigods left in this way. No, according to the description, this keystone can return. Why didn't they come back again? Even if Blue Star cannot withstand the god level at present, They would not have broken through the god level just after arriving at other planets. As long as there is a returnee who left information, Blue Star would not be completely ignorant of the super planet. Shiyu asked Lin to analyze it. Although he analyzed many possibilities in an instant, no matter which one, he could not be very sure. But what is certain is that if Shiyu goes out to explore the starry sky one day, maybe he can meet Sky Emperor and Lin Feng. It feels like Teacher Owl still predicted loneliness. In the end, he still couldn't determine the method to open the teleportation keystone. Deep in the universe, on a planet, a handsome and elegant man met another young man who looked very weak in the sky. Lin Feng, seeing the young man's weak appearance, the handsome man said calmly, "You are trying too hard." The young man named Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "The consumption of deducing the super god level evolutionary route is too huge. There is no way, Senior Kangdi, you have also felt it, someone is deducing the traces of our existence. The one who has this ability should be a super god level god. I just don't know if it is an enemy or a friend, it's not important. The key point is that there is no news from the mother planet on King Kai's planet. No, it can't be that they have an accident. According to reason, they should have sent the keystone to the mother planet at this time." Lin Feng felt very strange. There is no way. Wait a little longer. I just don't know how Donghuang is now under the governance of the old man Shinitun. Lin Feng sighed. Kangdi said, "If there is no news within a year, unite them and send another team. Make sure to get in touch with Blue Star before the rules of Blue Star revive." Kangdi looked at the starry sky and fell into memories. I don't know what Blue Star has become. When he was exploring the starry sky, he accidentally entered the void of the universe and was teleported to a place far away from the Blue Star. After a lot of hard work, he broke through the god level and realized that this was the center of the universe and saw a more vast world. But unfortunately, he couldn't go back after this. Even if he broke through to the god level and contracted 10 space beasts, it would still be difficult to return to the mother planet. Although it was a pity, there was nothing he could do. However, what the Sky Emperor didn't expect was that in the center of the universe, he also found the forces left by the gods of the Blue Star mythological era. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Angel Clan, the Demon Clan. Many gods from the Blue Star have left their footprints in the universe. Even their leaders have surpassed the god level. However, even so, these gods still find it difficult to return to the Blue Star. First, the rules of that starry sky were broken and could not bear their existence. Second, the return trip cost was too huge, it was difficult to lock the position, and the cost-effectiveness of returning was not high. There was nothing worth lingering on the Blue Star. After the baptism of time, these big clans have even forgotten that their mother planet is Blue Star. The first batch of gods have almost died, and these can only be regarded as descendants. It can be said that although he came into contact with them, the Sky Emperor did not feel the friendship of fellow countrymen from them. Until hundreds of years later, another kid named Lin Feng, who claimed to be from Donghuang, came to him, and the Sky Emperor learned that he was not the only one who accidentally traveled from Blue Star to the depths of the universe. This guy named Lin Feng was more talented than him, but unfortunately, Lin Feng also lost the direction of Blue Star like him. Compared with the gods in the mythological era, the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng have a deeper obsession with the Blue Star, or Donghuang. While they have been getting stronger, they are also looking for a way to return. After their efforts, they did find a way. Even this method has been tried by the gods in the mythological era of Blue Star, but it has basically no results, so it has been left unresolved. In the universe, above the god level, there is the super god level, and above the super god level, there is the universe level. Looking at the starry sky of the universe, there are a total of 5 cosmic level lives, 4 cosmic emperors, and 1 cosmic overlord. Among the 4 cosmic emperors, 1 is a cosmic level planetary life, the only super planet in the universe. This planet can be said to be the most prosperous place in the universe. Many starry sky races that can gallop across the universe have something similar to the relic stone, which is equivalent to the coordinates of the space teleportation array. They can be freely teleported to this planet, and they can also be freely teleported back to their home planet. At the beginning, the Blue Star gods who entered the universe tried to send people to send the rare teleportation stone back to the home planet, and through this stone, build a connection between the Blue Star and the universe. But it is not known whether the return failed or the Blue Star gave up connecting to the universe. There is no news from the Blue Star so far. Since the teleportation keystone is also a very precious treasure, and the cost of returning to the blue star is too high, the gods who left the blue star did not make multiple attempts. In fact, Kangdi and Lin Feng were not very clear about what these gods had done. After all, the arrow was too long, and the initial gods were hard to see. All of them returned to dust, and too many lost their lives in the pursuit of higher realms. The universe is even more cruel. Now, as the time for the recovery of the rules of Blue Star is approaching, Kangdi and Lin Feng have embarked on a second return plan. They have found the big clans that have left Blue Star, united with them, found the coordinates of Blue Star, and sent a team to send a new batch of teleportation keystones to Blue Star. This time, the forces of Blue Star cooperated very well, firstly because Kangdi and Lin Feng were the main contributors. Second, because Lin Feng had received the blessing of the World Tree and confirmed that the time for the recovery of the rules of Blue Star would be in the near future. The forces of Blue Star are not doing well in the universe. If Blue Star can restore the foundation of the mythological era, connect with a cosmic civilization, and go further to become an advanced planet, they, as the direct descendants of Blue Star, can also get more benefits. The two sides hit it off and jointly implemented a new plan to contact the mother planet, and have been waiting for the arrival of the newcomers from Blue Star on the cosmic planet Kai Wang Star. Now, these forces from Blue Star only hope that the newcomers from Blue Star can have better talents and replenish fresh blood for them. Their requirements are not high. They are satisfied if their talents are comparable to those of Kangdi and Lin Feng, the two humans who came out of Blue Star. These forces from Blue Star are extremely surprised that Blue Star has also begun to breed humans. Which great god brought back the human species? Humans are also a very special race in the universe. Although they are not ranked high among the myriad races in the starry sky, due to some special reasons, the position of the human race in the universe is irreplaceable. The myriad races in the starry sky are basically related to the human race. They grow together in the form of a one-to-one equal contract as partners. Even the universe overlords who destroy planets at every turn rarely destroy human planets. What is the reason for this? Most people don't know. Blue Star. After leaving the owl, Shiyu went back to Pingchang to slack off, not letting himself think too much. There was no point in thinking too much, after all, he had not even reached the maximum level of the current version of Blue Star, and was not qualified to explore the starry sky. His own beast level was still one level away from level 9, and among his pets, only 11 and Chiden had reached the demigod level, and Susu could barely be considered half. Moreover, even 11 and Chiden had not reached the extreme of the demigod level. After all, the quasi-god skills could continue to be improved, and only when they were improved to perfection could they be considered promoted to the god level. Rin, I leave it to you. There is no rush to study this thing, just let the clone do it. After returning, Shiyu threw the teleportation keystone to Lin, and then, under the angry expression of Lin's clone, he dragged Lin's original body to see the situation of the three new pets. Turtle, Little Ice Snake, and Dwarf Cat. Candidate pets for the Black Tortoise and White Tiger breeding plan. At present, Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird are both available, and Shiyu feels that the other two should also be put on the agenda. At present, after Shiyu used the legendary ruins to seal the meteorite, these three guys all moved to Zio Z's star world for training. Zio Z is a planetary life, the son of the star. Now that it has reached the overlord level, it has no problem to take the commander level turtle, Zio Bing, and the extraordinary level dwarf cat into its inner world. After the inner world reaches the perfect level of proficiency, even if it takes the same overlord level life into the inner world, it is basically no problem. With the power of Shiyu's points, the upper limit of Zio Z's world level has long been raised to the overlord level, and Shiyu can also enter. At present, although Zio Z is a overlord level life, the growth effect in Zio Z's inner world has exceeded that of ordinary legendary ruins. The race of the son of the star can be said to be very powerful. Meow. After being summoned by Shiyu, Zio Z huddled up, rubbing against Shiyu's hand, looking at Shiyu eagerly, asking when he could also participate in the battle. For this question, Shiyu smiled bitterly. What kind of ideas have been instilled into this guy by the 11s again? Meow. Zio Z looked serious. He didn't want to be beaten to pieces like Blue Star. Don't worry, don't worry. You will be an adult only when you reach the god level. It's too early now. In fact, Shiyu wanted to train Zio Z as an auxiliary at the beginning. Planetary life is originally just an auxiliary. Generally speaking, planetary life has three common racial skills: the inner world, the power of the world, and the blessing of the world. The first move is to expand the scale of the inner world and the upper limit of its own level. It is not used for combat. It belongs to the training skill, similar to the upgrade of the beast control space. It is a complete auxiliary skill. The second one, the power of the world, can mobilize various natural forces, void forces, faith forces, rules forces and other power systems in the inner world to attack. This is indeed the means of attack for planetary life, but the problem is that it is easy to mobilize, but it is difficult to replenish it. In the War of the Mythological Era, Blue Star also participated in it. The exhaustion of Blue Star was not only related to the wars with other god-level creatures, but also related to Blue Star's participation in the war. Without the help of Blue Star, the chances of the life on Blue Star defeating the three invaders are very small. After this battle, Blue Star was severely consumed, and it took countless years to recover its vitality. It is conceivable how much the planetary life consumed its own world power. At present, Zio-Z has just entered the Overlord level, and its intake of external nutrients is comparable to that of the totem. When it reaches the totem, its consumption is estimated to be comparable to that of the god level. If it were not for its feedback to the Beastmaster, Shiyu would definitely not be able to support this guy in the future. Therefore, although there are means of attack, this attack cannot be used easily. The higher the level, the less it can be used. Using a little will cause the world inside the body to change and natural disasters to occur, which is very unfriendly to the life inside the body. Therefore, the general planetary life cultivates the life inside the body, like a Beastmaster, allowing the life nurtured in the body to harvest resources and guard itself instead of itself. In this way, its own consumption can be reduced to a minimum, and only when it is forced to do so will the planetary life take action on its own. That's why Shiyu didn't want Zio-Z to fight. He was really running out of money. The third one is the blessing of the world. This is also a means of cultivating planetary life, which can bring all kinds of wonderful enhancements to other lives. The blessing of the world tree that Shiyu received is a kind of blessing of the world. The effect of this blessing of the world depends on the upgrade direction of the planet. For example, the cultivation system of the star continent in Zio-Z's body is mainly the power of faith of the four sacred beasts, so Zio-Z can also mobilize the power of faith of the four sacred beasts to derive various blessings. For example, provide the power of faith to the insects. For example, when the turtle, Xiaobing, and the dwarf cat are training in it, they will be blessed by the basalt and white tiger. In this way, they can evolve faster in that direction. Judging from the three skills, the planetary life is not very suitable for its own battle, so Shiyu has never trained Zio-Z as a fighter. However, Shiyu should have thought of this earlier. If he gave Zio-Z to 11 and Chong to train his will, there would definitely be problems. As for Zio-Z's desire to fight, Shiyu could only suppress it temporarily. At least now, the combat skills he can access are not suitable for Zio-Z, a planetary life, to learn. Like he, it can't learn anything. Shiyu can only wait until he goes to the starry sky in the future to see if there are any planetary combat skills suitable for Zio-Z to learn and that will not affect himself. At that time, copy their skills. For example, the Phoenix Clan god said that there is a super planet that is 2 levels higher than the blue planet. Shiyu has already begun to look forward to whether it has any super god planetary skills. Master, next to him, Lin saw that Shiyu began to laugh unconsciously again, and suddenly lost his mind. He was very helpless. He always felt that Shiyu would definitely have Alzheimer's disease when he got old. Ahem, Shiyu patted his cheeks, looked at Zio-Z floating in front of him, and said, "In the next period of time, I will first increase Zio-Z's points to the peak of the Overlord, and personally supervise Turtle, Xiaobing, and the Dwarf Cat to train their will. I feel that by then, we should be able to contract a new demigod." Shiyu asked Xiang Lin. Lin nodded and said, "Almost. Zio-Z, let me ask, how much is 3x 47 times of adding points?" "Next, it's your turn to add points, me." 1221 times, Zio-Z showed a bitter expression. Adding points again, although it also likes it. It must be restrained. It may be the one in the team who has the most complicated feelings about adding points. Because when it comes up, it adds points to super level skills, accompanied by a comfortable upgrade feeling, and huge pain, pain and happiness. Unlike 11 and others, they have a lot of low-level skills to lay the foundation for happiness. The consequence of having a higher race level, no garbage skills, and being unable to learn garbage skills is this: there is a will requirement from the beginning. Shiyu, 1221? Lin, did you teach Xiaozi arithmetic well? Lin, if it doesn't work, just use memory drops to teach me. I can't teach you anymore. Shiyu slapped his forehead. Oh, it must be that the juice of the blue planet is not nutritious enough to lay a good foundation for Xiaozi. How come the life on our own planet is still a poor student, not even as smart as Xiaozi? Xiaozi, meow? Did you calculate it wrong? Did you calculate it wrong? It seriously argued, 3x 47, 3x 4 equals 12, 3x 7 equals 21, 1221, that's right. Chapter 516, Dragon Palace Coup. In the inner world of Xiaozi, the son of the star, there are 3 islands in the star continent. They are called Turtle Island, Snake Island, and Cat Island. Shiyu's 3 clones serve as trainers, and they accompany Turtle, Little Ice Snake, and Dwarf Cat on the islands to exercise their will. His original body is working overtime in the outside world, giving Xiaozi some points while meditating and practicing. At present, the star world in Xiaozi's body is developing well. Although Shiyu did not understand it in detail, he also knew that a king-level life and several commander-level life have been born inside. With Xiaozi's breakthrough, the indigenous life of the star continent has gained a lot of benefits. However, what is more speechless is that all the advanced life forms are beasts. Not long after the cultivation era in Xiaozi's body was opened, the evolution speed of the beasts began to far exceed that of humans. Although humans can also cultivate totem power and strengthen themselves, the strongest ones at present have not exceeded the extraordinary level. Just like the humans on Blue Star, compared with extraordinary life, their combat power is very weak, and they only have some insignificant special functions. This made Shiyu wonder if there was something wrong with the great rules of the universe. Why was it so targeted at humans? This was the result of Xiaozi's extra care for humans. Otherwise, humans would have been destroyed by extraordinary beasts long ago. Shiyu also felt that this was not going to work, so he asked Xiaozi to change the human cultivation system. Humans could still sign contracts with extraordinary lives, and the growth of extraordinary lives could be fed back to human attributes, speeding up human cultivation. In this way, perhaps the growth of the human race in the star continent would be smoother. While Shiyu was working overtime, Shiyu's other pets were not idle either. In the second beast control space, Xiaoji and Yu got together and played Go Bang to fight, with 1 point to win. In the beast control space, no big noises are allowed, and the fight can only become a literary fight over time. Anyway, it is equivalent to exercising intelligence, and Xiaoji and Yu don't think it is a waste of time. This situation also happened on Team 1. Lin is obsessed with research, Su Su is receiving inheritance, Chi Tong is filming a historical movie with Chong Chong and letting Qi be the audience commentator, Shen Bao Bao is farming, Shi is sleeping. It seems that they are finally not so crazy. What everyone does is basically unrelated to training, except Su Su is running away and chasing Chi Tong. During this period, Shiyu and Chong Chong's time traveler account has finally been updated one after another. Things like Legend of Emperor Wu and Legend of Empress became popular on the internet as soon as they were released, and finally unveiled part of the lost history. You are worthy of being the strongest archaeologist. Gu Lao, who explored the mythological ruins, sat in the garden with President Lin, drinking tea and watching the videos updated by Shiyu. At this time, Gu Lao, who had been out of touch with the outside world for 6 years, was completely convinced and knew the extraordinariness of this newcomer in the 11th Bureau. Although he still had the illusion of being out of touch with reality. He had to admit that Shiyu was now the strongest archaeologist and the strongest legend on Blue Star. He awakened the Ice Dragon of the Shi Emperor dynasty, he solved the enemy of the Wu Emperor dynasty, Yun Yan. He also dealt with the Undead Phoenix, the source of disaster left over from the female Emperor dynasty. Now, the veins of the 5 dynasties of Donghuang can almost be pieced together. I never thought that the strongest beastmaster today would be a new archaeologist. Gu Yun still sighed. Is this the so-called evolutionary era under the revival of rules? I really don't know if there will be more bizarre geniuses in the future. It's probably difficult, President Lin said. I feel that Shiyu's qualifications have surpassed the limitations of Blue Star. I guess only the vast universe can find geniuses who can compete with him. For example, my great-grandfather Lin Feng, who would have thought that he had broken through to the god level and started to venture into the universe. President Lin Xiao smiled slightly. I wonder how he would feel if he knew that Dong Huang had a beastmaster who was more talented than him. Emperor Kong, the confirmation of the legendary Lin Feng is indeed shocking, but can the prediction of the owl teacher really be taken seriously? At this time, President Lin had already learned from the predictive owl the prediction results of Shi Yu's prediction. This result was undoubtedly shocking, but considering the uncertainty of prediction, everyone should not be too happy too early. Gulao had this doubt, of course, he hoped it was true, so that he might have the opportunity to meet those legendary ancients in the future. This is what the next meeting will discuss, President Lin said. He has decided to hold a supreme meeting to discuss the owl's prophecy and study how to contact Lin Feng and others. If this prediction result is correct, then Dong Huang's development of technology to explore the starry sky is undoubtedly the right path. President Lin put down his teacup and was about to get up, but his face suddenly changed. Just received the news. In the East China Sea, there were continuous violent energy fluctuations. Something happened in Dragon Palace City, President Lin said, and Gulao was also startled. Dragon Palace City. Although they are allies with Dong Huang, one is a totem force and the other is a human force. One is far away in the deep sea secret realm and the other is on land. Except for some important matters, the connection is not that close. Generally speaking, both sides have their own operating systems and rarely interfere. But this time, President Lin looked solemnly towards the East China Sea. A dispute at the demigod level? Before President Lin asked for more information, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The special way of contact between him and Lin Feng's great-grandfather's second team of pets. At the same time, a figure in a mess and with serious injuries has also arrived here. Senior Sea Dragon King, what happened? Seeing this figure, President Lin was slightly startled. Looking at its injuries, he quickly asked what happened. Xiao Lin, the Sea Dragon King shrank to a form of more than 10 meters, and came here in a very weak posture, and immediately looked at President Lin. It is Lin Feng's second team pet. President Lin was taken care of by it during his growth stage, so naturally he can be called Xiao Lin. The Sea Dragon King said. Dragon Palace Ku, 3 dragon gods from the mythical era have revived from the dragon god ruins, and they want to seize power in Dragon Palace City. What? President Lin was shocked. After the resurrection of the rules, many mythical creatures have revived. As the inheritance of the mythical era, Dragon Palace City, in theory, will definitely have gods revived. Originally, President Lin was thinking that by then, Dong Huang's allies could be further expanded. Who knew that he heard the news of the Dragon Palace coup directly from the Sea Dragon King? The Sea Dragon King panted and said solemnly, the 3 revived gods are all pursuers of the ancestral dragon. They were once generals under the command of the top god ancestral dragon. Dragon Palace City is the heritage left by the Dragon Clan. They are very dissatisfied with the change of beliefs within Dragon Palace City. Everything originated from Dragon Palace City. Some areas have changed to the Azure Dragon belief. They think that the Azure Dragon and the Ancestral Dragon are on the same level, which is a blasphemy against the Ancestral Dragon. The 3 revived gods destroyed the Azure Dragon casually, which caused disputes within Dragon Palace City. Lord Dragon God was forced to retreat. But Lord Dragon God was alone against 3, and he was simply unable to resist. He was not an opponent, and the 2 sides were still in a standoff. Fortunately, the 3 gods should not want to have a big war in Dragon Palace City and destroy the secret realm, so it is only a small-scale collision at present. However, this is unreasonable. After hearing this, President Lin was furious, but soon, it was like being poured with a basin of cold water, because Dragon Palace City is indeed the inherited power of the mythical Dragon Clan, and the Azure Dragon belief was derived later. Now that the original owner has returned, it is also expected to rectify Dragon Palace City. However, President Lin still finds it difficult to accept. What does it have to do with Azure Dragon? The mythological era has ended for so long. The legend of Azure Dragon has long been deep in Dragon Palace City, and the Azure Dragon belief has spread all over the world. There are also many generations of ancient dragon gods who have evolved Azure Dragon. The sword of the previous dynasty is here to kill the official of this dynasty. We also advised Lord Dragon God to give in first, but she refused. The Sea Dragon King looked bitter. So, I can only come to Dong Huang for help. After all, Shiyu is part of the Azure Dragon belief in Longgong City. He is currently the biggest beneficiary of the Azure Dragon belief. Maybe he has to come forward to help. President Lin had a headache. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. After this generation of Dragon God took the throne, Longgong City did relax a lot on the Azure Dragon belief. This is mainly because the Dragon Emperor had also cultivated Azure Dragons, and the Dragon God also participated in it. Therefore, the Dragon God has more feelings for the Azure Dragon belief than the Ancestral Dragon belief. In addition, now that Shiyu has also cultivated Azure Dragons, it would not be too difficult to let the Dragon God sit back and watch them destroy the Azure Dragons in Longgong City. Guyun said solemnly, Dragon Palace City can't let it. I know, I will contact Shiyu immediately. This matter may only be solved by Shiyu, President Lin said. Shiyu is not only the messenger of the World Tree, but also the strongest fighting force in Donghuang at present. The opponents are 3 demigods. At present, the legend of the source of the gods is dormant, and the gem cat is not good at fighting. Only Shiyu can go to reinforce the Dragon God and see if he can rely on the identity of the World Tree Messenger to cool the anger of the 3 mythical dragons. The Sea Dragon King said, let Shiyu be careful. The gods who are suppressed to the strength of demigods are far more powerful than those ordinary demigods on Blue Star. It is very difficult for Lord Dragon God to fight one alone. What's more, there are 3 opponents. It can be said that each of them has a combat power above the meteorite. President Lin had a headache. But the next moment, it was even more headache. I can't contact Shiyu again, and I can't contact him in any way. This kid, where did he run off at such a critical moment? Gulao and the Sea Dragon King were stunned. I'll contact Teacher Ying first and ask her to look for him. President Lin was numb. At this moment, Shiyu, who Donghuang was looking for, was training in the starry sky. It's easy to get sick if you always stay in one place. Shiyu occasionally practiced hard in Pingcheng, and occasionally went to other places to change his mood. After some practice, Shiyu's realm was rapidly improved. Not long ago, his second beast control space reached level 8. After the second beast control space broke through level 8, Shiyu immediately received strong feedback, and his physical fitness increased dramatically. According to Lin's judgment, it was no problem for Shiyu to contract another demigod at this time. As for this new demigod, Shiyu planned to follow the order of joining the team as he said before, and chose Chong Chong. Outside the Blue Star, in the starry sky, Chong Chong has been looking forward to it for a long time. This breakthrough is not only an improvement in growth level, but also an evolution. The Fantasy Dragon, reaching the superb proficiency, will make it one step closer to the Azure Dragon. This time, I will try to fuse the best superclass skills. I will try to fuse a quasi-god skill for you. Shiyu stood on the meteorite, looking at the Azure Dragon in front of him and smiled. After Chong Chong's bunch of superb superclass skills reach superb proficiency, the success rate of fusion should be higher. For this breakthrough of Chong Chong, Shiyu and his team can be said to be fully armed. Shen Bao had already run to Shiyu and connected his life with Shiyu's to prevent Shiyu from dying. In the starry sky, 11, Qitong, Su Su, Lin, etc., also looked at Chong Chong with contempt. Although Chong Chong shouted that it would be bad to evolve first and break through first, it was more excited than anyone else to break through to the demigod first, and no one was willing to give up the order. Roar, Beastmaster, go, 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 Chong Chong said excitedly. Then I'll start, Shiyu said. Roar, in the meteorite group, the golden pupils of King Long Chong Chong were filled with light, and he roared and nodded. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying dragon power burst out from Shiyu's body, and his black eyes also directly turned into golden pupils. Mind Field, King Long Field. In addition, Shiyu also directly activated the mind resonance and connected his mind with Chong Chong's. In this way, it can better assist Chong Chong to break through and evolve by adding points of power. Shiyu prepared to add points with one hand, and held the illusory skill book with the other hand, opening the skill fusion furnace page. Fantasy Dragon. Add points. Boom. As Shiyu added points, the insect breath rose steadily, and the energy in his body surged, filled with the light of upgrade. At the same time, Shiyu also tried to drag the skills that reached the superb level into the skill fusion interface many times. Skills: Fantasy Realm, Dream Control, Four Saints Clone, Mother Queen Power, Fusion Success Rate, Low, Fusion Risk, High. These 4 skills, 2-2 Fusion, 3-3 fusion, the success rate is low, but all 4 fusions, there is also a low success rate. Shiyu could not help but be speechless. But seeing such a scene, Shiyu now has only madness in his eyes, that is the madness of a gambler. Ho ha, is this the peak of level 8? What if it reaches level 9? Shiyu laughed wildly, making the 11 beside him black line. Chi-Tong, Shen Bao, Su, Lin, Ziozi, get ready. Shiyu gave an order, and many pets prepared to assist and add points. Ziozi's world blessing skill has now reached perfect plus 47, which is completely a super assist that is not inferior to other pets. Not only can the power of faith assist the evolution of Chong, but also Shiyu can bless him and reduce his burden. Roar. At the same time, Chong also began to stop suppressing his own power, and completely activated the power of the superb fantasy dragon, allowing himself to advance towards a more perfect image of the Azure Dragon. This time, the evolution materials that Shiyu prepared for Chong were similar to the evolution materials of Chi-Tong's Suzaku clone, which were the objects of faith he collected from various time and space. The power of faith in it. Boom. Driven by the power of skill upgrade, skill fusion, and Azure Dragon's faith, the energy in Chong became more and more terrifying. Like Shen Bao, who was self-destructing, the energy value continued to expand. Roar. Under the cyan gold breakthrough evolutionary light that illuminated the starry sky, Shiyu and Chong simultaneously made heart-wrenching painful sounds. Even with the assistance of many pets such as Shen Bao and Su, this time was not easy. Of course, for the first time to merge the ultimate superclass skills, Shiyu didn't care about the pain. As long as he saw Chong become stronger, he felt that everything was worth it. This time, Shiyu felt that Chong's form did not change much. The biggest change was its size. Under the full-strength multiplication explosion, the tens of thousands of meters of shocking starry sky life body entrenched outside the stars, as if the power of a claw was enough to destroy a city. The terrifying aura spanned 100,000 miles in the starry sky. Roar. Of course, the evolutionary breakthrough at the cost of Shiyu's old age and gray hair has far more benefits than this. Boom. Surrounded by the power of faith, it was like the sound of the turbulence of heaven and earth. With the body of the insect as the plane, the entire starry sky seemed to be torn apart and stretched, evolving into the earth and the sky, forming a brand new world. In a flash, 11 and Chaden were surprised to find that there was no trace of the starry sky around them. They seemed to have entered another space. This space was extremely real, and it felt to 11 that it was not like the fantasy realm of the insect. Among them, the ginseng baby in Shiyu's arms was even more surprised to widen his eyes and found that his world grace skill could actually use the power of the world from this place, as if this was really a complete world. You know, after leaving the blue star and arriving at the starry sky, its world grace skill could not be used. What's going on now? The desolate world, the world was just opened, and it was endless. I don't know when, clouds and mist condensed, and spring rain fell. Every drop of spring rain inspired a faint sound of rules. The sound of dripping shocked the soul, but gently moistened the earth. The water dripped on the soil, and the soil grew green grass, flowers, and saplings. During their growth process, the sound of bow of the wood-based life rules intertwined with the sound of dripping water. In the clouds and mist, the shadow of the Azure Dragon loomed. When they saw its figure, they immediately felt their bodies turned upside down and the world reversed. It was like facing the god of creation. They couldn't help but lose all control over themselves and were under the pressure of heaven and earth. They resisted with solemn faces. The next moment, roar, as the Azure Dragon roared, the world shattered, and Shiyu and others returned to the starry sky. The weak Shiyu was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Evolution, a great success, fantasy realm, dream control, Four Saints clone, Mother Queen's power, have been integrated into creation realm, skill, creation realm, level, quasi-god level, faith skill, introduction. The heaven and the earth are set up, the four dimensions are connected, whether dead or alive, all things are created. It contains the rules of creation, and can use the power of faith to create all things, and derive the rules of heaven and earth corresponding to the power of faith. It is a rare top-level divine skill that can derive multiple rules. Chapter 517, Creation of the Azure Dragon God. In the starry sky, the huge body of the Azure Dragon worm was entrenched outside the meteorite group. The lapis lazuli light illuminated the dark universe. Whether it was Shiyu or the pets who were rescuing Shiyu, they all stared blankly at the worm that had completed a new round of evolution. Creation domain, Shiyu shouted in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Creation domain? Damn, I've made a fortune. Shiyu was suddenly overwhelmed by joy. He was as excited as when 11 awakened the yin-yang grinding wheel. It feels that the dragon of fantasy alone will not have such a big harvest. Most likely, it is the fusion of skills and the Azure Dragon domain that have combined to produce a qualitative change. The rules of creation. You know, even if the Azure Dragon is the creator god in the legend, the current worm is only at the semi-god level. The creation domain can create the world, the four dimensions, life and death, and all things. It can also derive multiple rules in its own world. For example, the rules of rain and the rules of wood life that Shiyu and his friends had seen before. Or it can be combined into the rules of spring. One skill contains the power of multiple rules. Just now, Chong even felt that with just one thought, he could evolve plants and trees into extraordinary life in the field of creation. He fully possessed the posture of a creator god. But soon, Shiyu realized that although Chong was extremely powerful, it was too early to be called a creator god. The legendary Azure Dragon created the world first and then was believed in. It did not rely on the power of faith at all. It had the ability to create the world and did not even care about the power of faith. At present, Chong can only mobilize the rules of creation with the help of the power of faith. Once the order of cause and effect is reversed, although it is still powerful, it can be seen that there is still some gap between it and the real Azure Dragon. Evolution is still incomplete. But even so, Shiyu is quite satisfied. Moreover, this skill is not only used to mobilize the power of faith. With the help of the power of faith, it can only make it more powerful, but even without the help of the power of faith, Chong can control everything in the field of creation like the creator. It perfectly includes the skills of fantasy realm, dream control, and the power of the queen, but it cannot use the rules. The rules of creation are undoubtedly the top rules, and they are more perfect and more functional than the yin-yang grinding wheel of 11. These two guys are now a god of creation and a god of destruction. In this creation field, although it consumes a lot of faith power, once it is opened, Chong is invincible. As long as enough faith power is consumed, even if it is to suppress and kill the demigod instantly, it is not impossible. In the creation field, Chong, who is the god of creation, is like a god in the face of the demigod. There is no doubt that it is another forbidden move in the team competition. Roar, at this time, Chong can be said to be very happy. Quasi-god level faith skills. Faith skills can also be cultivated into quasi-god skills, such as the Kanghae contract of the peak Kanghae elf, which is both a faith skill and a quasi-god skill. Now, Chong has finally got what he wanted and become a mythical race. Name, Chong. Race, Green Cotton Worm Green Cocoon Illusion Butterfly Azure Dragon. Second stage, evolving. Race level, low mythology. Starry Sky Faith God. Growth level, totem level. Race skills, super level, Illusion Dragon. Superb, faith skill, Dragon Star Cluster. Superb, space control. Superb, faith skill, Azure Dragon Immortal Body. Superb, quasi-god level, faith skill, creation field, proficient, energy value. 4.12 billion. Because it is a fusion of 4 superb super-level skills, Chong has inherited a lot of experience, so Chong feels that he is not unfamiliar with using this new skill. He looked at Shiyu, who had been nursing Shenbao for a long time but didn't get much back, and roared, opening a small-scale creation field, pulling Shiyu and the others into a new world, stretching out his claws, aiming at Shiyu, and activating the rule of spring, jointly strengthening and nourishing Shenbao and Shiyu. Yi Shenbao cried out comfortably, shivering all over. Stop, Shiyu hurriedly called to stop, feeling the state of rapid recovery, anxious. The power of faith is running out, not much, don't waste it, roar, next time for sure. Chong looked at Shiyu's weak appearance, wasting it, the body is important. Meow, Chitong pulled Su, look, why does Chong's faith skill feel much cooler than its? Ning, Su cried, don't say it, it's not a mythical race in the initial team. But fortunately, it's almost there, and it can soon use the power of inheritance to cultivate the 2 skills of Kanghae Contract and Jinghai Spirit into quasi-god skills by itself. 11 rubbed his hands, not bad, The rules of creation. I don't know if his yin and yang grinding wheel can smash the world created by Chong Chong, but soon, he was entangled by Xiaozi, saying that he would cherish and protect the world. Xiaozi pulled the excited 11 and looked at Chong Chong in admiration. It was amazing. Although it could do similar things, it could not derive the sound of rules like Chong Chong. 11 pulled Xiaozi away and stared at it. So who among you is the god of creation? After an unknown amount of time, Shiyu and his team rode the energy-saving Azure Dragon back to Blue Star. The pets on the Azure Dragon were very excited. It was too strong. The skill fused from the 4 super-grade super-class skills was too strong. Not only was it a quasi-god skill, but it was also a quasi-god skill containing top-level rules. Even 11, who was holding the yin-yang grinding wheel, couldn't help but feel itchy at this moment, wanting to fuse his other super-grade super-class skills again. Shen Bao and Qitong, who were holding a bunch of super-grade super-class skills, had the same idea. By then, if they could have 3 or 4 quasi-god skills, they would definitely be invincible. However, in fact, at this time, only Shiyu realized that the food crisis in the team might be more serious. As the bug broke through to the totem level and possessed the combat power of a demigod, the pressure came to the ginseng baby again. Gurgle, eek, listening to the bug's stomach growling, the ginseng baby puffed up his mouth. The bug could create the rules of spring, and make a fruit or something, which was not much more powerful than it. It is suggested to be self-sufficient. Roar, the bug said that it was not impossible, but it was a bit of a waste of faith power. So forget it. At most, it would go to the starry sky to eat small stars in the future, which would more or less relieve its hunger. Eek, the ginseng baby stood on the blue dragon bug with his hands on his waist, saying that he was teasing it. It's not a big problem. The next one is that it, the ginseng baby, has broken through. It doesn't believe it. It is a demigod level world ginseng and can't support several demigods in the team. It has the skill of the world's grace, which can mobilize the world power of the blue star. You cannot believe it, but you have to believe that the blue star can support several demigods. By then, the consumption of the world's grace should be much smaller, not as strenuous as when it was at the overlord level. In short, by then, it will not be under any pressure to get the nutrients of blue star for free. Ning. Susu expressed her support on the side, thanking the gift of nature. It has never been hungry because it can connect to the sea. It makes sense that Susu is the strongest demigod of the sea. Other demigods are still worried about food, but its food is inexhaustible. How can it not be strong? However, Susu is still worried that it will not be able to connect to the Sea of Blue Star when exploring the starry sky in the future. It looks eagerly at Shiyu, so when will it evolve into a sea elf? It wants to sign a contract with the sea. Don't worry. It will be your turn next, Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, when the time comes, use the fusion of skills to assist in the breakthrough evolution. See if you can fuse your star sea body with a Kanghei contract. Ning, Master. When Shiyu and the others were chatting with each other, Lin suddenly spoke and said, not good. It looked anxious. President Lin sent a message saying that there was a coup in Longgong City. 3 mythical dragons revived in the Dragon God ruins. Because they wanted to destroy the Azure Dragon belief in Longgong City, the Dragon God fought with them. Now not only do they want the Dragon God to abdicate, but they are also forcing a marriage. Among them, many Azure Dragon believers died in Longgong City, and Senior Ice Dragon King was also injured. After Lin finished speaking, the whole team was stunned, and Chong Chong roared, burning with anger. Destroy the Azure Dragon belief and force the Dragon God to marry. Shiyu frowned immediately. Are you sure? Everyone knows that the Dragon God has guarded Donghuang for more than 1,000 years because of his close relationship with the Dragon Emperor. Now that the Dragon Emperor of Donghuang is dead, the revived gods in Longgong City have set their sights on the Dragon God. When Shiyu heard this, he was immediately annoyed. Revived gods? Are they tired of living? Chong Chong has just evolved and is worried about having no place to try out the power of the creation domain. Lin, lock the position. Chong Chong, speed up, above the East China Sea. At this time, this place is being watched by all parties. 3 gods in Longgong City have revived and want to take back the power of Longgong City. The conflict with a contemporary dragon god cannot be concealed from the whole world. The fluctuations of the demigod level battle on this incomplete planet have too much impact. It may take until the rules of Blue Star are completely perfected before the demigod level fights can become minor fights. Because both sides of the war are worried about destroying Longgong City, after a high-intensity confrontation, the battlefield gradually shifted to the East China Sea. On the current side, there are 3 dragons with bodies hundreds of meters long. Each of them has an energy aura as vast as a star, and the power of a demigod is undoubtedly revealed. The leading one is covered with black and gold scales, exuding a very terrifying aura. The huge dragon eyes narrowed slightly at this time. Opposite them is the dragon god, who is already quite embarrassed and covered with scars, and the dignified gem cat girl, President Lin. In addition, in all directions, there are also demigods and awakened gods from all over the world who came to watch the show because of the fluctuations of the battle. For example, the Black Dragon Lord of the Western Dragon Empire and the Tyrannosaurus King of the Dragon Empire, who finally broke through to the demigod level. These dragons are very concerned about the dispute in the Dragon Palace City. They guess that these 3 revived dragons may have the intention to lead all dragons. You are quite good. As a god of the later generations, you can fight with me to this extent, since it is not easy for you to practice. As long as you agree to become our partner, you can still be the dragon god of Dragon Palace City. We will not interfere too much in the affairs of Dragon Palace City, but the messy Azure Dragon belief must still be eliminated. Dragons are lustful by nature. After sleeping for so long, they suddenly met the dragon god, who is so powerful. Although they were tit for tat at the beginning, soon, the black and gold dragons were gradually attracted by the dragon god's strength and special appearance. The dragon god panted deeply, and naturally could not agree to the other party. However, each of these 3 gods is very strong, and it may not be so easy to deal with. What if you don't agree? The dragon god was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, but the hot-tempered gem cat girl cursed. Don't agree? Then let you force yourself to agree, just as a sin for betraying the belief in the ancestral dragon. The black and gold dragon said. Sir, do you really want to be an enemy of our Donghong? President Lin had a gloomy face. Before, he even put out the world tree, but these few revived dragons remained unmoved, saying that this was an internal matter of the dragon clan. This made President Lin understand that they were not easy to deal with. These guys are completely different from those individual gods. The dragon clan, the leader of the 5 major clans in the mythological era, actually ignored the world tree. However, President Lin also knew that he was indeed suspected of making a fuss. The relationship between the world tree and Donghong was far from that deep. On the contrary, the dragon clan was a mythological clan that had made great contributions to protecting the emperor. Even the world tree was considered a junior in front of it. Only when the true body of the blue star will awakened could they respect it. Just you, the black gold dragon, saw the little cat and human who came out of nowhere and wanted to interfere in the internal affairs of the dragon clan, and he couldn't help but become more and more irritated. When Shiyu comes, you're all done, the gem cat girl muttered. It knew that this group of people destroyed a bunch of Azure Dragon statues in the Dragon Palace City, killed many Azure Dragon believers, and the ice dragon that came out to stop them was also seriously injured and dying. With Shiyu's temper, he would definitely make these dragons pay the price. Roar. After a disagreement, the 2 sides started fighting again, and the black gold dragon's claws gently pointed at the dragon god. Boom. The black light ball turned into a dark tide and swallowed towards the dragon god. It's going to fight. There were many demigods watching the excitement around, but none of them wanted to intervene. After all, the revived mythical dragon clan may be the most difficult existence among the revived gods. What kind of meteorite and abyss magic frog are not worthy of carrying their shoes? The 3 gods, even if they are only demigods now, are absolutely overwhelming. Everyone didn't expect that it would be a short time before Donghong was in big trouble again. The dragon god looked stern, and the gem cat girl showed a bitter look. They were going to fight again. But then, the gem cat girl was happy and looked up at the sky. At this moment, many demigods felt that a terrifying aura was descending from the sky. And, it was accompanied by a voice that resounded through the hearts of all living beings. Damn, which idiot is here to provoke me? Can the Azure Dragon faith be destroyed just by saying so? Shiyu's telepathy resounded through the world, making everyone stunned. Don't you know that the Azure Dragon is the pet cultivated by your father? The voice spread, and the 3 gods of the Dragon Palace City were stunned. The Western Black Dragon Overlord was stunned, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Dragon Empire was stunned. Wow, the gem cat exclaimed. With a boom, the sound of the rules that sounded like the opening of heaven and earth rang out, and a small crack appeared in the attack trajectory of the black gold dragon. which expanded with a bang, stretching the heaven and earth, and a new world was formed. Whether it was the two opposing parties or all the demigods watching, they were shocked to find that they were pulled into a strange place without being able to resist. Zzz. In an instant, the dark tide disappeared and dissipated, and in the clouds in the sky, an indescribable majestic power enveloped it. In an instant, all the demigods looked at the sky shock, and saw 3 divine thunders falling from the sky. A divine thunder was like a world falling, with a terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the world. Boom. Facing the creation divine thunder, one of the killing moves derived from the creation realm, the pupils of the 3 dragons suddenly shrank, feeling a great threat, their hearts pounding, and they felt that they heard the rules of thunder, the rules of heaven and earth, and the rules of life. It was simply incredible. Although the sound of each rule was very weak, they were combined together to form a terrifying killing move. Who are you? 3 dragons, 1 black gold dragon, 1 blue dragon, and 1 purple dragon, all wanted to resist, but in the realm of creation, they were like lambs to be slaughtered. They instantly widened their eyes, bearing unbearable pressure, their faces pale, and felt a vast world of suppression. God level, they shouted in disbelief. Impossible, there can't be gods on Blue Star right now. Boom. The thunder fell, and with a crack, their bodies were wrapped in lightning, and their dragon scales were instantly blasted. The violent lightning penetrated the source of their life, and in just a moment, their bodies were electrocuted and their flesh exploded, and dragon blood splashed. Roar, the 3 dragons cried miserably, shaking the sky and the earth. Under the suppression of thunder and lightning, they were instantly penetrated into the earth and fell to the ground. Their huge dragon eyes, bleeding, were filled with unbelievable expressions. Around them, President Lin, the Gemcat, and the demigods who were watching were also looking at the 3 dragon palace city gods in an extremely incredible way. The dragon god also looked at the sky in disbelief. Who is it? Azure Dragon's Beastmaster. All the statues of faith you destroyed are mine. The Azure Dragon shadow, which was tens of thousands of meters long, hovered under the starry sky. Shiyu and his pet slowly descended to the lower realm. Seeing that it was indeed Shiyu, the demigods around him showed shocked expressions, not understanding what had happened. They didn't understand why the 3 weak demigod-level gods were suppressed and their flesh burst in an instant. That was a god-level dragon body. You blasphemer. You are disrespecting the Zulong. At this moment, the 3 revived dragons tried their best to break free from the creation thunder, looking angrily at the Azure Dragon god's shadow of creation in the sky, and looking at Shiyu who was descending, and felt incredible at the same time. But Shiyu's next words made their brains roar and even more angry. Then let Zulong say it himself. 3 low-level gods, looking for death, bugs, crush them. Shiyu was also heartbroken at this time. After all, this time, the power of Azure Dragon's faith was probably going to be consumed. Therefore, resources must be retrieved from these 3 dragons. With a boom, the huge Azure Dragon claw came across the void and pinched the 3 dragons. They widened their eyes and tried their best to activate their quasi-divine skills to hit the Azure Dragon claw. Boom boom vibration, the Azure Dragon claw was instantly broken but instantly repaired. At the moment, the Azure Dragon's immortal body at the superb level, as long as there is enough faith, even if the insects die, it can be resurrected instantly like the ginseng baby. With a puff, the Azure Dragon claw resisted 3 quasi-divine skills without being damaged. It pinched the 3 dragons in its claws and squeezed hard. The powerful dragon body of the god-level dragon clan instantly exploded like paper, bloody and fleshy, leaving only a breath, waiting to be processed. In an instant, all parties fell silent. Shiyu looked at the dragon god and said, "Sorry, Senior Dragon God, Chong Chong and I were training in the starry sky and we are late." The dragon god remained silent. After a moment, he looked at the shadow of the Azure Dragon in the sky and said, "What's going on?" The Black Dragon Overlord, Tyrannosaurus Rex and other demigods who were still trapped in the creation realm were also terrified. They wanted to leave but didn't know how to get out of this hellhole. They were like seeing a ghost. What the hell was going on? Why was Shiyu able to kill demigods in seconds after only a few days? And 3 of them at the same time. And they were revived gods. I wouldn't be killed by it in seconds, would I? Chapter 518, Invincible Enemies from Heaven. The current situation is extremely bizarre to President Lin and others. After all, before Shiyu fought against a meteorite and the Abyss Demon Frog, he needed 2 demigods to fight for a while. But which of these three gods is not stronger now? However, they felt that Shiyu's Chong Chong crushed them with almost no effort. Chong Chong has broken through to the totem and is one step further towards the Azure Dragon. Now he fights with the power of faith, and the demigod can jump to fight the true god. Dealing with three low-level gods who are suppressed is naturally a piece of cake, Shiyu said. It can be regarded as explaining to President Lin and others why Chong Chong is so fierce. Damn, he has almost used up all the power of faith, how can he not be fierce? The key is that he can't easily solve the current situation without Krypton. Meow, the gem cat was stunned. What a joke, your pets are getting more and more outrageous after evolution. Why did it just reach the demigod, and Shiyu was thinking about jumping to kill the true god? Don't worry, Senior Dragon God. From today on, Chong Chong and I will protect you, Shiyu said to the dragon god. Oh, beauty is a disaster. The dragon god was speechless. This dispute seems to have attracted a lot of people to watch. Shiyu looked around again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 demigods. It seems there are familiar faces. President Lin, have the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Black Dragon Lord joined the Blue Star Alliance? No, none of the demigods around have joined the Blue Star Alliance. After President Lin finished speaking, Shiyu grinned and looked around with ill intentions. Tyrannosaurus Rex, this guy is also a demigod. I killed its son in the world game, and it must have been holding a grudge against me. Black Dragon Lord, I also killed the general of their dragon empire, and it must have been holding a grudge. They are all potential enemies. Among them, the Dragon Empire and the Dragon Empire were both Donghuang's great enemies in the previous Totem Wars. Shiyu felt that now that the creation realm was open, it would be better to deal with more enemies. In this way, the cost-effectiveness can be maximized. Then, Shiyu's pupils turned golden, and the Azure Dragon realm unfolded and merged with the creation realm. Under the starry sky, the divine aura of the Azure Dragon was even more terrifying. The 7 demigods around were basically here to watch the fun. Among them, there were 3 demigods from the post-Blue Star era, and 4 were reincarnated gods of the demigod level. Boom. At this time, the Azure Dragon was once again filled with murderous intent. The miserable state of the 3 revived dragons just now had already scared the 7 demigods around. Even if 4 of them were reincarnated gods, they were extremely afraid of Shiyu's power. It felt that Shiyu was more terrifying than the last time he fought against the Abyss clan. Moreover, this guy was simply crazy. Not only was he ruthless in killing the invading races, but he was also ruthless in treating the Dragon Clan who had made contributions in the War of the Mythical Era. In a flash, he crushed the 3 dragon warriors. Did he really not care about anything? Tyrannosaurus Rex, Black Dragon Overlord, insects, crushed them too. At this moment, as Shiyu spoke, the divine power of the Azure Dragon insects overwhelmed the 4 directions. And the entire creation domain was intimidated, and the 7 demigods, especially the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Black Dragon Overlord who were named, had their pupils shrink. Damn. This kid really wants to continue. He still wants to kill them. At this moment, the 2 demigods were furious. But the next moment, they were very cowardly. Because the tragic scene of the resurrected gods in Dragon Palace City just now was still vivid in their minds. They thought that their strength could not exceed that of the 3 gods. Roar, under the raging divine power, in an instant, the demigods in all directions of the creation domain roared in anger, feeling that Shiyu wanted to kill them all. Shiyu, do you want to start a war? The Tyrannosaurus Rex was furious, but the next moment, the power of creation that was condensed, compressed, and tempered to the extreme gathered on its huge humanoid body. The sound of spiritual rules shook all directions. President Lin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Shiyu would still attack other demigods. Is it really okay? With a crack, in the field of creation, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had just been promoted to demigod, had no time to resist before his body was deformed under the materialized divine dragon power, and the hard dragon bones in his body were instantly shattered. The brain roared, dragon blood flowed from the eye sockets, blood spit out of the mouth, and the eyes gradually turned white. With a boom, he was suppressed to the ground and thrown to the ground like a meteor. The demigods around him were shocked. Relying on deterrence to suppress a demigod? This weird field, this weird world, what is going on? The rules of heaven and earth are controlled by it, just like the world it created. A reincarnated god was extremely shocked and looked at the miserable state of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is the rule of creation. Impossible, no living creature can master such power. Submission. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was extremely frightened at this time, but he could not say the word submission. His body was directly crushed by the intimidation and exploded into blood mist. Like the other dragons, he only had one breath left, waiting to be dealt with. Shiyu, that black dragon wants to run, hit it. The gem cat was extremely surprised at this time. I didn't expect Shiyu to become so fierce after not seeing him for a few days. It wanted to beat this black dragon a long time ago. It didn't even give face to the gem consortium. This is the opportunity. Roar, the black dragon overlord retreated in shock, retreated madly, and condensed a quasi-divine skill. It spit out the world-destroying dragon breath and aimed at Shiyu, but it was just a show. It was instantly blocked by a swung dragon claw, and the sweeping dragon claw slapped the black dragon overlord horizontally. Just like the claws of God, this is the real power of sweeping and destroying the world. In the realm of creation, Chong is both the god of creation and the god of destruction. Shiyu, you lunatic, the shadow attacked. The black dragon overlord did not expect that Shiyu really wanted to kill them all without considering the impact. There are gods in our dragon empire, senior, save me. It looked at one of the reincarnated gods, but the other party was indifferent and full of fear towards the azure dragon. The pupils of the black dragon overlord shrank. With a boom. It was pinched by the giant claws, its body was shattered, and the blood mist exploded. From beginning to end, the huge original body of Chong only hovered in the sky, and only moved its small claws throughout the whole process. Roar, after killing 5 demigods in a row, Chong's fighting spirit was extremely excited and locked onto the next one. Wait, I have no grudges against Donghuang, the remaining demigod of the post-Blue Star Era Horde. This is an ice and snow dragon from the snowfield, an elemental life, not a dragon, but in dragon form. In the realm of creation, Chong is completely a god who kills gods. Ordinary demigods can't survive a single move in its hands. But it's normal. After all, this is the top rule blessed by the Azure Dragon faith power of Shiyu and others. In addition, Shiyu's Azure Dragon realm has also strengthened Chong's faith skills. The real power of God. 11 cheered, and Chong killed. If you use up your faith power here, you won't be able to participate in the team competition. Chong is really fierce, and 11 is extremely surprised to see it, and they are eager to use up this terrible power. They are killing crazy. Now, the other reincarnated gods did not dare to act rashly, because they really had no grudges with Shiyu. They didn't believe that Shiyu would kill everything indiscriminately, but in their hearts, if they said they were not worried or afraid, that would be a lie. They couldn't imagine how Shiyu and others could burst out with god-level power in the Dharma-ending age. Is this the Azure Dragon? It feels that the power of the Ancestor Dragon is suppressed to the demigod realm. Humans, they were panicking in their hearts. They hadn't felt anything before, but at this moment, they only felt that the seeds of hope brought back by the goddess Nuwa were extremely terrifying. Even if those who stayed on Blue Star were only low-level gods, it was unimaginable to be killed by the demigods of the later era. Don't worry, after severely injuring the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Black Dragon Overlord, Shiyu spoke kindly, Donghuang loves peace and will never take the initiative to provoke. It's purely the forces of those 2 guys who have invaded Donghuang before, so I taught them a lesson, and they haven't joined the Blue Star Alliance. It's obvious that they are not guys who yearn for peace. Solving them is also to eliminate harm for Blue Star, so as not to become traitors and join alien forces. After Shiyu finished speaking, the other 5 demigods were annoyed. They haven't rebelled yet, but you have already defined them. Who can argue with you? I am willing to join the Blue Star Alliance, the Ice and Snow Dragon shouted first, fearing that Shiyu would take action. President Lin's eyes went dark. He didn't expect that the demigods from the demigod forces that were difficult to communicate with would be willing to join the Blue Star Alliance in this way. Welcome, Shiyu smiled. Okay, next, I have to think about how to deal with these 3 guys. Shiyu looked at the 3 mythical dragons who were severely injured and fainted, and asked the dragon god, Senior Dragon God, I am here, don't worry, no one can take your position as the dragon god, not even the Zulong can come back. What should I do with these 3 hateful guys? Otherwise, roast them and eat them, and share them with everyone in Longang City. It was Shiyu's idea to expand the belief in the Azure Dragon in Longang City. Now Longang City has been messed up by these three guys, and many Azure Dragon believers have died. Shiyu really feels bad. Only by dismembering these three guys and distributing the dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon tendons and dragon balls as resources to everyone in Longang City can Shiyu feel better. You will get into big trouble if you do this. At this time, the dragon god was also very shocked. He felt incredible about the fighting power of Shiyu and Chong Chong, which was like a god. However, she felt that she would get into big trouble after killing three mythical dragons in this way. There may be more than just these dragon palace spirits. Perhaps other dragons will revive one after another. Shiyu smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. Just kill all the enemies. If they are friends, welcome." Shiyu's words made President Lin and the gem cat beside him twitch their lips. Shiyu was definitely too proud, but this exaggerated fighting power was even more terrifying than the previous title of the strongest legend. He can be called invincible in the world. He even killed the awakened spirits at will. Roar! At this moment, the three dragons that were crushed by the bugs slowly recovered some strength under self-healing. Seeing this, Shiyu immediately ordered Chitong, "Just kill them." Meow. Chitong, whose sword form was flying in the sky, had been waiting for a long time. He had been waiting for Shiyu's words. Its breath rose steadily, and its energy burst out, revealing the power of a demigod, which shocked the people around him even more. Unexpectedly, Shiyu's sword spirit also reached the demigod level. Boom! The next second, Chitong turned into a sword light and slashed at the three dragons, intending to harvest their souls first. Can't kill. At this moment, just as Chitong was about to make a move, a voice suddenly sounded. Shiyu originally thought it was one of the reincarnated gods around him, but when he suddenly listened, he felt something was wrong and the voice sounded a little familiar. Crack! In an instant. In this Dharma-ending age, the creation field that is comparable to true divine skill was torn apart in an instant. An invisible world force turned into a big hand and blocked Chitong in an instant, gently bouncing it away. Shiyu, stop it! A green worm as thick as an arm tore open the creation field and blocked Chitong, and shouted nervously, fearing that Shiyu would kill the three dragons in a hurry. World Tree. At this moment, seeing this green worm, Meo, Dragon God, President Lin, and several demigods around were all shocked. Unexpectedly, the World Tree, or the World Tree clone, would suddenly appear here. Meow. At this time, Chitong and Chong Chong were quite shocked. They felt that their power was easily dissolved by the World Tree clone, the green worm. Shiyu was also very silent. Looking at the World Tree clone coming, he always felt that he was in big trouble. It was not so easy to get the three dragon resources. Senior World Tree, there was a bang. The creation domain was broken, and all the environments returned to their original state. The three dragons fell into the sea. Tyrannosaurus King and Black Dragon Overlord were also in a dying state and fell down. The other demigods were still in fear. The World Tree was here, and Shiyu couldn't go crazy. Master World Tree, they were the first to attack. I was defending myself, Shiyu complained at this time, but he didn't expect that the World Tree would wake up again at this time. I already know the cause and effect, but after all, they have contributed to the myth war. Shiyu, spare their lives. I promise you that they will not interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Palace again. The World Tree had a headache. I didn't expect that just after being awakened by the Star Invaders, such a big thing happened inside, and I almost didn't catch up. These three resurrected gods, naturally, can't let Shiyu kill them. If they are killed, what will the other gods who have made contributions to Blue Star think? However, the World Tree has a special feeling for Shiyu. When it wakes up, it finds that Shiyu not only killed the meteorite and the abyss magic frog, becoming the strongest human, but also can easily kill 5 demigods in seconds. The World Tree is surprised and happy. It also cares about a genius like Shiyu very much, and this time, these 3 gods are really too much, so it can only act as a peacemaker. I will use the power of the world to restore the casualties in Longang City, and at the same time, I will compensate you, the World Tree clone said. The Dragon God said, thank you, Lord World Tree. Shiyu, forget it. At this time, the World Tree has said this, and the Dragon God doesn't want Shiyu to offend the gods too much, so he said. Shiyu frowned and said, okay, since you said so, Mom. But that Tyrannosaurus King and Black Dragon Overlord, World Tree clone, I'm not your mother. Those 2 guys, do whatever you want, I don't care. The World Tree clone felt a headache. Below, the three resurrected gods were directly taken into the alien space by it. At the same time, the green worm glanced at Shiyu and others and said, Shiyu, let's end this matter. You come with me to Anatara. I have something important to tell you. Okay, Shiyu nodded and said, is the Taurus ancient god awake? It still owes me a god-level resource. World Tree clone, no. This time, the World Tree suddenly woke up and said that something big was going to happen. Shiyu decisively followed the World Tree. It was almost a blink of an eye, and they were brought to Anatara by the World Tree. After arriving here, the World Tree clone looked at Shiyu with a complicated look. Unexpectedly, Shiyu's progress was so fast that he became invincible so quickly. Little ghost, your strength has improved very quickly. On Blue Star, even facing these gods awakened from their slumber, you can be called invincible, Shiyu said embarrassedly. I am not your opponent yet, World Tree clone? Do you still want to be my opponent? The World Tree clone said, you are indeed invincible, but the problem now is that the reason why I suddenly woke up was that I sensed a group of powerful alien life approaching the galaxy where Blue Star is located a few minutes ago. The opponent is very powerful. Although they have not reached a god level, they are definitely at the extreme of the demigod level. They may have 3, 4, 5 or even 6 or 7 more quasi-god skills. I don't know if they are enemies or friends. They are born from the life of a planet with perfect rules. No, they may be more powerful than Blue Star. If they are enemies, Blue Star will be in danger. Shiyu was stunned and his expression changed. Damn. You just said that I am invincible, and the enemy came from the sky? Chapter 519, Alien Beast Tamer arrives on Blue Planet. At this moment, Shiyu was in a complicated mood. Maybe there are 3, 4, 5 or even more quasi-divine skills? It is indeed a very scary alien. In the last days of Blue Star, except for the Blue Star lineage, the record for the most quasi-divine skills is 2. Like the Kanghae elf. It is called the strongest demigod because it has 2 quasi-divine skills that can be used together, and one of them is a quasi-divine level faith skill. In the last days of Blue Star, cultivating 2 quasi-divine skills is already a natural talent. Cultivating 3 is absolutely invincible in the world. But this time, the alien visitor from the World Tree seemed to be unreasonable. 4 or 5 quasi-divine skills at any time? It feels that even if 11 has quasi-divine skills containing top-level rules, it is not easy to fight. After all, having multiple pets with quasi-divine skills and one pet with multiple quasi-divine skills are not the same concept at all. The latter is a qualitative leap in strength. Maybe it can be used to combine divine skills. However, if they really fight, Shiyu is not afraid of them. He wants 11 to have multiple quasi-divine skills each, which is not difficult to do. In the same realm, I am invincible, even the demigods of the starry sky, Shiyu said. As long as Lord World Tree provides enough resources for me to become stronger, I can kill one by one, and kill a bunch of people. With the resources in place, even the god realm can be destroyed. You don't know that I have now crossed the level to contract 4 totems. The team is almost unable to make ends meet, and it is difficult to even get enough food and clothing, Shiyu grinned. As long as the World Tree gives resources, he will do it in this battle. Protecting the Blue Star. You still know that you haven't even reached a legend. The corner of the World Tree's clone's mouth twitched, and said, I brought you to Anatara just to prevent you from going out to wade in this muddy water. If it is an enemy, I will solve it, and you should practice honestly here, Shiyu. The World Tree certainly believes what Shiyu said. If it is not wrong, the skill that Shiyu used to crush the 5 demigods just now contains the rules of creation and is a quasi-god level faith skill. With such skills, if they can be cultivated into divine skills and supported by enough faith, that Azure Dragon is definitely not inferior to the top gods of Zulong and Yuanfeng. It is not too much to say that a person who has the hope of becoming a top god in the future will have no rivals at the same level. Coupled with a panda that has mastered the rules of annihilation and destruction, Shiyu will definitely be a good seedling far beyond any top god on those days. Maybe, there is hope to fight against super god lives like the evil god of the abyss, the giant beast of the universe, and the queen of alien insects alone. For such a genius, the World Tree naturally cannot let Shiyu face a strong enemy too early. If Shiyu gets into trouble before the god level, it will cry to death. Not only will it cry and lose a super genius, but it will also feel that its previous blessings have been wasted on the dog. Therefore, the World Tree intends to protect Shiyu well in Inatara when foreign enemies invade. If there is really a powerful enemy, it will solve it. Although excessive consumption of world power will delay the recovery of the rules, there is nothing else to do. Who would have thought that someone would come from the starry sky during this period of time? Am I practicing here? Shiyu was stunned. He really didn't expect that the World Tree called him here not to let him, the strongest person on Blue Star, to meet the foreign enemy, but to protect him. But when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. He was still a child who had not grown up. That's right. In addition, the World Tree was also worried that Shiyu would suddenly kill a few reincarnated gods outside. Shiyu now has the ability to become a super god. He is not comparable to those low-level gods who stayed on Blue Star. As Shiyu said, he is invincible in the same realm. Then, is there food? Shiyu suddenly said. If you provide food and accommodation, and Lord World Tree, take good care of Donghurong, Dragon Palace City, and my friends, I have no problem. Of course, I don't want this kind of thing to happen again today. If Lord World Tree hadn't said that you could revive the casualties in Dragon Palace City, I would have killed those 3 gods to commemorate those believers. Shiyu grinned. The World Tree said, yes, no problem, I will punish them well, I will pay extra attention to your country and your friends. This time I wake up, I will not sleep for a short time. With me awake, the situation that happened in Dragon Palace City before will never happen again. I will exercise the power of Blue Star's will and temporarily manage Blue Star, then thank you, Lord Blue Star. Shiyu was excited and happy. The World Tree provided food and accommodation. Does that mean that they can let 11 and others train unscrupulously in Inatara? Even the semi-god level team battle can be arranged. I am trying to meditate hard and strive to break through the 9th level as soon as possible. In this case, Shiyu is willing to suppress his restless heart. It's the same to upgrade a level first and then go to play. Oh, right, Shiyu suddenly remembered something and said, my friend, I had a prediction before. The prediction result is that a legendary beastmaster from Donghurong who disappeared while exploring the starry sky, and Lin Feng, the beastmaster from Donghurong who once received your blessing and also disappeared, are still alive. After they disappeared, they arrived at a certain place in the starry sky and broke through to the god level. The World Tree was startled, looked at Shiyu, and said, prediction, indeed, there is such a possibility. In the starry sky? No, even on the Blue Star, there are many things unknown to the will of the planets. Just like ordinary people cannot know what is in their bodies, it is not impossible to reach deeper into the starry sky because of some strange phenomena. Even in the mythological era, there have been cases where gods disappeared while exploring the starry sky. In addition, the high-level gods who left Blue Star after the end of the mythological era. The reason why I said that I don't know whether the aliens this time are enemies or friends is also for this reason. Blue Star is gradually recovering. Those who return may be enemies, but they may also be old friends. I hope things can develop in a good direction. The World Tree clone looked outside Blue Star again. And Shiyu pouted, how come you don't know anything? Is this why you don't know that I am a time traveler? At the same time, as the World Tree pulled Shiyu away, Shiyu took away the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Black Dragon Lord, and many demigods here immediately dispersed. The non-Donghurong demigods left in disgrace, and the Dragon God returned to Longgong City to preside over the overall situation. The previous conflicts had already caused chaos in Longgong City. Even a group of surrenderists who defected to the gods emerged, and she was going to settle accounts. As for President Lin and Gemcat, seeing that the matter was successfully concluded, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. President Lin said, Teacher Ying, next, can I leave the matter of incorporating the Dragon Empire to you? The Dragon Empire is in the west, and there are dragon gods sitting in charge, so it's not easy to deal with, but the Dragon Empire's Azure Dragon faith can be taken back for Shiyu. Gemcat's eyes lit up and said, leave it to me, there is such a good thing JPG. The East China Sea War ended. However, the end of the East China Sea War made everyone confused. The coup in Dragon Palace City, the resurrection of the 3 dragons to seize power in Dragon Palace City, was not known by only a few demigods. In fact, the major forces of Blue Star, including the 7 Nations Alliance, learned about it very quickly. However, only the lazy demigod dared to watch the battle up close. According to the conjectures of all parties, this conflict will inevitably trigger a super earthquake on Blue Star. After all, It involves 3 resurrected gods, and they are powerful dragon gods, as well as the strongest force in the post-era of Blue Star, the Donghuang Alliance. If you say that there will be no fight, all parties don't believe it. But in reality, this battle feels the same as if it had not been fought. Forces that did not have the courage to come to watch the battle had no idea why the East China Sea suddenly became silent and there was no movement at all. The creation domain was too terrifying, and it directly separated a new world at that time from the Blue Star system. Everything that happened in another newly created world, and it was normal that the outside world did not perceive it. At present, on Blue Star, the only one who could perceive the creation domain and intervene was probably the Blue Star will. What happened in the East China Sea? Why is there no movement? People all over the world were puzzled by this sudden war. However, the most terrifying thing was that those demigods who watched the battle closely, after leaving the East China Sea, also kept silent about this battle, for fear of getting into trouble. The matter involved the ancient dragon gods and the world tree blessers, and the internal waters were too deep, and they were unwilling to delve into it. Could it be that Donghuang and the dragon gods reached some conditions, before all parties could figure out the truth of the matter? Another major event occurred. All the legendary and demigod level beings could sense a very powerful aura approaching the blue planet from the starry sky. They were quite shocked and did not understand what was happening in the starry sky. This time, the alien visitors did not hide their power at all, and they were fully blooming, fearing that the blue planet would not find them. They were not as low-key as Shiyu. The extremely terrifying aura, even if one was outside the planet and the other was inside the planet, made the legendary demigods on the blue planet extremely shocked. Are they alien invaders? Inatella. Rumble. The space was shaking, and the gods sleeping here were also shaken by this powerful fluctuation. The gods such as the Taurus ancient god woke up one after another and looked at the starry sky in confusion. What's going on? Are the invaders coming again? Moo, the Taurus ancient god roared, and his voice resounded throughout Inatella. The gods such as Li Shenjun, the holy deer, and the demon king dragon all stared at the starry sky with a solemn look on their faces. It feels like the enemy is getting closer and closer. Golden Bull God. At this time, the most surprised person to hear these voices was Shiyu, who was here. Damn, I finally waited for you to wake up. Shiyu immediately shouted to the Golden Bull God, who had woken up from the mythological ruins. At the same time, the Golden Bull God was also stunned and looked in the direction of Shiyu. It's the world tree clone with a solemn face, and Shiyu waving at it next to it. It's me, Bull God. Shiyu summoned 11 out, wanting the Golden Bull God to remember him. Ying 11 also waved at the Golden Bull God. Resources. Resources. The resources haven't been given yet. When the Golden Bull God saw Shiyu at this time, his face turned black. Damn, how come this guy is still here after sleeping? It's you, the Golden Bull God frowned and said, what's the matter? Resources, the resources that we passed the test in the World Championship, you haven't given us yet. Give us some gold resources. Shiyu's requirements were not high, just a gold mythological resource that could fill 11's stomach. Ying 11 nodded, and suddenly felt that the Taurus ancient god had become much stronger after not seeing him for a few days. But resources still have to be given. Since the Taurus ancient god dared to agree to the world tree to be an examiner, he should not be as poor as the golden winged dampen, who had to rely on unloading his body to get resources. Although the steak is delicious, Shiyu doesn't want to eat acquaintances. Shiyu treats friendly gods like Inatala as good friends. At percent the Taurus ancient god cursed in his heart and said, that's the case. I know, I won't give you less, you little guy. No, you actually mastered that level of skills. It's okay, it's really okay. Boy, if you want resources, you can play with me again when you are free. The Taurus ancient god was dissatisfied. Its power, after the rules were revived and it had been dormant for a period of time, also returned to the totem level. It is not the original overlord level. In other words, it is now also a demigod combat power, and as an awakened god, it is definitely stronger than the demigod of the post-Blue Star era. Feeling that the level of his quasi-divine skills was rising with the recovery of the rules, the Taurus ancient god gritted his teeth and wanted to have another fight with Shiyu and the others. Last time, due to the suppression of the rules, he did not collide with Shiyu and the others, but this time, the Taurus ancient god believed that he would definitely have no problem. With the recovery of power, the more advanced usage of his Jinyu divine body has been unlocked. He can rely on overload bursts to gain physical strength beyond that of a demigod, and he is not afraid of even the prototype of a top-level divine skill. No problem. Shiyu agreed happily. Anyway, the world tree provides food and accommodation, and the loss of battle should not be a big problem. Looking at Niu's temper, it seems that he will agree to bet on another resource. Yu, the clone of the world tree, was speechless at this time, and said, "Is it time to say this now? My other clone has gone to the starry sky to intercept the invaders. The war may be imminent. You woke up at the right time. If a battle occurs, please lend me your vitality. The world power I can mobilize is limited. If the opponent is too strong, it may still require the life of Blue Star to contribute some power. It is indeed an invader." The clone of the world tree said so, and the awakened gods became serious one after another. Shiyu also looked at the starry sky, wanting to know what was going on. At the same time, in the pitch-black starry sky, 4 huge shining meteorites hit the blue star. The 4 meteorites are not big, each with a diameter of only more than 100 meters, but judging from their strength, if they hit the blue star, it will definitely be an unimaginable disaster. This is, at this time, a green dragon, the clone of 50% of the power of the world tree, has already flown outside the blue star, looking at the 4 meteorites flying in with burning eyes. It immediately thought of the meteorite life form like the meteorite. However, in fact, these 4 huge meteorites are like controllable aircraft. After approaching the blue star, although the flying speed is still filled with huge fluctuations, the speed is getting slower and slower. Boom. When they are extremely close to the blue star, or close to the world tree clone, the green dragon, the 4 meteorites actually slowly stop in midair. Then, arcs of light like doors appear on the 4 meteorites. They are like the doors of a spaceship, slowly opening. Then, 8 figures appeared inside. Seeing these 8 figures, even the world tree was quite shocked. 4 of them are human, 2 men and 2 women. They all look like young people in their 20s. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. They wear clothes that are different from any country on the blue star. The black combat uniforms that wrap the body tightly and only reveal the head are perfectly coordinated with the power of the starry sky, as if they are super equipment prepared for the starry sky war. In addition, behind them, there is also the source of power perceived by the world tree clone. A purple-blue dragon with a body that seemed to be covered with star spots. It was only about 10 meters tall, but its momentum far exceeded that of any demigod on blue star. It gave the world tree clone the feeling that it was even stronger than the Pixie elves. There was also a huge phoenix with a red body and blue wings. Each of its feathers was as deep as a nebula. Like the previous star dragon, it was a starry sky life, emitting powerful fluctuations. In addition, there was a human-like extraordinary life. He had multiple white gold angel wings, a handsome face, and golden eyes. He was an angel. The sacred aura on his body was close to that of an angel in the divine realm. The last life was a female demon with black and red wings like bat wings. She showed her hot body to the fullest. She had a smile on her face and looked at the world tree clone curiously. She licked her lips, which was quite tempting. These 4 powerful demigod-level beings came out with 4 humans. Regardless of their superiority or inferiority, seemingly on an equal footing, but there was some kind of connection. The world tree clone could tell at a glance that these pairs of descenders might have a contract with each other. Lord Blue Star, the beastmaster of the star dragon, a lady with long black hair, walked out of the meteorite in midair and spoke using telepathy. "We have finally arrived here. You must be the will of this planet. Who are you?" At this time, the world tree clone had already made some guesses, but still asked. "My name is Zilan. My teacher is a beastmaster from this planet. His title here was once called Sky Emperor. This time, we came from the universe and brought props that can help Blue Star connect to the universe. At present, the gods who came out of Blue Star in the mythological era have established several super god-level forces in the universe and have gained a firm foothold. After learning that the mother planet is about to recover, they plan to welcome the mother planet and help it complete further evolution." At this moment, the world tree clone was quite shocked. Unexpectedly, Shiyu had just told him about Sky Emperor, and the Beastmaster sent by Sky Emperor appeared. Who is Shiyu's friend? God? Sky Emperor's disciple? Incredible. Feeling the powerful aura of this long-haired sister and the star dragon beside her, the world tree felt that their power was not even inferior to Shiyu. What kind of existence has that Sky Emperor become now? The beast masters of the ancient Donghuang country are all monsters. Moreover, the World Tree also heard an important news. After the end of the mythological era, the gods who left Blue Star have established a firm foothold in the universe, and some have even broken through to the super god level. The World Tree clone breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they were not enemies. At the same time, he was excited. Although he was puzzled as to why these gods were doing so well, no one was willing to bring back cosmic resources to help Blue Star recover quickly, but now, he could not care so much. As long as they are willing to recognize this mother planet now, the World Tree will be satisfied. Welcome to you, children, the World Tree clone said happily. The long-haired sister, the beast master of the Star Dragon, smiled and said, Master Blue Star, we brought 4 teleportation keystones this time. These 4 teleportation keystones are equivalent to the relic teleportation device, which can allow at least 4 Blue Star lives to enter another super planet. At that time, the teachers will be waiting for you on that super planet. For more details, you may need to communicate with them in person. Lord Blue Star, no problem, the World Tree clone said, you have come all the way here, thank you for your hard work. I will take you to Blue Star first, the long-haired lady should be a captain. She looked at everyone and nodded, then I'll leave it to Lord Blue Star. Our voyage took several years and consumed a lot of resources. We even sacrificed a teammate. We had 5 people at the beginning, but unfortunately, the representative of the Killen tribe died in the starry sky due to a cosmic accident. Before we recover, we may have to stay in Blue Star for a while. We dare not return easily. The World Tree was stunned. Killen tribe. What's wrong with you? During the mythology war, you were the fastest. How can you return to your home planet without a car accident? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, The Appearance of the Starry Sky. Led by the World Tree's clone, the 8 space visitors followed it to Blue Star and landed on Anadara. When passing through the atmosphere, the 8 space visitors immediately felt their power being suppressed. Among them, the blonde and blue-eyed man of the contracted angel said, in such a broken world, let alone the god level, I'm afraid even a stronger demigod can't be cultivated. I feel that if there are any battles on this planet, it will cause the world to change color and cause a worldwide impact. Say less, don't you know that the mother planet is still recovering? The angel with platinum wings said elegantly, the mother planet can breed a strong man like the Lord God. After recovery, it will definitely be promoted to a high-level planet. Sorry, Lord Blue Star, I don't mean anything else. The blonde man laughed and scratched his head. In theory, Blue Star is the mother planet of the angels, but it is not his. He is just a descendant of the star human race who joined the angels later. If you have to count, Blue Star is a relative's home. After going through all kinds of difficulties, he finally arrived at Blue Star. He originally wanted to compete with the strong men of the mother planet, but it seems that forget it. Let alone whether this place is suitable for fighting, it is estimated that no strong men can be cultivated under such incomplete rules. Lord Blue Star, if you can contact King Kai, there may be a way to speed up your recovery. The female succubus smiled slightly, but she was thinking in her heart, on such a low-level planet, can the tribe really dig up any geniuses? She felt that she could beat all the opponents on Blue Star alone, except for the Blue Star will clone in front of her. The World Tree is still strong. Even if the top gods suppress it to the demigod level, they may not be its opponent. After all, the main body is Blue Star itself. The World Tree clone sighed and was despised. Beside, the black-haired queen and the phoenix man who contracted the star phoenix were relatively calm. The 2 of them, to be precise, including the sacrificed teammate, and the other 2, were not on the same path. The 3 of them were all from the Kangdi and Lin Feng, from the human forces jointly established by the Kangdi and Lin Feng. Although the pets came from the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn, and the 2 sides were in an equal contractual relationship, this time the humans were still the main force, mainly to help Donghuang. The other 2 parties came from the Blue Star Angel Clan and Demon Clan, dominated by extraordinary life, and their goals were different. Master Blue Star, I wonder if the ancient country of Donghuang, the hometown of the teacher and Master Lin Feng, is doing well. Zilan, the team leader of several people, asked. The World Tree clone said, Donghuang. It's developing very well. Zilan breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they should be relieved when the teacher knows about it. Inadara. Shiyu and the 7 gods sleeping here stared blankly at the 8 strong men brought by the World Tree clone. Just now, they had learned from the World Tree clone that the visitors were not enemies. Instead, they were the strong men of Blue Star who left Blue Star to fight, and returned with information about the universe and the stars. Oh, after this group of cosmic people came to Inadara, they also curiously observed the group of awakened gods in Inadara. Let me introduce them. The World Tree clone immediately introduced each other, first introducing the origins of this group of cosmic people again, and then introducing these sleeping gods. This made this group of people sigh that sealing and sleeping is really a good method to survive for so long. Zulong, Yuanfeng and other top gods who left Blue Star are all dead, but this group of low-level gods are still alive. This is Shiyu, the strongest beast master in Blue Star, also from the ancient country of Donghuang, and currently training with me. The World Tree clone introduced Shiyu, and Shiyu immediately attracted more attention than the awakened gods. Because they knew that those who stayed on Blue Star were all primary gods, and the divine skills they mastered in their peak period were only entry level. Maybe they couldn't beat them in their peak period. Except for their seniority, there was nothing worth caring about. They were all the tale of the mythological era. However, being able to become the strongest beast master on Blue Star in the Dharma ending age is different. One is the last echelon of an era, and the other is the first person of an era. Obviously, the latter deserves more attention. In particular, Shiyu looks so young, and he comes from the same ancient country of Donghuang as Kongdi and Linfeng, which makes everyone more surprised. Not to mention them, even the gods such as the Taurus ancient god were shocked. Looking at Shiyu, when did this guy become the strongest beast master on Blue Star? Not long ago, wasn't he just the strongest of the young generation? However, thinking of this kid's terrifying talent and the favor of the World Tree, they were relieved again. Only the Taurus ancient god fell into deep thought. Why does it feel that this guy is growing faster than himself? You are from the ancient country of Donghuang. Long-haired sister Zilan looked at Shiyu with a shy expression on his shoulder with a cute panda on his shoulder in great surprise. She remembered that Lord Linfeng had told her that the ruler of Donghuang should be a mechanical old man named Shinitun, and Shinitun legend was not the first beast master of Blue Star. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, Blue Star and Donghuang have undergone such great changes. Sister, are you the apprentice of Senior Kongdi? Hello, I have admired Senior Kongdi for a long time. I am still good friends with the second team of pets, the Void Mantis, that Senior Kongdi left on Blue Star. I also know some of the descendants of Senior Kongdi who stayed on Blue Star, Shiyu said kindly. Great. Our YYDS. Kongdi and Linfeng are really still alive. Moreover, they sent people back to Blue Star. Shiyu felt that they must have the method of how to use the teleportation keystone. Tears in his eyes, the strong men who left Blue Star finally sent people back. Shiyu felt that he could hug their thighs and then go to the universe to travel. It was so cool. He was tired of playing on Blue Star a long time ago. If it weren't for the parallel time and space to go to, he would be bored to death. Really? Then you have to take me to meet them later. Zilan smiled slightly. She didn't expect that the number one person on Blue Star is a young man like them. She thought it would be an old man or something like that. No problem, Shiyu said. Zilan, the disciple of Kongdi, was very happy. She had just arrived on Blue Star and heard such good news. It was undoubtedly a great harvest. In addition to the main task this time, Kongdi also told her a lot of past events on Blue Star, such as the Void Mantis, which she also knew. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. The teacher would definitely be happier when he knew it. Little handsome boy, it feels like you are only in your 20s. At this age, you have become the strongest beast master on Blue Star. It's so exaggerated. The devil contract person with a devilishly beautiful face is a charming woman. She cast a wink at Shiyu and was also surprised. The female succubus next to him also looked up to Shiyu, and felt that this was the genius that the clan wanted, but unfortunately, he was from the lineage of Kongdi and his people. It's because the seniors are old that we young people have the opportunity. If it was their peak period, I would definitely have no hope, Shiyu smiled and said modestly. Shiyu's words were recognized by the Angel Man and the Phoenix Man. They looked at Shiyu's ridiculously young appearance and didn't see that he looked like the strongest person on a planet. Although this planet is already as broken as a low-level planet, it is at least a quasi-high-level planet that has produced several top gods and defeated 3 super god invaders. Is this the appearance of the strongest beast master? The current situation on Blue Star is that the sleeping ancient gods are gradually waking up, and the new generation of geniuses are gradually growing. Although it may take some time to restore to the past, it is only a matter of time if there is no threat from the outside world. Those invaders should not come to Blue Star again. Is there any news about them in the universe? The World Tree clone asked. Zulan smiled and said, in the universe, planets are the life forms with the largest resources. Low-level planets that cannot give birth to gods may not be worth as strong mobilizing troops, because the gains from an invasion are even far less than the consumption of a long voyage. But if it is a mid-level or high-level planet, it will be different. So much time has passed, the enemies who invaded Blue Star back then may no longer exist, or have forgotten Blue Star, but new invaders will definitely be born as the planet is upgraded. However, don't worry, with the current power of the teacher, there is no problem in protecting Blue Star. In the universe, the god level is also called the star level, and the super god level is also called the sun level. The latter can be understood as a strong person who can be as dazzling as a star in the entire universe. There are no more than 1,000 such strong people in the universe, but Lord Kongdi and Lord Linfeng have joined forces to kill a super god life beyond their level. In addition, super god life was also born from the 5 god level races of the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Unicorn Clan, Angel Clan, and Human Clan that came out of Blue Star. Even if you look at the universe, the Blue Star lineage is not a weak force, Zulan said. You should know that there are only 5 lives above the super god level. In addition to the 4 cosmic emperors and the cosmic overlord, the super god level is already the strongest in the universe, so, you can recover with confidence, and even contact the Starry Sky civilization, obtain more cosmic resources, and complete your evolution. In this way, both the blue planet itself and the teachers who walked out of the blue planet can benefit. The teachers should have prepared a planet transfer plan to get you out of this desolate star field and go to the cosmic sea, where the cosmic rules are more perfect and more suitable. Planetary evolution can be called the center of the universe. Of course, this plan may take decades or even hundreds of years. The most urgent thing is for both parties to get in touch through the transmission keystone first. After Zulan finished speaking, several awakened gods were quite shocked. They had experienced a mythological war and naturally knew how terrible the super god level was. Back then, 3 super god levels almost destroyed Blue Star. They could accept that the 5 big clans that came out of Blue Star could have individuals break through to the super god level. However, what did they just hear? Only 2 humans joined forces to kill the super god life? In addition, these cosmic people in front of them were also mysterious and powerful. Several gods suddenly understood why Lord knew what brought back the human race to Blue Star. The potential was too terrible. In the universe, humans must be a very powerful race. Could it be? Among the 4 cosmic emperors or cosmic overlords, there are human beings? Is that so? The World Tree clone said. I heard you just said that you brought 4 teleportation keystones that can lead to the super planet called King Kai. At least 4 lives can go there. Yes. The teleportation keystone can only be bound to 1 life. It is a binding item, therefore, in theory, a teleportation keystone can only teleport 1 life there. However, there is also a tricky method, that is to bind the teleportation keystone to humans. Because the human race's unique contract talent allows the keystone to regard humans and the contract object as a whole, so that more life individuals can enter King Kai at the same time. At the same time, the consumption generated only depends on the level of humans. It is the least consuming method. It is considered a benefit of King Kai for the human race. Oh, by the way, King Kai is the planetary will of King Kai, a cosmic level planetary life, and also the highest level planet in the universe, Zulan said. This made several gods on Blue Star stamp their feet again. They were very happy when they heard that they could go to a super planet with a teleportation keystone, thinking that there was a better environment to improve their strength. But, the other party only brought 4 teleportation props, and they were bound. If bound to a supernatural life, only 1 individual can be sent over. But if bound to a human beastmaster, multiple lives can be sent over, and the cost is minimal? This is unreasonable. Several gods were anxious. In the end, the will of Blue Star must be used by the human race. What about them? Could it be that they also have to condescend to sign a contract with humans and take a ride? At present, the only one who can remain calm is Shiyu. He is very happy to be born as a human. I don't know what it takes to activate the teleportation keystone. The World Tree clone asked the most important question. Cosmic crystals, God-level cosmic crystals, are resources that only planetary life can draw from the cosmic power. Theoretically, a God-level cosmic crystal can allow a level 9 human to be teleported to King Kai once in one direction. The reason why I took the level 9 as an example is that at least level 9 life can bear the load of teleportation. This is the rule set by Lord Kai. If you want to teleport back, you also need a God-level cosmic crystal. If you want to teleport a God-level life, you need a super God-level cosmic crystal. The stronger the teleportation target is, the farther away from King Kai, the greater the consumption, and so on. It is worth mentioning that gods who were once God level and were suppressed to a lower level because of the incomplete world are also considered God level. If you want to go to King Kai, you have to consume super God level resources. After Zilan finished speaking, the 7 awakened gods were even more dumbfounded. The World Tree also stomped in its heart. Shiyu, who was next to him, took a deep breath. It turned out that the way to open the teleportation keystone was cosmic crystals. He knew this. Zioz could also condense it. However, at present, Zioz couldn't even condense legendary cosmic crystals, let alone God-level cosmic crystals. It is impossible to activate the teleportation keystone. At this moment, hearing Zilan say this, the World Tree not only felt a jolt in his heart, but also his eyes went dark. Obviously, it is not an easy task for the current blue star to condense the God-level cosmic crystal. In addition, after Shiyu suddenly realized it, he was also worried, and his face couldn't help but be bitter, because he was not yet at level 9. The lowest level for the teleportation keystone is level 9? What a joke. Hearing the words King of the Realms rules, Shiyu felt cold in his heart. Now, he has not reached the level of cosmic crystals and teleportation. What the hell? He wants to practice. No one can stop him. You should have brought enough cosmic crystals, the World Tree clone asked. Zilan said regretfully, in fact, we originally brought 5 teleportation keystones, which were kept by 5 people respectively, and we took different routes to Blue Star, fearing that there would be accidents during the voyage. As a result, what we worried about came true. The cosmic sea is as unpredictable as the ocean. We encountered a starry sky storm, and a teammate at the center and a teleportation keystone were the first to die in the starry sky, so now there are only 4 left, and we, because of this accident, have consumed a lot of energy. Among them, since the energy consumed for navigation is also cosmic crystals, let alone cosmic crystals that can be used for Blue Star, even if we return cosmic crystals, and they are all consumed. In addition, we actually have our own keystones, which allow us to freely go to King Kai, but now, due to the bottoming out of resource consumption, we can't even teleport to King Kai to find teachers and ask for cosmic crystals without cosmic crystals, so, maybe everything has to be entrusted to you, Lord Blue Star. Theoretically, only one piece is needed. When the time comes, we can get more cosmic crystals from the teachers on King Kai. At this time, several cosmic beast masters and starry sky creatures were looking at the World Tree clone eagerly. Now, it all depends on Blue Star, otherwise, they can't go back home. This place where no one lives. They don't want to stay any longer, and only if they go back successfully can they receive the rewards for this mission from the Sky Emperor and the clan. If they can't go back, they will lose everything. I know, the World Tree nodded and said, I'll find a way to deal with the cosmic crystal, but these 4 teleportation keystones, the World Tree said, it seems that they should be distributed to humans to maximize the benefits. Zilan said, that's right. My suggestion is to distribute them to the strongest human race and let the most powerful demigods sign an equal contract with them. There are many opportunities on King Kai's planet. Let them go there and they may get more rewards. The resources on the teacher's side are not very sufficient for this return. It may be difficult to rely on them alone for this plan. It also requires the strong men of Blue Star to work hard on their own. Among them, according to the teacher's requirements, at least 2 of the 5 teleportation keystones must be distributed to Donghuang. Brother Shiyu, do you want to go to the starry sky to make a living? Zilan asked Shiyu with a smile. Of course I do, Shiyu said, and 11 on his shoulder also cried, feeling more motivated. The teachers will be very happy to see a young genius like you. You are so young and have become the strongest beast master on Blue Star. After you arrive at King Kai, your progress will definitely be faster, Zilan said. As far as I know, there is still a big gap between the cultivation system of Blue Star and the human race in the universe, so you still have a lot of room for improvement, and the future is promising, Shiyu. Future is promising equals very bad now. Is there any difference? Shiyu couldn't help but ask. The Phoenix man next to him looked at Shiyu and said, the Beastmasters of Blue Star should only have one beast control ability. Lord Kongdi and Lord Lin Fen seemed to be like this at the beginning. Shiyu and the others were stunned. Could it be that, in the universe, humans can practice freely? Although the training speed and final combat power are not as good as other races, they are the race with the best power system tolerance. In the words of Blue Star, a Beastmaster can cultivate 2, 3, 4, 5, or even 10 or 100 Beastmaster talents by himself. In addition to being innate, the Beastmaster talents there can also be cultivated by oneself to develop additional talents, which can be used to assist a contracted object or strengthen oneself, like Captain Zilan, the strongest among us. She has deeply developed 4 Beastmaster talents, among which the space strengthening talent has even been cultivated to the level of quasi-god skills. On a low-level planet, it should be easy to trigger the sound of rules and strengthen an ordinary totem-level space life to the combat power of a demigod. If used with other Beastmaster talents, the combat power will be even stronger. The Phoenix man also looked at the Star Dragon. This big guy has 4 quasi-god skills. With Zilan, it should be a crushing combat power against the life on this planet. He felt that the demigods on this planet had 2 quasi-god skills, which was the limit. If there were more, they would be severely suppressed by the world rules and could not go any further. Zilan smiled and said, it's the teacher who taught me well. After the Phoenix man finished speaking, Shiyu was stunned. A Beastmaster can have dozens of Beastmaster talents? This is pure cheating. Multiple Beastmaster talents? Quasi-god level Beastmaster talents? In this case, wouldn't it be invincible? Shiyu couldn't help but say. The gods such as the Taurus ancient god looked at Shiyu. Damn, isn't this talking about Shiyu? In their opinion, Shiyu's telepathy, the world tree domain, and the Tai Chi domain that can trigger the sound of rules are no different from multiple Beastmaster talents. This is also the reason why they think Shiyu is more evil than other Beastmasters. It turns out that such Beastmasters are everywhere in the universe. However, why is Shiyu so shocked? This little girl, as a 9th level legendary Beastmaster, can make the space-enhancing talent touch the sound of rules. You have already done it at the 6th level. Can you face yourself first? Although shocked by the power of the universe Beastmaster, at this time, these gods also think that Shiyu is outrageous. I began to doubt whether he was a native human of Blue Star. Zilan smiled, it's not bad. It all requires time and energy. For ordinary people, the limit is to cultivate 3 or 4 abilities and use them together. The world tree was silent beside it. The humans who were transformed into native life on Blue Star were indeed different from the first batch of human seeds brought back by the goddess Wa. The talents and potential of that batch of human seeds were stronger. They became like this because Blue Star at that time could not cultivate humans of this level and did not have enough planetary resources. In short, as a newcomer to King Kai, you will have many opportunities to become stronger when you get there. If you grasp them, there will be no problem in being promoted to the god level, Zilan said. Lord Blue Star, Zilan looked at the world tree and said, that's all. I wonder what you plan to do next. The world tree clone sighed in his heart and said, you guys rest on Blue Star first, and I'll condense a piece of cosmic crystal first. With Blue Star's current state, I'm afraid it will take some time to condense just one piece. I have to concentrate on condensing cosmic crystals and can't entertain you. It doesn't matter. Zilan said that it was no problem and said, then we will rest on Blue Star first. We can go to the ancestral lands of various tribes first. Brother Shiyu, please take us to Donghuang. As for the 2 of them, they should go to the west. Just let them go there by themselves. Facing Zilan's words, the angel man and the female demon shrugged. This mission was led by the Sky Emperor, so the Sky Emperor's apprentice was the captain. At the same time, the Sky Emperor's apprentice was indeed strong. They couldn't beat him, so they had to obey. No problem, but at this time, Shiyu was also stunned and asked the world tree, can I come back then? Shiyu remembered that the world tree wanted to provide food and accommodation for him to stay in Inatara for special training, right? Now the other party doesn't even keep alien visitors, Shiyu feels. I will do my best to condense the cosmic crystal for you. Inadara may also be closed. I won't keep you, the World Tree said. By the way, Shiyu, you shouldn't have killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Black Dragon Overlord yet. Shiyu's face darkened and said, yes, what's wrong? The World Tree said, leave them to me. The production of cosmic crystals can be accelerated by using the power of other demigods. I plan to let them and those three guys assist me in making cosmic crystals. When they are made, they will be allocated to Donghuang first. Oh, is this okay? Zilan was stunned. This mother planet is cruel enough to squeeze the demigods to speed up the production of cosmic crystals. It's not easy for the current blue star to produce a demigod level, but it's a good thing. They just need to get the cosmic crystals as soon as possible. It doesn't matter, the World Tree said with regret. It's a pity that you killed the Abyss Demon Frog too quickly, otherwise, you could also pull it over to mine. Shiyu was stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He had Ziozi, so he naturally knew what the World Tree was thinking. To put it bluntly, it was just a free labor. Okay, then my cosmic crystals will depend on you. When the time comes, remember to give me more. Yes, the World Tree nodded. Who else could it give it to if not Shiyu? Shiyu, who has a double contract position, must be trained with the main force. In that case, I will leave Inadara too, the Taurus ancient god said. Me too, it is important to condense the cosmic crystals, the pig god said. Several gods who were originally sleeping in Inadara to recover their strength spoke one after another. What a joke. What if Blue Star doesn't like them one day and pulls them to mine? It's not suitable to stay here for long. Shiyu was startled, and said to the Taurus ancient god, then, seniors, why don't you come to Donghuang as well? Several gods looked at each other and said, as long as Donghuang welcomes us, of course there is no problem. Just now, after hearing about the power of Kangdi and Lin Feng and realizing the extraordinariness of the human race, joining the Donghuang line is undoubtedly the best choice. Anyway, they are free now, and Xiaoyu is a big celebrity in front of the World Tree. They have also given Xiaoyu benefits. How can Donghuang treat them unfairly? After Zilan and the others handed over the 4 keystones to the World Tree, Inadara closed it. Shiyu and others parted ways. Shiyu took Zilan, Phoenix Man, and the Taurus ancient god to Donghuang. The angel man and the female demon went to their respective ancestral lands. Zilan and Phoenix Man are both from the Donghuang lineage, and are people of Kangdi and Lin Feng. Their contract objects are a descendant of the Dragon Clan and a descendant of the Phoenix Clan. At present, they can only find more people of the same clan in Donghuang. At this time, on the way to Donghuang, Shiyu had many things to ask and wanted to know more about the appearance of the starry sky. Sister Zilan, is that cosmic overlord very powerful? There was an invader from the meteorite tribe on Blue Star before, and his hometown seemed to be destroyed by the army of the cosmic overlord. How big is the gap in strength between the cosmic overlord and the cosmic emperors? Zilan said, I don't know. Even the super god level is very far away from us. I'm afraid even the teachers don't know how strong the cosmic life is. But what is certain is that killing the super god level should be as easy as breathing, and destroying a planet should be just a matter of moving their fingers. After all, even in the army of the cosmic overlord, there are a lot of super god level subordinates, and they are not something we can afford to provoke. The two sides are in two worlds, not the same dimension. After you enter the starry sky, don't offend them, okay? Don't think too much about it first. Our priority is to wait for Lord Blue Star to condense the cosmic crystal. Then, you will be able to personally appreciate the appearance of the starry sky. You are a newcomer to King Kai and the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Star. At that time, Lord Blue Star can invest more resources in you. If you participate in the conferred God War on King Kai, if you can achieve good results, you will gain a lot, which will be of great benefit to the evolution of Blue Star. Phoenix Man said, it's a bit reluctant. His foundation is still a bit worse than those guys in the starry sky. Even Sky Emperor and Lord Lin Feng suffered a lot at the beginning. Zilan said, what's wrong? I think he is much better than you. At this age, he has become a legendary Beastmaster, the strongest on a planet. Do you think you can do it if you are placed on a low-level planet? Phoenix Man was speechless. At this time, the gods such as the Taurus ancient god also looked at Shiyu silently. After a moment of silence, the Taurus ancient god said, Shiyu, when you participated in the World Championship, you were only a level 6 beast tamer. How come you became a legendary beast tamer so quickly? Did the World Tree give you some special treatment? It was considering whether to fight with Shiyu. Although it was belligerent, it was too difficult to fight in the current situation on Blue Star. If it was a revenge battle, it would be fine. If it was still beaten, the Taurus ancient god was not stupid. It would be better to give the resources to Shiyu and forget about the battle. No, Lord World Tree just said that I am the strongest beast tamer on Blue Star, not that I am a legendary beast tamer. I am only level 8 now. After I go back, I have to practice as soon as possible, otherwise, I won't be able to use the teleportation keystone, Shiyu hated. Sister Zilan, do you have any powerful meditation methods that can speed up the upgrade? After he finished speaking, Zilan and the Phoenix Man paused and looked at Shiyu suddenly. Level 8? Isn't the current level limit of Blue Star level 9? Lord Lin Feng, Emperor Kong and others all reached level 9 on Blue Star. Among them, Lord Lin Feng even said that the mechanical legends who were stronger than him at that time could not become the strongest beast master on Blue Star. And this guy, level 8? Level 8 became the strongest beast master on Blue Star certified by the World Tree? What's going on? What about the other legends? Are they all dead? Shiyu said, no, so that's how it is, just level 8. Did you become the strongest beast master by leaps and bounds? You are worthy of it, just like you were back then. Several gods who had experienced the world competition and knew that Shiyu was abnormal nodded. It turned out that he was just stronger in combat power, but his level had not caught up. It was understandable. This was very Shiyu, much more scientific. The Holy Deer said, when Shiyu was a level 6 beast master, he could easily kill the totem level. Now he is level 8 and has become the strongest beast master on Blue Star, which is barely acceptable. The Demon King Dragon, if you put it in the universe, it will definitely be a monster. No way, it's all luck. Shiyu didn't dare to show off in front of this group of cosmic people, for fear of being beaten. He felt that he couldn't beat them at the moment, so he would talk about it after he developed for a while. Zilan, Phoenix Man? The two fell into deep thought. Looking at the harmless Shiyu, why do they feel that this guy has some problems? Chapter 521 The aliens' mentality collapses. The arrival of aliens has attracted much attention. All parties are trying to find out and be on guard against the enemy coming from the starry sky. Donghuang is no exception. Just after the coup in the Dragon Palace, the starry sky suddenly became abnormal. The senior officials of Donghuang who knew some of the inside stories of the universe were worried. President Lin and the Gem Cat wanted to deal with the incidents related to the Dragon Empire, but now they have suspended their actions. The other party came to Donghuang. President Lin's face changed. Well, the other party's energy fluctuations appeared in the East China Sea. In the Magic City, the Gem Cat girl spoke. She sighed, and suddenly felt that becoming a demigod was not a good thing. In the past, she only needed to eat, drink, and sleep at the ancient capital university, but now, there are a lot of things. She is just a cat. Irritable, angry. But it seems that it is not an enemy. Shiyu is also here. The Gem Cat later sensed that Shiyu, who had just left with the World Tree, was also with a group of visitors from the starry sky. There were even a bunch of familiar fluctuations. For example, Shiyu had been asking her to find Niu. Is the clone finally off work? Let's go and take a look. President Lin pondered. Is it related to Shiyu being called away by the World Tree? The Gem Cat and him immediately rushed to the East China Sea. Shiyu and others were teleported to the East China Sea by the World Tree. As everyone chatted, they talked about Shiyu being the strongest beast master on Blue Star, but currently only at level 8. This really made Zilan, Phoenix Man, and Star Dragon and Phoenix feel incredible. For a moment, they didn't know whether to say that Shiyu was strong, or that the other legends were too cowardly. Did you become the strongest by being at level 8? Zilan found that she seemed to have underestimated Shiyu before. Kimu, why don't you spar with Shiyu? I suddenly want to know his strength. Brother Shiyu, what do you think? Zilan looked at Shiyu and asked. Sister, I'm suddenly very curious about your strength. Can you satisfy my small request? Shiyu's mouth twitched and said, no, aren't you in a bad state? In addition, Shiyu himself had just fought with 5 demigods. Although the main consumption was the power of faith, at this time, the desire to fight was not very strong. Sage mode. After all, he was very tired after just opening the Azure Dragon domain for a while. It doesn't matter. Phoenix Man Kimu heard the captain's order, and his expression was bitter at first, but soon, he said naturally, "It's still bearable to spar appropriately." He didn't want to do it at first, but in a blink of an eye, this job was not bad. The plan of the forces of Kangdi and Lord Lin Feng, Zhuangquanxing, to unite the 5 major gods to guide the Mother Star, was a hot topic over there. It can be said that it has attracted much attention. All forces are waiting for the news here to be passed back. And if he defeats the most talented and powerful Beastmaster on Blue Star, when Zhuangquanxing knows about it, won't he, Kim Yu, become famous? The level of this mission is very high, and he has to make some achievements. Shi Yu was silent. "You kid. Try it, let's have a fight." Seeing this, the Taurus ancient god was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly said, "It sounds interesting." The 7 sleeping gods all showed an interested expression. Who is stronger, the alien Beastmaster or the most evil Beastmaster genius on Blue Star? With the 7 of us demigods here, nothing will go wrong, they all said. "Didn't you want a special meditation method before?" Zilan smiled and said, "There is no special meditation method, but we have a lot of cultivation techniques for the universe and the stars, like the techniques for developing the 3rd and 4th talents, even the techniques for developing space-strengthening talents. I have them here. If you win, I'll pack them for you." The Taurus ancient gods were stunned. Damn. Shi Yu is already an evil kid. If Shi Yu can have more Beastmaster talents, they can't imagine how powerful Shi Yu will be. At this time, although Shi Yu felt that even if he didn't fight, Kangdi, Lin Feng and others would give it to Dong Huang. However, it would be good if he could get it in advance. Well, then, Shi Yu smiled. "Forget it. Let's fight." Oh. 11 looked at Star Phoenix with a serious expression. "It feels like a strong enemy." Star Phoenix looked at 11 calmly. Shi Yu agreed, and everyone was very satisfied with the result. Meow. At this moment, 2 space ripples flashed. Gem Cat Girl brought President Lin to the side. At this time, President Lin had just arrived and saw the group of Inadora gods following behind Shi Yu. He couldn't help but be stunned. However, after seeing Zilan, Phoenix Man and Star Dragon and Phoenix behind them wearing space combat suits, he was even more surprised. "Hey, President Lin, Teacher Ying," Shi Yu said, "you are here." Zilan and everyone else also looked at President Lin Xiao and Gem Cat Girl. "Shi Yu, they are," President Lin said. "Let me introduce you to this, Zilan, Senior Kongdi's apprentice, and this one, Kim Yu, Senior Lin Feng's follower. These 2 are descendants of the Blue Star Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan in the mythological era, and have a contractual relationship with Zilan and Kim Yu. This time, they were entrusted by Senior Kongdi, Senior Lin Feng and others in the Universe Sea to bring the teleportation keystone to help Blue Star connect to the starry sky. Next, they will rest in Donghuang for a while," Shi Yu said. "What?" After Shi Yu introduced, President Lin was shocked. "This is President Lin, the great-grandson of Senior Lin Feng, and now the president of the Donghuang Beast Taming Association. This is Teacher Ying, the strongest guardian of Donghuang." Shi Yu also introduced to Zilan and others. "Are you the great-grandson of Lord Lin Feng?" Hearing the identity of President Lin, Zilan and Phoenix Man were also surprised. At this moment, President Lin and Gem Cat Girl were confused, and they had the same idea as Shi Yu before. Owl's prediction, hit again? No, it shouldn't be predicting the future. From the perspective of time, it's like peeping into the past, seeing that Kangdi and Lin Feng handed the keystone to these people. What's wrong with this owl guy? Is he excited? So fierce. And these gods are also planning to stay in Donghuang for some time, Shi Yu said. "I'm Lin Xiao, welcome everyone." President Lin was shocked at this time. Although the legend of Shinitun was sleeping, he had decided to wake up the old man later. This world is going to change drastically. Feeling the powerful aura of Xingqian Dragon and Phoenix, Zilan and Kim Yu, he only felt that these 2 young people were more powerful than any legendary beastmaster he had ever seen. Great-grandfather. What level of strong man has he become in the universe? And the gods of Inadara are here too. President Lin took a deep breath, extremely excited, and felt that the rise of Donghuang was unstoppable. "This place is not suitable for receiving you, let's go to Donghuang first," President Lin said. "No hurry, Kimu and Shibai are still going to spar." Zilan smiled and said, "Let's do it here, there are basically no people." President Lin, Gemcat? They looked at Shibai. President Lin opened his mouth slightly, a headache, and his heart stopped. Shiyu, aren't you a guest? Why do you want to fight as soon as you come? Besides, didn't you just fight with 5 demigods? Are you still in good health? Come on, Li Shanjin, the Earth-type tiger, looked down and his eyes lit up. Rumble, a huge island was pulled out of the sea. I'll build a venue for you. Shiyu looked at it and said, thank you, Li Shanjin, you're welcome. In mid-air, Zilan said, Kimu is level 9, and Shiyu is level 8. This competition is a bit unfair to you, so I'll give you some information about him. Shiyu looked at the Phoenix Man. Kimu, whatever you want, Zilan smiled and said, he majored in 4 abilities, 1 is fire strengthening, 1 is light strengthening, 1 is fusion, and 1 is star flame. It is a relatively normal ability configuration among the contractors of the universe. Others, such as telepathy and mental power, he also practiced, but they were not majors and were not used well. Only those 4 were developed to the current level by him. 4 beast control talents? No, more than 4. President Lin and the Gym Cat, who didn't know that the Universe Beastmaster could have multiple beast control talents, were stunned. Wait, this is also possible? His partner, Feng Jiayu, is a demigod level, and has mastered 3 quasi-god skills, 1 fire attack quasi-god skill, 1 light attack quasi-god skill, and 1 defensive quasi-god skill that strengthens the blood and body of the phoenix. When they work together, they are very powerful, and even Lord Lin Feng is very recognized. Zilan introduced with a smile, wanting to see Shiyu's surprised expression. Shiyu was indeed very surprised. 3 quasi-god skills are not easy to fight. President Lin and the Gym Cat began to have a toothache. Shit, just now they were still worried that Shiyu would bully the people sent by Kongdi right away, which might be a bad thing. But now, after hearing the other party's ability configuration, President Lin felt it was outrageous. This ability configuration was completely to kill the strong men of Blue Star. Don't worry, we will show mercy, Xingqian Phoenix said. Don't be nervous, relax, just treat it as a normal competition, Phoenix Man also said. Shiyu was stunned and said, that's not necessary, we are not weak either. President Lin and the others pursed their lips. Indeed. Although Shiyu didn't have a pet with 3 quasi-god skills, he had 4 demigod level pets, each of which mastered 1 quasi-god skill. Before, King Long slaughtered 5 demigods like slaughtering dogs, and he didn't look like a character who was spared. Okay, Phoenix Man smiled. I remember that the contract system of Blue Star is used to a Beastmaster contracting multiple pets, right? Zilan asked. Yes. The beast control system in human countries is like this, Shiyu nodded. Teacher and Master Lin Feng also said so. However, in the Universe, for various reasons, more humans only contract 1 beast, and then concentrate resources and energy on training. In this way, both sides can improve faster, Zilan said. I learned from the teacher that the legendary Beastmasters on Blue Star basically have not cultivated demigod level pets, but in the Universe, although humans only contract 1 beast, when it comes to the legendary level, the contracted beasts are basically demigod level combat power. There are only a very small number of people who are not demigod level, one pursues quantity, and the other cultivates elites. They are 2 different directions, so, if you, Brother Shiyu, have also contracted a lot of pets, you can send them out next to fight with Kimu, Feng Jiayu and others. This will be fairer, they are just a pair, but you don't have to 1v1, then I won't be polite, Shiyu smiled slightly. Shiyu can understand this point. After all, this Feng Jiayu should be born with a mythical race and has multiple quasi-god skills. Such a top-quality contracted beast will consume countless resources just to cultivate it. Phoenix Man's several beast-controlling talents should also be cultivated for partnering with Star Phoenix. Anyway, at this time, hearing that the opponent only has 1 contracted beast, and the opponent does not care about sending out all the contracted beasts, Shiyu has a little more confidence in this battle. Alice, he does not have 3 quasi-divine skills. However, the quality is not enough, but fortunately the number can make up for it. Shiyu does not believe that he cannot beat the opponent even if they all attack together. He is not a vegetarian either. If Shiyu remembers correctly, it seems that god-level talents are also rare in the universe, but he has mastered them at level 6, which is an advantage. It is not certain which version is stronger between him and the Universe Beastmaster. Then let's start. Phoenix Man landed on the ground, and temporarily had no idea of merging with Star Phoenix and entering the strongest mode. He planned to let Star Phoenix fight Shiyu and the others one by one. "Send out your contracted beast." Star Phoenix flew in front of Phoenix Man and looked at Shiyu, who landed on the opposite side. Shiyu was silent. Then he really sent out all his beasts. Don't blame him for bullying. Under the gaze of Zilan, President Lin, Gem Cat Girl, and many gods, Shiyu's short black hair swayed slightly in the wind, and his expression became serious. At the same time, 5 huge red summoning star rays appeared around his body. "Come out, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This number made Zilan and Phoenix Man nod. It seems that Shiyu is not so greedy to cultivate 8 pets. How can he cultivate them? Breaking through the god level requires almost a huge amount of resources, and 1 is enough. Cultivating double-digit pets is basically equivalent to saying goodbye to the super god level in the universe. Next, it depends on how well Shiyu's pets are cultivated. In the first diagram, a white magic cube appeared. Because of the battle, Lin left the energy-saving form, and the powerful fluctuations of the mythical race and the overlord level were directly revealed. Mechanical system, Phoenix Man didn't care, sensing that Lin's strength was not very strong. So, this is the disadvantage of contracting multiple pets. There is no way that each one is very powerful. However, as the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Star, Shiyu did not believe that Shiyu was only capable of these 2 skills. Sure enough, as Lin first came out of the summoning diagram beside Shiyu, it was directly armed on Shiyu's body and turned into a tactical eyepiece. As Shiyu pressed the tactical eyepiece slightly, it moved it to his eyes. Boom! His aura began to rise steadily, and 9-color light filled his pupils, and his perception of the outside world reached an extreme state. Lin, turn on the auxiliary combat mode. This is, after Lin was loaded on Shiyu, coupled with Shiyu's extremely trained and terrifying body, Zilan, Phoenix Man, and Inatara gods were surprised to find that Shiyu's aura was comparable to that of a demigod. Although he was a weaker demigod, Phoenix Man was still very surprised to see this. After all, Shiyu was only level 8. What a strong physical fitness. The combination of the 2 sides is quite compatible. That is the 9-color divine light, the holy deer said. With a blessing of skills and the combination of Beastmasters, both parties actually reached the strength of demigods for a short time. Zilan and Phoenix Man both gave their approval. In fact, at this time, Shiyu just wanted Lin to act as an assistant. After all, his current condition is not very good, and he needs the gentle 9-color divine light to strengthen. Next, what surprised Zilan and Phoenix Man even more was that with a hum, the invisible wind of luck wrapped around Shiyu. Seeing this, Zilan was surprised and said, "Isn't this the race skill of the wind unicorn that has been exterminated in the unicorn clan, the wind of blessing? Is there still a legacy of the wind unicorn on Blue Star?" Phoenix Man was also shocked. The prototype of the divine skill plus the energy fluctuation of the demigod level, there is no doubt that Shiyu in front of him can be regarded as a demigod. In addition to other pets. No wonder he is the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Star. Roar! After a roar, the sky darkened, and the azure dragon bug flew out of the sky ray. Under the twinkling starlight, the earth-shaking dragon roar made the star dragon next to it shrink its pupils and look over. The star phoenix was also suddenly shocked by the bug's momentum. With the multiple blessings of quasi-god skills, faith skills, and starry sky life physique, the individual foundation of the bug was barely acceptable. The oppressive feeling given to the Phoenix Man and others was undoubtedly a demigod. Another demigod-level combat power. At this time, the Phoenix Man was stunned. So that's how it is. He is a demigod himself, plus the demigod dragon. No wonder he can become the strongest Beastmaster. With 2 demigods, he suddenly felt that this battle could be a little more interesting. However, the next moment, the Phoenix Man and the Star Phoenix changed their expressions. Chew, it was also the summoning array in the sky. Under the sun flame, the terrifying temperature inside rose, as if it could burn everything. A Sun Suzaku flew out of it, releasing a strong flame power, and the energy fluctuations were close to that of a demigod. However, this was just a clone. On its body stood a beautiful girl with a stern face. She held a red sword and looked down at the Star Phoenix and Phoenix Man from a height. The demigod-level sword intent burst out. The auras of both sides overlapped, and the amazing sword intent that was enough to crush ordinary demigods made its momentum no less than that of King Long. Phoenix Man and Star Phoenix were speechless. This guy called Shiyu, level 8, contracted 2 demigods? And he can also reach the demigod level of combat power? What a freak. Although Star Phoenix felt that the life summoned by Shiyu, just one of them, was not as aura as it, but when 3 appeared at once, they had to pay attention. It felt it would take a little effort. But this is not over yet. In the interweaving of red and blue, Su, under the gathering of water elements, recovered into the form of a sea elf and also descended here, because on the blue star, it has infinite energy, it can burst out without fear, through the fruit of time. It is also a demigod level combat power, like the vast energy fluctuations of the ocean, directly revealed on Su, another demigod. At this moment, Phoenix Man suddenly felt numb. 4 demigod level combat forces. How could it be possible? Boom. 4 is far from the limit. In the diagram array above the earth, the world ginseng rose from the ground in the posture of a sacred tree, activated quasi-god skills, communicated with the power of the world, activated the time fruit on the tree, and entered the state of burning life. The sound of rules resounded, and the fruit of the tree shook. The demigod power of Suyinso and Shiyu also exploded, making Emperor Kanshin standing on the tree very proud. I am Emperor Kanshin, aliens come, the 5th demigod combat force. Roar. At this time, 11, who is in an introverted energy-saving state, also jumped down from Shiyu's shoulder. As he walked into the battlefield, he gradually grew larger and turned into a 100-meter giant beast. His body was intertwined with black and white lightning, and he entered the chaotic panda form. The final demigod also boarded the battlefield. Panda King, come on. Zilan, Phoenix Man and others had dull expressions. 6 demigods. In order to meet the strong enemy, Shiyu decisively let all 6 main forces appear on the scene and let them enter the strongest posture. Those who are not at the totem level can also rely on various means to temporarily reach the combat power of demigods, and they are not the weak demigods. That's it. The other pets are slightly weaker in combat power, so we won't send them out. After Shiyu finished speaking, the Phoenix Man and the Star Phoenix on the opposite side were dumbfounded after seeing that Shiyu, an 8th level Beastmaster, sent out 6 demigods. This is impossible, they couldn't help but speak. The Taurus ancient god also widened his eyes and looked confused. Seeing Shiyu's posture, the gods were moved. Damn, too much? This is really, Shiyu, a low-level Beastmaster, challenged a higher-level Beastmaster, leapfrogging his level? Why do they feel something is wrong? In short, the Phoenix Man and the Star Phoenix were confused. Although they thought that Shiyu, as the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Star, would be stronger than the average legendary Beastmaster, he should be stronger by a limited amount. After all, according to their understanding, the legends of Blue Star did not even have the ability to cultivate demigod-level combat power. As the strongest Beastmaster, Shiyu had 2 demigod combat powers, which was already good enough. But who would have thought that Shiyu would take out 6 demigod combat powers at once? What are you playing? This, Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor, also saw such an outrageous 8th level Beastmaster for the first time. Even on the Hanging Sky Star, she had never seen an 8th level Beastmaster with multiple demigod combat powers. In the 9th level, maybe you can find someone like the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng at that time, but she has never seen an 8th level Beastmaster anyway. Let's just say that this kid is very perverted. Although you are from a big place, there are also monsters on Blue Star who are not inferior to the Starry Sky Genius. The Taurus ancient god is a rough man and said dryly. The main thing is that the stronger Shiyu is, the less unfair it is for him to lose. Kimu, at this moment, Zilan began to be unable to predict the situation of the battle. Although the Phoenix Man has a huge advantage in single combat power, the opponent has too many of the same level. 6 demigods can indeed pose a threat to him. But it shouldn't be a loss. We are going to attack, Shiyu shouted. At this moment, the Phoenix Man can be said to be extremely solemn, and he has completely lost his previous arrogance. However, while he was solemn, he was also cheering himself up. Although Shiyu showed the combat power of 6 demigods, the Phoenix Man could also see that several of them had the combat power of demigods temporarily by relying on skills. With a combined strength of him and Feng Jiayu, they should be invincible on Blue Star, so it should not be difficult to defeat them one by one. In short, he can't turn over in the hands of an 8th level Beastmaster on a low-level planet. In that case, how can he face his companions and how can he face back to Zhuangquang Star? Come on, the Phoenix Man shouted, with a high spirit of fighting. It is worthy of being the home planet of Lord Lin Feng. It turns out that there is such a genius, but he will not admit defeat. Tai Chi Field, open, on the opposite side. As the battle began, Shi Yu directly opened the spiritual field he developed. 11. Yin-Yang Grinding Wheel. He immediately used his most powerful trick to test the enemy's strength. As Shi Yu's mind's pupil rotated, a strong domain field bloomed from him, and with him as the center, a domain covering the heaven and earth was quickly formed. In an instant, a huge and unmatched rotating Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky and the earth. Phoenix Man and Star Phoenix were stunned, their expressions changed, and they instantly felt that their blood was suppressed. The whole world turned black and white. On the horizon, there was a star with the same pattern as Shi Yu's pupil, which replaced the sun and the moon in this domain. That was the embodiment of Shi Yu's mind's pupil, hanging on the horizon of the domain, watching everything. Under its gaze, the pattern in the rotating Tai Chi diagram between the sky and the ground seemed to turn into two yin-yang fish, slowly emerging and entwining around 11. At the same time, the planet shook, and the profound sound of rules also emerged on 11. Its hands swayed as the yin-yang fish swam, and the rules were unified. And the whole island was under tremendous pressure. That's it, the Taurus ancient god was terrified. The successive changes can be said to have shocked Zilan and Phoenix Man. Roar, the main attacker 11, the yin-yang fish swam into its hand, and a round metal formed in its palm, showing black and white, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, filled with two-color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other, mysterious. Everything around was turned into chaos, the balance was broken, and it was wiped out. The two sounds of rules merged and directly completed the combination of quasi-divine skills. No, this is not a simple combination of 11 and Shi Yu, and there is also the assistance of Lin. After all, now Lin is armed on Shi Yu, which greatly enhances his strength. At this moment, as Shi Yu used an inexplicable ability, Phoenix Man was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Phoenix Man was shocked. Is it a talent for controlling beasts? Did Shi Yu's talent for controlling beasts just now trigger the sound of rules? Wait a minute, isn't Shi Yu's talent for controlling beasts a talent for mental power? Just now, when they saw Shi Yu flying with telekinesis and telepathy, they thought it was a talent in this area. In addition, the Beast Masters of Blue Star basically only have one talent for beast control, so they didn't think about anything else. But at this time, what is this thing that Shi Yu used? A god-level talent that touches the sound of rules? Among the younger generation below the god level of Zhuangquang Star, only Zilan, who was taught by the Emperor of the Sky, has mastered the god-level space talent. Moreover, he mastered it when he was at level 9. Why did Shi Yu master the god-level ability at level 8? Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of the rules, they even felt suppressed. This is undoubtedly the top-level rule skill. Whether it is used by pets or beast masters, they are all top-level rule skills that complement each other. The power of annihilation, destroying the rules. Impossible, the Phoenix Man couldn't believe this fact. He couldn't believe that Shi Yu actually mastered such a strong skill, and that the black and white bear was actually a pet with top god qualifications. However, the attack was successful. Feeling the great pressure, although he was shocked, he had to accept it. Fuck, should we do this? Feng Jiu, the Phoenix Man shouted, and his body turned into a beam of light and merged into the Star Phoenix. At this time, the Star Phoenix was also confused. What the hell? Although it has 3 quasi-god skills, it doesn't have top-level quasi-god skills. It's okay to have 6 demigods of the same level, but why is there such a monster among them? The next second, the light of the stars flickered, and a birdman with a human body but limbs and wings with the characteristics of the Star Phoenix hovered in the sky under the sparks and starlight. The bursting waves that shook the stars came from them, but the Phoenix Man did not become as calm as before, and was still extremely nervous. Fire system enhancement, open. Light system enhancement, open. Bloodline enhancement, open. Buzz rumble. The terrifying energy explosion was indeed stronger than the 11 of them individually, shaking the entire blue planet. However, facing the huge panda holding a huge millstone and leaping over, they were still extremely nervous. Secret. Falling stars, the Phoenix Man gritted his teeth, his body rotated 360 degrees in the air, his wings whirled, Blue and red stars and sparks bloomed, as if at the speed of light, also triggered the sound of multiple rules. Light, fire and bloodline skills, surprisingly, are the secrets formed by the 3 rules of quasi-divine skills. As the wings rotated, they were like falling stars, leaving a 3-color light mark in the void, extremely dazzling and gorgeous, and collided with 11 holding the yin-yang grinding wheel. Boom! The overwhelming collision that shook the stars immediately caused the space to shatter, shattering the Tai Chi realm, as if pulling both sides into another world. What on earth is this? Zilan looked at the broken fragments of the Tai Chi realm. Unbelievable. President Lin said, she used talent for controlling beasts, the mental realm, which he developed through telepathy. Zilan said in surprise, you mean, he developed other talents on the basis of only having a telepathic talent? How is this possible? Even the geniuses in the universe develop other talents through the inherited cultivation methods. Where did Shiyu get the cultivation methods on this planet? Zilan was stunned. Moreover, he cultivated to the god-level talent at the 8th level. Could it be that Shiyu is really a peerless genius, and his talent is even far beyond that of Kong Di and Lin Feng? Roar, damn it! Under the extremely violent collision, Shiyu and his team were defeated for the first time in such a fallout state. In the broken space tide, 11's painful roar came. The yin-yang grinding wheel created by the ultimate combined force of it, Shiyu, and Lin smashed the Phoenix Man away, but 11's own yin-yang grinding wheel was also shattered by the opponent. The yin-yang grinding wheel was not complete and failed to destroy the opponent's divine skills. In the collision of power, it was slightly inferior. The Phoenix Man was smashed and 11 was overturned and rolled backwards. Both sides suffered backlash to a certain extent. To be precise, Shiyu and his team suffered more serious backlash. Even though 11 had an indestructible golden body, they were still severely backlashed. However, the Phoenix Man was not happy at all. Some were just full of collapse and disbelief. Feeling the pain in his body and the surrounding environment, he instantly understood that he had been pulled into another realm. He almost forgot that this was not a one-on-one fight between him and the black and white bear. Shiyu still had a bunch of pets that had not taken action. Roar, in the realm of creation, the blue dragon insects were entrenched in the starry sky, and the dragon's eyes were looking at the earth. On the earth, spring was in the air in an instant, and countless plants grew lushly. The grass and trees slowed down the impact of 11, allowing it to slowly roll to a stop. The power of faith that he carried was all used up. At this time, Chong Chong used the creation field and could only use the free power of faith on the blue star. Shiyu's Qinglong power of faith is divided into 3 parts. One is the power of faith carried by the faith antiques he collected from various time and space on the blue star. This has always been carried by Chong Chong, but it has been used up in the previous fight against the gods of Long Gong City. After this is gone, Shiyu and his friends are left with a Qinglong power of faith lingering on the various life forms on the blue star, and the Qinglong power of faith in Xiaozi's body. There is too little in Xiaozi's body at present, and Shiyu has been reluctant to use the power of faith on the blue star. However, thinking that he had just killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex and that the power of faith of the Dragon Empire would soon be all his, Shiyu was a little more generous. Yi, are you okay? Shenshu Qiandi controlled the plants, caught 11, and through the grace of the world, combined with Chong Chong's spring rules, brought 11 back to life. Ying, resurrection. 11 was resurrected with full health in an instant, pressed the ground to get up, and looked at the Phoenix Man who was still flying backwards in the sky with great excitement. The universe beast is so strong. It has to continue. 11 and Shiyu thought so, but the Phoenix Man didn't think he was so strong at all. While forcibly stopping and flying backwards, he looked at the huge blue dragon in the sky. Shock. Roar, the flying dragon breathed out with lightning and fire, triggered the power of destruction, and sprayed towards the Phoenix Man. Boom. Touched by the sound of rules, he was dumbfounded again. This field was undoubtedly created by it. Looking at this creation field condensed by the power of faith, a few big words appeared in his and Star Phoenix's minds. Faith quasi-god skills, creation rules? This is a blue dragon. Impossible. How could someone cultivate a blue dragon of this level in this place? He exclaimed. The figure was instantly submerged by the dragon's breath, but at the critical moment, the wings turned into a huge ball of light, wrapping their whole bodies in it. The starlight light ball and dragon breath kept squeezing each other, but unfortunately, the dragon breath still failed to suppress the light ball in the end. However, even so, The violent explosion aftermath from both sides once again knocked the Phoenix Man away, leaving them covered in wounds. Fuck, at this moment, feeling the majesty of the insects in the sky like gods, the Demon King dragons were stunned. The rules of creation, they said that Shiyu's Azure Dragon's fantasy power had a chance to advance to the rules of creation, and it actually succeeded? The meteorite attack was scary enough, but now this creation field, they looked around and found that they could not open it with their own strength, and they could not help but be even more shocked. However, Zilan was even more stunned than them. She raised her hand and pointed at the Azure Dragon tremblingly. King Long, how did he cultivate it? The Gem Cat lady discovered something unusual and asked, wait a minute, does the Universe Beast Master also know King Long? Zilan was speechless and said, King Long, Behu, Zhuk, and Zuanwu are all suspected to be 4 cosmic level lives from the last cosmic era. No one knows whether they exist, but there are many relics of the 4 saints in the universe, and archaeological discoveries have found a large number of antiques containing the power of the 4 saints and the power of ancient beliefs. Therefore, there are many lives in the universe, all evolving towards these 4 lives. The belief in King Long, Behu, Zhuk, and Zuanwu is spread all over the universe, and there are also on Blue Star. I am not surprised. But King Long who masters the rules of creation is very rare. It is already considered to be a perfect evolution. Even in the universe, King Long of this level is rare. How did they do it? Zilan found it incredible. Even for the evolutionary master Lin Feng, it would not be easy to deduce and evolve a King Long of this level. After Zilan finished speaking, the gods and President Lin and others were shocked. There are also 4 sacred beasts in the universe. Moreover, it is suspected to be a cosmic life form from the last cosmic era, and there are still many relics left. Could it be that there are some special relics containing the power of the Azure Dragon on Blue Star? Zilan only thought of this possibility, which allowed Shiyu to cultivate an Azure Dragon of this level. However, she only guessed half right. Shiyu did not come into contact with any relics containing the power of the Azure Dragon on Blue Star, but on Earth. At the moment, the most important thing is to fight. The power that Shiyu showed in succession has completely silenced Zilan. Whether it is a god-level talent or a creation Azure Dragon pet, it is extremely incredible. Is this really just an 8th-level beast master from a low-level planet? She and Xingqian Dragon looked at the miserable state of the Phoenix Man and were speechless for a while, but the Phoenix Man is indeed powerful. If it were a demigod from Blue Star, even if it was an awakened god, the 2 moves just now would be a casual kill. From the shocked expressions of the Taurus ancient god and others, it can be seen how terrible Shiyu's attack is. But he still managed to survive. It seemed that he was only partially injured, not even fatally. The Phoenix Man, whose body was in a mess, felt a lot of pressure. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the panda that he had severely injured. He was revived by the tree baby's milk. His mentality collapsed. Damn it, at this time, the Phoenix Man realized that King Long and the panda were not easy to mess with, and immediately locked on Su Su, who was closer. First, Su Su was the closest, and second, from the perspective of energy fluctuations, it and Shiyu had the weakest fluctuations. It was not realistic to attack Shiyu directly. Shiyu was protected at the back, so they chose to start with Su Su and defeat them one by one. The Phoenix Man had a beautiful idea and wanted to defeat Shiyu and his friends one by one. If Shiyu's 6 pets were only at the level of the Gem Cat, then the Phoenix Man's plan would definitely succeed. But the problem was that Shiyu and his friends' combat power specifications had already exceeded ordinary demigods. Among the 4 totem-level pets, Su Su, the weakest, was also the strongest demigod on Blue Star before. Although each individual is not as powerful as it, when combined, they can suppress him and make him unable to break through Shiyu's lineup. He can only passively serve as a ball and cannot find a breakthrough. Feather falling stars, Phoenix Man used the final secret again and attacked Su Su. These 3 quasi-divine skills, plus a move enhanced by 3 beast-controlling talents, even Shiyu's 11 could not withstand it, not to mention Su Su. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. Seeing someone trying to attack her good sister, Chi Tong's sword flashed and flew out, vibrating like thunder, constantly expanding, crossing the void, and in a flash, it turned into 4 sword projections hanging in the sky. The 4 swords of Zhuxin, Luxin, Juxin, and Xiangxin formed a Zhuxin sword formation to trap Phoenix Man's attack. The sword rules that contain many changes. Feeling that he was trapped, Phoenix Man did not panic. This move was much weaker than the black and white millstone. He could even break that, so this one could be broken at will. Rumble. The sword formation shook, and cracks appeared on the four sword phantoms. Phoenix wings, under the shadow of 10,000 swords, penetrated the sword formation and continued to attack Susu, but in a moment, his eyes widened. I'm going to attack. Chitong, who was standing on the Suzaku, came behind Susu in the form of the Kanghei elf at some point, and pressed his palm on its shoulder. Susu pursed her lips and nodded. The huge Suzaku clone immediately turned into the Suzaku divine fire and flowed into the water element. The red and blue light was extremely dazzling, and it enveloped Chitong and Susu together. It was Chitong who possessed Susu. He combined his own power with Susu's power. Water and fire possession, are you crazy? The Phoenix Man who attacked did not stop, but he had an outrageous idea, because the energy that restrained each other was extremely difficult to coordinate, and the higher the level, the more so. Perhaps at a low level, he could rely on his strong control to complete a staggered combination of skills, but the water element and fire undead in front of him were both demigod-level combat power. Theoretically, it was impossible to combine the strongest quasi-god skills to achieve a sudden increase in combat power. However, the next moment, the Phoenix Man's face changed. I saw that Susu and the others were shining with blue and red light. Under the shining light, a Tai Chi pattern composed of water and fire appeared. In the whistling sound, the fusion of Chitong and Susu seemed to have undergone a qualitative change in life. Boom. A moment later, a water element general with red hair and eyes, holding a flaming sword, appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a divine sword that blended water and fire condensed in their hands, the Suzaku Divine Fire, Pure Sea Spirit, interlaced sword. The fusion of water and fire is indeed very difficult to operate. Even at this time, the Gemini Silver Armor and General Mu Huang's interlaced sword are no longer the most important factors for success. That is the result of Shi Yu's practice of assisting Chitong and Susu in the practice of Tai Chi many times. All of this combined is the reason why they can successfully combine and easily strike a blow that exceeds the attack limit of both parties with one sword. The combined attack of Chitong and Susu collided with the Phoenix Rotor of the Phoenix Man. At the same time, Shi Yu and Chong Chong established a spiritual connection and spiritual resonance. The Tai Chi domain was activated again. With the cooperation of Chong Chong, the Tai Chi domain was activated in its creation domain. Domain fusion. Just like the beginning of the world, the red and blue Tai Chi diagram power merged into the bodies of General Mu Huayan, who was transformed by Chitong and Susu, and raised their power to the extreme. On Susu's side, the sound of rules was pervasive, which was the purification rule of the ocean, while on Chitong's side, it was the burning of the fire of faith. The water and fire of the quasi-god skills and faith skills intertwined, and instantly burst out with extremely brilliant power. Under the surprised expression of the Phoenix Man, a boom sound shook him out like a tennis ball, and his body was purified and burned in the explosion. Puff, the triple attack of the mind, spirit and body made the Phoenix Man's eyes turn white. Just when he wanted to jump up and launch a counterattack, he felt the energy in his body rolling violently. He was actually a little uncomfortable with the local climate, and a weak force surged into his body. It was the sequelae of the starry sky travel and the landing on a low-level planet. I don't know if it was really uncomfortable or Lin's luck skill had a slight effect, which made the Phoenix Man's movement stiff for a long time. Roar, until 11 flew over, the huge red and blue Tai Chi world suddenly turned into a black and white Tai Chi world. 11 held a dazzling yin and yang grinding wheel and directly knocked down the Phoenix Man, smashing them from the sky to the ground. This time, the Phoenix Man's eyes really turned wide, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling like a star. From beginning to end, he was being kicked like a ball by Shi Yu and the others. President Lin, the Gemcat, and the seven gods all opened their mouths and looked at the Phoenix Man, who was severely suppressed. Their hearts were beating wildly. Shi Yu and the Phoenix Man, one is the strongest on the blue planet, and the other is a genius in the universe. In their eyes, they are both very strong. At this time, seeing the Phoenix Man being severely suppressed by Shi Yu, an inexplicable emotion appeared in their hearts. Damn, Shi Yu is a monster. Can he beat even the genius in the universe like this? What a joke. Take it easy, don't beat him to death. Below, The world sanctuary rooted in the earth saw the situation and realized that it was finally his turn to play. However, at this moment, Zulan suddenly shouted with a serious face, "Wait a minute, so far, he has lost. This is the ocean faith god in Suzaku. A combination of quasi-god skills and faith skills." She looked serious. "What a joke." Ahem. In the sky, the falling phoenix man suddenly split into two, turning into two landing trajectories. The humans were fine, but the star phoenix was directly covered with wounds, which was very miserable. 11's last blow directly destroyed the defense layer on the weakened phoenix man, and completely damaged them. Boom. The two figures fell to the ground and fainted. The scene was silent. Who? Shiyu was also on the opposite side, panting slightly. "Then don't fight anymore, Sanbeo. Heal." Lin exited the loading mode. Sanbeo fell into deep thought. "Sister Zilan, I won. Remember the bet?" Shiyu was silent for a while, then smiled. After thinking for a while, he suddenly felt that the beastmasters in the universe were not that difficult to beat. However, it was not that easy either. In a one-on-one duel, Shiyu felt that it would be very difficult, and there might be hope after reaching level 9. Moreover, this Phoenix man should not be a powerful figure, at least certainly not as good as this Zilan, and the power of the Sky Emperor and Senior Lin Fen can be regarded as a super god power, which is definitely not a big power in the universe. Thinking of this, Shiyu took a deep breath and became more serious. If he wanted to go to the universe, he had to make more preparations, otherwise, no one would be able to beat him. "I know." Zilan's expression was silent, and her heart was shaken. Even if she wanted to defeat Kim Yu and Feng Jiu, she would have to spend some effort. What's wrong with this Shiyu? A monster? She really didn't expect that the other party would be defeated by leaps and bounds. If the Hanging Star knew about this, there would definitely be a big shock. On the ground far away, the Phoenix man trembled and moved his fingers. He no longer believed the nonsense that traveling to a low-level planet was to go to the countryside to attack from a lower dimension. The war in the East China Sea shook the planet again, such as the dragon god who returned to the Dragon Palace City, and the world tree that was just about to condense the crystal of the universe, and they were all alarmed. What? The world tree was shocked and felt the familiar battle fluctuations. It immediately had a headache and realized that something had happened to Shiyu and his team. In order to avoid accidents, it immediately ran to see what was going on. Then, it saw the Phoenix man being suppressed and beaten by Shiyu throughout the whole process. It saw the so-called alien genius who had basically no power to fight back in Shiyu's hands and was overthrown by the level, and fell into deep contemplation. That's it? The West, the Demon Kingdom. The female succubus and another female beastmaster, like a queen high above, sat in the palace of the Demon Kingdom and communicated with the demon demigod and the fallen angel prince below. At this time, the fallen angel demigod and the fallen angel prince looked at them in great shock. Unexpectedly, the aliens this time turned out to be the descendants of the demonic gods who left in the mythological era. Feeling the terrifying oppression of the gods, the fallen angel father and son were surprised and frightened. "Don't worry, we won't eat you. We came back this time just to take the people of Blue Star to the universe," the female succubus smiled calmly. "We have communicated with the will of Blue Star. Next, you just need to cooperate with us." "By the way, do you know Shiyu?" the female succubus asked. Because Shiyu was praised by the World Tree as the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star, they must know more about him. "My lord, I know." Hearing the other party mention Shiyu, the two fallen angels were shocked at first, and then said, "He should be the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star at present. Not long ago, he defeated two abyss demigods in a battle. Very powerful." "I see, that's not bad," the female succubus said. "Don't worry, as long as you work hard, your strength will surpass him sooner or later." "I believe it." The fallen angel prince looked at the beautiful succubus queen in front of him excitedly, and almost wanted to offer his loyalty. The female succubus smiled slightly and said, "Although Shiyu seems very strong to you, he is insignificant in the universe. For example, in our team this time, even the weakest angel man can crush him." "You said so, Lily." She looked at the woman next to her. Another cosmic person nodded in confusion. "Aren't they the weakest?" The demon demigod could not deny their words and had decided to hug the thighs of these cosmic people. This group of people is indeed very strong. Just by looking at each other, it felt a sense of submission that it could not resist. This was something it had never experienced even when facing those awakened demigods. It felt that even those gods would be killed instantly by the demon women in front of it. Alien civilization, is it really so terrifying? But at this moment, boom! Far away in the east, the battle fluctuations in another space were also transmitted here, causing the entire demon kingdom to tremble, shocking the demon demigod. At this moment, the female contractor also quickly stood up and looked into the distance with an incredible look on her face. Kimu, Fengjiu and the others have lost contact. It should be that they have lost consciousness. What happened? In order to avoid accidents, the team members heading to Blue Star had set up telepathy in advance. If one party had an accident, the other parties could sense it. Accident? What kind of accident could there be on Blue Star? The female succubus could not understand. Don't be nervous. Just as the succubus queen of the demon kingdom, the angel man of glory and others all sensed that the phoenix man had an accident, Zilan's heavy voice sounded and explained immediately, "It's just that I asked Kimu and Shiyu to spar. I just didn't expect that he would lose. You guys should keep a low profile and don't be too arrogant. Blue Star is full of hidden talents. This Shiyu is very strong. How is it possible?" The female succubus and the others spoke in unison, unable to believe what they heard. What a joke. What happened over there? How could the Shiyu defeat the Phoenix Man? Although the Phoenix Man's strength ranking among the four of them is not high, he can be ranked third, and is stronger than their demon combination. If the Phoenix Man loses, doesn't it mean that they are not the opponent of the strongest Beastmaster on Blue Star? My lord, what happened? The fallen angel prince asked cautiously. The female succubus looked at it fiercely and asked, "Let me ask you, what happened to Shiyu? Is his combat power really just as simple as defeating two demigods?" Under the terrifying pressure of the demon, the prince of fallen angels was startled and said, "My lord, that is his latest combat data. He has improved too fast. He has become the strongest Beastmaster in just 4 years. We don't know how much strength he has hidden. By the way, when he defeated the two demigods, he should have been only an 8th level Beastmaster. If he broke through to the legendary level, he might have become even stronger." Hearing this, the female succubus was stunned. He became the strongest on a planet after only 4 years of being a Beastmaster? What kind of starry sky joke is this? I want his detailed information, another cosmic person immediately said solemnly. The demon kingdom naturally collected Shiyu's information. Soon, the female succubus and the others got the information they wanted. They didn't know until they saw it. They were shocked when they saw it. Because there was a line that clearly said that with a level of a 6th level Beastmaster, he activated the god-level talent that triggered the top-level rule sound, assisted the pet, and defeated the weak gods and ancient fighting gods that fell to the overlord level. Level 6 mastered the god-level talent. The female succubus widened her eyes, pinching the information, with a look of disbelief. Her breathing became rapid. How could a human reach this level? She didn't believe that this was a Blue Star person. Why are you fighting again? The World Tree wanted to cry now. When it sent Shiyu and the others away, it clearly saw that Shiyu was very well behaved and got along well with this group of aliens. How come they fought in the blink of an eye and beat him up? It took on the task of the ginseng baby and treated Shiyu and the Phoenix Man. Ahem, the Phoenix Man and the Star Phoenix climbed up, looking depressed. Looking at Shiyu, there was an incomprehensible look. I requested it, I wanted to see the strength of Shiyu's younger brother. And then I didn't expect. Zilan was silent. The clown was actually us. Just now, he boasted about how powerful the alien beast control system was, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten up, and beaten up by a higher level. If this news is passed back, I'm afraid no one will believe it. This, Shiyu's strength is indeed good, the World Tree did not deny it. Now, it has placed the hope of the rise of Blue Star on Shiyu. It feels that Shiyu should be a mutant. It should be a reversion. It feels that his talent and potential are much stronger than the normal Blue Star people now. It is definitely comparable to the batch of human species that knew what brought back at the beginning. His strength is okay. The World Tree was very excited when he saw Shiyu beating up the cosmic people. Suddenly, it felt that the cosmic civilization was just like this. It is worthy of being her child. Zilan's mouth twitched. Okay. Considering Shiyu's age, he is simply a monster. They are all nearly 40 years old, and Shiyu is only in his early 20s. The potential is not small. Now he can fight against the 9th level at the 8th level. What will happen when he reaches the 9th level? Ahem, why, what's the matter with your god-level talent? And your Azure Dragon, the Phoenix Man was unwilling to accept his defeat. He should have the higher cultivation system, but Shiyu's situation made him lose his mind. I also want to ask, logically, Blue Star should not have such a cultivation system. Your Azure Dragon cultivation level is also far higher than some Azure Dragon faith forces in the universe, Zilan asked. I just heard that there are also 4 sacred beasts in the universe, right? Shiyu looked at them. Phoenix Man? Are you still distracted by the battle? Well, they are suspected to be the universe gods of the last era, Zilan said. Shiyu said, when I was doing archaeological work, I accidentally entered a relic. These powers are all related to that relic. However, I have only entered it once and was not able to decipher it. I don't know more about it. Zilan was stunned and said, what, you are an archaeologist? President Lin said, Shiyu should be regarded as the best archaeologist on Blue Planet. Zilan was very surprised and said, archaeologist is also a very popular profession in the universe, especially those archaeologists who are qualified to explore the cosmic ruins of the last era. They are all the objects of competition among major forces. Meow. The gem cat girl was stunned and said, cosmic ruins. She was silent for a moment, looking at Shiyu with shining eyes, always feeling that something was going to be ruined by Shiyu again. As we all know, the lifespan of the universe is only 10 billion years. Every 10 billion years, the universe will restart and start a new cosmic era. At that time, basically no life can survive to the next cosmic era, including cosmic life. However, when the universe restarts, there will be some special places that will become cosmic relics in the form of cosmic space fragments and appear in the new era. Exploring these cosmic relics can often yield amazing secrets. It is said that the strongest person in the universe, the cosmic overlord, likes to collect and explore cosmic relics very much. I know, you must have accidentally entered the cosmic relics of the last cosmic era and then came into contact with some special divine power, Zilan said, feeling that she had finally figured out the secret of why Shiyu was so strong. This guy is the son of heaven, super lucky. He actually entered the Qinglong ruins of the last cosmic era by mistake and found out that he carried divine power on him. Next to him, the Phoenix Man was also stunned. Is this true? What kind of shit luck is this? An archaeologist from a low-level planet accidentally entered the ruins of the cosmic god from the last cosmic era while doing archaeological excavations, and even gained benefits? Everyone was stunned when they heard Zilan's reasoning, including Shiyu himself. He fell into deep thought, feeling that there were more mysteries about his time travel. If those big forces knew that you had entered the cosmic ruins, they would definitely be willing to train archaeologists like you. Even if you work for that cosmic overlord, there would be a great chance. However, exploring cosmic ruins is still too dangerous. Even if you reach the super god level, there are countless people who died in cosmic ruins. As far as I know, the ancestor of the Blue Star Killing clan was exploring cosmic ruins and died first in the universe, so archaeologists are also a high-risk profession, Zilan said. World Tree? Why is it the Killing who died first? Not really, Shiyu muttered. By the way, that cosmic ruin you mentioned, Zilan said, are there many of them? Shiyu said, are there any trial-type ruins that are not so dangerous? I like this kind. World Tree, President Lin? You kid, when you enter the starry sky, shouldn't you first think of a way to make the blue star rise? Why are you thinking about the cosmic ruins again? Chapter 522, Dragon God abdicates and bugs take the throne. Qinglong, God of the universe, a voice rang out while Shiyu and the others were chatting. The battle just now took place above the sea area of Dragon Palace City, and the Dragon God had naturally noticed it long ago. She showed up and appeared next to the gem cat. Obviously, she heard some of what Shiyu and the others had just talked about. Senior Dragon God, you are here too, President Lin Xiao said immediately when he saw this. Senior Dragon God, it shouldn't have affected Dragon Palace City. I specially asked Chong Chong to open the domain, Shiyu couldn't help but say when he saw the Dragon God also came out. Phoenix Man? Are you polite? Are you still controlling the battle fluctuations? And, Chong Chong? He looked at the Azure Dragon in the sky. You gave this name to the Azure Dragon that has evolved to this level? Is it reasonable? If you were Azure Dragon, he would definitely rebel. Chong Chong. 0.0 Of course it has affected it, the Dragon God said. Shiyu, that's fine. How's the situation in Longgong City? Dragon God said, thanks to Lord World Tree, All the injured have recovered, all the dead have been resurrected, and the damaged buildings have been completely restored, the World Tree clone said. It should be. In addition, I also gave these creatures blessings, and it will be easier for them to break through the bottleneck next time. Who is this? Zulan looked at the dragon god, thought for a while, and said, Senior Dragon God from Longgong City. The dragon god nodded slightly and looked at this cosmic beastmaster. Zulan said excitedly, Hello, Senior Dragon God, I am a disciple of the Sky Emperor. The teacher asked me to say hello to you and invite you to go to the university. If you have the chance, the seniority of the dragon god is quite high. Whether it is the Sky Emperor or the legend of the divine source, Lin Feng, they are all juniors and have received help from the dragon god. If there is a chance, I will. The dragon god nodded. He also felt incredible. It turned out that the previous starry sky fluctuations were actually sent by the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng. I just heard that King Long is suspected to be the god of the universe in the last cosmic era. Is that true? Said the dragon god. That should be the case. Although they are all archaeological discoveries, they are basically the consensus of cosmic civilization, said the star dragon. The dragon god looked at Shiyu and Chong Chong and said, Shiyu, are you interested in the position of dragon god in Longgong City? I may not be able to manage Longgong City with my current strength. Why don't I give the position of dragon god to that little guy, cosmic god, King Long? It's not an insult to the inheritance left by the ancestor dragon. Roar. King Long. Chong Chong was stunned. Really? It's not impossible, Shiyu said. President Lin, Gemcat? Why did you agree so quickly? Don't you know how to be polite? Shiyu understood what the dragon god meant. If the other party did this, he could legitimately establish the belief in King Long in Longgong City. If there is still an ancient dragon resurrection, with the current strength of the dragon god, it is indeed impossible to suppress it, and even the dragon god ruins may be occupied. In this case, it is better to give it to someone familiar directly. Shiyu is undoubtedly the best choice. What kind of resurrected gods can never beat King Long? Seeing this, the World Tree clone was also slightly startled. Forget it, let Shiyu and the others do whatever they want. Even if the Zulong is resurrected, if he knows that his inheritance dragon palace is occupied by King Long, he probably won't be angry. After all, King Long is 2 levels higher than Zulong. Who would have thought of this? Maybe, after reaching the universe, even Zulong has evolved into King Long. Then Chong Chong, you and Senior Longshan, go back to Longgong City. If you have nothing to do, don't come back yet, Shiyu said to Chong Chong. There is no money to support you at home. Chong Chong, huh? Shiyu frowned. You are stupid, we haven't explored the dragon god ruins yet. There are a lot of legends and mythological resources. In the team, there is no food for you. Go to Longgong City to find food by yourself. Chong Chong, so that's it. Then, I will take it away first. The dragon god looked at Chong Chong and said goodbye to everyone present. Senior dragon god, I will visit you later, President Lin said. Me too. Zulan and Phoenix Man said that they would also visit Lin Feng's second team of pets later. Everyone said goodbye, and the dragon god took the excited Chong Chong to the Dragon Palace City to ascend the throne. No matter how Chong Chong thought, he never thought that he would go from a green cotton worm to the master of Dragon Palace City, inside Dragon Palace City. Just after the Dragon Palace coup, the casualties were resurrected, and everything was recalled. All the creatures were still in a state of confusion. Under the order of the dragon god, several major dragon kings organized order and summoned the Dragon Palace. Just now, the dragon god said that there was something important to announce, and the major dragon kings guessed that it should be related to this Dragon Palace coup. At this time, even the Sea Dragon King who ran to ask for help was still unclear about how this Dragon Palace coup was resolved. It was even more unclear why those casualties were directly revived. It should be Shiyu who helped. Among the several Dragon Kings, the Ice Dragon King said proudly. I said that those 3 guys, if they dare to hit me, they will definitely be finished. Yeah, the little white dragon followed the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King, and said happily, it must be Senior Shiyu. It seems that it should be. When I went to Donghuang, Shiyu was not there, but now it can be solved smoothly. It must be Shiyu's return, the Sea Dragon King sighed. It is not impossible for Shiyu, the dragon god, the legend of Shinitun and others to join forces to defeat the 3 demigods. At this time, the Sea Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King, The Thunder Dragon King and his son, the Golden Dragon King and his son, and even the family members of Turtle and Little Ice Snake were all there. The Dragon God summoned the Dragon Palace to announce the help of Shiyu and others, but before he could do so, he was attracted out by the fluctuations of the battle again. This time, the Dragon God simply brought the insects back. Lord Dragon God is back, in the Dragon Palace city. As the sky and the earth changed color, huge fluctuations came, and the Sea Dragon King looked up at the sky. The figure of the Dragon God slowly descended under the sight of millions of Dragon Palace elites. After her, everyone was surprised to find that beside her, there was a huge blue dragon that was 1,000 meters long and hovered in the sky. That's Chuang Chuang? Shiyu and the others are here too. Seeing this, Bing Long and the others were slightly stunned. The second generation of dragons, including the Golden Dragon Prince who had been beaten by Chong Chong, were also slightly stunned. However, as the Totem Dragon Kings sensed the aura of Chong Chong that was stronger than that of the Dragon God, their pupils shrank and they couldn't believe it. At this time, after the Dragon God descended, he said to the people in Dragon Palace, "Not long ago, the ancient gods of the Dragon Clan revived, destroyed the faith of the Azure Dragon, fought for the position of the Dragon God, and caused chaos in Dragon Palace City. Facing the three revived gods, my strength is not enough to protect Dragon Palace City, but fortunately, the matter has been resolved. Now, the three awakened dragons have all been suppressed by the new Dragon God. From today on, I will abdicate and practice hard. The new Dragon God will be the contracted Azure Dragon of Shiyu, the Minister of Environmental Protection of Dragon Palace City. Its strength has surpassed me." Not only did it suppress the three ancient gods, it also suppressed the newly promoted demigod Tyrannosaurus Rex, King of the Dragon Empire, and the Black Dragon Lord of the Western Dragon Empire. With it leading Dragon Palace City, Dragon Palace City will surely become stronger. From today on, it is the new Dragon God of Dragon Palace City. Roar! From today on, I am the Dragon God. The Azure Dragon insect roared in the air, worthy of being it. After the Dragon God finished speaking, the Dragon Palace people who were summoned suddenly fell silent and were dumbfounded. The eldest prince, the second prince, and the third prince, the three second-generation dragons, looked at Chong Chong stupidly. What? The position of Dragon God, snap, gone? Little White Dragon looked at Big Brother Chong Chong in shock, not understanding why Big Brother Chong Chong, who was still a butterfly 2 years ago, became the new Dragon God. Even if it had defeated the eldest prince, it was too exaggerated to suddenly become a dragon god from a human contracted beast, and suppress 5 dragon demigods by itself. At all this, the Golden Dragon Prince, who had been thinking about getting back at the game, also looked at the blue dragon Chong Chong in a daze. One dragon crushed 5 dragon demigods, what a concept. Most of the Totem Dragon Kings present were dumbfounded. Fuck, the Turtle Prime Minister of the Thunder Dragon King looked at the confused Thunder Dragon King. His son, Little Turtle, was also practicing hard with Shiyu. In terms of relationship, he was a classmate of the new Dragon God, and he was Little Turtle's father. So, what would be the relationship between him and the Thunder Dragon King? The Ice Snake Overlord was also stunned. He had never expected that Shiyu's contracted beast, who took his daughter away, would now become the new Dragon God. Of course, the most outrageous thing was the Ice Dragon King, who had watched the bugs grow up from the blue cotton bugs. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the blue dragon bugs brought back by the Dragon God, and then patted his best friend, the Blue Dragon King, next to him. New Dragon God, my son, the Ice Dragon King said. Blue Dragon King? The Blue Dragon King and the Sea Dragon King looked at their son, Little White Dragon, with disdain. Trash. Little White Dragon, huh? The bugs followed the Dragon God to Longgong City. After Shiyu and others finished fighting, they could finally return to Donghuang. President Lin wanted to know too many things from Zulan and others. However, the distinguished guests had just arrived, and they had to awaken the legend of the source of the gods. President Lin just prepared a place for them and the 7 gods to rest first. There was no rush for communication. Here, at this time, Shiyu also began to harvest the debts. After giving the god-level resources owed to Shiyu, the Taurus ancient god said, Shiyu, as for the battle, let's talk about it next time. You just fought a battle and consumed a lot, okay. Shiyu suspected that the Taurus ancient god was afraid, but seeing that the other party finally paid off the debt, Shiyu didn't care so much. Oh. At this time, 11 on Shiyu's shoulder looked at the resources given by the Taurus ancient god with an unexpected expression. This was a white metal gem, full of fighting spirit and murderous aura, which made 11 feel that it was a god-level resource that could increase his proficiency in the skill of the killing wind. After eating this, its killing aura may be able to be improved from superb to near divine. This is a platinum gem, born in the myth battlefield, the core of a gold vein. I haven't been willing to use it yet, so I'll give it to you, Taurus ancient god said with a pained heart. If it is embedded in a weapon, it can become a divine weapon. Okay, Shiyu smiled slightly, quite surprised. Please be busy first, I'll go to get the alien cultivation secrets, platinum gem. While leaving under the watchful eyes of Taurus ancient god, Shiyu waited and said to 11, it's useless for you to have this thing, 11? You are already a demigod. Given the current conditions on Blue Star, ordinary god-level resources can only enhance you to a limited extent. I think it's better to keep it for the cat to see if it can be used. 11 nodded. Okay, it's okay to give it to the gem cat teacher. Let it evolve into a metal cat. It's not a gem cat, it's a dwarf gem cat. This piece can be kept as a resource for the evolution of the white tiger, Shiyu said. Teacher gem cat is also a demigod, she doesn't lack this resource. 11 was stunned. A dwarf white tiger. Yes. The four spirits of heaven are all cosmic gods, so the value of cultivation is undoubtedly greater. After Shiyu asked for a gold gem, he decisively went to Zilan's side. At this time, Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor, had changed into a long skirt in the Donghuang style, waiting here for President Lin to call the Void Mantis, Feng Lan and other people related to the Sky Emperor. Before Shiyu opened his mouth, the other party knew that Shiyu was here to collect debts, and couldn't help but sigh and handed the summarized cultivation method to Shiyu. This is the development method of 18 kinds of talents, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness, and spiritual soul space fusion. Originally, I thought you could use it to enhance your strength, so I planned to give it to you, but now, I don't recommend you to waste your energy to practice these extra, after you benefited from the cosmic ruins. The talents you developed are among the best even on the hanging star. I feel that my god-level space talent is not as good, so it's better for you to study it wholeheartedly. These abilities are relatively common, and the ones I can access will not improve you much. Now, I'm afraid that only those rarer abilities can improve your strength, but unfortunately, the hanging star does not have these. If you want to get them, you may have to go to King Kai to find them yourself, Zilan said. There are talented people from various planets gathered there. The abilities they practice are all kinds of strange. Although they are more difficult to practice, they are also more powerful and special. Okay, then I will teach these to my friends. It should be no problem, Shiyu said with a smile. Of course, he also knew that for him, it was not very necessary to cultivate the gold strengthening, fire strengthening, and water strengthening talents, but such a good thing, he didn't need it, someone needed it. Of course, you can deal with it yourself, it's not a precious thing, Zilan smiled. Woo, the two chatted, and outside, the space ripples and flickered, and a big black mantis shouted, where's the disciple of the Sky Emperor? Where's it? I said, the Sky Emperor is still alive, ha, I'm going to rise. What Chaos Panda, what Azure Dragon, all get down. It was the Void Mantis. Shiyu shrugged. Alright, Sky Emperor and Lin Feng sent people back. The most excited should be Sky Emperor and Lin Feng's second team of pets. Now, the Sea Dragon King, the Butterfly God, let alone the demigod level, as long as they contact Lin Feng, they have the hope of becoming a god. After the Void Mantis came in, Shiyu greeted it, which made the Void Mantis stunned and its smile stopped abruptly. You guys chat, I'll leave first. Shiyu smiled slightly, said goodbye to them, took the obtained cultivation method and left. After he asked Lin to copy a cultivation method, he asked him to send a copy to President Lin, Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Panda and others. After that, he returned to Ping Chang and began to sleep. Helping Chong Chong evolve, opening the Azure Dragon realm and fighting 5 demigods, and fighting aliens in the Tai Chi realm, Shiyu at this time, even after experiencing the joint treatment of the ginseng baby and the world tree, he was still tired. If there is nothing else important, he will sleep for 2 days first. 2 days later, Shiyu woke up, and Zilan had already communicated with President Lin and Shinu Legend. Dong Huang can be allocated at least 2 teleportation keystones. The distribution method of Dong Huang is 1 for Shi Yu and 1 for Longshan. Shin in legend voluntarily gave up the opportunity to go to King Kai to break through the god level, and decided to stay on Blue Star to protect Dong Huang until the myth is revived. President Lin Xiao felt that he could not break through to the legendary level in a short time, and also gave up the opportunity to obtain the teleportation keystone. As for the keystone, it is still the most cost-effective to give it to human beast masters, so Shi Yu, the most talented person in Dong Huang and even Blue Star, must have one. However, Shi Yu also needs to reach level 9 as soon as possible. Dong Huang decided to give the remaining one to the Dragon God. After all, the Dragon God has protected Dong Huang for 1,000 years. And the position of the Dragon God has been passed to Chong Chong. This gift should be given to her. Although the Dragon God can also be contracted and can take a ride, but in Dong Huang, due to the Dragon God's high seniority, I am afraid no one dares to ask for it. There is no need to divide it so finally, after Shi Yu woke up and learned about it, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Anyway, after contacting Kong Di and others, he can just ask for a few more pieces. Well, however, considering that Kong Di and others may not be very generous, Shi Yu felt that it would not be a big problem for him to find a solution after entering King Kai's planet. With his skill atlas, he should still be able to quickly become stronger. Kong Di and Lin Fen can both rise quickly in the universe. His achievements on Blue Star far exceed Kong Di and Lin Fen. Theoretically, he should be able to adapt quickly in the universe. By then, if he can quickly become a god, it is not impossible for his acquaintances to have a teleportation keystone in their hands. With this in mind, Shi Yu decided to practice hard first and strive to reach the legendary level before the world tree condenses the cosmic crystal. However, before that, Shi Yu felt that there was one more thing that was best done before the legend. Go to the Dragon Emperor era. After all, after breaking through the legend, Ki's pressure to travel through time must be greater. Therefore, after waking up, Shi Yu first came to Longgong City. At this time, Chong Chong was eating and drinking here, and his life was too comfortable. However, Chong Chong still had a conscience and knew to leave a lot of good things for Shi Yu and the others. But Shi Yu came here this time not for these, but to find Senior Dragon God and said, "Senior Dragon God, are you free? I want to take you to explore the ruins of time and space." For the Dragon God, going to the Cosmic Sea and getting the opportunity to climb to a higher realm is probably not as important as going back to the Dragon Emperor era. Now, the Dragon God appeared, took a deep breath, looked at Shi Yu, and said, "Are you sure?" "Yes, but according to my research, if we use the dragon veins of time and space to travel through time, we will be repelled by time and space according to our strength. Even if we succeed, I'm afraid we can't stay at that time point for too long. In addition, even if we change the fact that the Dragon Emperor was killed by the remnant soul of the gods, it should only evolve into a brand new parallel time and space, and it will not affect the present and allow the Dragon Emperor to be resurrected. Can you accept such a result?" The Dragon God was silent for a moment, and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if we just go back to the past and don't interfere with anything, I will be satisfied to understand some of the truth." Shi Yu said, "There is no need to be so cautious. We can go back and directly kill the remnant soul that harmed the Dragon Emperor, and then destroy the Dragon Empire, the enemy of the Dragon Emperor dynasty at that time." The Dragon God smiled alluringly and said, "Are you sure that we are not breaking the rules of the universe by doing this? What if there is any maintainer of the universe? I'm afraid we will be sanctioned." Shi Yu was stunned. "Don't scare me. It was you who tricked me into traveling through time and space in the beginning. I have traveled through time twice. Nothing happened." At the same time, at Gudo University, the Gem Cat girl looked up at the starry sky. She also attended the previous teleportation keystone distribution meeting. To be honest, she also wanted to go to the starry sky to take a look, but it was a pity that there were so few teleportation keystones. It would take a long time for a cat like her to get one. Now she only hoped that Shi Yu would rise quickly in the universe. By then, Shi Yu should give her a keystone and a bunch of cosmic crystals. Otherwise, she couldn't go and sign a contract with Shi Yu. With nothing to do, the Gem Cat girl looked up at the starry sky and made a wish with a quasi-divine skill, hoping that God would give her a teleportation keystone. In this way, she wouldn't have to ask anyone. The Gem Cat was just trying it out for fun. However, after making a wish, something strange happened. A space crack appeared in the universe, and a meteor streaked through it. A prop that looked like a wishing keystone streaked towards the blue star and fell towards Dongherong, Gudu, and Gudu University. The gem cat girl stared blankly at the increasingly clear meteor, fell into deep thought, stretched out her hand, and grabbed it from midair. She looked down and fell into deep thought. Oh my god. No way. The cat was dumbfounded. Her wishing skill, like the owl's prediction skill, became weird. The gem cat looked at the teleportation keystone in her hand, confused. So, is this the keystone brought by the unlucky Killen who came to Blue Star with Zulan and others but died in the starry sky storm, or is it the keystone that fell into the space crack after the battle between the Empress and the Suzaku demigod? The gem cat fell into deep thought. This book was first published on Kidian app and updated around 2200 hours every night. Chapter 523 Shiyu and the Dragon Emperor and Dragon God. In Longgong City, Shiyu and the Dragon God agreed to set off for the time and space ruins in one day. At present, the new Dragon God of Longgong City, King Long Chong Chong, has carved his statue among a pile of Dragon God statues. And it is the most conspicuous position, the C-position debut. In addition, it also created a number of faith clones through the creation field, which are spread all over Longgong, guarding Longgong City when it is not there. It is similar to the faith clone of the fox god of Xianhu Kingdom before. After all, Chong Chong can't stay in Longgong all the time, and the clone is obviously the most typical way to work. As long as the power of Longgong's faith in it is strong enough, this faith clone can receive the power of many believers and easily solve the enemies of the demigod level. The happiest people who are on the throne are 11 and others, who are enjoying the delicacies of Longgong. After a few days of not seeing each other, Shiyu's backpack is empty again. The resources harvested from the female emperor are used and given away. For example, Yangyano is used for the evolution of red pupils, and the wind-type phoenix heart is packed and given to senior sister Lu. Now, there is only one teleportation keystone left, and in a blink of an eye, he has become penniless. Before Shiyu had time to study this teleportation keystone, someone came to tell him how to use it. He didn't plan to let Lin continue to study it, but he didn't plan to keep it either. He thought about finding an opportunity to send it back to the Empress. After all, as long as he contacted the Sky Emperor, Blue Star would not lack teleportation keystones, and Shiyu didn't need to use this risky teleportation keystone. This teleportation keystone belongs to King Kai's planet in another time and space. If it is launched in this time and space, it will be fine if it succeeds, but if it fails, who knows what the consequences will be. If it dies during the teleportation process, it will be a big deal. Since there is no shortage of it, Shiyu doesn't need to take this risk. It's better to leave it to the Empress for her to use. If you are full, go to sleep and save energy, Shiyu warned the 11 and others who were eating all over the banquet in the Dragon Palace Hall. The 11 pets collapsed on the ground, saying they understood. They hadn't eaten so much for a long time, but it should be limited to this time. After all, this time was to celebrate Chong Chong's ascension to the throne, so they could splurge lavishly. If they always eat like this in the future, Longgong City can't afford it. If they eat Longgong out of money, the Qinglong believers will have to rebel. After all, food is the most important thing for the people. Roar, however, Chong Chong said that it was not a big problem. Eat more, eat more. Hearing this, 11, Shen Bao Bao, Xiaoji, and Ye gathered in a circle and continued to eat crazily. On the opposite side, Qitong, Su Su, Lin, Qi, and Xiaozi looked at these guys speechlessly and shook their heads. Very good, since these guys are so full, the next battle will be left to them. In Longgong City, Shiyu also chatted with the Ice Dragon and the Sea Dragon King for a long time. After learning about the information about the outer space, the Ice Dragon was fine. Anyway, he was alone and had no desires. As long as he could live in peace and security in Longgong City under the protection of Shiyu and others, he would be content. The Sea Dragon King was extremely excited, almost as excited as the Void Mantis before. He was raised from a dragon carp to the Sea Dragon King by Lin Feng. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings and did not miss Lin Feng. It was just a pity that he had been the Sea Dragon King for so long and did not have much ambition. He just wanted to live a stable life with his wife. His only wish was that the little white dragon could become more successful. But after glancing at the little white dragon next to him, he felt that Lin Feng would never like this kid, and he could not help but sigh again. After hanging out in Longgong City for a night, Shiyu and the dragon god set off. They crossed the ocean and came to the Time and Space Island, the Time and Space Dragon Vein. Shiyu was wearing a modern black and red archaeological suit, with a panda holding bamboo on his shoulder, and a gorgeous ancient dragon girl beside him. Whether it was modern or ancient, it was a strange combination. Squeak, 11 took a bite of bamboo. This was brought by 11 from Dragon Palace City. He was not willing to eat it yet, and planned to rely on licking and grinding his teeth to maintain his daily life. Seeing this, the dragon god could not help but remain silent. He didn't know when Shiyu's pets would care about their image. The demigods of Blue Star were not so outrageous. I have come here to study once before, and I am sure I can activate and control the time and space relics, but I need the cooperation of the dragon god. Don't resist and suppress your own strength, Shiyu said. The dragon god nodded and said, okay. After that, she began to suppress her own strength as much as possible, gave up all resistance, and was defenseless against external forces. At this time, Shiyu had already come to the top of the dragon vein, pretending to close his eyes and pretending to use his talent of listening to the sound of history to communicate with the time and space relics. Then, he said a strange spell that the dragon god couldn't understand. For example, I want to be a time traveler, my grandparents will be so happy, give me a big slap in the face. Because Shiyu said it in Chinese, it was normal that the dragon god didn't understand, he just felt it was unfathomable. At the same time, Shiyu also used telekinesis to draw a huge time hexagram on the chest of an owl on the ground, and wrapped him and the dragon god in it. It seems that Shiyu is trying to communicate with the time and space dragon veins, but in fact, it is Shiyu's beast control space that is praying to communicate with the power of the dragon veins, preparing to send Shiyu and the dragon god back to the Dragon Emperor era. Beside, the dragon god looked at Shiyu with a serious look. In fact, when she asked Shiyu to help her at the beginning, she didn't have much hope, and didn't think that Shiyu could crack the time and space dragon veins. Although Shiyu cracked the Kanghae ruins, the time and space ruins were obviously more advanced. However, as Shiyu grew up step by step, became the strongest archaeologist on Blue Star, and became the savior of Blue Star appointed by the World Tree, her fire of hope slowly ignited again. Can it succeed? Dragon God prayed in his heart. Slowly, pink and white light spread from the space-time dragon vein under the island, emerged, and swept onto the time hexagram drawn by Shiyu. Buzz! The next moment, the power of the space-time dragon vein turned into a domain, enveloping Shiyu and Dragon God. With a wave of space-time fluctuations, they disappeared directly into this space-time, 1,100 years ago. Above a chaotic and lonely sea, 3 figures, accompanied by pink and white space-time light, appeared out of thin air on this desolate island. Dragon God teleported down from the air and immediately stabilized his body, with a blank face. Shiyu was already an old driver. He caught 11 steadily, pressed his shoulder back, and looked around. Senior Dragon God, I succeeded, Shiyu said in surprise. Really succeeded? Pray, disdainful face, we have returned to 1,000 years ago? Shiyu woke up the somewhat motion-sick Dragon God. At this time, Dragon God looked around in disbelief, sensing the force of space-time repulsion, and was a little shocked. We really succeeded? Of course, it's just a time and space relic. I just studied it for 2 days and cracked it, but the energy in the dragon vein may only support us for this time, Shiyu said. Ki, hehe. In the relic space, Ki had dark circles under his eyes. Forget it, whatever Shiyu said is what it is. However, what Ki is most interested in now is what the Dragon God is going to do and how to face the Dragon Emperor of this era. Shiyu of course shared the gossip about the Dragon God and the Dragon Emperor with his pets. With a love that spanned 1,000 years, what would the Dragon God do? Chi-Tong, Su-Su, Ki and others sat on stools, holding sunflowers and cracking melon seeds. There was also a big watermelon next to them. They shared Shiyu's side and paid attention to the outside world. Shiyu, the Dragon God looked at Shiyu, and after a long silence, he said, I've thought about it, and I still won't show up. Can you help me? Help me solve the mythical remnant soul in the ruins brought by Long Kingayan. You won't do it yourself, Shiyu was stunned and said, not showing up? You won't even see Senior Dragon Emperor. The Dragon God shook his head and said, in this time and space, there is another me, but not you. I don't want to disturb them because of my appearance, so I just quietly pay attention to it in secret. You don't need to explain my identity. This, Shiyu pressed his temple slightly. Women are troublesome, but the situation of the dragon god is indeed difficult to deal with. It is indeed not a big deal for Shiyu to travel back to the past and snatch a man from his past self. Maybe the dragon god also felt that it was not suitable, so he planned to only ask him to save the dragon emperor, and he would just watch from a distance? Actually, can you disguise yourself? Shiyu said, or else. The dragon god shook his head. No, just do as I say, Shiyu. Oh. 11 patted Shiyu and told him to give up. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea, so you'd better leave it alone. It stretched the bamboo in front of Shiyu and asked him if he wanted to take a bite. Give it to you. Shiyu pulled the bamboo over, strengthened his teeth with telekinesis, and took a bite to eat it under 11's shocked expression, and then took the remaining bamboo back to the ruins. With a monster physique and body control, Shiyu can also absorb the nutrients of the gold bamboo, but it's a little slower to digest. You can eat it when you have time. Next, you have to do the business. Let's go find the dragon emperor first, Shiyu said to 11, who was holding out his palm with tears in his eyes. Bamboo. 11 couldn't help but collapse. On this day, 11 recalled the fear of being dominated by the bamboo shoots. I understand. There is a famine in the team. Has Shiyu also started to eat anything he wants? Shiyu and the dragon god went directly to Donghuang. However, just halfway through, they changed their itinerary and headed towards Dragon Palace City. They sensed that a large number of powerful marine creatures in the East China Sea were converging towards Dragon Palace City, as if something big was happening there. Shiyu caught an overlord old turtle to ask, and only then did he learn that there was a coup in the Dragon Palace, and the new dragon god, Xianhe Shenlong, was about to ascend the throne, and all forces would go to pay homage. Shiyu, dragon god, 11, and the bugs in the beast taming space, what a coincidence. So, the current time point is that the legendary emperor of Donghuang, the dragon emperor, has just joined hands with you, senior, to overthrow the rule of the previous generation of dragon god over Dragon Palace City. Then theoretically, for the celebration banquet, senior dragon emperor should also be in Dragon Palace. Dragon god said, well, at this time, I don't have the strength of a demigod yet, I'm just close, but soon, and he's already a legendary beastmaster. For a long time to come, he will be exploring the ruins of Dragon Palace to practice and stay in Dragon Palace City. Let's go and see. Shiyu couldn't wait, not only to see the dragon emperor, but also the dragon god. At this time, senior dragon god should still be a dragon, not evolving into a humanoid dragon girl. Wait, dragon god suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Shiyu flew in the air with telekinesis, turned his head in confusion, and saw dragon god hesitating over there. Finally, he sighed and said, it's okay, let's go. Shiyu raised his eyebrows. Something strange? Could it be that he didn't want to let himself bump into something? At this moment, the gates of Dragon Palace City are open, welcoming sea beasts from all corners of the world to witness the ascension of the new dragon god. At this time, the new dragon god is not yet a demigod, and is not strong enough to suppress the East China Sea. However, because of the alliance with the strongest land power, the ancient kingdom of Donghuang, no one dares to have any ideas. After all, the dragon emperor of Donghuang is fierce. He not only killed the demigods who occupied the eastern land, but also joined forces with a new dragon god to kill the old dragon god of Dragon Palace. The two demigods' record of killing is already considered to be the first echelon of the Blue Star. Now, a large number of sea beasts have entered Dragon Palace City, and those subdued totem dragon kings are presiding over the overall situation, while the two protagonists of the Dragon Palace of the Dragon God, who caused this huge event, are communicating here. One of the protagonists has a body similar to that of an oriental dragon, and the color is like the fusion of the sky and the ocean. The whole body is coordinated and natural. Just looking at the demeanor, you can tell that it is a little female dragon, delicate and proud. Long King Ian, are you hiding something from me? I've allowed you to explore the Dragon God ruins. Now it's time to tell me what you've discovered. The other protagonist is a young man in his 30s, wearing a black and gold dragon robe. He said with a smile, Sister Yan, I did find something, but it's not a very important thing. The dragon god frowned and said, I'm the dragon god now. The dragon emperor shrugged and said, Okay, Your Majesty the Dragon God, it's just that the mythical relic I obtained in my childhood may indeed be controlled by a mastermind, and I don't know what the purpose of the mastermind is. After a silence, the Dragon God said, Then what do you plan to do? Long Kingayan said, After reaching the legendary level, I haven't used it yet, but I plan to open it again when I have time. No matter what the purpose of the Spirit of the Ruins is, it has helped me so much, and I have accepted its inheritance. There is no reason not to face it once. Don't worry, it'll be fine. My fate is in my own hands, and no one can control my destiny. The Dragon Emperor spoke with great pride and confidence. On the opposite side, the Dragon God was quite silent. Ahem, excuse me. Just as the two sides were communicating, a discordant voice sounded, and Shiyu walked in when the ancient Dragon God and Dragon Emperor changed their expressions. Shiyu looked at the Dragon Emperor who shouted, My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God, and the Dragon God next to him who seemed to be accustomed to it, and felt a sense of confusion. He has always been like this. In secret, the Dragon God who came from the modern times observed the Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan, and first felt absent-minded and nostalgic, and then felt a headache. It had known the Dragon Emperor Long Kingayan long before he became a legend. She had a blood feud with the old Dragon God of Longgong City, and Longgong City also coveted Long Kingayan's dragon mythological relics. The enemy of the enemy became a friend. Both sides are super geniuses. The Dragon God is the daughter of two totems and has the qualifications of a demigod. As for the Dragon Emperor, he is naturally a legendary one. They joined forces and were unstoppable. In the end, the two sides overthrew the Dragon Palace city regime together. They could be said to be comrades with a very good relationship. The Dragon God naturally knew Long Kingayan very well. In the Dragon God's own evaluation, this was a very proud but responsible human genius. After thousands of years, the Dragon God saw her old comrade and her younger self, and she couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Shiyu, I leave it to you. After the Dragon God finished speaking, Shiyu had already confronted the young Dragon God and the Dragon Emperor. The two of them looked at Shiyu who had entered the Dragon Palace without anyone noticing, and were shocked. They actually invaded here without noticing. Who is this young man? Roar, the young Dragon God can be said to be quite irritable, and immediately burst out with a strong dragon's might to suppress him. And seeing that he was so reckless when he was young, the Dragon God couldn't help but remain silent, having already anticipated its end. Sure enough, facing this dragon's might that was close to the pressure of a demigod, Shiyu and Eleven's expressions did not change. Paw, at Shiyu's leg, Panda King 11 patted his belly, and suddenly it was like thunder, all the dragon power collapsed, and the faces of the young Dragon God and Dragon Emperor changed greatly. Who are you? The Dragon Emperor said in disbelief. Although the Dragon God has not yet reached the level of a demigod, he is only one step away. He is much stronger than his trump card pet. Unless it is a group fight, he can't beat the Dragon God. The dragon power just now can be said to be enough to put ordinary top-level totems in trouble. However, this black and white bear in front of him was broken just by patting his belly? Demigod level. In just a moment, the young Dragon God and Dragon Emperor understood that the visitor was not friendly. The mysterious human and the demigod level pet. This combination really made it difficult for both parties to determine Shiyu's identity. This configuration was unheard of. It's not an enemy, don't get excited. Shiyu scratched his cheek that was itchy due to the dragon's power with a single finger, and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Shiyu. Hello, Lord Dragon God and Lord Dragon Emperor. Shiyu? Never heard of it. Seeing the person suddenly come in and address them so politely, the young Dragon God and the Dragon Emperor were more confused and nervous. What is your purpose? Shiyu smiled. I came here to hunt down an old enemy. He looked at the Dragon Emperor, and for a moment, the Dragon Emperor frowned, revealing a huge momentum, and said, I don't remember that I have a grudge against you. Don't get me wrong, the enemy I'm referring to is that one. Shiyu said, Have you ever been recognized as the master by a mythological relic and bound to it? In that mythological relic, there is a residual soul of a god from the mythological era, and I have a grudge against it, so you are coveting my treasure. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor finally knew Shiyu's purpose. Just like the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace totem, he coveted his mythological relic. No, although it is a treasure, it may also cost you your life. The purpose of the mythical remnant soul inside is to cultivate you in order to create a body that fits you and take over your body. If you don't give it to me and mess around on your own, something will definitely happen in the end." As Shiyu finished speaking, the pupils of the Dragon Emperor and the young dragon god shrank. The person in front of them knew something. Shiyu smiled and said, "Since you don't believe it, I'll just chat with it and let it come out on its own." Shiyu used telepathy to communicate with the mythical relics carried by the Dragon Emperor, and said, "Those inside, if you can hear me, get out." Do you want to know what happened after Zulong took the mythical dragon clan to the universe? Do you want to know how I beat up Aod, Aozai, and Aozai, the 3 dragon gods who stayed in Blue Star? Do you want to know what news the Phoenix Clan gods who left Blue Star brought to the Phoenix Clan from the universe? Do you want to know how the ancestor of the Killen clan died after entering the universe? You've been hiding for so long, aren't you going to take action? Shiyu said playfully. Every word he said shocked the Dragon Emperor and Dragon God on the opposite side. Zulong took the mythical dragon clan to the starry sky? He beat up the Dragon Clan gods? The Phoenix Clan gods brought back news? What the hell is going on? At the same time, in the mythological ruins carried by the Dragon Emperor, a dragon pupil like a dark star was filled with luster, and there was a huge vibration in the pupil. Who is it? Shiyu's words directly awakened the mythological remnant soul in the mythological ruins. In fact, Shiyu did not know the identity of the internal soul, but he felt that these explosive information would most likely lead to the Blue Star God. As expected. Space cracks appeared one after another, and endless black fog spread out from the different dimensional ruins. The breath that was terrifying enough to crush the totem leaped from the space cracks. At this time, feeling that Shiyu really awakened the mythological remnant soul in the mythological ruins he carried with a few words, the Dragon Emperor's expression changed drastically. He realized that something was wrong. "Asshole, do you know what you are doing?" He did not expect that Shiyu would actually awaken the sleeping mythological remnant soul. It is not a good thing for this guy to wake up. Although he said that he did not know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, he judged that it was most likely an enemy. Because, according to his investigation and inference, the master in black hand behind the mythical relics that recognize him as the master is likely to be the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, Zulong. No, or rather, it is the dark side of Zulong. Legend has it that in the mythological era, Zulong, the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, who possessed the power of creation and destruction, thought of countless ways to break through and surpass the god level. In the end, he came to a conclusion that the power in his body was too complicated and not conducive to transcendence. So, it completely separated a part of the uncoordinated power and split itself into 2. After separating the power, Zulong not only did not weaken in strength, but became more refined. However, what Zulong did not expect was that the power he split out became a world-destroying dragon. Became the ancestor of the dragon lineage. In the end, Zulong himself suppressed the world-destroying dragon, leaving only such a legend. According to the Dragon Emperor's inference, the mastermind behind the mythical relics he obtained is likely to be the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon separated from Zulong. This book was first published on Kidian app and updated around 2200 hours every night. Chapter 524, My Dragon Palace. Roar. In the Dragon Palace, the dragon roared. With Shiyu's seduction, the space was broken, the black fog filled the air, and a terrifying creature was awakening. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor, who was carrying the mythical relics, could be said to be extremely angry. "No, we can't let it out." The Dragon Emperor tried his best to suppress the relics, but found that his identity as the master of the relics was not effective at all. "Boy, you have reached this level. I almost overslept. It seems that this awakening is just in time." A loud laugh came from the relics. Soon, a dragon soul that was gray and black in color, shaped like a combination of a dinosaur and a western dragon, slowly took shape. Its blood-red eyes lit up, and gray mist spit out of its mouth. The whole body exuded a gust of wind-like fluctuations. The entire dragon palace trembled violently because of its appearance. In the secret realm of the dragon palace, those creatures with dragon blood began to tremble at this moment, and looked towards the direction of the dragon palace without knowing what was going on. Buzz! After the black dragon appeared, its body continued to grow larger. It suddenly stretched out its hand to grab the Dragon Emperor, its pupils flickering. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor's face changed greatly, but he felt that it was difficult to move. The dragon pet in the beast control space was in even worse condition than him. "Not good, Long Kingayan, get out of the way." The ancient dragon god immediately shouted anxiously. Under the pressure of the bloodline, it was actually difficult for it to move, and it was still overcoming it. After they sensed the powerful power of this dragon's soul, they were all shocked. They only felt that the power of this dragon soul was more than several times stronger than that of the old dragon god of Long Gone City. What on earth is this guy? The dragon gods of the two eras were all shocked by the power of the world-destroying dragon. Hey, I woke you up. Why are you looking for him? Just as the world-destroying dragon stretched out its hand to the dragon emperor, a voice rang out. This voice seemed to break the solidified time and space. The dragon emperor retreated with a heavy burden, panting wildly. As he retreated as if facing a great enemy, the young dragon god immediately swung his body and withdrew his distance, with a cautious look on his face. In fact, besides them being confused, Shiyu was also confused. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, Shiyu and 11 were also looking at this mythical remnant soul in confusion. Logically, a mythical remnant soul should be weaker than those gods awakened from sleep, but why does this guy feel so fierce? To Shiyu, it feels like he's almost as strong as the phoenix of the Phoenix Man. It seems that something extraordinary has been awakened. Shiyu looked at the revived magic dragon and said to himself, "Dragon Emperor, do you know where this guy came from?" When Shiyu asked, the world-destroying demon dragon and the dragon emperor all looked at Shiyu. At the dragon emperor who retreated cursed, "You don't know what is in the ruins, so you just awaken it casually? You don't know it, but you still chase it?" Although he didn't know the operating principle of Shiyu awakening the remnant soul of the dragon with just a few words, the dragon emperor now hated Shiyu. For such a dangerous guy. He originally wanted to deal with it by himself and try to contact him. Shiyu's arrival caught the dragon emperor off guard and he was not prepared at all. This time it was over, something big was going to happen, and the dragon emperor felt a bit tricky. "Shiyu, this guy seems to be the other side of Zulong." The world-destroying dragon separated from Zulong, because he wanted to replace Zulong and destroy Blue Star. He was suppressed by Zulong. He is a very dangerous guy. I didn't expect it to be alive. In the beast control space, He and Lin reminded him one after another, with a look of surprise on their faces. Top mythological resources. What? Shiyu had already felt the extraordinariness of the big guy in front of him. At this time, he was stunned when he learned of its identity. "Are you Zulong's clone?" Shiyu asked in shock. Hearing this, the two dragon gods and the young dragon emperor all changed their expressions. The dragon emperor didn't expect that Shiyu also recognized the other party's identity. In this way, his guess was further confirmed. If it is really that guy, this time he may encounter the biggest crisis in history. Ancestor Dragon. The two dragon gods were in pure shock. Compared to humans, as dragons, they were obviously more sensitive to the word Ancestor Dragon. As for the world-destroying dragon, it was an even more sensitive word. Even the giant dragon clan was very afraid of this ancestor. It can be said that the giant dragon lineage was very lucky to be passed down. With what the world-destroying dragon did at that time, it was reasonable for the whole clan to be destroyed. Roar, at this moment, the one with the most intense emotional changes was the world-destroying dragon whose action was interrupted. It was awakened by Shiyu's special telepathy. Originally, it planned to have a good exchange with Shiyu after finishing its own business. But now, it has the urge to crush Shiyu again. And, who do you say is the clone of that guy? Its huge head, high above, looked down at Shiyu and 11 beside his legs. Boom. The death aura like Shiro, from the world-destroying dragon, pushed in all directions like a shock wave. Not good, the young dragon god was forced to retreat again. The dragon emperor exuded a dragon's might. 9 dragons emerged to protect him, but they also inevitably retreated. Everyone was shocked by the power of the world-destroying dragon, and at the same time they were worried about the current situation. "Can you stop threatening me?" At this time, Shiyu covered his face with his arms to block the murderous aura and bad breath, and couldn't help but say, "What the hell?" He thought that the mythical relics that recognized the Dragon Emperor were at most a low-level god behind the scenes. As a result, it was the ancestor of the giant dragon lineage separated from the Zulong? A guy with peak strength, comparable to the top gods? Logically speaking, such a guy should not be able to stay on Blue Star. However, Shiyu looked at its state. At present, it was just a remnant soul, and there was no complete world-destroying demon dragon. Perhaps this is why it can still stay on Blue Star? Well, anyway, It's good to make money. No feelings, all business. It turned out to be it. At the same time, the transmigration dragon god, who had been paying attention secretly, also had a complicated expression. She naturally knew the legend of the Zulong split into two. So, at that time, the Dragon Emperor was facing this level of enemy alone. In fact, what the Dragon God wanted to know most when he followed Shi Yu here this time was whether the Dragon Emperor had successfully solved the remnant soul of the myth. From all indications, the ending was that the Dragon Emperor and the remnant soul of the myth perished together, but the Dragon God could not be sure. At this time, after judging the identity of the remnant soul of the myth, the Dragon God had a conflicting mentality for a while. Even though he highly recognized the strength of the Dragon Emperor, he was a little hesitant. He did not think that the Dragon Emperor could defeat the other side of the ancestral dragon. After all, although it was not a complete individual, but just a remnant soul, the ancestor of the dragon lineage, at its peak, was also in existence with top-level god combat power. However, even if the Dragon Emperor failed to solve the remnant soul of the myth, it didn't matter. As long as the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon was still alive, they could continue to avenge the Dragon Emperor when they returned to the original time and space. Shi Yu, do you need help? The dragon god asked. No need. If it's not, then it's not. Why are you yelling so loudly? Shi Yu put down his arms and looked at the dragon opposite with disdain. Roar, the remnant soul of the world-destroying demonic dragon roared, looking at Shi Yu and others fiercely. If it wasn't for something that wanted to learn from Shi Yu, it really wanted to crush this human with one claw. And, remember my real name, the world-destroying dragon, remember, the world-destroying dragon, right? Shi Yu looked at the ancient dragon god and dragon emperor who were still cautious around him, and said, this guy doesn't look like a good dragon at first glance. When I beat it up later, you won't help it, right? Don't interfere, this guy is my hunting target. Shi Yu grinned, showing a smile, with green light in his eyes. As for you, just watch obediently and protect the Dragon Palace City. At this time, as Shi Yu finished speaking, the world-destroying dragon suddenly became furious. Looking for death, the ancient dragon god and dragon emperor were also a little dazed. What exactly is the origin of this human? After knowing the other party's identity, what nonsense is he saying? Does he really want to hunt down the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon? At the moment, the brains of the ancient dragon god and the dragon emperor were still in a mess, because the matter was completely beyond their imagination and ability to solve, so they didn't know what to do for a while. However, they didn't have to make a choice at all. The next moment, what made the ancient dragon god and the dragon emperor a little sluggish was that Shi Yu really took action. The black and white bear that had been following Shi Yu rushed out directly. Facing the deterrence of the world-destroying dragon, it was not at all repelled. Although they just realized that this black and white bear was very strong, it was still hard for them to imagine that it launched an attack so calmly at this time. The world-destroying dragon, the true ancestor of the giant dragon clan. The top of the creatures. In theory, any life is under its suppression, but this black and white bear rushed over like flowing water. 11 is working, Chideng is having an extra meal. Go go go, 11 roared. Zzz. With a flash of black and white lightning on its body, 9 phantoms of iron-eating beasts emerged from its body. With a boom, it turned into a flash of lightning under the blessing of these phantoms. As the floor of the Dragon God Palace shattered and the space shook, the world-destroying demon dragon couldn't believe that there were ants who dared to challenge it. It immediately waved its angry dragon claws. Boom. Under the unparalleled collision, the surrounding Dragon God Palace was instantly turned into powder. 11's figure stagnated in midair, and was blocked by the dragon claws of the world-destroying dragon when it collided. The two sides were deadlocked together. Between the dragon claws and the body, the energy tide was violent like a volcano, constantly leaking out, shaking everything. The magnificent building of the Dragon God Palace was shattered by the aftermath of this leakage. Seeing this, the expression of the ancient dragon god changed. You know, this Dragon God Palace was built with a lot of very expensive and rare materials in order to ascend the throne. At this time, I am afraid that only the dragon god himself paid attention to his aggrieved eyes and broken heart when he was young. She couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, this is something outside of the body. When I was young, I was still immature. Right now, the most important thing should be fighting. Is it just this extent? At this time, a claw blocked the impact of 11. The remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon felt the power of 11 and laughed. Turned into scum, however, at this time, sensing that 11's power was still increasing, and even wanted to win over himself in the collision of power, the world-destroying dragon continued to show a disdainful expression, and another dragon claw came again. This time, it was not an ordinary blow. It was still entangled with a strong destructive force. Under the trembling of the sound of rules, not only the dragon god palace, but the entire island began to collapse, and the entire dragon palace secret realm began to tremble. Even outside the dragon palace, the changes in ocean currents became chaotic, and countless marine creatures seemed to feel the coming of the catastrophe and fled. A blow containing the power to destroy the world. This quasi-divine skill directly made the Dragon Emperor and the ancient dragon god change their faces and move. Atian, let's go help this bastard. If this goes on, let alone Dragon Palace City, the entire Blue Star will suffer a huge disaster, the Dragon Emperor said to the dragon god. Okay, due to the suppression of blood, the ancient dragon god really couldn't produce any resistance at this time, but in the face of the Dragon Emperor's words, it still nodded heavily. However, just when the two of them decided to help Shiyu, they suddenly stopped and were stunned by the scene in front of them. What is this? The destruction dragon claw did not hit the world-destroying dragon, but suddenly stopped in midair, because the opposite 11 also stretched out his palm, and the yin-yang grinding disc on it rotated, annihilating the destructive power, and also heard the sound of rules. Under the interweaving of the two sounds of rules, there was a loud bang in an instant, as if destroying the world, and countless cracks appeared on the Dragon God Island, and it was on the verge of collapse. The terrifying big moves were held in the hands of both sides. In terms of destructive power, they were not evenly matched. You smash it, Shiyu was happy, and saw that the world-destroying dragon on the opposite side was bluffing. Although the opponent is strong, he is not that strong. In this era when the rules have not yet revived, there are more things to be afraid of. You don't want your soul, which is finally about to recover, to be damaged again. Shiyu saw the current situation of the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon and couldn't help but say happily. At this time, looking at 11's skills, the pupils of the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon shrank sharply. He couldn't believe that the attack never came out, and the opposite 11 was also restrained. At this moment, seeing the world-destroying claw attack of the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon and the yin-yang grinding wheel in the hands of 11, the Dragon Emperor and the ancient dragon god looked incredible. These two guys are monsters. It's okay for the world-destroying dragon to master such a powerful skill, but what's wrong with the guy on the opposite side? However, if this goes on, the entire Dragon Palace City will be destroyed by their battle. If we fight like this, none of us will get any benefit. What did you say just now mean? What do you know? Who are you? And your purpose should not be as simple as provoking me. At this time, the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, after feeling the power of 11, was not so strong. I want to sit down with Shiyu and have a good exchange. Seeing this, the ancient dragon god and the Dragon Emperor had tense expressions. But the next moment, they all widened their eyes, and saw that the black and white bear slapped back, causing the pupils of the world-destroying dragon to tremble, and roared and smashed the dragon claws. Boom! The attacks of both sides collided together, and the power of destroying the world bloomed. Just when the ancient dragon god and the Dragon Emperor were shocked and thought that the Dragon Palace City was going to be destroyed, something strange happened. Beyond the aftermath, the world was just formed, and Shiyu and the others were directly pulled into another starry sky world by the insects through the creation field. With a violent sound, the world-destroying demon dragon and 11 flew backwards and were smashed into 2 asteroids by the aftermath. The ancient dragon god and the Dragon Emperor looked around. Then, they saw a scene of justice. Group fight. Roar! The angry roar of the world-destroying dragon was heard in the starry sky, and the vastness instantly changed color and dyed it dark and bloody. But then, the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon was dumbfounded. Looking at the dragon body that looked like the god of creation higher in the starry sky, and the huge claws that smashed down from it. Another demigod enemy. The power of creation. At this moment, it thought it was the ancestral dragon coming, but when it saw the huge azure dragon god appearance hovering in the starry sky, it realized that it had made a mistake. However, the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon thought it was right to make a mistake with this power that surpassed everything. It was horrified and tried to block it, but was instantly slapped away by the giant claws of the sky like a ball along with the asteroid. Boom! The asteroid shattered and turned into cosmic debris, while the spirit of the world-destroying dragon continued to fall in the starry sky like a meteor. Azure Dragon. At this time, the Dragon Emperor, who was watching, sensing the loss of power from the pile of Azure Dragon faith props he was carrying, could not help but look at the Azure Dragon in the starry sky. Shock. Unbelievable. Is this the Azure Dragon? The next moment, the young Dragon God and the Dragon Emperor were shocked to find that another asteroid was shattered. Roar. It was 11 who was blown away just like the world-destroying dragon. Because its body was intact, its defense at this time was much stronger than that of the world-destroying dragon. It was nothing to resist the aftermath of the previous attack. 11 grew huge in the starry sky, turning into a cosmic beast several thousand meters high. Amidst the roar, he slapped the world-destroying dragon's residual soul again with a palm of lightning surrounded by black and white lightning. The direction of the slap was exactly Shiyu and his team. Seeing the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon being transmitted over, Shiyu's expression was calm. Under the incredible expressions of the young dragon god and the dragon emperor, he turned into a red-haired and red-eyed figure, filled with sky-high arrogance, holding a red sword spirit, and slashed out a sword light that was enough to crush the stars. Boom! Under the shock of the starry sky, the sword light flew out and instantly split the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon into two. The residual soul of the world-destroying dragon encountered the most restrained attack, and its originally fainted consciousness was instantly awakened, but after feeling its own state, it immediately let out a shrill roar again. Roar! The sound shook the starry sky, full of confusion and bewilderment. Who are you? Its voice gradually turned from rough to weak. Don't say it so early. How do you know I can't beat you until the end? Shiyu finished speaking, put away his sword, and at the same time imprisoned the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon in the dead space of Qitong. Crack! The next moment, the creation domain was shattered, Shiyu finished his work, and everyone returned to the secret realm of the Dragon Palace. Shiyu also exited the state of possession, leaving only a deflated panda floating back to Shiyu. Shiyu smiled and paid attention to the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon in the dead space of Qitong, feeling that he had gained a lot. At this time, the dragon god who came with Shiyu was fine, but the ancient dragon god and dragon emperor had completely lost their ability to think. Looking at Shiyu, they couldn't believe what they saw and felt. The true ancestor of the giant dragon lineage separated from the ancestor dragon, the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, was wiped out effortlessly by the beastmaster in front of him. Just now, that was 3 demigods? They were sure that whether it was the black and white bear, the blue dragon, or the undead spirit that possessed Shiyu, they were all demigod-level beings. The man in front of them actually contracted 3 demigod-level pets? Who was he? Now, like the world-destroying dragon just now, they were once again puzzled by Shiyu's identity. At the same time, they retreated again as if facing a great enemy. Don't worry. I said I'm not an enemy, my target is only it, Shiyu said. The residual soul of the world-destroying dragon, its undead crystal, should contain the top-level world-destroying rules. If it was in its heyday, or the era of the revival of the rules, it would be extremely difficult to hunt it. This time, it's a bargain, Shiyu smiled. No matter how strong the world-destroying dragon is, in this era of incomplete rules, it is at most demigod level. Moreover, it was a remnant soul. In terms of single combat power, it was at most comparable to the Phoenix Men's Star Phoenix. It was too easy to deal with it. At this time, as Shiyu finished speaking, the ancient dragon god and the dragon emperor were shocked. Shiyu was chasing the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon for resources? The target was the resources dropped after the death of the top gods? Is this human talk? Both sides opened their mouths wide. They had never seen or dared to imagine that there would be such a crazy beastmaster. Don't tease them. At this time, the dragon god who came with Shiyu couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but send a voice message helplessly. She felt that after Shiyu's help, her past self and the dragon emperor would gradually have some wrong understanding of the world. Okay, seeing that the dragon god senior had spoken, Shiyu nodded immediately. By the way, you should know that there is such a thing in the ruins you carry. At this time, Shiyu asked the dragon emperor again. Have you ever thought about what method and place you would choose to deal with it? If I didn't show up, what do you want to do? This dragon emperor was still quite cautious at this time. Shi Yu was silent. What else can he do? If your plan fails, maybe after I go back, I can use some clues to kill the remnant soul of the original time-space world-destroying dragon that you haven't solved yet. By then, it will be resources X2. Forget it, don't worry, think about it carefully. Anyway, now that I have helped you solve such a big hidden danger, it should be okay to invite me to participate in the dragon god's coronation ceremony and treat us to a meal, Shi Yu asked. Shi Yu's 11 also raised his hand. Dry food, dry food. Give Shi Yu food quickly, don't let Shi Yu steal its bamboo again. The ancient dragon god and the dragon emperor looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Although they felt that these guys had a mysterious origin, they really didn't look like enemies. The request was just as simple as eating. Okay, after a silence, the young dragon god spoke. It's over. When the dragon god heard his younger self say this, he was also silent 1,000 years later, feeling that his younger self's coronation banquet might be overturned halfway. Chapter 525, Top Divine Resources Multiplied by 2. Aooo. Lord Dragon God. No, it's not good. The Prime Minister Turtle, who was in charge of the enthronement banquet, ran to the dragon god with tears in his eyes to report, the high-quality food prepared for the overlords and totems at the enthronement banquet has been consumed by half in just 10 minutes. If this continues, after the enthronement banquet begins, the dragon kings may not even have food. Dragon god, dragon emperor, we saw it, the two of them actually saw the whole process. Shi Yu summoned a bunch of monster pets, each of whom had an amazing appetite. Even Shi Yu himself had an appetite comparable to that of a totem dragon, which really made the dragon god and the dragon emperor look very upset. They originally thought that Shi Yu's invite me to a banquet, treat me to a meal was just a courtesy, but they didn't expect it to be a trap. With a bunch of guys summoned by Shi Yu, it might not take long for them to eat the dragon palace city down just by eating. The demigods are basically asleep. Shi Yu is so good, taking several demigods to fight every day. If they don't starve, who will starve? Shi Yu, I have decomposed the remnant soul. The mini sword girl Qitong, who was sitting on the floating spirit sword, did not eat the food of the dragon palace city with everyone, but was decomposing the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon alone. After the decomposition was completed, she immediately communicated with Shi Yu telepathically. How is it? Did you get any useful information? Shi Yu asked. Qitong shook his head and said, no, the other party's memory is all incomplete. This should be a remnant soul that escaped after being suppressed by the Zulong. Except for some skills and experience, there is almost no useful information left, but the other party is indeed guiding the dragon emperor step by step, trying to cultivate him and the 9 dragon pets into his own flesh. Since there is no, forget it, you absorb it. Shi Yu sucked a bite of shrimp legs. Okay, Qitong was very happy, feeling that the experience of destruction mastered by the world-destroying dragon and the Suzaku divine fire are very compatible. There is no hurry, wait until you have a high level of spiritual solution proficiency, then the spiritual solution will be more effective, Shi Yu said. The rules of destruction are also the prototype of the top rules, corresponding to the rules of creation. When Zulong was in his complete form, he mastered the 2 top rules of creation and destruction, and was very powerful, so he was known as the Dragon of Creation and Destruction. However, in fact, it has been proved that mastering 2 opposing top rules is not necessarily a good thing. Zulong was in a bottleneck for a long time, until he separated a part of the Dragon of Destruction, and his strength was improved. And it was precisely because of Zulong's awesome title of the Dragon of Creation and Destruction that people put it on a par with the Blue Dragon after the legend of the Azure Dragon was introduced in later generations. But in fact, although Zulong is very strong, the power it controls is still somewhat different from that of the Azure Dragon. In terms of the quality of the divine skills alone, the creation rules contained in Chong's creation field are obviously above Zulong's creation rules. After all, the creation rules are the ability of planetary life to open up the world. Of course, Chong does not master the complete creation rules now, and needs to rely on the power of faith to use them, which is too limited. But when Chong is separated from the power of faith and can use the creation rules, then it will definitely be much stronger than Zulong. This also applies to 11 and the Destroyer Dragon. In Shi Yu's opinion, 11's annihilation and destruction rules are more practical than the destruction rules of the world-destroying dragon. Although these two magical skills are similar, the former is actually more microscopic, while the latter is more macroscopic. In terms of destroying a country, the world-destroying dragon may be better, but if it is said that destroying the enemy's fighting spirit, attributes, memory and other deeper things, 11's yin-yang grinding wheel is still better. Shiyu estimated that when the level of 11's yin-yang grinding wheel becomes higher, it should be able to destroy even the time mark of the baby, making it fail to revive. If there is still a residual soul of the world-destroying dragon in the original time and space, I will refine it and give it to Zyanogy, Shiyu said to himself in his heart. It is more difficult for 11 to absorb this thing. The resource type does not match, and the marginal benefits are diminishing. On the contrary, Zyanogy, as a mechanical life, accepts all comers and can let Lin assist in transformation and evolution. Its great disaster skill is just an ordinary magical skill, but due to its nature, it is more compatible with the rules of destruction. After absorption, it will undoubtedly make the magical skill stronger, and it is extremely cost-effective. Roar, Zyanogy, who was eating dirt, raised his head slightly and looked at Shiyu, who was in deep thought. Although Shiyu hadn't said anything yet, it always felt that something good would happen recently. After looking at Shiyu, Zyanogy immediately looked at the young dragon god and dragon emperor who were coming over here. Sir Shiyu, are you satisfied? The young dragon god looked at the messy food on the ground with a pained look. It's okay, I'm quite satisfied, but the food is a little slow. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, sit down, let's talk. You and I hit it off at first sight, so I won't be polite. I ate a little more this time, but don't be sad. By the way, the Western Dragon Empire is also coveting our Donghuang and Dragon Palace. I'll go and destroy their demigods someday. The corners of the young dragon god and dragon emperor's mouth twitched, and they didn't doubt whether Shiyu had the ability. Do you have a grudge against the demigods of the Dragon Empire? The dragon emperor said, and what do you mean by our Donghuang? Shiyu smiled and said, it means that I am also from Donghuang. I am friends with the Emperor Wu and the Empress, and I hope to be friends with you today. The dragon emperor was slightly stunned, but soon realized that the person in front of him was probably an antique who had lived for thousands of years. Although he didn't know how Shiyu, a human, had lived for so long, Long Kingayan was not surprised at all when he heard Shiyu say that he knew the Emperor Wu and the Empress. After all, these were nothing compared to Shiyu's easy solution to the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon. We are willing to be friends with you, Your Excellency. However, the Dragon Empire, please don't bother you. Although there are some frictions between the Western Dragon Empire and Dragon Palace City and the Donghuang dynasty, the existence of such a distant potential enemy is actually a good thing for the development of Donghuang and Dragon Palace City, Long Kingayan said. Born in worry and die in comfort. If there is no enemy, many internal conflicts will gradually arise. With me here, the Dragon Empire will not be able to cause any trouble. Facing the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, the Dragon Emperor was powerless, but it was only a demigod force in the later era, and he had full confidence that he could fight against it. Under the alliance between Donghuang and Dragon Palace, if they were afraid of even a Dragon Empire, then there was no point in mixing. Shiyu was silent for a moment, mainly because he wanted to harvest resources. However, Shiyu thought about it, and the Dragon Empire went to war with Dragon Palace City and Donghuang after the death of the Dragon Emperor, and only the Dragon God dealt with it alone. Even so, the two sides still fought against each other for hundreds of years until the rise of the Sky Emperor and solved the Dragon Empire. Now, the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon has been solved by himself, and the Dragon Empire does not seem to pose a threat to Dragon Palace City and Donghuang. Shiyu, let's not interfere too much. Let the Dragon Empire be left to them, another dragon god said to Shiyu in the dark. Shiyu suspected that the Dragon God wanted to bring together the Dragon God and Dragon Emperor of this time and space, so that they would have more opportunities to fight side by side, but there was no evidence. Senior Dragon God, you should come and eat something and show your face. Dragon God, no, Shiyu was helpless. He came here and you just watched? It was really. Sir Shiyu, is the question you asked me just now important to you? The Dragon Emperor said. In fact, I only recently learned that the mastermind behind the mythical ruins was the remnant soul of the ancestor dragon. I deduced it from the clues obtained from the Dragon God ruins. At that time, after I learned this information, I had a sense of crisis in my heart, and I thought about solutions, but I didn't have time to prepare at all. What measures? Shiyu asked. If the opponent is really the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon, then no matter how hard I try, I can't defeat it, so the way I will choose is to seal it. This time when I explored the Dragon God ruins, I specifically looked for a seal-type god-level resource. Seal, Shiyu murmured. That's right. With the strength of the Dragon Emperor, it is not impossible for him to fight a powerful demigod like Union or a weak demigod-level god. It is not certain who will win or lose, but it is too difficult for him to fight the ancestor of the dragon. Although it is a residual soul, it is also a huge challenge for the Dragon Emperor who has only dragon pets. Relying on the seal may be the only choice. From the original history, in this battle, all the members of the Dragon Emperor died and the enemy disappeared. So, did the seal fail or succeed? But at least it is certain that the opponent did not succeed in taking over the body. Can you show me the sealing props? Shiyu said. Hearing this, Long Kingayan nodded and took out a gem, saying, this is said to be a prop left by the lineage of the mythical dragon clan to seal the enemy. But I don't know how to use it now. The gem. Shiyu stared at the gem that the Dragon Emperor took out, and after a moment of silence, he stood up suddenly. Damn. This is. Sir Shiyu. Seeing Shiyu suddenly stand up, the Dragon Emperor was stunned, and the young dragon god next to him also looked at Shiyu with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with this prop? Damn. Shiyu couldn't help but curse, looking straight at the sealing gem that the Dragon Emperor took out. This thing, he has touched it. On the eve of the World Championship, the Glory Archaeology Conference. As the winner, Shiyu got the opportunity to choose 2 mythological resources of the Alliance's prizes. The Everfusen Heart, the Soul Orb, and the World Tree Fruit, 3 optional mythological resources. He chose the latter 2. Among them, he ate the fruit of the World Tree, and the Soul Orb containing the residual soul of the myth was useless to him. At that time, Qitong was suppressed by the level and could not swallow it. So Shiyu gave it to the Donghuang Association and let the Donghuang Association study it by themselves. First study whether the residual soul of the myth inside is an enemy or a friend. As a result, when Shiyu saw the sealed orb that the Dragon Emperor took out and was exactly the same as the soul orb, he was dumbfounded. Damn, don't tell him that the soul orb that the Donghuang Association is working hard to study has the world-destroying dragon sealed in it. Damn. The Donghuang Association must not research results when he's not here and unseal that guy. Wait, the problem doesn't seem to be big. Now Zilan and Phoenix Man are still in Donghuang, and there are 7 gods. Even if the world-destroying dragon wakes up, it can't cause too much trouble, but it will still cause huge damage. No, I have to go back quickly to get it back to be safe. Senior Dragon God, I have seen this orb. It was one of the rewards I received at the Glory Archaeology Conference. The Dragon Emperor successfully sealed a remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, but it seems that it was at the cost of his own life. Now the sealing orb is in Donghuang. The world-destroying dragon of the original time and space is not dead yet. After Shiyu finished speaking, the hidden dragon god's expression changed slightly, and then he nodded. Then we should go back as well, and get rid of the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon of the original time and space as soon as possible. Okay, but are you really not coming out? Shiyu saw that the dragon god was about to go back again, and couldn't help asking again. No, okay. Seeing this, Shiyu couldn't help shaking his head. He looked at the ancient dragon god and the Dragon Emperor and said, I just remembered something. Anyway, this gem is fine, you can keep it and continue to study it. Okay, I won't eat any more. I suddenly remembered that I have other things to do. Let's meet again when we have a chance. Shiyu wiped his mouth and said, by the way, before I leave, I want to remind you of a few things. After 1129, the world rules will be revived, the mythological era will come again, and there will be many opportunities and challenges on Blue Star. You should try to find a way to survive until then and work hard to become stronger, then the world will be more exciting. Shiyu did not take the resources of the Dragon Palace. After all, the senior dragon god next to him was watching, and it was a bit sorry to directly take away the young dragon god's assets. After Shiyu finished speaking, the Dragon Emperor and the young dragon god were slightly surprised. The next moment, Shiyu took out a pendant-like ornament from his own relic space and threw it to the Dragon Emperor. It was like a water drop that was pierced. After receiving the ornament, the Dragon Emperor looked puzzled. When the dragon god of the modern time and space saw this ornament, his face was slightly startled. Shiyu said, This ornament is called Dragon God Guardian. It was given to me by an elder when I was weak. Although it is not very useful for your current strength, it is rare to make friends with you, so I give it to you. Remember to keep it. Dragon God Guardian Water, the second prop given to Shiyu by the Dragon God. The first prop was used to block the attack of the meteorite, and then the Dragon God gave another one. However, Shiyu did not have time to use it at all. His strength had surpassed that of the Dragon God, so this one was naturally useless. At present, since the Dragon God was unwilling to come out, Shiyu directly kept this treasure representing her, which was also a proof that the other party came to this time and space. As for the future, whether the Dragon Emperor can use this to analyze today's events clearly, that is not Shiyu's business. Brother Shiyu, the Dragon Emperor held the Dragon God Guardian and felt strange. The young Dragon God also stared at the Guardian water inside, feeling at a loss, and always felt a sense of intimacy. They looked at the strange Shiyu, but Shiyu was planning to leave at this time, and the 11 had already packed up, without wasting any food. Let's go, Shiyu gave an order, and Chong Chong began to take Shiyu and others out of Longgong City. The Dragon God who saw all this secretly sighed slightly. Thank you, Shiyu, she sighed and said. In secret, the Dragon God took a last look at the Longgong City in the past time and space, as well as the young and herself and the Dragon Emperor, and finally retracted his gaze and left with Shiyu. In addition, unknowingly, his mind changed and his strength reached a higher level. In this way, although there are still regrets, she is satisfied. Now the Dragon God only wants to return to the original time and space to solve the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon that killed the Dragon Emperor of that time and space. At that time, the obsession of 1,000 years will be lifted, and she plans to climb to a higher realm. The journey to the Dragon Emperor dynasty time and space was the time and space where Shiyu stayed the shortest. After solving the enemy, he followed the old method and took the Dragon God back to the original time and space. After returning here, Shiyu quickly took out the communicator and called President Lin. At the same time, he was still rushing towards the direction of Donghuang. Over there, President Lin answered the call very quickly. Shiyu, what's the matter, President Lin? Is the divine soul gem I obtained at the Rongguang Archaeological Conference still there? I'll go get it now. That thing is very dangerous. I just learned the origin of that thing. On the opposite side, President Lin was under the guidance of the legend of the source of the gods and worked hard to practice. When he heard what Shiyu said, he was stunned and said, currently, that thing is being studied by Gu Yun who just came back. Don't study it. That is the prop used by the Dragon Emperor to seal the residual soul of the myth that killed him. What is sealed inside is the destructive side separated from the ancestor dragon, the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon. It is very powerful and has a fierce personality. It is not a friendly army. How did this sealing prop fall into the hands of the Alliance? After Shiyu finished speaking, President Lin on the opposite side felt a little nervous. The avatar of the ancestor dragon, the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon. What a joke. When he thought about how he had studied the soul orb for a long time, President Lin's eyes almost went dark. What kind of god-level resources did Shiyu select? You are really the chosen one. I will notify Gu Yun to hand it over to you, President Lin said immediately. Next to him, Shin'en Legend watched the whole process and fell into deep silence. Hey, so since when did you think of handing it over to Shiyu to solve a major crisis? He muttered to himself. President Lin, then Senior Shin'en, are you going to solve the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon? Shin'en Legend waved his hand and said, let the young people solve it, MMP. The post-era demigods are enough to give him a headache. The remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon? He felt that it was not something that could be solved by forbidden weapons. And Shiyu, even the awakened gods of the demigod level and the super demigods with 3 quasi-divine skills cultivated by the Star Beast Master, can be easily solved. Shin'en Legend has to sigh that times have changed. When he thought of Lin Feng, the kid who had also made it to the god level in the universe and joined forces with the Sky Emperor to kill a super god life form, the legend of the source of the gods could only admit his age. He now just wanted to see what expression Lin Feng, the little pervert, would have after seeing how powerful Shiyu, the big pervert, was. After a while, Shiyu and his friends arrived at Donghuang. After Gu Yonggu learned about the origin of the soul orb from President Lin, he handed it to Shiyu in shock and fear. Feeling like he had walked through the gates of hell. Gu Gu, thank you for your hard work, Shiyu took the soul orb and felt that he was worthy of himself. He participated in an archaeological conference and easily got the top-level residual soul of a god as a resource reward. Although no normal person would regard this thing as a reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.